Asgardian culture is deeply influenced by mythology and tradition. We respect ancient customs and rituals, and maintaining tradition is considered an important way to preserve social stability and continuity, Thor added. Nathan Hawke nodded, then asked Thor, who was increasingly moving towards a leadership role, "What is Xandar's ideology?" Thor explained. Andarians advocate peace and actively promote interstellar cooperation and exchange. The Nova Corps is dedicated to maintaining peace and security in the Milky Way galaxy. Xandarian society emphasizes resolving conflicts through diplomacy and dialogue, avoiding war and violence. Xandar is a multiracial planet, with residents from all corners of the Milky Way galaxy. Cultural diversity is considered a treasure. Inclusivity and equality are their core values. All races and cultures are respected and protected, Thor continued. They highly value law and order, and the Nova Corps is their important institution for enforcing laws and protecting civilian safety. The rule of law permeates social life, and citizens trust and rely on the Nova Corps to uphold justice and public order. Nathan Hawke listened and then nodded, summarizing. Asgard emphasizes monarchy and aristocracy, martial prowess and honor, mythology and tradition. Its social structure is more closed and hierarchical, emphasizing warrior culture and loyalty. Xandar, on the other hand, champions peace and cooperation, diversity and inclusion, law and justice. Its society is open and diverse, emphasizing resolving issues through legal and diplomatic means. Thor smiled and said, "Precisely. Although we have these differences, it is these very differences that allow us to complement each other when facing different challenges. Xandar's rule of law and diverse culture can help us as Guardians become more open and inclusive, while Asgard's martial prowess and tradition can provide strong protection for Xandar. I believe that through this diplomacy, we can establish a strong alliance and jointly face the challenges of the future." Thor's eyes gleamed with determination. After several hours of flying through the vast universe, the warship finally reached Xandar. However, as they approached Xandar, the sight before them shocked both Thor and Andre. Nathan Hawke instantly understood everything that was happening. Xandar's orbit was filled with warships, and fierce battles raged in interstellar space. Xandar's Nova Corps defense fleet was engaging a massive Kree Empire fleet, with Ronan the Accuser's flagship prominently among them. Huge explosions and energy beams intertwined in space, and the entire planet's sky was filled with the smoke of war. Thor reacted quickly, ordering the pilot, "We must rush into Xandar's capital and immediately send a signal to Xandar's military." The warship's engines roared, accelerating rapidly and charging straight into the battlefield. Thor, Nathan Hawke, and Andre stood in the command cabin, their gazes firm, ready to face the impending battle. "Thor, now is a good time for us to form an alliance with Xandar," Nathan Hawke said calmly. Thor nodded. "You're right. We will prove our sincerity with action." The warship weaved through the confrontation between the two fleets, deftly avoiding enemy fire, while continuously approaching Xandar's capital. Xandar's military received the signal and responded quickly, providing an attack path for Thor's warship. "All warriors, prepare," Thor commanded. The warship rapidly descended, piercing through Xandar's atmosphere, its target directly the capital. Thor stood before the command console, his eyes like torches, knowing that this battle concerned not only Xandar's fate, but also the future alliance between Asgard and Xandar. Amidst the dense enemy fire, Thor's warship skillfully maneuvered, gradually approaching Xandar's capital. The warriors on the warship gripped their weapons tightly, ready to engage at any moment. "Nathan, Andre, prepare for battle," Thor said in a deep voice. Nathan Hawke and Andre nodded. Thor's warship hovered over Xandar's capital, the aftershocks of the battle still reverberating through the city. Xandar's capital was magnificent and grand, and despite being attacked by invaders, it maintained a strong stance. Skyscrapers shimmered with metallic light in the sun, people quickly evacuated from the plazas, and the army nervously deployed in the streets. Just as Thor and Nathan Hawke were preparing to formulate further combat plans, the warship's communication system suddenly rang. A serious face appeared on the screen. Roman Day, a high-ranking military officer of the Nova Corps. "Thor, we received your signal, and we are very grateful for your timely assistance." Roman Day's voice carried a hint of urgency and anxiety. Thor nodded and replied, "Roman Day, we have arrived at Xandar and intend to set up defenses in the capital to coordinate with you. Please tell us the specific situation." I see the Kree Empire's flagship. Who is the main combatant? Roman Day took a deep breath, a trace of anger and determination appearing on his face. The invader is Ronan the Accuser, and he is leading the Kree Empire's fleet to attack Xandar. Our defense forces are resisting with all their might, but the situation is very grim. Thor's eyes were sharp, and he said firmly, Ronan, this arrogant brute, what is his objective? Roman Day's expression grew even more serious. Ronan's goal is to destroy Xandar. He claims to be carrying out justice for the Kree Empire. He comes with extreme hatred and violence, and we must repel him as soon as possible, or Xandar will face destruction. Nathan Hawke calmly analyzed from the side. Roman Day, I am Nathan Hawke. We need to understand your current defensive status and how we can coordinate our actions with yours. Roman Day glanced at Nathan Hawke, who stood with Thor, and nodded, quickly bringing up a holographic map showing Xandar's capital's defensive layout. We have deployed our main defensive forces around the capital, but Ronan's fleet is very powerful. We need your assistance in breaking the enemy's command system and directly confronting Ronan. Thor gripped Mjolnir hammer of the Thunder God, his eyes flashing with the light of battle. Roman Day, we will fully cooperate with you. Nathan, our mission is to directly attack Ronan and destroy his flagship. No problem. Nathan Hawke's eyes radiated a desire for battle. Roman Day's expression held a hint of gratitude. Thank you, Thor. Nathan, Xandar needs your help. The Nova Corps will fully support your actions to ensure you can smoothly approach Ronan's flagship. Thor said firmly, we will not let Xandar fall into destruction. Asgard and the Hawk group will fight alongside you. Nathan Hawke and Roman Day both looked at Thor. Then Nathan Hawke nodded. We are ready. Roman Day, please instruct us on how to begin the operation. Roman Day quickly issued instructions on the communication screen. We will launch a counterattack around the capital to attract Ronan's attention, drawing Ronan's main fleet into the capital. Your mission is to quickly break through the enemy's defenses and strike directly at Ronan's flagship. Thor nodded firmly. Understood, we will fully cooperate. Nathan Hawke looked at Thor. This is our moment to demonstrate our strength and the best opportunity to forge an alliance. Thor nodded and loudly commanded the warriors within the warship. Everyone, prepare for battle. Target, Ronan's flagship. Roman Day continued to command the Nova Corps through communication. All defense forces immediately launch a counterattack. Our goal is to draw Ronan's main fleet into the capital, creating a break-through opportunity for Thor and his team. The Nova Corps quickly sprang into action, with fighters and warships launching a counterattack in the air, their fierce firepower attracting Ronan's attention. Ronan's flagship gradually approached the capital, attempting to destroy Xandar's core defenses. Thor's warship swiftly weaved through the battle, its target clear, heading directly for Ronan's flagship. The warriors inside the warship gripped their weapons, ready to engage at any moment. Nathan Hawke, through his portable eye, connected to the warship, using a holographic display to analyze enemy tactics and weaknesses, providing critical strategic support to Thor. Ronan's flagship has entered our firing range, Nathan Hawke said calmly. We must quickly break through the enemy's defenses and strike directly at the flagship. Thor gripped Mjolnir hammer of the Thunder God, his eyes like torches. We will prove our resolve with action. The warship weaved through the enemy's fire, deftly avoiding attacks, gradually approaching Ronan's flagship. Thor and Nathan Hawke's warriors were already prepared for battle, ready to board at any moment. As the warship approached Ronan's flagship, Thor loudly commanded, everyone, prepare to assault. Thor, Nathan Hawke, and their warriors quickly boarded Ronan's main warship, the Dark Star. Upon boarding, they immediately felt the tense atmosphere and the oppressive hostility. Ronan soldiers swarmed them, attempting to stop their advance. Thor wielded Mjolnir hammer of the Thunder God, lightning flashing around the hammer, carrying immense power. Each swing sent enemies flying and destroyed obstacles. Nathan Hawke and Andre, on the other hand, used psychokinesis to precisely attack enemy weaknesses, quickly clearing the combat zone. We must find Ronan and destroy his command system, Thor shouted, his voice echoing through the warship's corridors. Stay close to me, we must maintain speed, Nathan Hawke responded. As Thor and Nathan Hawke led their warriors towards the command cabin, a tall and imposing figure suddenly appeared at the end of the corridor. The man was completely enveloped in black armor, its surface covered with complex Kree runes, emitting a cold light. Ronan stood nearly 2 meters tall, with a burly physique, his figure like a moving fortress. His skin was pale blue, his face sharply chiseled, and his eyes revealed endless ruthlessness and ferocity. He wore a black battle helmet adorned with several dark red gems that shimmered with an eerie glow. Ronan held a massive universal weapon cosmic hammer in his hand, its head inscribed with ancient and complex Kree runes. The head of the universal weapon cosmic hammer was like a huge rock, incredibly sturdy, its surface faintly gleaming with a metallic luster. The hammer was made of extremely durable metal, capable of withstanding and releasing powerful energy. Ronan stood there, and the entire corridor seemed to be enveloped by his aura. His presence brought an extreme sense of oppression. The surrounding air felt heavy. Cold fire burned in his eyes, as if he could see through everything. His aura was filled with violence and majesty, sending shivers down one's spine. "Thor, god of Asgard!" Ronan's voice was deep and intimidating, as if every word carried infinite power. Thor's eyes were like torches, and he responded without showing weakness. "Ronan, your atrocities end here." Ronan slowly raised the universal weapon cosmic hammer in his hand, and the hammerhead suddenly flashed with intense light. Complex Kree runes began to glow, and the energy inside the hammer started to surge, emitting a low hum. "You lowly creatures, how dare you challenge me?" Ronan roared, his voice filled with endless anger and contempt. He violently swung the universal weapon cosmic hammer, and a powerful energy wave erupted from the hammer, striking directly at Thor and his warriors. The energy wave carried high heat and explosive force, as if to destroy everything. "I'm coming!" The battle between Thor and Ronan erupted in the corridor of the cosmic warship, powerful energy fluctuations causing the surrounding walls to tremble incessantly. The clash of their powers was like the confrontation of thunder and fire, each strike carrying unparalleled destructive force. Thor wielded Mjolnir hammer of the thunder god, lightning flashing around the hammer, carrying powerful thunderous force. Each of his swings seemed to carry the majesty of heaven and earth, pressing directly upon Ronan. Ronan's universal weapon cosmic hammer, on the other hand, released powerful energy waves, each strike carrying the power to destroy everything. "You cannot stop me, Ronan!" Thor shouted, his eyes flashing with firm resolve. "Lowly god, you cannot comprehend my power!" Ronan sneered, violently swinging the universal weapon cosmic hammer, and a powerful energy wave erupted from the hammer, striking directly at Thor. Thor quickly dodged, simultaneously swinging Mjolnir hammer of the thunder god, and a bolt of lightning struck towards Ronan. The lightning and energy wave collided in the air, producing a violent explosion. Their battle quickly spread from the corridor to the wider interior of the warship, the fierce confrontation causing the warship's internal structure to continuously collapse. Nathan Hawke and Andre led the warriors to continue clearing out enemies, ensuring Thor and Ronan's battle remained undisturbed. As the fight progressed, the clash between Thor and Ronan grew more intense, with energy collisions constantly destroying the surrounding environment. Suddenly, Ronan leaped, his body bursting through the warship's wall and flying into outer space. Thor followed closely, and the two continued their fierce battle outside the warship. Huge explosions and energy fluctuations echoed outside the Xandar capital, shaking the entire battlefield. "You can't escape, Ronan!" Thor shouted, and Mjolnir once again swung out, a powerful bolt of lightning striking Ronan. Ronan wielded his universal weapon cosmic hammer, and powerful energy waves collided with the lightning in the air, erupting in dazzling light, the aftermath of the battle forcing surrounding warships to give way. As the battle progressed, Thor and Ronan gradually approached the outskirts of Xandar's capital, where a vast plain came into view, and Thor decided to lead the battle to the ground to avoid further damage to the interstellar warships. The two clashed fiercely in the air, their powers constantly colliding. Finally, Thor swung Mjolnir violently, a powerful bolt of lightning striking Ronan and sending him crashing to the ground. Ronan's body fell like a meteor, heavily impacting the plain on the outskirts of Xandar's capital, shaking the ground and raising dust. Thor followed closely, landing on the plain. His gaze was like a torch, fixed intently on Ronan's figure. Ronan slowly rose from the ground, his eyes flickering with endless rage and hatred. "You will ultimately fail, Ronan," Thor said coldly, tightening his grip on Mjolnir. "I will make you pay," Ronan roared, violently swinging his universal weapon cosmic hammer, a powerful energy wave once again striking Thor directly. Thor swiftly dodged, while simultaneously swinging Mjolnir, a bolt of lightning striking Ronan. Their battle erupted on the plain, powerful energy fluctuations constantly cracking the surrounding ground. Every strike carried destructive power, as if to tear the entire plane apart. Ronan suddenly leaped, his body soaring high, the universal weapon cosmic hammer striking Thor directly with immense energy. Thor swiftly met the attack, their weapons clashing in the air with a deafening sound. Thor exerted force, pushing Ronan back several steps, his eyes gleaming with determination. "You cannot defeat me, Ronan." "Then try me," Ronan roared, once again swinging his universal weapon cosmic hammer, a powerful energy wave pressing directly towards Thor. Thor calmly met the attack, Mjolnir carrying the power of thunder, colliding with Ronan's energy wave in the air. Their battle grew more intense, the energy fluctuations shaking the surrounding air. Thor's Mjolnir carried endless thunderous power, each strike seeming to possess the majesty of heaven and earth. Ronan's universal weapon cosmic hammer unleashed powerful energy waves, each strike carrying the power to destroy everything. Their powers constantly collided in the air, erupting in dazzling light. Thor suddenly accelerated, his body rushing towards Ronan like lightning. Mjolnir, imbued with intense thunderous power, struck Ronan's chest directly. Ronan swiftly swung his universal weapon cosmic hammer, and powerful energy waves collided with the lightning in the air, erupting in a violent explosion. "This is the power of Asgard!" Thor shouted. Mjolnir once again swung out, a powerful bolt of lightning striking Ronan. Ronan roared, violently swinging his universal weapon cosmic hammer, and powerful energy waves collided with the lightning in the air, erupting in a deafening sound. Their battle on the plain grew more intense, the energy fluctuations constantly cracking the surrounding ground. A cold light flashed in Thor's eyes, he knew he had to end this battle quickly. He suddenly accelerated, his body rushing towards Ronan like lightning. Mjolnir, imbued with endless thunderous power, struck Ronan's chest directly. "This is the end," Thor shouted. Mjolnir, imbued with endless thunderous power, struck Ronan's chest directly. Ronan violently swung his universal weapon cosmic hammer, attempting to block Thor's attack, but Thor's Mjolnir, imbued with endless thunderous power, sent Ronan flying. Ronan's body slammed heavily onto the ground with a dull thud. Debris scattered and dust flew. However, Ronan did not fall because of this. He sneered, rising from the ground, his eyes flickering with a mad light. Ronan's body slammed heavily onto the ground with a dull thud. He struggled to get up, his eyes burning with endless rage and hatred. Realizing he was gradually losing his advantage against Thor, Ronan decided to use his final resort. He took a small device from his armor, pressed a button, and the cosmic orb slowly appeared. Ronan embedded the cosmic orb into the center of his universal weapon cosmic hammer, and complex runic technology began to operate, peeling open the cosmic orb's outer shell. As the orb cracked open, a powerful purple light burst forth, and the Power Stone's energy instantly swept across the entire battlefield. "Did you think you won, Thor? See true power!" Ronan roared, purple energy surging into his universal weapon cosmic hammer, the hammerhead shimmering with destructive light. He raised his universal weapon cosmic hammer high, and the Power Stone's energy rapidly surged into his body. Ronan's body rapidly mutated under the Power Stone's energy. His muscles swelled, his skin became tougher, and the surrounding air seemed to be twisted by the energy. His eyes flickered with purple light, as if he could see through everything. The power of his universal weapon cosmic hammer continuously grew in his hand, the entire hammerhead like a giant energy source, radiating endless oppressive power. "This is true power," Ronan roared, violently swinging his universal weapon cosmic hammer, a powerful energy wave gushing from the hammer, striking Thor directly. Thor swiftly raised Mjolnir to block the attack, but the powerful energy wave still pushed him back several steps. Thor's body trembled slightly under the impact of the energy wave. He felt that Ronan's power had made a qualitative leap. Ronan's attacks became increasingly fierce, the Power Stone's energy continuously surging into his body, making every one of his strikes carry destructive power. "God of Asgard, your power is insignificant before me," Ronan said with a sneer, violently swinging his universal weapon cosmic hammer, a powerful energy wave once again striking Thor directly. Thor swiftly dodged, but was still grazed by the energy wave, his body tumbling several times in the air before he fell heavily to the ground. Several scorched marks appeared on his body, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. "Is this your so-called justice, Ronan? To destroy everything with such power?" Thor said coldly, struggling to his feet. "Justice? Justice is defined by the strong," Ronan roared, his eyes flickering with a mad light. "The future of the Kree Empire is mine to control, and I will use this power to reshape the order of the Milky Way galaxy." Thor gripped him, Mjolnir tightly, his eyes gleaming with determination. "Your power is only temporary. True strength comes from inner justice and courage." Ronan sneered, then suddenly accelerated, his body rushing towards Thor like lightning. The universal weapon Cosmic Hammer, imbued with endless energy, struck Thor's chest directly. Thor swiftly raised Mjolnir to meet the attack, but Ronan's power was simply too immense. Every collision made Thor feel immense pressure. "You cannot comprehend true power," Ronan roared, violently swinging his universal weapon Cosmic Hammer, a powerful energy wave striking Thor directly. Thor was hit by the energy wave, his body tumbling several times in the air before he fell heavily to the ground. Thor felt the intense pain in his body, but he still stood up resolutely, his gaze firm. "Ronan, your power will ultimately be defeated by justice." Ronan sneered, launching another fierce attack. The universal weapon Cosmic Hammer, imbued with endless energy, each strike seeming to want to destroy Thor. Thor desperately dodged and counterattacked, but Ronan's attacks were simply too fierce, and he gradually fell into a disadvantage. "Is this your royalty and aristocratic system, Thor? Before true power, all glory and courage seem so ridiculous," Ronan said with a sneer, violently swinging his universal weapon Cosmic Hammer, a powerful energy wave pressing directly towards Thor. Thor swiftly raised Mjolnir, but the powerful energy wave still pushed him back several steps. Thor's body trembled slightly under the impact of the energy wave. He felt that Ronan's power had made a qualitative leap. Each strike carried destructive power, and Thor felt his defenses gradually being broken. "You don't understand, Ronan. True power is not meant to destroy, but to protect," Thor said coldly, his eyes flickering with determination. "Protect? That's just an excuse for the weak," Ronan roared, suddenly accelerating, his body rushing towards Thor like lightning. The universal weapon Cosmic Hammer, imbued with endless energy, struck Thor's chest directly. Thor swiftly raised Mjolnir to meet the attack, but Ronan's power was simply too immense. Every collision made Thor feel immense pressure. Thor felt Ronan's immense power, his eyes gleaming with determination. He knew he had to use a stronger power to counter Ronan. He took a deep breath and began to chant an ancient guardian incantation, his voice deep and powerful, the spell echoing in the air, carrying endless majesty and mystery. "Eldris Ven Bragnar, Tiras Kelvoldar," Thor murmured, and the reality stone within him began to resonate, energy surging through his body. The reality stone's red light emanated from his body, fusing with his own thunderous power, forming an unprecedentedly powerful energy. As the incantation was recited, Thor's body gradually transformed. His original battle armor was enveloped by layers of red energy, forming a new shape. Mjolnir in his hand also began to change, transforming into a brand new weapon, a long spear shimmering with red and silver light. Thor's form became more majestic and mysterious. Silver armor covered his entire body, with red energy, light flowing over its surface, burning like flames. Several shimmering rubies were embedded in his helmet, and his eyes emitted a stern light. The cape on his back fluttered with the surging energy, as if merging with heaven and earth. The spear's shaft was forged from sturdy guardian metal, its surface engraved with ancient runes. The spearhead shimmered with a sharp red light, surrounded by the glow of lightning. Red energy currents coiled around the grip, pulsating like life itself. The entire spear exuded unparalleled power and majesty, as if it were the strongest weapon between heaven and earth. Energy constantly surged around Thor, forming a powerful energy shield. The lightning within the shield intertwined with the reality stone's energy, forming a destructive force. His aura became more majestic, like the ruler of heaven and earth. Any enemy seemed insignificant before him. "Ronan, your atrocities end here," Thor said coldly, his voice carrying endless majesty and determination. He raised the spear, its tip pointing directly at Ronan, and the energy around him began to surge violently, a strong sense of oppression filling the air. Ronan felt Thor's transformation, a flicker of surprise and anger in his eyes. "Do you think this can stop me, god of Asgard?" Thor sneered, his body suddenly accelerating, the spear carrying endless thunder and the power of the reality stone, striking Ronan directly. A piercing explosion erupted in the air, their powers colliding violently, light bursting forth. Thor's attacks became more swift and fierce, each swing of the spear brought forth powerful energy fluctuations. The reality stone's power continuously intensified, making every one of his attacks carry destructive power. Ronan's universal weapon cosmic hammer gradually lost its advantage under his attacks, and its energy fluctuations also became unstable. "This is the true power of Asgard!" Thor roared, swinging his spear violently, a powerful energy wave striking Ronan directly. Ronan's body trembled violently under the impact of the energy wave, his face becoming increasingly contorted. The decisive battle between Thor and Ronan entered its most intense phase, with both of them using the power of their respective infinity stones to push the fight to a climax. Ronan's body glowed with a purple light as the energy of the power stone surged into him, making every one of his attacks destructive. He swung his universal weapon cosmic hammer fiercely, sending powerful energy fluctuations directly at Thor as if to destroy everything. Thor, on the other hand, was surrounded by the red glow of the reality stone. His spear gleamed with sharp light, and each swing carried the power to warp reality. The reality stone allowed him to change the environment of the battlefield, creating illusions and confusing his enemy. Thor swiftly dodged Ronan's attack, his spear pointing directly at Ronan's chest. "You cannot win, Ronan!" Thor roared, his spear, imbued with the power of lightning and the reality stone, striking directly at Ronan. Ronan sneered, then swung his universal weapon cosmic hammer fiercely. Two powerful energies collided in the air, erupting in a dazzling light. The energy fluctuations made the surrounding air feel as if it were burning, and every part of the battlefield was filled with destructive power. "You sell! Righteous gods will all be destroyed by me!" Ronan roared, the power stone's energy continuously surging within his body, making his attacks even more powerful. Thor quickly counterattacked, moving like lightning, his spear carrying immense power, striking directly at Ronan. The power of the reality stone allowed him to change the battlefield environment, drawing Ronan into confusion. "Reality will not yield to your ambition," Thor said coldly, his spear sweeping out, forming a powerful energy wave that struck directly at Ronan. Ronan felt a strong threat, and swung his universal weapon cosmic hammer fiercely, trying to block Thor's attack. Two powerful energies collided in the air, erupting in a violent explosion, and the entire battlefield trembled. "Your so-called justice is just a hypocritical disguise!" Ronan roared, the power stone's energy making his attacks even more ferocious. Thor's spear carved out sharp edges in the air, each attack carrying destructive power. He quickly approached Ronan, his spear pointing directly at Ronan's chest. "The might of Asgard will end your tyranny," Thor shouted, thrusting his spear forward, striking directly at Ronan. Ronan's universal weapon cosmic hammer and Thor's spear collided violently in the air, erupting in a dazzling light. Two powerful energies intertwined, forming waves of energy that swept across the entire battlefield. "You will never understand true power," Ronan sneered, swinging his universal weapon cosmic hammer fiercely, attempting to repel Thor. Thor's spear, imbued with endless lightning and the power of the reality stone, struck directly at Ronan's vital points. Their battle entered its most intense phase, with every collision carrying destructive power. "This is your last chance, Ronan," Thor said coldly, his body accelerating sharply, his spear pointing directly at Ronan's chest. Ronan roared, the power stone's energy surging wildly within him. He swung his universal weapon cosmic hammer fiercely, sending powerful energy fluctuations directly at Thor. The two energies collided violently in the air, erupting in a dazzling light. The entire battlefield was enveloped in intense energy fluctuations, as the powers of the two infinity stones intertwined in the air, forming dazzling streaks of light. Suddenly, the two energies produced a violent tremor in the air, eventually disappearing in a fierce collision, and the battlefield returned to a brief calm. At the same time, the mutual cancellation of the two Infinity Stones' powers temporarily rendered both unable to use their abilities. Thor and Ronan both ceased their attacks, panting as they looked at each other. Both bore wounds, but their eyes still gleamed with the light of battle. They knew the fight was not over, but that moment of brief calm allowed them to feel each other's immense power. On the battlefield, only the silence after thunder and destruction remained, as the two stood in the center, ready to face the next, even more intense, showdown. Thor and Ronan both appeared exhausted, their bodies covered in the scars of battle. Thor's armor was torn, revealing the muscles and wounds beneath, stained with blood. The light of lightning flickered faintly on his body, but his gaze remained resolute, filled with endless fighting spirit. Ronan's situation was equally grim. His black armor was covered in cracks and burn marks, and the purple light surging on his body gradually weakened. Although the Power Stone's energy brought him immense power, it also subjected his body to immense pressure. A hint of pain appeared on his face, but his eyes were still filled with coldness and hatred. In the fierce confrontation just now, both their weapons flew from their hands. Mjolnir and the universal weapon Cosmic Hammer landed at opposite ends of the battlefield, each emitting its own light. Mjolnir radiated a faint blue lightning, while the universal weapon Cosmic Hammer still emitted a faint purple glow. The two stood in the center of the battlefield, staring at each other, the air thick with tension. Although their bodies were exhausted and scarred, they both knew that the battle was not over. Every ounce of strength and will would be fully unleashed in the upcoming decisive battle. "This battle is not over yet," Thor said in a low voice, his tone filled with determination. "Yes, this is just the beginning," Ronan sneered in response, his eyes gleaming with endless hatred and fury. After a brief standoff, Thor and Ronan simultaneously launched their final close-quarters combat. Without weapons, they could only rely on their physical strength and skill to determine the victor. Thor took a deep breath, his body sinking slightly, adopting an ancient Asgardian close-quarters combat stance. This stance, known in Asgard as the Thunder's Dance, is a combat technique originating from ancient Asgard. This fighting style combines strength, speed and skill, specifically used for close-quarters combat when weapons are lost. The origin of the Thunder's Dance can be traced back to the earliest warriors of Asgard, who relied on this technique to defeat countless powerful enemies in battle, becoming a symbol of honor for Asgardian warriors. "Thunder's Dance, the glory of Asgard!" Thor whispered, his fists clenched, his body like a taut bowstring, ready to unleash thunderous power at any moment. Ronan's body leaned back slightly, adopting a close-quarters combat stance unique to the Kree Empire. This stance, known in the Kree Empire as Stellar Fury, is a secret technique bestowed upon elite warriors by the Supreme Intelligence. Stellar Fury integrates the Kree Empire's most advanced technology and tactics, specifically used for deadly counterattacks when an enemy approaches. This technique not only emphasizes strength and speed, but also focuses on precise strikes and ruthless attacks to quickly overwhelm the enemy. "Stellar Fury, the power of the Kree," Ronan said coldly, his fists trembling slightly, the air around his body seemingly vibrating, ready to unleash a fatal blow at any moment. Both simultaneously erupted with powerful auras and charged at each other. Thor's fist, imbued with thunderous power, struck directly at Ronan's chest. Ronan swiftly dodged to the side, simultaneously delivering a fierce elbow strike directly at Thor's ribs. Thor's body moved like lightning, quickly counterattacking with an uppercut that connected with Ronan's jaw. Ronan was struck, but he quickly recovered, his hands darting out like venomous snakes, grabbing Thor's shoulders and pulling him close with force, his knee sharply rising to strike Thor's abdomen. Thor gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, and delivered a heavy punch squarely on Ronan's sun temple. "Thunder's Dance is not just about strength," Thor growled, his body moving around Ronan like lightning and thunder, each punch carrying irresistible force. Ronan's stellar fury was filled with coldness and precision, every one of his strikes aimed at vital points, seeking to defeat Thor in the shortest possible time. His fists were like hammers, each blow carrying destructive power. Thor swiftly dodged one of Ronan's heavy punches, then spun and kicked at Ronan's knee. Ronan's body swayed, but he quickly reacted, blocking Thor's attack with his elbow, while his other hand swiftly struck out, aiming for Thor's face. Thor ducked, avoiding it, and then delivered a backhand punch to Ronan's ribs. The two fought back and forth, neither gaining a clear advantage, the air filled with their sweat and blood. Thor's body was covered in wounds, but his eyes still gleamed with resolute light. Ronan's armor was shattered, his skin covered in bruises and cuts, but his gaze remained cold, filled with brutal killing intent. Thor suddenly landed a heavy punch on Ronan's chest. Ronan stumbled back a few steps in pain, then roared furiously, swinging both hands out, a sweeping blow connecting with Thor's waist. Thor felt a sharp pain, but he endured it, quickly counter-attacking with an uppercut that sent Ronan flying. "This is the power of Asgard," Thor gritted out, his thunderous fist swinging out again, aimed directly at Ronan's face. Ronan's body tumbled through the air, but he quickly adjusted his posture, his hands pouncing on Thor like a wild beast, his fists filled with endless rage and hatred. Thor swiftly dodged to the side, delivering a backhand punch to Ronan's spine, sending Ronan crashing to the ground in pain. Ronan suddenly stood up, his eyes filled with a crazed light. Every one of his attacks carried destructive power, but Thor still met him with unwavering resolve. Their fists continuously collided, each blow seemingly aiming to completely crush the other. Thor's strength gradually ran out, his body covered in blood and wounds, but he still refused to back down. His fist, imbued with thunderous power, struck directly at Ronan's chest. Ronan's body was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, but he still tried to stand up. "You have lost, Ronan," Thor said coldly, his eyes gleaming with resolute light. A flicker of madness flashed in Ronan's eyes. He roared and lunged at Thor, but Thor swiftly delivered one last heavy punch, striking directly at Ronan's face. Ronan's body tumbled through the air, crashing heavily to the ground, losing consciousness. Thor gasped for breath, his body almost at its limit. His fists were still clenched, and his eyes still gleamed with resolute light. The battle was over, Ronan was completely defeated, and Thor, though covered in wounds, still stood tall. Just as Thor stood there, breathing heavily, a roar came from the sky. Thor looked up and saw a strangely shaped spaceship rapidly descending to the edge of the battlefield. The spaceship's hull was painted in vibrant colors, looking out of place amidst the grim battle scene. Thor raised his hand, Mjolnir in his grasp. His vigilant eyes were fixed on the spaceship's hatch. After the spaceship landed, the hatch slowly opened, and a man in a red jacket stepped out. He walked with an easy gait, a confident and somewhat flippant smile on his face, as if completely oblivious to the surrounding war. Peter Quill walked down the spaceship, shaking his head and looking around, seemingly searching for something. He held a seemingly ordinary gun in his hand, but his eyes revealed alertness. "Hey, are there any enemies here?" "Roman Day said there was a big battle here and I don't want to miss it," Peter Quill said loudly, with a hint of teasing in his tone. Thor remained vigilant, his gaze fixed on Peter Quill. "Who are you? What is your purpose here?" Peter Quill saw Thor's appearance and gave a flippant smile. "Whoa, looking at you, did you just finish a big fight? I'm Star-Lord, the leader of the Guardians of the Galaxy. Are you the boss here?" Thor frowned slightly, remaining wary of this self-proclaimed Star-Lord. "I am Thor, a god of Asgard. There was a fierce battle here just now. You've arrived at the right time." Just as Peter Quill was about to continue teasing Thor, a woman in a green combat suit stepped out of the spaceship. Her eyes were cold, and she walked towards Peter Quill, unceremoniously tapping him on the head. "Stop babbling. Ronan is over there," Gamora said, pointing speechlessly at Ronan, who was already lying on the ground. Peter Quill rubbed his tapped head, revealing an awkward smile. "Well, it looks like we arrived a step too late." Thor lowered his guard and slowly nodded. "Are you here to help?" Gamora gave Peter Quill a cold glance, then turned to Thor. "We came here to stop Ronan. It looks like you've already taken care of him." Thor smiled slightly and extended his hand. "It's good to meet you all. Ronan has been defeated, but there's still a lot to deal with." Peter Quill shook Thor's hand, smiling. "All right, Thor. It seems we came to the right place." The scene shifted back to Ronan's dark Aster warship. Nathan Hawke stood in the warship's main control room, his eyes like torches fixed on the holographic display in front of him. The portable AI smart brain was rapidly analyzing and acquiring various data from the warship. Most of the information had been successfully cracked and downloaded. "Smart brain, report current progress," Nathan Hawke said in a low voice, his gaze locked on the display. "Boss, we have acquired the main control authority of the Dark Aster warship. All technical data, weapon systems, and navigation information of the warship have been successfully downloaded," the smart brain reported calmly. Nathan Hawke nodded in satisfaction. He knew this warship would be an important asset for Umbrella Corporation. He quickly made a decision, intending to suggest to Thor, when he saw him, that they take this warship back to Umbrella headquarters on Earth. Meanwhile, on another side of the warship, Andre was leading the Asgardian warriors in a cleanup battle. The Kree Empire soldiers inside the warship were few after the fierce battle, and Andre used his psychokinesis ability to quickly deal with the last few resisting enemies. All enemies have been cleared, and the threat inside the warship has been neutralized, Andre reported to Nathan Hawke via communicator. Nathan Hawke observed the situation inside the warship through the holographic display, confirming that everything was under control. A subtle movement immediately caught Nathan Hawke's attention. Nathan Hawke immediately turned vigilantly to the other side of the warship, suddenly hearing a loud shout break the silence within the warship. "Didn't you tell me Ronan was here?" a gruff voice echoed through the warship's corridor. Nathan Hawke's gaze pierced through the holographic display, locking onto the source of the sound. Drax's burly figure appeared at the end of the corridor, walking with a swagger, his face full of anger and confusion. He held a massive double-bladed knife in his hand, clearly ready for battle. Rocket Raccoon, who followed closely behind him, seemed tense and anxious, his eyes constantly scanning around, clearly looking for something valuable. Rocket Raccoon tried to appease Drax while whispering, "Drax, be quiet, we need to be careful." Drax, however, didn't listen at all. He stopped and glared at Rocket Raccoon. "You said Ronan was here. I came here for him." At the same time, a huge treeman slowly emerged from the shadows of the corridor. It was Groot. His face was filled with a puzzled expression, looking somewhat innocent, but he also followed behind Drax and Rocket Raccoon. Nathan Hawke reacted quickly, his eyes like torches, his body leaning slightly forward, his hands slightly raised. Psychokinesis rapidly condensed in the air, forming an invisible force. "What are you doing here?" Nathan Hawke said coldly, his voice echoing through the warship via the communication system. Drax spun around abruptly, looking at Nathan Hawke, his face full of anger. "I'm looking for Ronan. Who are you?" Nathan Hawke did not answer. His psychokinesis rapidly surged, transforming into an invisible force that pulled Drax, Rocket Raccoon, and Groot all towards him. "You do not have permission to operate here," Nathan Hawke said coldly, his gaze fixed on Rocket Raccoon. "You'd better explain yourselves, or bear the consequences." Rocket Raccoon nervously glanced at Drax, then quickly said, "We just, came to see if there was anything valuable here." Nathan Hawke gave a cold laugh, his gaze sweeping over Drax and Groot, then returning to Rocket Raccoon. "You'd better rein it in. This is not a place for you to mess around." Drax was still angry, but under Nathan Hawke's powerful psychokinesis pressure, he could only temporarily suppress his rage. Groot, on the other hand, looked at Nathan Hawke with an innocent expression, clearly not quite understanding the situation at hand. Nathan Hawke slowly lowered his hands, the power of psychokinesis gradually dissipating, and he said coldly, "You'd best not cause any more trouble." Rocket Raccoon nodded hurriedly, pulling Drax and Groot, preparing to leave. Although Drax was unwilling, he knew that facing this powerful person, being stubborn would only lead to a loss. They quickly turned and disappeared into the warship's corridor. 3 days later, at Xandar's highest grade hospital, Nova Medical Center, Nathan Hawke walked into a BRIGHT Chinese letter. The room was filled with advanced medical equipment, and soft lighting created a comfortable atmosphere. Thor was lying on the hospital bed, still wrapped in some bandages, but his mental state seemed much better. "Thor," Nathan Hawke said with a smile as he walked to the bedside, "how is your recovery?" Thor smiled slightly and nodded. "Not bad, Nathan. Thank you for your concern." Nathan Hawke sat on a chair by the bed and said, "You are the hero of this battle, Thor. The media outside are all reporting that without you, it would have been impossible to defeat Ronan." Thor waved his hand, humbly saying, "This was our collective effort, Nathan." Nathan Hawke nodded, a serious look flashing in his eyes. "Thor, I want to tell you some good news. After these past few days of negotiations, Roman Day and I have finalized all matters concerning the diplomatic alliance. Xandar will officially establish a strategic alliance with Asgard to jointly maintain the peace and security of the galaxy." Thor's face showed a relieved smile. "This is good news, Nathan. We need such an alliance to counter future threats. Nathan Hawke smiled and nodded. Yes, but the final signing and photo op will require both you and Queen Adora. This will be a historic moment, marking the official beginning of the cooperation. Thor frowned slightly, appearing somewhat puzzled, but still humbly asked, "Why must Queen Adora and I sign together?" Nathan Hawke explained, "This is a tradition of Xandar. They attach great importance to symbolic meaning. As the representative of Asgard, your personal participation will strengthen the symbolic significance of this alliance and allow more people to believe in the sincerity and determination of this cooperation. After all, you are the man who personally defeated Ronan." Thor pondered for a moment, then nodded slightly. "I understand, Nathan. I will be ready to complete this important task as soon as possible." Nathan Hawke chuckled, looking at Thor, a hint of teasing in his eyes. "You know, Thor, ever since you defeated Ronan, you've become a big star on Xandar. Many people here, especially young ladies, are very fascinated by you. I've heard that quite a few are even planning to marry you." Thor's face instantly turned red, and he gave an awkward laugh. "Really? Nathan, you must be joking." Nathan Hawke shook his head, laughing. "I'm not joking, Thor. You are now a hero on this planet. Many people see you as an idol." Thor scratched his head a little awkwardly, trying to hide his embarrassment. This is quite an unexpected honor." Nathan Hawke continued, "However, I also want to discuss the ownership of the Power Stone with you today. Roman Day and the Nova Corps plan to entrust the Power Stone to you for safekeeping. They believe it's the safest option." Thor's expression became serious, and he said in a low voice, "The Power Stone is indeed a very dangerous existence. Its power must not fall into the wrong hands." Nathan Hawke nodded in agreement. "Exactly, Thor. We must ensure its safety." Thor thought for a moment, then looked at Nathan Hawke with firm eyes. "Nathan, I want to entrust the Power Stone to you for safekeeping. After all, last time I entrusted the Space Stone to you, and you guarded it very well, without any mishaps. I believe you will not abuse the Power Stone's power." Nathan Hawke was slightly taken aback, then a smile appeared on his face. "Thor, do you really trust me?" Thor nodded firmly. "Yes, Nathan. We fought side by side. I know you and I trust you. You have the ability and the wisdom to handle this matter." Nathan Hawke smiled and nodded in agreement. "All right, Thor, I will properly handle the Power Stone and ensure its safety. Thank you for your trust." Thor showed a relieved smile. "This is also a relief for me. After all, this power is too great, and I don't want it to bring more trouble." 2 days later, Xandar, bathed in bright sunlight, welcomed a historic moment. In Nova Square, a magnificent stage was set up in the center of the neat and spacious square, adorned with splendid ribbons and fresh flowers. Huge electronic screens hung high on both sides of the stage, broadcasting every detail of the scene in real time. Tens of thousands of Xandar citizens gathered around the square, their eyes filled with anticipation and excitement. On the stage, Queen Adora of Xandar stood in the center, wearing a gorgeous silver gown inlaid with sparkling jewels that shimmered in the sunlight. Her hair was styled into an exquisite bun, and she wore a jeweled crown, exuding a noble and majestic aura. Queen Adora's face held a warm yet solemn smile, her gaze firm and gentle. Thor stood beside the queen, dressed in an exquisite Asgardian ceremonial robe, a black gown embroidered with golden patterns, and the emblem of the Asgardian royal family pinned to his chest. Thor's golden hair cascaded over his shoulders, making him appear handsome and majestic. His gaze was filled with confidence and determination as he and Queen Adora faced the citizens and media gathered in the square. "Today is a day worth remembering," Queen Adora began, her voice clear and powerful, echoing through the entire square via the amplification system. "Xandar and Asgard, two great interstellar civilizations, will officially forge an alliance at this moment." Thor nodded slightly, took the microphone, and spoke in a resounding voice. "Asgard and Xandar, though possessing different cultures and traditions, share a common goal to maintain the peace and security of the Milky Way galaxy. Today we will prove our resolve through action." Queen Adora smiled and nodded. "Indeed, Thor. We believe that through cooperation and trust we can face any future challenges. Let us join hands and embrace a brighter future." The citizens and media present applauded enthusiastically, filling the scene with cheers and applause. Thor and Queen Adora smiled at everyone, then turned and walked towards a long table in the center of the stage. On the table lay 2 exquisite alliance agreement documents, with a jeweled pen placed beside them. Queen Adora was the first to pick up the pen, elegantly signing her name on the agreement document. Her movements were graceful and composed, a hint of satisfaction gracing her smile. Then, Thor also picked up the pen and signed his name on the other agreement document. His movements were firm and powerful, his eyes gleaming with determination. After signing, Queen Adora and Thor exchanged the agreement documents, symbolizing the official alliance between their 2 nations. Subsequently, they smiled and shook hands, facing the media and citizens present. "Today we have not only signed an agreement, but also forged a deep friendship," Queen Adora said with a smile. "Let us work together for peace and prosperity." Thor nodded in agreement. "We will prove our resolve through action, safeguarding the peace and security of the Milky Way galaxy." The media present clicked their shutters, capturing this historic moment. Thor and Queen Adora smiled for the cameras under the flashing lights, symbolizing the official alliance between Xandar and Asgard. The cheers and applause erupted once more, filling the entire square with an atmosphere of celebration and hope. Peter Quill, with his flamboyant smile, swaggered down the streets of Xandar. He wore a red jacket and vintage headphones, music emanating from them, making him feel exceptionally at ease. Groot and Rocket Raccoon followed behind him, while Drax stomped ahead, his fists clenched, his face a mask of fury. "I'm going to settle the score with him," Drax growled, his fists tight, his eyes blazing with anger. Peter Quill excitedly leaned in and teased, "Hey, big guy, you look like you've seen an enemy." "Who is he?" Drax pointed at Nathan Hawke on the screen and said through gritted teeth, "It's him, the one who forcibly dragged us off Ronan's ship. This is a direct insult to my dignity." A flicker of curiosity crossed Peter Quill's eyes, then he feigned surprise and said, "Oh, this guy looks pretty ordinary. But he taught you a lesson?" "Really?" Then he laughed heartily and clapped Drax on the shoulder. "Hey, calm down. We need to figure out who this guy is first, otherwise, how can we demand an explanation?" Drax's anger did not subside because of Peter's words. He spun around abruptly and glared at Peter. "This isn't about calming down or not. This is about dignity." Rocket Raccoon, looking impatient, rolled his eyes. "All right, we all know how much you care about dignity." Gamora then looked at Rocket Raccoon and asked, "Do you know who he is?" Rocket Raccoon now leaned in, frowning, and said, "That guy is Nathan Hawke. I've inquired about him. He seems to be an Asgardian god, Thor's helper." Peter Quill blinked, looking even more interested. "Asgard's helper? Thor's friend? This is getting interesting." Drax said furiously, "I don't care who he is, I will get my justice." Peter Quill smiled slightly, a hint of cunning in his eyes. He knew Drax's personality, and provocation was very effective on him. "So," he deliberately said in a provocative tone, "Drax, you can't just swallow your anger like this. We are the Guardians of the Galaxy. If we don't even dare to stand up for something like this, wouldn't that be too embarrassing?" Drax's face grew even angrier, and he shouted, "Who says I don't dare? I will definitely settle the score with him." Rocket Raccoon sighed helplessly and rolled his eyes. "Drax, you really are an impulsive guy. But since you want justice so badly, we'll go with you." Peter Quill clapped Drax on the shoulder and said with a laugh, "Exactly, we're a team. We share hardships and enjoy good fortune together." Groot nodded in agreement. "I am Groot." Gamora looked at Peter Quill, a little worried, and said, "Quill, are you really going to confront Nathan Hawke? He's a very powerful individual. We can't take risks lightly." Peter Quill smiled confidently, striking a flamboyant pose. "Don't worry, Gamora. I am Star-Lord. There's nothing I can't handle. Besides, we are the Guardians of the Galaxy. No matter who the opponent is, we must stand up for our teammates." Gamora shook her head helplessly, but still decided to go with them. Peter Quill dusted himself off, straightened his jacket, and looked into the distance with a determined gaze. The scene shifted, and Peter Quill and his companions were surrounded by Asgardian warriors. These warriors wore golden armor, carried spears, and each had a serious expression and sharp eyes. Peter Quill confidently stepped forward, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. "Hey everyone, calm down. We're not here to cause trouble, we just came to talk to someone." His voice carried his usual flippancy and informality. Drax looked at the surrounding warriors, his anger still unabated, his fists clenched, ready to act at any moment. Rocket Raccoon quietly checked his weapons nearby, appearing somewhat nervous. Gamora remained vigilant, calmly observing her surroundings. And as Guardian Warrior stepped forward and said coldly, "Who are you? Why do you trespass here?" Peter Quill smiled slightly, striking a confident pose. "We are the Guardians of the Galaxy. I am Star-Lord, and these are my teammates. We are here to see Mr. Nathan Hawke. There are some matters we need to discuss with him." The Asgardian warrior frowned slightly. "Guardians of the Galaxy? Never heard of them. You wish to see Mr. Nathan Hawke. Is there something urgent?" Peter Quill nodded, feigning seriousness. "Yes, something very urgent. You see, we just returned from Ronan's worship. He almost destroyed Xandar, so we are not ordinary people." Just then Drax couldn't hold back, and he shouted, "I will get justice for my dignity." Peter Quill pretended to look helplessly at Drax, then said to the Asgardian warrior, "You see, our teammate is really angry." "You don't want to see him angry, trust me." The Asgardian warrior remained calm. He glanced at Peter Quill and then said, "Please wait a moment, I will consult Mr. Nathan Hawke." Peter Quill nodded confidently. Of course, we'll wait here." After the warrior left, Peter Quill turned to his teammates, a triumphant smile on his face. "See? I told you nothing's impossible." Rocket Raccoon rolled his eyes. You really have no fear of death." Gamora shook her head helplessly, but a hint of relief flashed in her eyes. "I hope we can really see Nathan Hawke and resolve this matter." Drax was still angry, but he stood silently to the side, awaiting the warrior's reply. Groot stood innocently at the back of the group, quietly observing everything. A few minutes later, the warrior returned, his expression slightly softened. "Mr. Nathan Hawke has agreed to see you. Please follow me." Peter Quill said triumphantly to his teammates, "See? I told you it would be fine. Follow me." They followed the warrior towards Nathan Hawke's office. Peter Quill swayed his head and hummed a tune as he walked, appearing exceptionally relaxed and confident. Gamora and Rocket Raccoon remained vigilant, closely following behind Peter. Drax was still fuming, but he knew he had to calm down and wait for the right moment. Groot followed innocently at the very end of the group. When they entered Nathan Hawke's lounge, Nathan Hawke was sitting at the table, his gaze calmly fixed on them. Peter Quill confidently stepped forward and said with a smile, "Mr. Nathan Hawke, we finally meet." Peter Quill walked into Nathan Hawke's office, seeing him sitting at his desk, watching them with calm eyes. He deliberately puffed out his chest, revealing a confident smile, as if preparing to display his masculine charm. "Mr. Nathan Hawke, we finally meet," Peter Quill said, his tone carrying a hint of challenge and confidence. Nathan Hawke smiled slightly and nodded. "Yes, Peter Quill. I've heard of you and your team. You're quite well known in the Milky Way galaxy." Peter Quill raised an eyebrow and said, feigning nonchalance, "Oh, it seems we really are quite famous. However, I'm not here to chat today. I heard you forcibly pulled my lovely teammates from Ronan's spaceship using some unknown means. That makes me a bit unhappy." Nathan Hawke looked at Peter Quill calmly. "I was just ensuring your safety. After all, that was a dangerous place." Peter Quill scoffed. "Hey, Nathan, I'm Star-Lord. I never need anyone's protection. Do you dare to have a real man's duel, one-on-one?" Gamora, standing nearby, showed a hint of worry, and was about to say something, but Peter Quill interrupted her. He turned his head, gave Gamora a confident wink, and said in a greasy tone, "Don't worry, my dear, I'll prove that I'm the real man." Gamora was instantly enraged, and was about to kick Peter Quill. Rocket Raccoon and Drax exchanged glances, looking somewhat helpless. Groot, meanwhile, watched everything with curiosity. Nathan Hawke nodded slightly, signaling Peter Quill to follow. "All right, Peter Quill, I accept your challenge. Let's go to a suitable place to settle this." Peter Quill nodded in satisfaction, then looked at his teammates, especially Gamora, hoping to show off his bravery and charm in front of her. Then he flashed a confident smile. "Just watch, I'll show you what real masculine charm is." Nathan Hawke led Peter Quill towards a nearby elevator. The elevator doors slowly closed, and the two ascended, heading for the building's rooftop. After the elevator reached the top floor, Nathan Hawke led Peter Quill to a spacious rooftop. A gentle breeze blew, and the distant Xandar city skyline was visible. The rooftop was surrounded by railings, but the center had enough space for a one-on-one duel. Nathan Hawke stood in the center of the rooftop, looking at Peter Quill calmly. "All right, Peter Quill, there's no audience here, just the two of us. You can show off your so-called masculine charm now." Peter Quill confidently stepped forward, striking a fighting pose, a hint of a challenging smile on his lips. "Ready? I'm going to show you what a real man is." Nathan Hawke stood in the center of the rooftop, looking at Peter Quill, who was in a fighting stance, and smiled slightly. "Peter, I have something to tell you. I actually come from Earth." Peter Quill heard this, and a hint of confusion appeared on his face. "Wait, didn't we agree on a real man's one-on-one? Why are you suddenly talking about where you're from?" Peter Quill paused, then suddenly made an exaggerated expression, crossed his arms, and took a few steps back. "I like women, especially women with amazing figures. Although my charm is infinite, you won't do." Nathan Hawke was amused by Peter Quill's flamboyant expression and words and couldn't help but laugh. "You clown, that's enough." Peter Quill continued to retreat, waving his hands and shaking his head. No, I don't want to be misunderstood. I'm completely uninterested in someone like you." Nathan Hawke smiled, then extended a hand, and psychokinesis quickly took effect. With a gentle wave, Peter Quill's forehead was instantly pushed by an invisible force towards the rooftop railing. Bang! Peter Quill's forehead hit the railing with a dull thud, and a small bump quickly appeared on his forehead. Peter Quill clutched his forehead, his face showing pain and confusion. "Ouch! What kind of move is that? You don't hit someone in the face." Nathan Hawke laughed even harder, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "This is psychokinesis, Peter. Do you still want to continue your real man's one-on-one?" Peter Quill rubbed his forehead, muttering, "I thought you wanted to fight me. I didn't expect you to play these tricks." He shook his head, then recovered his flamboyant smile. "However, I still think women are more charming, especially those hot beauties." Immediately after, Peter Quill rubbed his forehead, still maintaining his flamboyant smile. "Oh right, I'm from Missouri. Although I've forgotten how to get to Missouri, at least it sounds cool, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly froze. The name Earth seemed somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall it for a moment. Nathan Hawke looked at Peter Quill's expression and said with a smile, "Missouri is on Earth." Peter Quill's eyes widened instantly as he looked at Nathan Hawke, his face showing surprise and sudden realization. "What did you say? Missouri is on Earth?" Nathan Hawke nodded, confirming with a smile. "That's right, Peter. You're from Earth, we're from the same planet." A flicker of surprise and disbelief flashed in Peter Quill's eyes, and the feeling of meeting an old acquaintance in a foreign land surged in his heart. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but for a moment, he didn't know what to say. Then, he slowly said, "Can I listen to some more songs from Earth?" Some time later, the Guardians of the Galaxy members looked at Peter Quill, who had a noticeable bump on his forehead, but a joyful expression on his face, and all showed puzzled looks. Drax frowned and asked directly, "What happened to your head? And why do you look so happy?" Drax seriously doubted that Peter Quill had not resolved his issue, but Drax forgot that he was the one who was supposed to resolve it himself in the first place. Rocket Raccoon, on the other hand, leaned over curiously, carefully examining Peter Quill's forehead. "Wow, what's with this bump? Did you get into a fight with someone?" He didn't mention Nathan Hawke at all, but every word was about Nathan Hawke. Groot also nodded in agreement. "I am Groot." Peter Quill patted his chest, putting on a confident demeanor. "It's nothing, guys, I've already handled it." Gamora raised an eyebrow, clearly dissatisfied with his answer. "Handled it? Then why do you have such a big bump?" Peter Quill shrugged, saying casually, "Oh, that was just a small accident, nothing major." Drax was still puzzled. "How exactly did you handle it?" Peter Quill looked at Drax, a peculiar smile on his face. "I solved the problem with my charm and wisdom and of course, my Superman-like skills." As he spoke, he deliberately struck a few poses he thought were cool. Rocket Raccoon couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Can't you just answer the question properly?" Peter Quill smiled and patted Rocket Raccoon's shoulder. "Don't worry, little bear, everything is under control." Gamora looked at his confident demeanor and shook her head helplessly. "You're a strange guy, but as long as the problem is solved, that's good." Peter Quill's gaze involuntarily fell on Gamora, and a hint of undisguised admiration and infatuation flashed in his eyes. Gamora's charm was undoubtedly unparalleled. Her green skin shimmered in the sunlight, appearing both mysterious and beautiful. Her face had distinct features, exquisite facial features, and her eyes conveyed a resolute and calm demeanor. Gamora's figure was even more impossible to ignore. She was tall and well-proportioned, with smooth and graceful muscle lines, showcasing her powerful strength as a warrior. She wore a tight, fitting combat suit that outlined her perfect curves, with a slender waist and powerful, dynamic hips and legs. Every movement appeared elegant and full of strength, as if a perfect blend of nature and combat. Peter Quill's gaze slid from her face all the way down to her legs, and he couldn't help but secretly marvel. Wow, Gamora is truly too beautiful, not just in appearance, but even her temperament is impeccable. He secretly praised in his heart. She is not just a beautiful woman, but also a powerful and calm warrior. Her eyes, her figure, her temperament are simply flawless. Peter Quill's gaze couldn't help but become even softer. He knew that his feelings for Gamora were not just admiration, but deep infatuation. Immediately, Peter Quill, in a fawning manner, said to the charismatic Gamora, "That's right, everything is sorted. Now we can continue our adventure." On Xandar, at Nova Corps headquarters, inside the military conference hall. The atmosphere was tense and solemn. Queen Adora sat at the head of the conference table, dressed in a magnificent robe, her face dignified and majestic. She spent most of her time listening, her gaze calmly sweeping over everyone present. On the other side of the conference table, Romanday was giving a detailed report. He was dressed in a Nova Corps uniform, his expression serious, and his tone carried a hint of nervousness. "Your Majesty," Romanday began, "regarding the detention of Ronan the Accuser, we have currently implemented the strictest preventive measures. After the unrest at Kiln Prison, the military department has imprisoned Ronan in another maximum security prison, surrounded by elite Nova Corps warriors, ensuring that any possible escape is impossible." Queen Adora nodded slightly, signaling Romanday to continue. "Furthermore," Romanday continued, "we have also installed the latest surveillance equipment, monitoring Ronan's every move 24 hours a day, non-stop. Any abnormal situation will be reported immediately. Our scientists are also studying how to further restrict his abilities, ensuring he cannot use any superpowers or weapons again." The other military officers in the conference room listened attentively, some taking notes, some pondering countermeasures. Romanday paused, then continued, "Although we have taken the strictest measures, Ronan's threat still exists. His followers may attempt to rescue him, and we must remain highly vigilant. For this, I suggest strengthening the defensive forces around the prison and simultaneously dispatching reconnaissance teams to monitor the movements of potential hostile forces." Queen Adora frowned slightly and after a moment of thought said, "Roman, your suggestion is very reasonable. We cannot underestimate Ronan's danger. We need to ensure his detention is foolproof." Romanday nodded solemnly. "Yes, Your Majesty. We also need to consider how to handle Ronan's trial and sentencing. This is not just a legal issue, but also a declaration of justice for Xandar and the entire Milky Way galaxy. We must conduct the trial publicly and transparently, allowing everyone to see our firm resolve for justice." Queen Adora looked at Romanday, a flash of determination in her eyes. "You are right, Roman. We must handle this fairly and demonstrate Xandar's justice and strength to the Milky Way galaxy. Arrange a public trial, so that people across the galaxy can see our determination and actions." Romanday nodded seriously. "Understood, Your Majesty. I will immediately arrange relevant matters to ensure the fairness and transparency of the trial." Queen Adora took a deep breath, her gaze firmly sweeping the conference room. "Everyone, although Ronan's threat has not been completely eliminated, we have taken a crucial step. Next, we must continue to remain vigilant, ensuring the safety and stability of Xandar." The military officers in the conference room responded in unison, and the atmosphere became even more solemn and determined. "The meeting is adjourned. Everyone, attend to your duties and do your work well," Queen Adora said, her voice carrying an undeniable authority. In a distant corner of the universe, in a dark starfield, the colossal space fortress sanctuary floated in the endless void. Inside the fortress, the lights were dim, filled with a cold metallic aura. This was one of the most terrifying places in the universe, Thanos' territory. Thanos, gigantic in stature, sat on his obsidian throne. His purple skin appeared even more sinister and terrifying in the faint light. His deep-set eyes seemed to see through everything, and at this moment, they were fixed on the holographic screen before him. On the screen, A servant respectfully reported the latest intelligence. Respected my Lord Thanos, the latest news is that Ronan has been successfully captured by Xandar's Nova Corps and is being held in their maximum security prison. Thanos's face showed no change in expression. He slowly clenched his fist, and the gems embedded in his gauntlet glowed with an eerie light. Although Ronan was arrogant, his ambition and abilities had always been part of Thanos's plan. Now, with Ronan imprisoned, it meant that Thanos's plan had been somewhat hindered. Xandar's Nova Corps. Thanos's low voice echoed in the darkness, carrying a cold, killing intent. His gaze was like an ice blade, as if it could pierce through the screen. The servant cautiously continued, "My lord, do we need to take action? Ronan is aware of some of your plans, and we are concerned he might leak important information." Thanos slowly stood up, his figure appearing exceptionally tall and majestic in the darkness. His gaze swept around, as if he was pondering something. After a moment, he said coldly, "Ronan is merely a pawn. His failure will not affect my plan. But Xandar's Nova Corps, they will eventually pay the price for this." The servant bowed and replied, "Yes, my lord. We will be on stand by awaiting your instructions." Thanos turned and walked towards the observation room deep within the fortress. His steps were steady and powerful, each one carrying immense pressure. He knew that there were still many obstacles on the road ahead, but he would not waver because of them. In the observation room, Thanos stood before the massive observation window, gazing down at the endless universe. His hands were clasped behind his back, and a determined light flickered in his eyes. He knew that the fate of the universe was in his hands, and he would stop at nothing to achieve his ultimate goal. "Xandar, Nova Corps, you are only temporary victors. The final outcome is already destined," Thanos murmured, his voice filled with endless majesty and coldness. His gaze pierced through the dark universe, as if seeing everything in the future. In that future vision, the universe would usher in a new order under his control, and Ronan's failure was merely a minor interlude in this grand plan. Thanos' lips curled slightly, revealing a cold smile. He knew that the real battle had only just begun, and he would be the ultimate victor. Inside a strictly sci-fi laboratory at Umbrella headquarters, the surrounding walls flickered with a cold blue light, and various high-tech devices were neatly arranged, glowing faintly. In the center of the laboratory, a massive transparent chamber stood silently, and suspended within it was a gem radiating a mysterious glow, the Power Stone. Energy fluctuations were transmitted through the chamber to the entire laboratory, with complex data constantly flickering on the display screens. Donjai Lingma stood before the chamber, dressed in a white lab coat, his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze fixed intently on the Power Stone. His expression was serious, his brows tightly furrowed, indicating the importance and urgency he placed on this research. Beside him, a research Shimeja codenamed Alpha was busily operating various instruments, precisely recording every energy fluctuation of the gem. The intelligent computer, a holographic image suspended in the air, emitted a soft blue light and continuously analyzed the data, its tone calm and clear. The Power Stone's energy fluctuation frequency has stabilized at 1.6 terahertz, but the energy output still has unpredictable fluctuations. Further data surveying is recommended to ensure the accuracy of the results. Yan Jiling nodded, a thoughtful glint in his eyes. "We need more precise equipment to capture these subtle fluctuations. Alpha, adjust the scanner sensitivity to maximum." Alpha executed the command without hesitation, its mechanical arm deftly operating the instrument. "Understood, adjusting scanner sensitivity. Estimated completion time 30 seconds. Don Jilingma continued to examine the data on the display screen, a hint of anxiety in his voice. "The Power Stone's energy cannot be underestimated. We must ensure all parameters are within controllable limits, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable." The intelligent computer's holographic image flickered, then reported, "All scanning instruments have been adjusted, and a new round of energy fluctuation capture is underway." Don Jilingma's eyes were fixed on the Power Stone. "I hope this survey brings us more valuable information." Don Jilingma stared at the constantly flickering numbers on the display screen, his eyes shining with intelligence. He knew that the Power Stone contained infinite energy, and if he could control it, it would bring unprecedented power to Umbrella headquarters. He frowned slightly, pondering how to use this power safely and effectively. "Intelligent computer," Jean Jilingma said, his tone steady but full of determination, we need to formulate a detailed plan to control and utilize the Power Stone's energy. We cannot take any risks. This energy is too powerful. The intelligent computer immediately responded, its voice mechanical and calm. Based on current data, the Power Stone's energy can be used to strengthen our existing energy systems, increase weapon attack power, and enhance the strength of protective barriers. However, these are preliminary ideas. We need more in-depth research to ensure safety. Zhang Jiling nodded, continuing. We must not only utilize the Power Stone's energy but also consider how to use it in conjunction with the Space Stone. The Space Stone has the ability to alter space and open portals. If we can combine the power of these two Infinity Stones, we will possess unparalleled strength and strategic advantage. Alpha continued to adjust the instruments, cooperating with Dr. Ryoma's research. Dr. Ryoma, I suggest we establish an energy conversion and transmission device to facilitate the simultaneous management of the Power Stone and the Space Stone's energy. Zhang Jiling pondered for a moment, then made a decision. Very good. Intelligent computer, begin designing the prototype for the energy conversion and transmission device. We need a system that can stably and safely manage these two energies. Alpha, you are responsible for constructing the experimental environment, ensuring no energy leakage during the testing process. The intelligent computer's holographic image flickered, then began to display a complex device design diagram. Understood, designing prototype device. This device will possess energy, absorption, conversion, and transmission functions, ensuring that the Power Stone and Space Stone's energy can be stably combined and controlled. Zhang Jiling nodded with satisfaction. Very good. Our goal is to use the energy of these two Infinity Stones for space, jumps and weapon systems, while ensuring safety and stability. First, we need to conduct small-scale energy transmission tests to confirm energy compatibility. Alpha rapidly operated its mechanical arm, beginning to set up the experimental platform. The experimental platform is under construction, estimated to be completed in 3 hours. 3 hours later, the atmosphere in the laboratory became even more tense and serious. All equipment was ready, and the constantly flickering data on the display screens indicated that everything was proceeding as planned. Zhang Jiling stood before the control console, his hands lightly touching the keyboard, his gaze sharp and focused. He knew that the upcoming experiment was crucial, and any slight error could lead to catastrophic consequences. Alpha, check all connection points. Ensure there is no energy leakage, Zhang Jiling commanded, his tone conveying unquestionable authority. Alpha's mechanical arm operated swiftly, checking each connection point. All connection points are normal. No energy leakage detected. The intelligent computer's holographic image flickered in the air, continuing to analyze data. The energy transmission device is ready, and the energy fluctuations of the Power Stone and Space Stone have been synchronized, ready to begin testing at any time. Zhang Jiling took a deep breath, looking towards the Power Stone suspended in the transparent chamber and the Space Stone in another chamber nearby. The two Infinity Stones emitted their unique glows, the purple light of the Power Stone and the blue light of the Space Stone reflecting each other in the chambers, appearing exceptionally magnificent and mysterious. Begin energy transmission, Zhang Jiling gave the command, his hands resting steadily on the control console, his gaze fixed on the display screen. The intelligent computer's voice was steady and calm. Beginning energy transmission, Phase 1 energy absorption initiated. Instantly, the Power Stone and Space Stone began to release strong energy fluctuations, and the indicator lights on the transmission device flickered. The data on the display screen jumped wildly, and various energy parameters began to change. Zhang Jiling carefully observed each data point, ensuring everything was within the expected range. Energy absorption normal, entering Phase 2, energy conversion initiated, the intelligent computer reported. Under the operation of the control console, the energy of the two Infinity Stones began to converge and transform through the transmission device, and strong energy fluctuations resonated within the laboratory. Alpha continuously adjusted various parameters, ensuring stable energy transmission. Energy conversion successful, entering Phase 3, energy transmission initiated, the intelligent computer continued to report. Zhang Jiling's eyes were fixed on the display screen, ensuring all parameters were within controllable limits. He knew that this phase was the most critical, and any mistake could lead to energy loss of control. Energy transmission normal, system stable. A hint of relief was in the intelligent computer's voice. Anjai Lingma finally let out a sigh of relief. He looked at Alpha. Everything went smoothly, we succeeded. Alpha's mechanical arm retracted, a hint of satisfaction in its tone. The energy transmission device is working normally, and the energy of the Power Stone and Space Stone are perfectly combined. Yan Jilingma showed a slight smile, turning to the intelligent computer in the holographic image. Next, we need to conduct further tests to ensure the long-term stability of the system. At the same time, we can begin researching how to apply these energies to our weapon and space jump systems. The intelligent computer nodded in agreement. Understood. Long-term stability tests and application research will be conducted next. Yan Jilingma looked at the Power Stone and Space Stone, his eyes gleaming with fervor. This is just the beginning. Future research will bring us greater power and broader prospects. Umbrella Headquarters will enter a new era because of this research. The majestic snowy peaks of the Himalayas shimmered in the afterglow of the setting sun, and a serene atmosphere permeated the cold air. In a secluded temple, Sorcerer Ancient One, a profound and wise, yet somewhat mischievous old Sorcerer Ancient One, was in a warm room, gesturing for Nathan Hawke and Thor to sit down for tea. Ancient One was dressed in traditional sorcerer robes, smiling as she watched her two guests. "Please sit, have some tea," Ancient One said kindly, her gaze seemingly able to see through everything. Nathan Hawke and Thor each found a cushion and sat down, Thor somewhat reservedly holding his teacup, while Nathan appeared more composed. The aroma of tea wafted through the warm room, seemingly dispelling the cold outside. Ancient One smiled as she watched Thor, her gaze flickering slightly within him. "Thor, it seems the power of the Reality Stone has merged within you. I am very curious, how did you manage that?" Thor frowned, appearing somewhat uneasy, but still began to explain. "It's a complex story, Ancient One. The power of the Reality Stone merged into my body during a battle, and I am still learning how to control it." Ancient One nodded, then turned her gaze to Nathan Hawke. "I hear you now possess the Space Stone and the Power Stone. Can you tell me how you intend to use these two Infinity Stones?" Nathan smiled as he took a sip of tea, replying, "Master Ancient One, my plan is to ensure the safety and stability of these Infinity Stones. The Power Stone's energy can be used to enhance defensive systems, while the Space Stone can help us move quickly when needed. But I also understand that the power of these Infinity Stones cannot be easily abused." Ancient One nodded with satisfaction, continuing, "In that case, there are now 3 Infinity Stones on Earth. My Time Stone, your Space Stone and Power Stone, plus the Reality Stone within Thor." Her tone became more serious. "We must proceed with caution. The power of these Infinity Stones is not to be underestimated." Thor put down his teacup and asked, "Ancient One, where are the other Infinity Stones, the Mind Stone and the Soul Stone?" Ancient One slowly said, "The Mind Stone is here with me. I personally recovered it. As for the Soul Stone, it is still in some corner of the universe." Nathan frowned. "So, apart from the Soul Stone, all the other Infinity Stones are among us?" Ancient One nodded. "Precisely, and that is why I invited you here today. We need a thorough plan to ensure these Infinity Stones do not fall into enemy hands, while also reasonably utilizing their power to protect Earth." The 3 fell silent for a moment, looking at each other, understanding in their hearts that this was not merely about controlling power, but also a responsibility. Ancient One smiled, breaking the silence. "Come, let us continue to drink tea. There are many more things to discuss." The Himalayan wind and snow quietly danced outside the window, while the 3 inside, amidst the warm aroma of tea, began their deep contemplation and strategizing about the future. Inside the Ancient One's temple, Nathan Hawke took his last sip of tea, feeling a warmth spread through the cold environment. He nodded slightly, expressing his gratitude to the Ancient One. "Thank you for your hospitality, Ancient One." Nathan Hawke stood up, his voice filled with respect. The Ancient One smiled and waved, opening a portal that led to the Hawke Group's headquarters lobby. "Nathan Hawke, I hope you can properly manage the power of these stones." Nathan Hawke nodded in response. "I will do my best." Then he looked at Thor. "Next time you really have time, come find me for a drink." Absolutely. Absolutely. Thor raised his hand and gave a thumbs up, indicating his affirmation. Stepping through the portal, he returned to the Hawk Group, where the modern office environment immediately enveloped him. The spacious and bright lobby, flickering holographic screens, and bustling employees all seemed orderly. He quickly entered his office, and the AI's holographic image immediately appeared before him. "Boss, welcome back." The AI's voice was calm and professional. Nathan Hawk nodded. I need to see Dr. Ryoma Janjai's research report." The AI immediately responded, pulling up a detailed report with complex data and charts flashing on the holographic screen. "This is Dr. Ryoma Janjai's latest research report on the energy combination of the Power Stone and the Space Stone. He suggests you go to Umbrella headquarters as soon as possible for a detailed discussion." Nathan Hawk carefully reviewed the report, the immense energy potential revealed in the data making him ponder for a long time. "Contact Ryoma Janjai and tell him I will leave for Umbrella headquarters immediately," Nathan Hawk decisively gave the order. The AI quickly executed the command. "Dr. Ryoma Janjai has been notified. He is waiting for you at Umbrella headquarters." Nathan Hawk collected his thoughts, then left the office, and took the elevator directly to the private helipad on the top floor. The roar of the engine echoed in his ears, but his thoughts became even clearer. A more stable possibility of traversing parallel universes? After Nathan Hawk returned to the Hawk Group's headquarters through the portal, the Ancient One and Thor sat down again, continuing to enjoy the warm tea. The Ancient One's gaze fell on Thor, with a deep and wise expression. "Thor, how is Asgard recently?" the Ancient One asked, her voice full of concern. Thor put down his teacup, his brow slightly furrowed. "Asgard is experiencing turmoil. Although Father's power is still strong, I can feel his exhaustion and pressure. Enemies are constantly increasing, and there are also discordant voices within." The Ancient One nodded, a hint of thought flashing in her eyes. "Odin is a great king, but every dynasty will experience challenges and trials. As the heir, the responsibility on your shoulders is even greater." Thor took a deep breath, a hint of confusion in his eyes. "I have been trying to be a good king, but sometimes I doubt my own abilities. I not only have to face enemies, but also maintain the trust and peace of the people." The Ancient One smiled, her voice filled with encouragement. "A true king not only needs strength, but also wisdom and humility. You have these qualities, you just need more time to hone them. Remember, leadership is not just about commanding, but also about guiding and caring." Thor nodded, a relieved expression on his face. "Thank you, Ancient One. Your words have helped me regain my confidence." The Ancient One's gaze turned to the Reality Stone within Thor, frowning slightly. "Thor, the Reality Stone within you, its power is very powerful and dangerous. Have you found a way to control it?" Thor sighed. "The power of the Reality Stone makes me feel incredibly powerful, but it also makes me feel confused and afraid. I can change reality, but I don't know if doing so will cause greater chaos." The Ancient One nodded, a hint of wisdom flashing in her eyes. "The power of the Reality Stone is a double-edged sword. Changing reality means you are interfering with the natural order. You must maintain inner peace, establish a connection with the stone, understand its essence, rather than just trying to control it." Thor pondered. "You mean I need to communicate with it, understand its intentions?" The Ancient One smiled and nodded. "Exactly. Each Infinity Stone has its unique power and will. Only by understanding their essence can you truly master them." A hint of determination appeared on Thor's face. "I will work hard to learn and find a way to coexist with the Reality Stone." The Ancient One smiled with satisfaction. "Thor, your determination and humility are your greatest strengths." Thor suddenly remembered the crisis on Earth, his eyes becoming serious. "Ancient One, what do you think of our current situation? Earth is facing more and more threats. How should we respond?" The Ancient One's expression became solemn. "Earth is indeed facing an unprecedented crisis now, with various powerful forces stirring. We need to unite all possible forces to protect Earth. This is not only our responsibility, but also our destiny." Thor nodded. "I will do my best to protect Earth. We must find a way for all forces to work together." Especially on work together, Thor's enunciation was very heavy, as if hinting at something. The Ancient One understood Thor's words, looked out the window, and a hint of worry flashed in her eyes. "Thor, what are your thoughts on Ragnarok?" Thor's expression became heavy. "Ragnarok is Asgard's ultimate catastrophe. I have been searching for a solution, but each omen makes me uneasy. The Ancient One turned her head, her gaze deep. Ragnarok is part of fate, but fate is not unchangeable. Through wisdom and courage, we may be able to change the outcome. The key is to find the true source of power and understand the essence of Ragnarok. Thor took a deep breath. I understand. I will continue to seek answers and protect Asgard and Earth. The Ancient One showed a slight smile. Thor, you have already demonstrated the wisdom and courage of a king. Remember, no matter what challenges you face, we will fight alongside you. Thor smiled and raised his teacup. Thank you, Ancient One. Your teachings are of great significance to me. The Ancient One raised her cup in response, her eyes full of satisfaction. Everything will be fine, Thor. We are all working hard for the future of this universe. The snow in the Himalayas still danced outside the window, while the conversation indoors slowly unfolded amidst the aroma of tea. Nathan Hawke arrived at Umbrella headquarters by helicopter. The modern architectural complex shimmered with the light of technology. The helicopter landed on the helipad on the top floor of the headquarters. He quickly disembarked and walked towards the elevator, heading directly for the underground laboratory. Exiting the elevator, he stepped into a spacious laboratory, where the surrounding walls glowed with a cold blue light, and various high-tech equipment were neatly arranged, emitting a faint fluorescence. Ryoma Janjai was already waiting in the center of the laboratory. Upon seeing Nathan Hawke, he immediately came forward. Boss, Ryoma Janjai began, we have just completed the latest tests on the Power Stone and the Space Stone. Nathan Hawke nodded, motioning for him to continue. Ryoma Janjai operated the control console in front of him, and complex data and charts flickered on the display screen. According to our research, the energy of the Power Stone and the Space Stone has successfully achieved preliminary stable fusion. We are able to control these energies for space jumps, but there are still some subtle fluctuations that need further adjustment. Nathan Hawke carefully reviewed the data and asked, where exactly is the problem? Ryoma Janjai pointed to a fluctuation graph on the screen. The main issue is that during high-frequency energy conversion, there will be a brief energy imbalance, which may lead to instability in space transmission. We need to find a way to further balance these energy fluctuations. Nathan Hawke nodded in understanding. Have you found a solution? A complex light flashed in Ryoma Janjai's eyes. Yes, boss. We are considering cloning unconscious humans using America Chavez Miss America's blood. Through the special genetic structure of these clones, we can enhance our control over the Power Stone and the Space Stone. These clones will not possess consciousness and will be completely controlled by us, thus allowing for more stable use of parallel universe traversal technology. Nathan Hawke pondered for a moment and asked, how feasible is this method? Ryoma Janjai opened another set of data. According to our simulation experiments, this method can effectively balance energy fluctuations and significantly improve the stability of space transmission. However, further experiments are needed to verify its safety and feasibility. Nathan Hawke nodded. Continue to advance in this direction, ensuring that all experiments are conducted under strictly controlled conditions. Ryoma Janjai responded, understood, boss. In addition, Quates and Tony Stark have successfully traversed to the target parallel universe through our positioning system, preparing to take action against Baron Mordo. Nathan Hawke nodded, motioning for Ryoma Janjai to continue. Ryoma Janjai operated the control console, and a model of a huge battleship, the Dark Star, appeared on the display screen. He pointed to the model and said, Boss, we also found that the energy emitted by the Power Stone and the Space Stone provides us with an excellent opportunity to update and modify the Dark Star's power energy system. Nathan Hawke looked at the display screen with interest. How exactly is it achieved? Ryoma Janjai continued to explain. We have designed an energy recovery device suitable for the Dark Star, which can collect the energy emitted by the Power Stone and the Space Stone. Through efficient energy conversion technology, we can convert this energy into the Dark Star's power source. This can not only greatly improve the Dark Star's endurance, but also enhance its combat power and defense system. Nathan Hawke nodded, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. How mature is this technology? Has it already been tested? Ryoma Janjai quickly pulled up a set of experimental data. We have conducted multiple simulation tests in a laboratory environment, and the results show that this energy recovery and conversion system is very stable, and the energy efficiency ratio has reached expectations. Next, we plan to conduct small-scale field tests on the dark star to verify its performance in a real environment. Nathan Hawke pondered for a moment, then said, "Very good, this will provide a huge advantage for our strategic deployment. You must ensure that all tests are conducted under the strictest safety measures, and any risks must be estimated and prevented in advance." Ryoma Janjai nodded in understanding. "Understood, boss. We will fully consider various potential problems to ensure the safety and stability of the energy recovery system." Nathan Hawke looked at the dark star model on the display screen with satisfaction. "Continue to advance this project and complete the testing and modification work as soon as possible. We need the dark star to play its maximum role in future battles. At the same time, our own battleship must also begin design. The AI's computing power and the Shimaja will be extensively mobilized for you." Ryoma Janjai solemnly responded, "Yes, boss. We will do our best. It's been hard work. Report any progress to me immediately." Ryoma Janjai watched Nathan Hawke leave the laboratory, then quickly turned around and continued to immerse himself in intense scientific research. As Nathan Hawke walked out of the laboratory, a clerical Shimaja approached him. It was slender, looking like a well-dressed business person, with a streamlined design and delicate features that made it appear very elegant. This Shimaja, named Beta, was specifically responsible for data organization and reporting. "Boss," Beta said in a calm and gentle voice, "I have the latest report on Shimaja lifesteal orders to report to you." Nathan Hawke nodded, motioning for Beta to continue. Beta opened the holographic tablet in its hand, and a series of data and charts quickly appeared on the display screen. "Recently, we have received billions of Shimaja orders, covering major regions around the globe. Each region has different priorities for Shimaja." Beta adjusted the screen to show detailed regional divisions. In North America, lifestyle Shimaja orders are mainly concentrated in household assistance and medical care. Customers have extremely high demand for efficient, thoughtful household management and 24-hour health monitoring systems. Nathan Hawke carefully reviewed the data and asked, "What is the specific order volume?" Beta quickly replied, "The order volume in North America has currently exceeded 50 million units, and this number is still growing." Nathan Hawke nodded, and Beta continued to report. "In Europe, the demand for Shimaja is mainly concentrated in education and elderly care. Schools and educational institutions have an extremely strong demand for intelligent teaching assistants, and nursing homes and home care institutions also have a very large demand for 24/7 care robots." Beta adjusted the screen to show detailed data for Europe. The order volume in Europe is currently 30 million units, also showing an upward trend. Nathan Hawke looked at these data with satisfaction, and Beta continued. "In Asia, especially East Asia, the demand for Shimaja is mainly concentrated in the service industry and industrial assistance. Intelligent customer service and automated production line assistance are very popular in these regions." Beta pointed to the order data on the display screen. "The order volume in Asia has reached 20 million units." Nathan Hawke pondered for a moment, then said, "Continue to maintain dynamic monitoring of the market, ensuring that we can timely meet the needs of various regions. At the same time, pay special attention to the quality of orders and after-sales service, ensuring that every customer is satisfied." Beta nodded in response. "Understood, boss. We will continue to optimize production and service processes to ensure product quality and customer satisfaction." Nathan Hawke looked at Beta with satisfaction. "Well done, keep it up." Beta bowed slightly, then turned and left, continuing to immerse itself in intense work. Nathan Hawke, meanwhile, walked to another conference room, preparing for the next strategic deployment. After the strategic meeting for the group battle concluded, Nathan Hawke stepped into the elevator and pressed the button for the 10th underground floor. As the elevator rapidly descended, his thoughts gradually settled. Upon reaching the 10th underground floor, the elevator doors slowly opened, revealing a brand new gravity training room before him. The training room exuded a sci-fi atmosphere. Its walls were made of alloy material, shimmering with a faint blue luminescence. Complex energy arrays were etched onto the floor, capable of adjusting gravity intensity in real time and simulating various extreme environments. A faint metallic scent permeated the air, and various data and parameters scrolled across display screens. Standing in the center of the room was a tall, well-proportioned Shumeja named Titan. Titan's design integrated sports, ergonomics, and combat technology. His appearance was streamlined and powerful, with every muscle meticulously designed to ensure optimal athletic performance and combat capability. "Boss," Titan said in a deep, powerful voice, bowing to Nathan Hawk, "welcome to the gravity training room. I have prepared all the warm-up training equipment for you." Nathan Hawk nodded, looking around and said, "Very good, Titan. Let's begin." Titan walked to the control panel and quickly operated it. The surrounding gravity parameters began to change, and the display screen showed the current gravity intensity and training plan. Today's training will simulate the gravity environment of Mars and gradually increase to the gravity intensity of Jupiter. We have also prepared dynamic obstacles and simulated enemies to help you improve your combat skills. Nathan Hawk changed into his training attire and walked into the training area, feeling the subtle changes in the ground beneath his feet. The gravity gradually intensified, making his every step heavy and steady. He took a deep breath, feeling his entire body's muscles begin to adapt to the new gravity environment. "Titan, activate Phase 1 of training," Nathan Hawk said. Titan operated the control panel, and the surrounding walls began to change, simulating the terrain and obstacles of the Martian surface. Dynamic obstacles and virtual enemies appeared one by one, awaiting Nathan Hawk's challenge. "Training begins, boss. Please be careful," Titan reminded him. Nathan Hawk stepped into the training area, where the surrounding gravity environment had been adjusted to Martian levels. He felt a slight tremor on the ground. The simulated Martian terrain made his every step less effortless. "Phase 1 training, begin," Nathan Hawk murmured to himself, his gaze sharp as he stared ahead. Dynamic obstacles began to move, and Nathan Hawk swiftly dodged, his body flexibly weaving between various impediments. Although the increased gravity added difficulty, he still moved as smoothly as flowing water. Then, virtual enemies began to appear, and he quickly entered combat mode, striking with his fists and feet mercilessly, precisely and powerfully knocking down every enemy. The training lasted for about half an hour, with Titan continuously adjusting the gravity intensity, gradually increasing it to Jupiter's level. At this point, Nathan Hawk felt every muscle in his normal body working under strain, but he remained calm and confident, completing various high-difficulty combat maneuvers and obstacle evasions. Warm-up concluded. Entering high-intensity training, Titan's voice sounded in his ear. Nathan Hawk nodded slightly, taking a deep breath. The training scenario changed again. The surrounding obstacles became more complex, and the virtual enemies' attacks grew more ferocious. Nathan Hawk rose to the challenge, his fists and feet striking the enemies like steel, mercilessly knocking down every opponent. "These are still just a warm-up for me," Nathan Hawk mused to himself. Titan observed Nathan Hawk's performance and quickly adjusted the training plan. "Boss, you are performing excellently. We will now enter the highest difficulty training mode." Nathan Hawk nodded in agreement. The gravity intensity reached its limit, but he still maintained stability and efficiency. The number and strength of virtual enemies significantly increased, but he knocked them down one by one with precise strikes and agile evasions. 4 hours later, Nathan Hawk's training neared its end, and the entire training scene gradually returned to calm. He breathed slightly, sweat trickling down his forehead. "Today's training is over," Titan said, with a hint of admiration in his voice. Nathan Hawk relaxed his body and walked to the Chinese letter, picking up a towel to wipe away the sweat. "These exercises aren't of much help to me, but at least they keep my body in shape." Titan nodded. "Boss, your physical qualities already far surpass ordinary people. These exercises are merely to maintain your optimal state. If you have new training needs, you can tell me anytime, and I will devise a more challenging training plan for you." Nathan Hawk smiled slightly. "I'll consider it, Titan. Now I need to clear my mind." Inside the gravity training room, Nathan Hawk slowly closed his eyes and began to calmly reflect on his powers. He felt the heavy gravity pressing down around him, and the slight fatigue from the recent training, but none of these could shake his inner peace. His thoughts gradually cleared, and he began to systematically review the various abilities he possessed, as well as their applications and potential in combat. Firstly, Nathan Hawk's psychokinesis. He could use mental power to manipulate objects and enemies, and even distort space for a short period. This ability gave him immense flexibility and control in combat. Whether used for defense, offense, or movement, psychokinesis could play a huge role. Nathan Hawke knew that psychokinesis was not merely raw power, but an extension of his spirit and will, and through continuous practice, he could use this power more precisely and efficiently in combat. Next was electrical energy. Nathan Hawke's body contained powerful electrical energy. He could freely release electric currents for attack, and even convert electrical energy into pure destructive power. This ability could be used not only for long-range attacks, but also to inflict fatal blows on enemies in close combat. The rapid conductivity of electrical energy made his attacks almost undefendable, and it could also be used to interfere with enemy electronic devices, disrupting their communication and weapon systems. Against mechanical enemies, electrical energy was even his ultimate trump card. The genetic virus was one of Nathan Hawke's most secretive and deadliest methods. Through the genetic virus, he could alter his own genetic structure, enhancing his physical fitness and recovery abilities, and even gaining superhuman strength and speed for a short period. The genetic virus not only kept him in optimal condition during combat, but also allowed him to recover quickly from severe injuries, making it a trump card in his battles. Furthermore, he could use the genetic virus to affect enemies, weakening their physical fitness and combat effectiveness, making battles easier. The ability of the glint fruit granted Nathan Hawke instantaneous movement and evasion, allowing him to move swiftly in combat, dodge enemy attacks, and also suddenly appear before enemies to launch a fatal strike. The glint fruit's ability made him almost invulnerable in combat. Enemies found it difficult to track his movements, giving him a huge tactical advantage. This ability was not only highly effective in one-on-one combat but also excelled when facing multiple enemies, allowing him to weave through the battlefield like a ghost. The ability of the string fruit allowed Nathan Hawke to create and manipulate fine strings for offense and defense. Although this ability was not the most prominent in his fighting style, it could still play an important role in specific situations. The fine strings could be used to bind enemies, restrict their movements, and even create traps and protective barriers. While Nathan Hawke did not often use the string fruit's ability, he knew its potential and could use it as an unexpected trump card when necessary. De novo cells were Nathan Hawke's most important means of Chinese letter. These cells granted him extraordinary strength and combat abilities, allowing him to gain a significant combat boost in a very short time. De novo cells not only enhanced his physical fitness and combat power, but also endowed him with additional abilities, such as rapid healing and energy bursts. The power of these cells allowed him to quickly gain the upper hand when facing powerful enemies, delivering fatal blows. Although Nathan Hawke possessed armament haki and observation haki, his reliance on these two types of haki in combat was not significant. Armament haki could enhance his defense and attack power, but in the face of his powerful psychokinesis and electrical energy, this enhancement seemed insignificant. Observation haki allowed him to foresee enemy attacks, but due to his combat style, leaning towards active offense and quickly resolving battles, the role of observation haki was relatively limited. Nathan Hawke also had some knowledge of swordsmanship, but in his combat system, swordsmanship was not a primary attack method. He preferred to use psychokinesis and electrical energy for long-range attacks and close combat suppression. While swordsmanship was exquisite in his eyes, it was merely an auxiliary skill and did not hold a core position. In summary, Nathan Hawke's main sources of power in combat stemmed from his psychokinesis, electrical energy, genetic virus, glint fruit, and de novo cells. These abilities complemented each other, making him invincible in battle. He could use psychokinesis for long-range control and attack, electrical energy for efficient destruction and interference, enhance himself and weaken enemies through the genetic virus, use the glint fruit's ability for rapid movement and evasion, and de novo cells allowed him to unleash astonishing combat power at critical moments. In future battles, Nathan Hawke will continue to hone these abilities, improving his combat skills and strategies. He knew that only by constantly improving himself could he remain undefeated when facing stronger enemies. He would use psychokinesis more precisely, further master various applications of electrical energy, optimize the use of the genetic virus, enhance the glint-glint fruits movement techniques, and detonate the power of Genova cells at the most crucial moments. Nathan Hawke knew that future battles would be more intense and complex, but he was also full of confidence. He possessed powerful strength and unwavering will. No matter what challenges he faced, he would rise to them and protect himself and everything he cherished. He meditated in the gravity training room, feeling the flow of his own power and the release of his potential, his heart filled with endless fighting spirit and anticipation for the future. As his thoughts gradually settled, Nathan Hawke slowly opened his eyes, a firm light shimmering within them. It's time to go to a new world. World Traversal, Naruto. Location, Land of Waves. Duration, 1 month. Personnel, Nathan Hawke Doflamingo Borsellino. Anchor points available in this world, anchor point set. Boss, is this where we'll be staying for a month? Borsellino asked in his usual languid tone. Nathan Hawke nodded, his sharp gaze sweeping across their surroundings. Yes, this is the world of Naruto. We have 1 month. Doflamingo revealed a cunning smile. So what's our mission? Just follow my arrangements, Nathan Hawke said calmly. As they were discussing, a fierce battle sound echoed from a distance. Nathan Hawke gestured for the two to be quiet, and the three quickly concealed themselves, moving towards the sound. By a river not far away they witnessed an intense battle. The members of Team 7 Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and their teacher Kakashi were fiercely fighting a ninja wielding a giant Kubikirabocho. This ninja was Zabuza Mamachi, and beside him was a seemingly delicate but agile young man Haku. Zabuza held the enormous Kubikirabocho, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. Each swing of his blade carried astonishing power and speed, and the air was filled with the sharp sound of the blade cutting through it. Kakashi, on the other side, stood calmly, his Sharingan slightly rotating, capturing every subtle movement. Zabuza let out a low growl and quickly charged at Kakashi, his blade aimed directly at Kakashi's head. Kakashi deftly dodged, instantly drawing a kunai to counterattack. The kunai and the large blade clashed, emitting a piercing metallic sound. The two quickly distanced themselves, and a hint of appreciation appeared in Zabuza's eyes. Your reaction speed is good, little dog. Kakashi calmly looked back. Your swordsmanship isn't bad either, but your movements are too straightforward. Zabuza sneered, then try this. He quickly formed hand signs, water style, water dragon jutsu. A giant water dragon leaped from the river, baring its fangs and claws as it lunged at Kakashi. Kakashi immediately formed hand signs, quickly completing the same jutsu, water style, water dragon jutsu. Another water dragon met it head-on, and the two water dragons collided violently in midair, scattering water everywhere. Using the mist created by the colliding water dragons, Zabuza quickly disappeared into the thick fog. Kakashi vigilantly scanned his surroundings, his Sharingan flickering slightly, attempting to penetrate the dense fog to find his opponent's trace. Zabuza's voice came from the mist, tinged with a hint of mockery. Hidden mist jutsu, this is my territory. Here you can't see anything clearly. Kakashi sneered. Do you think a little mist can trap me? He quickly formed hand signs, wind style, great break, through. A powerful gust of wind roared out from Kakashi's hands, scattering the surrounding thick fog and revealing Zabuza's figure. Zabuza hadn't expected Kakashi to use such a wide-range wind jutsu, and a hint of surprise flashed across his face, but he quickly adjusted, gripping Kubikirabocho tightly, and charged at Kakashi again. Do you have enough chakra? Enough to deal with you. Kakashi calmly met the challenge, and the two clashed again. Zabuza's swordsmanship was fierce and direct, each strike carrying a deadly intent. Kakashi, on the other hand, dodged flexibly, using his Sharingan's insight to precisely predict Zabuza's every move. Their battle had already gone through dozens of rounds within a few short seconds, each collision sparking intense fire. Your Sharingan is indeed powerful, but my blade will not lose to anyone. Zabuza roared suddenly, his blade carrying a fierce gust of wind, striking directly at Kakashi's head. Kakashi slightly turned his body, the blade grazing his cheek, leaving a faint trace of blood. His eyes remained calm, and he quickly countered with a reverse grip, thrusting his kunai directly at Zabuza's waist. Zabuza blocked the attack with his large blade, using the momentum to retreat and create distance. The two gasped as they stared at each other, a hint of apprehension now in Zabuza's eyes. Copy Ninja Kakashi, you are indeed no ordinary ninja. Kakashi smiled faintly, his eyes gleaming with determination. I will protect my students. I won't let you harm them. Zabuza's face darkened. Then let's see who will have the last laugh. On the other side of the battlefield, Haku sighed softly, clasped his hands together, and formed complex hand signs. The surrounding air instantly grew cold. Ice style. Ice mirror jutsu. Countless crystal, clear, ice mirrors rose from the ground, quickly forming an ice mirror array around Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura Haruno. Haku's figure appeared in each ice mirror, and he said gently, "Please don't continue. I don't want to hurt you." Naruto, full of confidence, had a hint of disdain on his lips. "Don't think you can scare us with these ice blocks." Sasuke sneered, his eyes gleaming with fighting spirit. Each, you still don't know how strong I am." Sakura Haruno, on the other hand, tightly gripped the kunai in her hand, her eyes filled with determination. "We won't give up easily." Haku's voice remained gentle, but it carried a hint of helplessness. "Since you've decided to continue fighting, then I won't hold back either." Naruto was the first to attack. He quickly formed hand signs, multiple shadow clone jutsu. Instantly, multiple Naruto clones appeared on the battlefield. They simultaneously charged at Haku, attempting to break through the ice mirror array. Sasuke followed closely, forming hand signs and quickly unleashing a jutsu, fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. A giant fireball shot towards Haku, attempting to melt the ice mirrors with flames. Sakura Haruno stood in the back, quickly drawing several shuriken from her ninja pouch and throwing them forcefully at Haku, attempting to distract him. Haku's ice mirror jutsu was incredibly powerful. His figure moved rapidly within each ice mirror, easily dodging Naruto's clones and Sasuke's fireball attack. The fireball hit an ice mirror, generating a large amount of steam, but the ice mirror remained as solid as ever. "I'm very sorry," Haku said in a low voice, quickly forming hand signs, ice style. 1,000 flying water needles of death. Countless ice needles shot out from the ice mirrors, aimed directly at Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura Haruno. Naruto's clones quickly blocked in front, but the ice needles pierced through the clones and vanished into the air. Sasuke agilely dodged, and although he avoided most of the ice needles, a few still grazed his body, leaving faint wounds. The remaining few ice needles flew towards Sakura Haruno, who, at the last moment, blocked some with her kunai, but her movements were noticeably slower than Naruto and Sasuke's, and a tense expression appeared on her face. Haku's figure flickered continuously within the ice mirrors, and he continued to gently warn. "Your strength is good, but within this ice mirror array, I hold an absolute advantage. Please stop, don't inflict any more harm." Naruto gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with an unyielding fighting spirit. "We won't give up, Sasuke. Sakura, are you ready?" Sasuke sneered, gripping his kunai tightly as he looked at Haku. "Shut up, dead last." Sakura Haruno, though nervous, showed determination in her eyes. "I'll do my best to support you." A hint of sadness appeared in Haku's eyes. "In that case, let me witness your resolve." Haku's figure moved rapidly within the ice mirrors, his eyes filled with sadness and determination. He sighed softly, then quickly formed hand signs, ice style, demonic mirroring ice crystals. More ice mirrors emerged from the ground, completely trapping the 3 members of Team 7. Haku's figure flickered in every ice mirror, as if he were everywhere. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura Haruno were separated, but they could still see each other's situations through the ice mirrors. Naruto gritted his teeth, quickly forming hand signs, multiple shadow clone jutsu. A large number of shadow clones instantly appeared. However, Haku's speed was too fast. He moved within each ice mirror, quickly appearing before each shadow clone, precisely destroying them with ice needles. Every time a shadow clone disappeared, Naruto felt a pang of pain. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Naruto once again increased the number of shadow clones, but the result was the same. Haku's ice needles continuously pierced through the shadow clones, eventually striking the real Naruto. Naruto fell to the ground, his arms and legs pierced by ice needles. Although there wasn't much bleeding, the pain still made his face turn pale. "Naruto!" Sakura Haruno exclaimed, but she was also surrounded by Haku's ice mirrors and couldn't get close. Sasuke, seeing Naruto injured, was enraged. He formed hand signs, fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. A giant fireball rushed towards the ice mirrors, but Haku's figure deftly dodged, and the ice mirrors remained as solid as ever. Sasuke sneered, quickly approaching the ice mirrors, attempting to attack with his kunai, but Haku appeared before him again. Too slow, Haku said in a low voice, and his ice needles flew out again, aimed directly at Sasuke. Although Sasuke quickly dodged, he was still struck by the ice needles, leaving several terrifying superficial wounds, and blood flowed out. Sasuke! Sakura Haruno exclaimed again, her eyes full of worry, but she was trapped in the ice mirror array and couldn't rescue him. Haku looked at Sakura Haruno, a hint of gentleness in his eyes. You don't need to be involved in this battle. His gestures softened slightly, and he did not launch a fatal attack on Sakura Haruno. Nevertheless, Sakura Haruno still felt immense pressure. He tightly gripped her kunai, struggling to remain calm. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura Haruno were separately trapped in the ice mirror array, and they all suffered varying degrees of injury. Naruto clutched his wounds, gritting his teeth and persevering. Sasuke, though bleeding, still had a burning fighting spirit in his eyes. Sakura Haruno, though not fatally wounded, was filled with anxiety and a sense of powerlessness. Haku stood in the center of the ice mirror array, looking at the three members of Team 7, and sighed softly. Your resolve moves me, but I cannot allow you to disrupt Lord Zabuza's plan. Please forgive me. On the other side of the battle, both Zabuza and Kakashi felt the tense atmosphere. Zabuza glanced in Haku's direction, a cold sneer forming on his lips, then turned to look at Kakashi. It seems your students aren't doing so well, Kakashi, Zabuza mocked, the Kyubikirobacho in his hand gleaming coldly. Kakashi frowned slightly, his sharingan flickering. Zabuza, your assistant isn't simple either. However, you should take care of yourself first. Zabuza sneered, and quickly charged at Kakashi, raising Kyubikirobacho high and bringing it down with a powerful gust of wind. Kakashi quickly dodged to the side, and with a reverse swing of the kunai in his hand, aimed directly at Zabuza's waist. Zabuza agilely turned, blocking the kunai's attack with his large blade. The blade and kunai clashed, emitting a piercing metallic sound. The two quickly distanced themselves, their eyes filled with fighting spirit. Zabuza wasted no more words, quickly forming hand signs, water style, great waterfall jutsu. A massive torrent of water surged from behind Zabuza, rushing towards Kakashi with unstoppable force. Kakashi calmly formed hand signs, quickly performing an in-jutsu. Earth style wall. A sturdy earth wall rose from the ground, blocking Zabuza's water torrent. The water crashed against the earth wall, splashing water everywhere, but the earth wall remained firm. Zabuza snorted coldly, and quickly charged at Kakashi, his Kyubikirobacho once again swinging down with a fierce gust of wind. Kakashi, using the earth wall as cover, quickly dodged to the side, his kunai thrusting directly at Zabuza's flank. Zabuza blocked with his large blade, and the two clashed again, blades and kunai continuously colliding, sparks flying everywhere. Zabuza's strength and speed were both astonishing, but Kakashi, relying on the insight of his sharingan and his agile movements, continuously diffused Zabuza's attacks. The two quickly distanced themselves, both panting, but the fighting spirit in their eyes grew even more intense. Zabuza looked at Kakashi with disdain. Your defense is indeed good, but how long can you last? Kakashi calmly responded. As long as I protect my students, time is not an issue. Zabuza once again formed hand signs, water style, water dragon jutsu. A giant water dragon leaped from the water, lunging directly at Kakashi. Kakashi quickly formed hand signs performing the same jutsu, water style, water dragon jutsu. Another water dragon met it head-on, and the two water dragons collided violently in midair, scattering water everywhere. Zabuza, using the water dragon as cover, once again closed in on Kakashi, his Kyubikirobacho hung down with a fierce killing intent. Kakashi quickly retreated, using his kunai to block. With a bang, Kakashi quickly retreated, suppressing the blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, and at the same time quickly formed hand signs, lightning style, lightning blade. A powerful surge of lightning erupted from Kakashi's hand, shooting directly at Zabuza. A hint of surprise flashed in Zabuza's eyes, but he quickly adjusted, using his large blade to block the lightning attack. Although he took a considerable impact, he still stood his ground. Haku's figure flickered in the ice mirror, and he gently gazed at the 3 members of Team 7, his voice still calm. You are already severely injured, and continuing to fight will only increase your pain. Please surrender. Sasuke's injuries were clearly more severe than the other 2. Blood flowed from his wounds, and his face was pale, but his eyes were still full of fighting spirit. He stood firm with all his might, looking coldly at Haku. We will not surrender. With his one Tomo sharing and activated, Sasuke struggled with his last bit of strength. Fire style. Great fireball jutsu. Haku sighed softly, his heart filled with conflict. He didn't want to harm these young ninjas, but he had to fulfill Lord Zabuza's orders. He formed hand seals again, preparing to launch a new round of attacks. Ice style. 1,000 flying water needles of death. Countless ice needles once again flew out from the ice mirror, aiming directly at Sasuke. Perfect Sasuke! When Naruto saw Sasuke's injuries, his inner anger and anxiety instantly erupted. He felt the 9 tails chakra surging within him, and a red chakra glow emanated from his entire body. His eyes turned into beast eyes, whisker-like markings appeared on his face, and his fingernails and toenails became sharper. The 9 tails chakra surged through him, and his demeanor became wild and dangerous. Naruto? Sakura Haruno looked at the change before her in surprise. She could feel the powerful force erupting from Naruto's body, but why was her own body so afraid? Naruto let out a low growl, his eyes flashing crimson. He charged at Haku, his speed and strength several times greater than before. Haku hadn't expected such a change in Naruto, and was instantly suppressed. How is this possible? Haku was shocked, but he remained calm, quickly forming hand seals, trying to activate his ice-style jutsu again. However, Naruto was too fast. He shattered the ice mirror behind Haku with a single punch, sending ice shards flying. Haku was forced to retreat. Naruto continued his assault, each of his attacks carrying the immense power of the 9 tails chakra. Haku barely defended, but was clearly at a disadvantage. Naruto's speed was too great. He shattered the ice mirror behind Haku with a single punch, sending ice shards flying. Haku was forced to retreat. Naruto continued his assault, each of his attacks carrying the immense power of the 9 tails chakra. Haku barely defended, but was clearly at a disadvantage. Naruto's eyes were hollow, filled with wildness and rage. His fists continuously swung out, each blow carrying a berserk force. Haku quickly formed hand seals, attempting to counterattack. Ice style, ice mirror jutsu. However, as soon as the ice mirror formed, it was shattered by Naruto's punch. Ice mirror fragments flew through the air, and Haku was forced to continuously retreat. Haku formed hand seals again, releasing more ice needles. Ice style. 1,000 flying water needles of death. Countless ice needles shot towards Naruto, but Naruto swung his fists, and the red barrier formed by the 9 tails chakra easily blocked all the ice needles. The ice needles shattered around Naruto, and he continued to approach Haku unharmed. Whenever Haku tried to counterattack, Naruto's attacks were always swift and fierce, interrupting his jutsu. Haku's movements became slower and slower, and his defense grew more and more fatigued. Each of Naruto's punches carried destructive power, and Haku's body was barely able to stand under the immense impact. Naruto suddenly leaped into the air, his fists clenched, and the red 9 tails chakra surged around him, forming a terrifying force. He smashed down towards Haku's head. If this blow connected, Haku would almost certainly die. Just as Naruto's fist was about to land, a giant hand suddenly appeared in the air, firmly grasping Naruto's wrist. Naruto froze for a moment, roaring as he tried to break free, but the strength of this hand made him unable to move. Calm down, brat. Doflamingo's voice carried a cold mockery. His figure appeared between Naruto and Haku, holding the rampaging Naruto. Doflamingo gazed at the rampaging Naruto, his eyes flashing with curiosity and disdain. He felt the wild chakra within Naruto, a power that was impressive, but for Doflamingo, it wasn't enough to make him feel fear. This brat's power is indeed extraordinary, Doflamingo sneered, but it's just power. Naruto roared, the 9 tails chakra surging wildly within him, his eyes flashing red, filled with savagery and rage. Naruto struggled to break free from Doflamingo's restraint, swinging his fists, and the chakra-formed energy fluctuations exploded in the air. Doflamingo smiled faintly, and with a slight flick of his finger, countless thin threads suddenly appeared in the air. These threads, like an invisible net, quickly wrapped around Naruto's limbs. Naruto struggled furiously, but these threads were incredibly tough and his strength couldn't budge them. The power of the string fruit is not just this simple, Doflamingo said coldly, his finger moving again. The threads suddenly tightened, forcing Naruto's body to lean forward, and his movements became sluggish. Naruto roared, and the Ninetales chakra formed a red barrier, attempting to shake off the threads. But Doflamingo merely smiled faintly, twisting his finger slightly. The threads changed with his movements, tightly wrapping around Naruto's body, fixing him firmly in place. It seems you still need to learn how to control your power, brat, Doflamingo sneered, moving lightly and quickly appearing in front of Naruto. Naruto glared at Doflamingo in anger, the red glow in his eyes growing more intense. His power was constantly accumulating, ready to erupt. However, Doflamingo didn't give him that chance. With a flick of his finger, the threads suddenly tightened, cutting into Naruto's skin and forcing a painful growl from him. Don't you understand? Power isn't everything, Doflamingo said coldly, the threads in his hand rapidly transforming into a sharp whip, which he mercilessly lashed at Naruto's body. Naruto tried to block with the Ninetales chakra, but the whip's speed and power far exceeded his expectations, striking him hard in the chest. Naruto's body was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, a mouthful of blood spewing from his mouth. Doflamingo showed no mercy, quickly following up and whipping Naruto's limbs again. Each blow carried immense power, and Naruto's body was constantly knocked away, his blood staining the ground. Finally, Doflamingo stood in front of Naruto, looking at him coldly. This is the lesson you deserve, brat. Naruto struggled to lift his head, the red glow in his eyes gradually fading, and the Ninetales chakra also steadily weakening. His body was covered in wounds, blood continuously flowing, but his gaze remained resolute. Still not giving up? Doflamingo chuckled softly, his finger moving again. The threads tightened abruptly, cutting into Naruto's body and eliciting a painful growl from him. Finally, Naruto's body gradually lost strength. His eyes slowly closed, and he collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. Doflamingo retracted the threads, looking coldly at Naruto lying on the ground. Power isn't everything, brat. You still have a lot to learn. He turned to look at the shocked Hoku and Sakura, Haruno saying faintly, your battle is over. Zabuza and Kakashi were engaged in an intense battle when suddenly, they both felt a powerful aura approaching. They immediately stopped their movements, their gazes cautiously turning towards the figure slowly appearing not far away. It was Nathan Hawk. His expression was cold, and there was no emotional fluctuation in his eyes. Kakashi immediately heightened his vigilance, his sharing and slightly rotating, preparing to deal with any sudden situation. Who are you, sir? Nathan Hawk glanced indifferently at Kakashi and Zabuza, his tone cold. If you can satisfy me, I'll tell you. Seeing Nathan Hawk's arrogant words, Zabuza was enraged and sneered. Who do you think you are to be so conceited? Before he finished speaking, Zabuza's Kubikirabacho, with a fierce whoosh, directly at Nathan Hawk. However, Nathan Hawk merely raised his hand casually, and his psychokinesis instantly erupted. Zabuza's attack was blocked by an invisible force, and his body was repelled, falling heavily to the ground. Zabuza angrily got up from the ground, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, his eyes full of shock and anger. You, what kind of monster are you? Nathan Hawk looked at him coldly, his voice icy. If you cannot satisfy me, I will personally kill you. After speaking, Nathan Hawk's body erupted with an astonishing aura, and a powerful pressure instantly enveloped the entire battlefield. The air seemed to be compressed, and Kakashi and Zabuza were shocked by this aura. Zabuza gritted his teeth, cold sweat beading on his forehead, while Kakashi's expression also became extremely grave. Kakashi quickly made a decision and said to Zabuza, let's put aside our grievances for now and deal with him together, otherwise none of us will survive. Zabuza glared at Kakashi. Although he was extremely displeased, he understood that now was not the time for conflict. He gritted his teeth and agreed, all right, let's team up first. Kakashi and Zabuza exchanged glances, quickly standing together, ready to jointly confront this powerful enemy. Nathan Hawk watched them coldly, his hands gently clenching into fists, powerful energy surging around him. His aura was like an insurmountable mountain, pressing down on Kakashi and Zabuza. Kakashi and Zabuza stood together, exchanging a determined look. Nathan Hawk's aura made them realize that this was no ordinary battle. They had to go all out to have a chance at survival. Kakashi whispered. "Zabuza, his strength and speed far exceed ours. We must cooperate closely and utilize our respective advantages." Zabuza nodded, lowering his voice to respond. "I'll use water style to restrain him, and at the same time, look for an opportunity to attack with the Kubikirabacho. Your Sharingan can see through his movements, allowing you to counterattack." Kakashi pondered for a moment, then added, "We need to create enough distractions, using the mist from water style for cover, then launch alternating attacks. His reaction speed is extremely fast, so we can't give him any openings." Zabuza gripped the Kubikirabacho, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. "I'll go all out to ensure he doesn't get a moment to breathe." Kakashi nodded, his eyes filled with determination. "I'll use lightning style to assist with attacks, trying to break through his defenses as much as possible. Our goal is to wear down his stamina, preventing him from unleashing his full power." Zabuza showed a cunning smile. "Good. Since we've decided to team up, let's leave no room for retreat and go all out." Kakashi and Zabuza quickly finalized their strategy. They both adjusted their breathing, and simultaneously consumed a soldier pill, preparing to face this life-for-death battle. Kakashi and Zabuza exchanged glances, quickly entering battle mode. Zabuza was the first to form hand signs, muttering water style. Hidden mist jutsu. A thick mist rapidly spread, enveloping the entire battlefield in a white haze. Kakashi's Sharingan flickered in the fog, tracking Nathan Hawk's every subtle movement. "Your hidden mist jutsu is good, but not good enough," Nathan Hawk said coldly, his figure appearing and disappearing in the mist. Zabuza swiftly charged at Nathan Hawk, his Kubikirabacho cleaving down with a sharp whoosh. Simultaneously, Kakashi quickly formed hand signs and whispered, "Lightning style, Reikiri." Intense lightning erupted in his hand, its light piercing through the thick mist, striking directly at Nathan Hawk. A cold sneer flashed in Nathan Hawk's eyes. He quickly raised his hand, and psychic power burst forth, blocking Zabuza's Kubikirabacho with an invisible force. At the same time, he casually waved his other hand, and electrical energy quickly condensed into a barrier, blocking Kakashi's Reikiri. Kakashi stared in shock at Nathan Hawk, who had blocked his attack with an unperturbed expression. Their attacks seemed to have no effect in front of Nathan Hawk. The immense pressure instantly made Zabuza and Kakashi feel a sense of suffocation. Zabuza gritted his teeth, attempting to launch another attack, but Nathan Hawk's reaction speed was astonishingly fast. His figure flickered through the mist, quickly appearing behind Zabuza, striking him in the back with a punch, sending him flying. Seeing this, Kakashi quickly adjusted his strategy. His Sharingan captured Nathan Hawk's movements, attempting to counterattack. However, Nathan Hawk's speed and strength far exceeded his expectations. He felt a powerful oppressive force coming at him and had to retreat quickly to avoid a direct hit. Nathan Hawk looked at the two coldly, his aura like an insurmountable mountain, pressing down on Kakashi and Zabuza. The two gasped for breath, steadying themselves, their eyes filled with shock and unwillingness. "Your teamwork is good, but far from enough," Nathan Hawk said indifferently, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Zabuza wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, gritting his teeth. "This guy is too strong." Cold sweat had already beaded on Kakashi's forehead, but his gaze remained firm. "We can't give up. We must continue to cooperate and find his weakness." Zabuza and Kakashi exchanged glances, their tacit understanding quickly forming a new tactic. Zabuza made the first move, quickly forming hand signs, gathering a large amount of water-style chakra in his hands. Water-style, Water Dragon Jutsu. A giant water dragon leaped from the ground, baring its fangs and claws as it charged directly at Nathan Hawk. Kakashi followed closely, his Sharingan capturing Nathan Hawk's every subtle movement, quickly forming hand signs. Water style, Water Dragon Jutsu. He perfectly replicated Zabuza's jutsu, and two water dragons attacked Nathan Hawk from left and right. Nathan Hawk stood still, a cold sneer in his eyes. He lightly raised his hand, and psychic power rapidly released. The two water dragons collided in midair, torn into countless water droplets by the powerful psychic force. Zabuza took the opportunity to rush forward, his Kubikirabacho raised high again, striking directly at Nathan Hawk's head with a strong killing intent. Kakashi, meanwhile, moved swiftly on the flank, forming hand signs, preparing to launch the next attack. "Don't you understand yet?" Nathan Hawk said indifferently. His figure suddenly vanished from its spot, reappearing behind Zabuza. Zabuza was startled but reacted quickly, turning sharply to swing his blade. Nathan Hawk casually raised his hand and psychic power burst forth again. Zabuza's Kibikirabacho was blocked by an invisible force, unable to move. At the same time, Nathan Hawk casually waved his other hand, and a powerful electric current shot from his fingertips, heading straight for Kakashi. Kakashi's Sharingan quickly tracked the trajectory of the current, and he instantly retreated, narrowly dodging the fatal blow. He took a deep breath and formed hand signs again, lightning style, Rikiri. Intense lightning erupted in his hand, its light piercing through the thick mist, striking directly at Nathan Hawk. Nathan Hawk chuckled softly. His figure vanished from its spot again. Kakashi's Rikiri missed, and the electric current exploded in the air, emitting a deafening blast. Nathan Hawk's figure suddenly appeared beside Kakashi. He threw a punch, imbued with powerful electrical energy, directly at Kakashi's chest. Kakashi was instantly sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He clutched his chest, struggling to stand up, his eyes still burning with an unyielding fighting spirit. Seeing this, Zabuza attacked again. His Kibikirabacho drew a sharp arc in the air, cleaving directly at Nathan Hawk's head. Nathan Hawk merely shifted his body slightly, easily avoiding the fatal blow. With a flick of his finger, psychic power instantly burst forth, sending Zabuza back several steps. "Your efforts are interesting, but futile," Nathan Hawk said coldly, waving his hands lightly. Psychic power and electrical energy intertwined, forming a powerful energy wave that surged towards Zabuza and Kakashi. Kakashi quickly raised both hands, making a gesture of surrender. "We surrender." Zabuza froze, looking at Kakashi with shock and surprise. "Are you kidding me, Kakashi? You're actually surrendering?" Nathan Hawk smiled slightly, and the energy wave in his hands instantly disappeared. He retracted his power, a hint of amusement in his eyes. "Oh, you're giving up so quickly? That's a bit surprising." Kakashi looked calmly at Nathan Hawk, the red glow in his Sharingan flickering slightly. "I know my own strength. We are no match for you. Besides, my students have already been defeated by you, and I cannot let them suffer any more harm." Zabuza looked at Kakashi angrily, cursing. "Kakashi, you coward. How can you just surrender like that? We still have a chance." Kakashi shook his head, his gaze firm. "Zabuza, this is not cowardice, but self-awareness. I don't want my students and us to die here. As long as he doesn't kill us, what does it matter if we surrender?" Nathan Hawk raised an eyebrow slightly, looking at Kakashi. "Oh, you think I'll let you so easily?" Kakashi took a deep breath and calmly replied. "If you wanted to kill us, we would have no power to resist. But if you truly just wanted to test our strength, then we have already admitted defeat." Nathan Hawk chuckled softly and slowly nodded. "You are quite self-aware, Kakashi. All right, I can let you go." Kakashi bowed slightly, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you." Zabuza gritted his teeth. Although angry, he knew Kakashi was right. Faced with such a powerful enemy, they truly had no chance of winning. In the end, he also chose silence, tacitly agreeing to Kakashi's decision. Kakashi's eyes flickered, and he took a deep breath, asking softly, "Sir, is there anything you need our help with?" Nathan Hawk smiled lightly, his gaze shifting to Zabuza, and he said indifferently, "I don't need your help, but him." He pointed at Zabuza. "I want him to come with me." Zabuza gritted his teeth, anger and unwillingness flickering in his eyes, but in the end, he said softly, "All right, I agree." Nathan Hawk nodded in satisfaction, then turned to look at Kakashi. "Take your students and leave here. Don't come back." Kakashi nodded slightly, quickly walking towards Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, who were lying on the ground. Naruto and Sasuke were still unconscious, while Sakura's face was filled with anxiety. "Sensei." Kakashi patted her shoulder comfortingly. "You did great, Sakura. Let's go." He then carefully carried Naruto and Sasuke on his back, and with Sakura, quickly left the battlefield. Zabuza watched Kakashi leave with Team 7, complex emotions swirling within him. He walked over to the unconscious Hoku, bent down, and gently carried him. Hoku's body was soft and cold, causing a slight pang in Zabuza's heart. "Let's go," Zabuza said to Nathan Hawk, his voice tinged with unwillingness and helplessness. Nathan Hawk nodded, turned and left. Zabuza, carrying Hoku, followed closely. Nathan Hawk's figure led the way, while Zabuza silently trailed behind, his heart filled with uncertainty about the future. Inside Goto's luxurious room, the decor was opulent and magnificent. Zabuza stood in the center of the room, his face tense, cold sweat beating on his forehead. His gaze swept around the room, trying to guess Nathan Hawke's intentions. Everything in the room seemed so unfamiliar and oppressive, preventing him from relaxing his guard. On the main seat, Nathan Hawke was about to speak. His expression was stern, his gaze as sharp as a blade, sending a chill down Zabuza's spine. Zabuza tried to collect his thoughts, half listening and half thinking, constantly guessing Nathan Hawke's upcoming words and intentions. On a nearby sofa, Borsellino lay half reclined, looking lazy, holding a bag of snacks and eating them unhurriedly. His posture was casual, his eyes showing indolence, but Zabuza's intuition told him that this man was no ordinary character. Borsellino had golden hair and wore casual clothes, a lazy smile on his lips. Although his eyes were languid, behind them lay a profound, unfathomable power. Each time Borsellino picked up a snack and gently put it into his mouth, his movements, though seemingly casual, exuded an indescribable elegance and composure. Zabuza's heart was filled with alertness and unease. He didn't know Borsellino, but from the man's appearance and demeanor, he instinctively felt a powerful threat. Zabuza understood that this lazy man before him was definitely a formidable opponent. Yo, little guy, is my hair color really that attention grabbing? Boss made me dye it, you know. Said I'm the yellow flash of the new era, he. No, Zabuza quickly said. Nathan Hawke glanced at Zabuza, a slight smile on his lips, and slowly began, Zabuza, we have some matters that require your attention next. Zabuza suppressed his unease, his gaze occasionally sweeping over Borsellino and Nathan Hawke. Borsellino still leaned lazily on the sofa, slowly eating snacks, as if unconcerned by everything around him. Nathan Hawke, however, calmly watched Zabuza, preparing to give his orders. Zabuza, Nathan Hawke slowly began, a hint of ruthlessness in his voice. I have a mission I need you to carry out. Zabuza immediately focused, a touch of tension in his eyes. Please tell me, my lord. Nathan Hawke's gaze sharpened as he continued, I want you to go to the land of rice fields, and by whatever means necessary, make Orochimaru of the Sound Village notice us. For example, by speaking boastfully of eternal life or similar things. Zabuza, instantly, understood Nathan Hawke's intention. He realized that Nathan Hawke and his group's target was Orochimaru. Although Zabuza had some doubts, he knew he had no choice but to obey the order. Your target is Orochimaru's, Zabuza murmured, more to himself than to anyone else. Nathan Hawke smiled slightly, a glint of appreciation in his eyes. It seems you understood quickly. Yes, our target is Orochimaru. You just need to make sure he notices us. You don't need to worry about the rest. Zabuza nodded, a hint of resolve in his eyes. I understand. I will complete the mission. Nathan Hawke nodded in satisfaction, then called out Doffy. A disgruntled shuffling of footsteps came from outside the door, and Doflamingo pushed it open, a hint of impatience on his face. I have to deal with the trash outside? Doflamingo's appearance was striking. He was tall and robust, with golden hair, dressed in flamboyant clothes, and an arrogant smile on his face. Zabuza glanced at Doflamingo, and immediately felt a strong sense of threat. Zabuza's intuition told him that this man was an extremely dangerous character. Doflamingo's gaze quickly swept the room, pausing on Borsellino, a flicker of apprehension in his eyes. Borsellino was still lazily eating snacks, but his every move exuded an unsettling pressure. Although Doflamingo was arrogant, he knew in his heart that Borsellino's strength far surpassed his own. Borsellino, are you just going to watch us handle these trivial matters? Doflamingo asked coldly, a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. Borsellino lazily lifted his head and smiled slightly. I'm just watching. I won't disturb your work. Besides, with you all handling it, it's enough. Doflamingo snorted and turned to Nathan Hawke. What do you want me to do, my lord? Nathan Hawke smiled slightly and explained, Duffy, I need you to ensure Zabuza safely completes his mission, and at the same time, be constantly vigilant about Orochimaru's movements. I want you to go and test him first. Doflamingo sneered, understood. Leave this small matter to me, it's no big deal. Zabuza felt a slight relief. Although the mission was arduous, with Doflamingo's support, he felt the chances of success were much greater. He nodded again. I will do my best to complete the mission. Nathan Hawke looked at them with satisfaction and continued, Remember, your goal is to draw out Orochimaru, to make him notice you, but not to let him know our true objective. Act carefully and cautiously. Doflamingo sneered. Don't worry, I'll keep a close eye on Zabuza, there won't be any mistakes. Zabuza took a deep breath, preparing to leave the room, his heart filled with determination for the mission. He knew this operation would be a test of his abilities, but he also understood that completing the mission was his only option. Bandage guy, let's go, Doflamingo casually called out, then pushed open the door, turning back to glance at Borsalino, his eyes still holding a mix of apprehension and disdain. Borsalino merely smiled faintly, continuing to lazily eat his snacks, as if unconcerned by it all. Watching the two leave, Borsalino continued to lean lazily on the sofa, slowly taking a pastry from the snack bag and chewing it with enjoyment. However, he suddenly felt a cold gaze from behind him, a silent pressure that forced him to acknowledge it. He slowly turned his head, and saw Nathan Hawke watching him, a hint of unspoken command in his eyes. Borsalino sighed softly, a flicker of helplessness in his gaze, then revealed a lazy smile. I know, Borsalino said in his usual lazy tone, a hint of a working-class attitude in his voice. I will definitely bring that person called Orochim Aru before you, my lord. Nathan Hawke's expression didn't change in the slightest. He gave Borsalino a satisfied look, then turned and walked to the other side of the room. Borsalino watched Nathan Hawke's retreating back, the corner of his mouth curving slightly, and continued to take a pastry from the snack bag, slowly eating it, as if everything that had just happened was just a part of life. Throughout the room, only Borsalino's lazy chewing echoed in the air. His gaze once again became unfocused and languid, as if he didn't care about the upcoming mission. In the land of rice fields, a week had passed, and Zabuza and Doflamingo had been searching for traces of Orochim Aru. They had secretly entered the Sound Village multiple times, but Orochim Aru seemed to have vanished into thin air, showing no signs of appearing. Doflamingo had gained a general understanding of the power of ninjas and ninjutsu in this world. The ninjas here were somewhat similar to the ninjas of Wano country in his own world, but in some aspects they were entirely different. His interest and thoughts about this world's power system began to grow. This day, Zabuza and Doflamingo once again arrived at a clandestine underground exchange, the black market, preparing to check if their posted mission had received any responses. The underground exchange was dim and damp, and the traders all around were of various types, each carrying their own secrets and objectives. As Zabuza and Doflamingo entered the exchange, they attracted many sideways glances. Zabuza coldly surveyed his surroundings, a hint of deterrence in his gaze. Doflamingo, on the other hand, appeared more composed, a hint of disdain in his eyes. They approached the mission board to check if their posted mission had received any responses. Suddenly, a slender figure dressed in black and wearing a mask quietly appeared before them. This female-like figure in black, whose voice was processed to sound deep and muffled, said, I know what you are looking for. Zabuza narrowed his eyes slightly and coldly asked, You know Orochim Aru's whereabouts? The person in black nodded slightly, their voice still processed. Besides the Sound Village, I know Orochim Aru's other hiding places. A flicker of suspicion crossed Zabuza's eyes, but he knew he had no other choice. You'd better not lie to me. If the information you provide is incorrect, I will make you regret it. The person in black calmly replied, My lord Zabuza, the renowned you, I wouldn't dare to deceive. Doflamingo watched the scene from the side with interest, his hands in his pockets, a cold smile on his face. He was not surprised by Zabuza's threat. Instead, he found the scene quite amusing. Zabuza said coldly, If your information is accurate, the reward will not be small. The person in black nodded slightly. I can take you there, but you need to guarantee my safety. Zabuza snorted coldly, As long as your information is true, you don't need to worry about your safety. The person in black nodded gently, then led them out of the underground exchange to a more secluded location. They emerged from the black market. The morning sun filtered through the forest leaves, casting dappled light, and a gentle breeze brought a touch of coolness. Zabuza and Doflamingo followed the person in black, walking through the silent forest. Zabuza's eyes were filled with ill will as he vigilantly scanned his surroundings, a hint of unease rising in his heart. We've arrived, the person in black said in a low voice, stopping and turning their back to the two. Zabuza's gaze was sharp as he coldly stared at the person in black, his tone accusatory. What are we doing here? You'd better give me an explanation. Doflamingo, on the other hand, watched the scene with interest, a disdainful smile on his lips, his hands casually in his pockets, appearing extremely relaxed. The person in black did not answer immediately, but slowly removed their disguise, revealing Orochimaru's cunning and sinister face. His eyes narrowed slightly, and a strange smile played on his lips. "Zabuza, why have you entered the Sound Village repeatedly? What do you want with me? And talking about eternal life as an excuse, it's truly annoying." Zabuza was not intimidated by Orochimaru's sudden appearance. He coldly met Orochimaru's gaze, his eyes filled with determination. "I have a mission to take you to see someone." Orochimaru's interest was piqued, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. "Oh, take me to see someone? Who is so bold as to make me Orochimaru go to see him?" Doflamingo, next to Zabuza, showed a disdainful smile. He casually shrugged, his tone full of contempt. "Why do you think we need your permission?" Orochimaru did not answer immediately. His gaze lingered on Doflamingo for a moment, a hint of wariness added to his eyes. "This person, is he your basis?" Zabuza nodded coldly. "That's right, it's him. You'd better be careful." Orochimaru frowned slightly, the smile on his face becoming somewhat distorted. "Zabuza, you are truly reckless. You dare to provoke me repeatedly. It seems I have a new test subject." Zabuza looked directly at Orochimaru, unafraid. "You can try. If you dare to lay a finger on me, none of us will let you off easily." "Us?" Orochimaru sneered. "You, a rogue ninja, have found an organization?" In the depths of his heart, he couldn't help but guess in a certain direction. Doflamingo sneered, breaking the tense atmosphere. He leisurely said, "Orochimaru, I advise you to calm down. Otherwise, you will soon understand how foolish it is to oppose us." Orochimaru's gaze shifted between Zabuza and Doflamingo, his wariness and curiosity intertwined. He knew that these two individuals were by no means ordinary enemies, and behind them, a larger conspiracy must be hidden. "All right," Orochimaru finally spoke, a hint of reluctance and curiosity in his tone. "I'd like to see who you can take me to meet." As Orochimaru's words fell, an intense killing intent instantly permeated the forest, and a suffocating sense of pressure surged forward. Zabuza and Doflamingo's expressions turned grim. They knew the upcoming battle was inevitable. "You think you can easily take me, Orochimaru? How naive!" Orochimaru sneered, his eyes gleaming with a cold light. Just then, 5 figures swiftly emerged from the shadows of the surrounding trees, moving with Chinese letter like speed and silently approaching Zabuza and Doflamingo. "Bandage, head, be careful," Doflamingo whispered, his eyes filled with Chinese letter. Kimimaro Kaguya was the first to attack, his hands quickly forming seals, and the bones in his body instantly protruded like sharp blades. Shikatsumiyaku, 10 finger drilling bullets. 10 sharp bone spikes shot out like bullets towards Zabuza and Doflamingo. Zabuza quickly drew his Kubikirabacho, blocking the attack with a horizontal swing, and the clang of metal exploded in the air. At the same time, he stared coldly at Kimimaro, a hint of killing intent in his eyes. "It's not over yet." Kimimaro sneered, all 6 of his arms forming hand seals simultaneously, as he spat out sticky spider silk from his mouth. Spider, sticky gold. Countless strands of spider silk enveloped Zabuza and Doflamingo like a net. Zabuza violently swung his Kubikirabacho, the blade cutting through some of the spider silk, but some still stuck to his body. Doflamingo's eyes narrowed, and with a slight movement of his fingers, countless fine threads appeared in the air, instantly severing the incoming spider silk. "You're too slow," Doflamingo sneered, and the threads in his hand swiftly shot towards Kitamaru, forcing Kitamaru to retreat rapidly. Taoya sneered from the side, quickly raising her flute, demonic flute, illusionary warriors manipulating melody, the haunting flute music, carrying an eerie power, directly assaulted Zabuza and Doflamingo's minds. Zabuza gritted his teeth, quickly channeling chakra to resist the sound waves. Doflamingo, however, snorted coldly, and with a gentle wave of his hands, fine threads sliced through the air like sharp blades, heading straight for Taoya. "Haha, interesting, truly interesting." Jirobo's figure suddenly appeared behind Zabuza, his fist descending like a hammer. Rakan punch. Zabuza swiftly dodged, but was still staggered a few steps by Jirobo's force. Zabuza's eyes turned sharp, and his Kubikirabacho instantly counterattacked, aiming directly for Jirobo's chest. Now this is what I call fun. Sakin and Yukon appeared simultaneously, their bodies attacking Zabuza and Doflamingo from different directions. Their twin demon attacks rained down like a flurry of punches and kicks, swift and fierce. Zabuza and Doflamingo were forced to retreat by the combined assault of the Sound Four, but their eyes remained firm, without a hint of fear. Orochimaru's face showed a chilling smile, his eyes filled with anticipation. Let me see your strength, whether you can satisfy me. Bandage, head, concentrate, Doflamingo shouted, the fine threads in his hand suddenly becoming even sharper, erupting violently and instantly forcing back the encircling Sound Four. Zabuza nodded, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. He took a deep breath, gripped his Kubikirabacho and prepared to counterattack. The Sound Four, meanwhile, sneered, looking at the two trapped individuals as if victory was already in their grasp. Orochimaru saw Doflamingo instantly repel the attacking Sound Four, and a hint of apprehension flashed in his heart, but his expression remained sinister. His gaze showed a deep interest and wariness. This person was clearly no ordinary individual. Interesting, truly interesting, Orochimaru muttered to himself, the light in his eyes growing sharper. After being forced back by Doflamingo, the Sound Four quickly reformed their battle formation, their eyes filled with fighting spirit and killing intent. Kimimaro Kaguya charged again, his body instantly releasing countless bone spikes, shooting like sharp arrows towards Zabuza and Doflamingo. Shikatsu Myoku? Valuable information indeed. Zabuza quickly formed hand seals and shouted, Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Jutsu. A massive water dragon leaped from the ground, meeting Kimimaro's bone spikes, while he simultaneously swung his Kubikirabacho, engaging Kimimaro in close combat. Amidst the flashing blades and swordplay, Kimimaro's bone spikes and Zabuza's blade continuously clashed, producing crisp metallic sounds. Kidomaru's 6 arms quickly formed hand seals, and he spat out sticky spider silk from his mouth. Spiderweb area. Countless strands of spider silk interwoven in the air, forming a giant spiderweb, attempting to trap Doflamingo. Doflamingo sneered, and with a gentle flick of his hands, Goshikido 5, colored string. Countless fine threads appeared in the air. These threads swiftly cut through Kidomaru's spiderweb and went straight for Kidomaru's body. Kidomaru was startled and quickly retreated, but was still grazed on the shoulder by the fine threads, and blood instantly gushed out. Teuya sneered from the side, quickly raising her flute, demonic flute, illusionary warriors manipulating melody. The eerie flute music sounded again, attempting to disrupt Doflamingo's mind. Doflamingo snorted coldly, a hint of disdain in his eyes. These petty tricks are useless against me. He brandished the fine threads in his hand again, and the flute music was instantly cut off, forcing Teuya to stop her attack. Jirobo's figure suddenly charged towards Zabuza, his fist descending like a hammer. Rack and punch. His attack carried a wild force, attempting to knock Zabuza down in one blow. Zabuza swiftly dodged, then formed hand seals, water release, water shock wave. A powerful stream of water erupted from his mouth, striking Jirobo's body directly. Jirobo was knocked back a few steps by the water stream, but his eyes were still filled with fighting spirit. Sakin and Yukon simultaneously attacked Doflamingo from different directions, their twin demon attacks raining down like a storm of punches and kicks, attempting to suppress Doflamingo. Doflamingo smiled coldly, his figure swiftly disappearing from his original spot, reappearing behind Sakin and Yukon. Goshikito, sever. Countless fine threads, like sharp blades, cut towards Sakin and Yukon, instantly striking their bodies. Sakin and Yukon screamed, their bodies sliced by the fine threads, and blood splattered out. They barely managed to stand, their eyes filled with terror and rage. You're not good enough, Doflamingo sneered, the fine threads in his hand dancing in the air as if alive, gleaming with a cold light. Orochimaru calmly watched Zabuza and Doflamingo in battle, a thoughtful glint in his eyes. Through observation, Orochimaru quickly analyzed the two's power levels. While Zabuza's strength was considerable, it was at most equivalent to an elite Jonin. Doflamingo, however, was different. His attack methods were bizarre and deadly, clearly possessing Kage-level strength. This Doflamingo, his attack methods are very unique, like some kind of string ability, which he can manipulate at will, and its cutting power is extremely strong. Orochimaru mused to himself. I must formulate a corresponding strategy and not underestimate him. His gaze lingered on Doflamingo in battle for a moment, then quickly turned to the Sound Four. Although they were suppressed, they still fought back tenaciously, demonstrating good combat ability. Orochimaru decided to have the Sound Four focus their firepower on Zabuza, while he himself would personally confront Doflamingo. The five of you, Orochimaru's voice was cold and authoritative, go all out against Zabuza. Don't give him any chance to breathe. The Sound Four quickly reacted, their eyes filled with determination, and they all launched attacks at Zabuza. Kimimaro Kaguya's bone spikes shot out again, like sharp arrows towards Zabuza. Kidomaru's 6 arms continuously formed hand seals, and a giant spider was summoned again, spitting out countless spider silks, attempting to trap Zabuza. Kaguya's flute music resumed, the sound waves carrying strong genjutsu power, directly assaulting Zabuza's mind. Jirobo's fist descended like a hammer, incredibly powerful. Zaken and Yukin simultaneously attacked Zabuza from different directions, their twin demon attacks raining down like a storm of punches and kicks. Zabuza quickly responded, his Kibikirabacho brandished in his hand like a silver light. Amidst the flashing blades and swordplay, he struggled to fend off the combined attacks of the Sound Four. However, facing such a dense assault, Zabuza gradually began to struggle. Orochimaru gave a satisfied glance, then turned to face Doflamingo. A cold smile appeared on his face, his eyes revealing a chilling killing intent. My name is Orochimaru, and I presume you know my name. So, may I also know yours? Doflamingo arrogantly introduced himself to Orochimaru. Doflamingo, let me witness your true strength, Orochimaru said in a low voice, his hands quickly forming seals, preparing to unleash his ninjutsu. Doflamingo looked at Orochimaru with disdain, sneering, do you really think you can do anything to me? Then go ahead and try. Orochimaru's hands suddenly clasped together and he shouted, wind release, great break, through. A powerful wind pressure instantly swept towards Doflamingo, the air carrying a fierce cutting force. Doflamingo snorted coldly, his hands swiftly waving, and countless fine threads appeared in the air. These threads, like sharp blades, met the wind pressure, instantly cutting it apart. It seems you have some skill, Orochimaru sneered, a cunning glint in his eyes. He knew this battle would not be easy, but he was already prepared. The battle between the two instantly erupted, powerful auras intertwining in the forest, and an intense killing intent permeated the air. Zabuza and the Sound Four's battle continued, the battlefield filled with flashing blades and intense energy fluctuations. The battle between Orochimaru and Doflamingo instantly erupted, both sides displaying their strongest abilities in an instant. Orochimaru's hands quickly formed seals, his eyes gleaming with a cold light. Water release, water dragon bullet jutsu. A massive water dragon erupted from his mouth, roaring as it charged directly at Doflamingo. The water dragon coiled in the air, unstoppable, as if it would devour everything. Doflamingo's expression showed no wavering. With a slight movement of his fingers, countless fine threads appeared in the air. Gashikido, sever. These threads, like sharp blades, met the water dragon, cutting it into countless water droplets that instantly dissipated in the air. Orochimaru sneered, forming hand signs again. Wind release, great break, through. A powerful gust of wind kicked up a cloud of dust, sweeping towards Doflamingo. A hint of disdain flashed in Doflamingo's eyes as he lightly flicked his finger again. 5-color string, defense. Fine threads formed a sturdy barrier around him. The wind pressure crashed against the barrier with a piercing sound but didn't harm Doflamingo in the slightest. Interesting, truly interesting, Orochimaru's voice was low and cold. His hands quickly formed signs again, earth release, earth dragon bullet. The ground suddenly split open, and a giant dragon made of earth rose sharply from the ground, roaring as it lunged towards Doflamingo. Doflamingo still wore a cold sneer on his face as he flicked his finger again. String, string fruit, string dragon. Countless fine threads swirled around him, forming a massive string dragon that met the earth dragon. The two dragons collided violently in the air, erupting in huge energy fluctuations that shook the ground continuously. Your abilities are indeed very special, a sinister glint flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. However, I have many more tricks up my sleeve. Orochimaru's hands quickly formed signs, and he let out a low cry. Fire release! Great fireball jutsu! A massive fireball spewed from his mouth, carrying scorching heat, and flew straight towards Doflamingo. A hint of disdain flashed in Doflamingo's eyes as he flicked his finger again. 5-color string, slash! The fine threads danced in the air, directly cutting the fireball into countless sparks that scattered on the ground. Do you think this is over? Orochimaru laughed coldly, forming hand signs again. Lightning release, lightning dragon attack. A powerful bolt of lightning erupted from his hands, transforming into a lightning dragon that swiftly attacked Doflamingo. A hint of seriousness appeared in Doflamingo's gaze as he quickly flicked his finger. 5-color string, defense. Pine threads formed a barrier again. The lightning dragon crashed against the barrier, erupting in bright electrical flashes, and the air around them was filled with a charred scent. Orochimaru's attacks came one after another, a cruel smile on his face, as if he found Doflamingo's counterattacks immensely interesting. Very good, very good. This is what makes it fun. Doflamingo's eyes grew colder as he flicked his finger again. Fine threads danced in the air, like blades of death, pressing towards Orochimaru. String, string fruit, sever. The fine threads cut through the air like lightning, carrying destructive power, and pressed towards Orochimaru's body. Orochimaru swiftly dodged, his body as agile as a snake, easily avoiding the string attacks. Yet, a hint of wariness remained in his eyes. He knew that Doflamingo's strength was not to be underestimated. It seems I need to get serious too, Orochimaru said coldly, his hands quickly forming signs again. Snake glare, snake dance. Countless giant snakes surged from his sleeves, carrying venom and sharp fangs, and lunged towards Doflamingo. Doflamingo still wore a cold sneer on his face as he flicked his finger again. 5-color string, bind. The fine threads shot out like arrows, instantly coiling around the giant snakes, binding them firmly in the air. Your snakes are nothing special, Doflamingo said coldly. He flicked his finger again, and the fine threads cut like blades, instantly severing the giant snakes into countless pieces. Orochimaru's expression changed slightly, a sinister glint flashing in his eyes. Do you really think you can defeat me like this? Orochimaru's hands quickly formed signs again. Secret technique. Many hidden shadow snakes. Countless giant snakes surged from the ground, carrying destructive power, overwhelmingly attacking Doflamingo. A hint of disdain appeared in Doflamingo's eyes as he flicked his finger again. 5-color string, absolute defense. Fine threads formed a sturdy barrier around him. The giant snake's attacks were instantly blocked by the barrier, unable to break through. No matter how many attacks you have, they are all in vain, Doflamingo said coldly. He flicked his finger again, and the fine threads cut like blades, instantly severing the giant snakes into countless pieces. Orochimaru's face grew increasingly gloomy. He knew that Doflamingo's strength was not to be underestimated, but he had no intention of giving up. A cold glint flickered in his eyes, and a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Very good, very good. Only such a body, such abilities, can allow me to take over. Orochimaru's hands quickly formed signs again. Snake glare, shadow clone jutsu. Countless shadow clones of Orochimaru instantly appeared, each carrying a powerful killing intent, and lunged towards Doflamingo. Orochimaru's shadow clones quickly surrounded Doflamingo and launched their attacks. Each clone seemed to carry a strong killing intent, their movements swift and precise. Orochimaru's main body sneered from the side, rapidly forming hand signs, preparing to unleash an even more lethal attack. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet. Several giant dragons made of earth rose from the ground, roaring as they charged towards Doflamingo. Simultaneously, the shadow clones shouted in unison, Water release, Water Dragon Bullet Jutsu. Several water dragons surged towards Doflamingo from all directions, forming a pincer attack. A hint of indifference appeared in Doflamingo's eyes. He flicked his finger lightly. 5-color string, sever. The fine threads cut through the air like lightning, instantly severing the approaching earth and water dragons into fragments. Just then, Orochimaru's main body quickly formed hand signs and whispered, Lightning release, ground flash. Intense lightning suddenly erupted on the ground, rapidly spreading towards Doflamingo's feet, attempting to attack his lower body through the ground. Doflamingo sensed the danger and quickly leaped up, avoiding the lightning attack. The moment he was airborne, a shadow clone suddenly lunged from the side, holding a sharp eye, stabbing directly at Doflamingo's side abdomen. Beach, a petty trick, Doflamingo snorted coldly, flicking his finger again. The fine threads cut like blades, instantly severing the shadow clone into smoke. However, Orochimaru's attack did not stop. Fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu. Another shadow clone launched a fire release from behind. A scorching fireball, carrying intense heat, pressed directly towards Doflamingo's back. Doflamingo's expression changed slightly. He quickly flicked his finger. 5-color string, defense. Fine threads formed a barrier behind him. The fireball crashed against the barrier, erupting in scorching flames, instantly distorting the surrounding air with heat. Just then, Orochimaru's main body suddenly appeared in front of Doflamingo, rapidly forming hand signs. Snake glare. Many hidden shadow snakes, countless giant snakes, surged from Orochimaru's sleeves, carrying venom and sharp fangs, and lunged towards Doflamingo. A hint of seriousness flashed in Doflamingo's eyes. He quickly flicked his finger. String fruit, bind. The fine threads shot out like sharp arrows, instantly coiling around the giant snakes, binding them firmly in the air. However, just as his attention was focused on the giant snakes, Orochimaru's main body suddenly launched a sneak attack from behind. Shadow Snake Hands. Orochimaru's arm rapidly extended, like a snake, bypassing Doflamingo's defense and violently attacking his back. Doflamingo felt the threat from behind and quickly turned, but he was still grazed by Orochimaru's attack, and blood instantly spurted out. A hint of anger flashed in his eyes. He realized he had underestimated Orochimaru's cunning and strength. Orochimaru saw Doflamingo get injured, and a smug smile appeared on his face. Your defense is strong, but it's not without flaws. Doflamingo's eyes blazed with fire. He no longer underestimated Orochimaru, saying coldly, "It seems I need to get serious." Doflamingo's eyes burned with fury. He no longer underestimated Orochimaru's strength. Instantly, he integrated armament and observation haki into his fighting style, preparing to go all out. His powerful aura filled the air, and the surrounding leaves swirled, as if responding to the impending fierce battle. "Are you ready, Orochimaru?" Doflamingo's voice was cold, carrying a hint of disdain and resolve. A hint of apprehension flashed in Orochimaru's eyes, but it was overshadowed by excitement. "Let me see your true power, Doflamingo." Doflamingo's finger flicked lightly again, and countless fine threads appeared in the air. These threads danced like living things under his control, emitting a cold light. String fruit, black hunt. The fine threads instantly turned black, covered in armament haki, and charged towards Orochimaru with irresistible force. Orochimaru's expression changed slightly. He quickly formed hand signs. Earth release, earth style wall. A sturdy earth wall quickly rose from the ground, attempting to block the approaching threads. However, the threads, imbued with armament haki, easily pierced through the earth wall, pressing directly towards Orochimaru's body. Orochimaru swiftly dodged, but the threads still grazed his arm, and blood instantly gushed out. He gritted his teeth, glaring at Doflamingo, his eyes filled with anger. "Do you think you can defeat me like this?" Doflamingo sneered. "It's not over yet." He flicked his finger again. String fruit, black trap. The fine threads, like venomous snakes, rapidly coiled around Orochimaru, attempting to bind him firmly. Orochimaru quickly formed hand signs and let out a low cry. Lightning release, lightning pillar. A powerful bolt of lightning erupted from his hands, striking directly at the coiling threads. The lightning and threads collided fiercely in the air, erupting in bright light and energy fluctuations. A hint of indifference flashed in Doflamingo's eyes. He quickly flicked his finger. 5-color string, absolute barrier. Fine threads formed a sturdy barrier around him, resisting the impact of the lightning. Simultaneously, he quickly counterattacked, the fine threads cutting through the air like sharp blades, pressing directly towards Orochimaru. A fierce glint flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. He quickly formed hand signs. Wind release, wind blade. An invisible wind blade shot from his hand, carrying the power to cut through everything, meeting Doflamingo's threads. The fine threads and wind blade collided violently in the air, erupting in huge energy fluctuations. Neither of them gave an inch. Their attacks intertwined like a fierce storm, and the entire battlefield was enveloped in intense energy fluctuations. Doflamingo's gaze grew increasingly sharp. He knew he had to end this battle quickly. He quickly flicked his finger, and the fine threads danced in the air, rapidly forming a giant string ball, string fruit, thousand string net. The massive string ball, carrying irresistible force, charged directly towards Orochimaru. A hint of surprise flashed in Orochimaru's eyes, but he quickly reacted, rapidly forming hand signs, snake glare, many hidden shadow snakes, countless giant snakes, surged from his sleeves, carrying venom and sharp fangs, meeting Doflamingo's string ball. The string ball and the giant snakes collided violently in the air, erupting in huge energy fluctuations that shook the ground continuously. A hint of disdain appeared in Doflamingo's eyes. He flicked his finger again, and the fine threads cut like lightning, instantly severing the giant snakes into countless pieces. Orochimaru's face grew gloomy. He knew he had to resort to more drastic measures. A hint of madness flashed in his eyes, and he rapidly formed hand signs. Secret technique, summoning, great snake. Countless giant snakes surged from his mouth, carrying destructive power, overwhelmingly attacking Doflamingo. A hint of disdain appeared in Doflamingo's eyes. He flicked his finger again. 5-color string, absolute slash. The fine threads under his control became even sharper, cutting like blades, instantly severing the giant snakes into fragments. "It seems your trump card is nothing special," Doflamingo said coldly, his eyes filled with confidence and resolve. Orochimaru's face grew increasingly gloomy. He knew he had underestimated Doflamingo's strength, but he had no intention of giving up. A cold glint flickered in his eyes. Orochimaru suddenly spat out blood, rapidly forming hand signs. Secret technique, 8 branches technique. The ground suddenly split open, and a massive 8-headed serpent rose from the ground, carrying destructive power, and lunged towards Doflamingo. The 8-headed serpent rose from the ground, its massive body pressing down like a mountain, bringing destructive power directly towards Doflamingo. A strong killing intent filled the air, and the ground trembled under the serpent's weight. A hint of disdain flashed in Doflamingo's eyes, and he flicked his finger again. String fruit, absolute sever. The thin strings, under his control, became even sharper, cutting like blades, instantly severing the attacking giant serpent into countless pieces. In that instant, a chilling glint flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. He knew that continuing the fight would only be to his disadvantage. He quickly spat out a mouthful of blood, using this momentary cover to swiftly form hand seals. Body flicker technique. Orochimaru's figure vanished like a ghost in the air, and the next second, he reappeared at the edge of a distant forest. Without hesitation, he quickly turned and fled deeper into the forest. At the same time, the Sound Five also heard Orochimaru's retreat signal, a low, resonant serpent hiss echoing in the air. They reacted swiftly, a hint of unwillingness on their faces, but they immediately followed the order. "Retreat," Kimimaro Kaguya said coldly, quickly throwing a smoke bomb, and thick smoke instantly billowed out, obscuring their vision. "What a bother!" Kidomaru gritted his teeth, but quickly retreated, throwing a smoke bomb. Taoya, Jirobo, and Sakan and Yukon also threw smoke bombs, and the entire battlefield was enveloped in dense smoke, making visibility extremely blurry. Doflamingo sneered, watching the fleeing Orochimaru and the Sound Five, a hint of disdain in his eyes. "Trying to run? It won't be that easy." With a slight movement of his finger, thin strings shot out like lightning, quickly penetrating the smoke and heading straight for the fleeing figures. However, Orochimaru and the Sound Five had clearly prepared for their retreat. Their figures quickly disappeared into the smoke, using the surrounding terrain and obstacles to successfully evade Doflamingo's pursuit. Zabuza stood to the side, watching everything coldly, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. They got away. Doflamingo retracted his strings, a sneer still on his face. "It doesn't matter, they got away this time, but they won't be so lucky next time." His gaze lingered on the distant forest edge for a moment, as if he was contemplating something. "You should tend to your injuries first," Zabuza said, noticing Doflamingo's wounds. The fleeing Sound Five gathered together, their faces filled with worry, their gazes focused on Orochimaru. Orochimaru's arm was covered in blood, but his expression remained grim, showing no signs of pain. "Lord Orochimaru, your injuries?" Kimimaro asked worriedly. Orochimaru snorted coldly, completely disregarding his injuries, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. "Come out." Orochimaru's voice was low and icy, carrying an undeniable authority. A lazy voice came from the darkness. "Goodness, I was discovered so quickly." Borsalino leisurely walked out, a faint smile on his lips. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Borsalino." The Sound Five immediately became alert. They quickly positioned themselves in front of Orochimaru, their eyes filled with hostility and vigilance. "Mr. Orochimaru," Borsalino said slowly, with a hint of nonchalance in his tone, "my purpose is simple. I want you to come with me to meet someone." "Who would go with you?" Kidomaru sneered, his arm already poised to form hand seals, ready to attack at any moment. Taoya's fingers gripped her flute tightly, a cold glint in her eyes. "Lord Orochimaru, you go first, we'll cover your retreat." Borsalino maintained his lazy posture. His figure suddenly vanished in the air, instantly reappearing behind Orochimaru. Orochimaru's back stiffened abruptly, his face changing drastically. "Flying Raijin? Yellow Flash!" Orochimaru instinctively exclaimed, a hint of terror in his voice. Borsalino showed a puzzled expression, but then sneered. "I don't know what you're talking about. However, come with me." He waved his hand lightly, and a golden light flickered beside Orochimaru. Orochimaru's eyes darkened. He knew that his opponent was by no means an ordinary foe. He looked at Borsalino coldly, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes, but he made no further futile resistance. "All right, I'll go with you," Orochimaru said coldly, turning to the Sound Five. "You all return to the Sound Village. Wait for me to come back." Although Kimimaro and the others were unwilling, seeing Orochimaru's decision, they could only nod in agreement. Borsalino nodded with satisfaction, smiling faintly. "Very good, let's go." His figure flickered again, taking Orochimaru and disappearing into the darkness. The Sound Five stood in place, watching the direction where the two had disappeared, their faces filled with complex emotions. They knew that Orochimaru's departure this time might bring unforeseen changes. Orochimaru was taken by Borsalino to the Land of Waves. Along the way, he used simple medical ninjutsu to mostly treat his injuries. Despite still feeling some pain, he calmly followed Borsalino, secretly pondering what lay behind this series of unexpected events. As they neared their destination, Orochimaru looked at Borsalino ahead of him, his mind filled with questions. He finally couldn't help but ask, "Borsalino, who exactly is this person you mentioned who wants to meet me?" Borsalino lazily turned his head, the faint smile still on his lips. "Oh, you want to know what kind of person he is?" A hint of impatience showed in Orochimaru's eyes. "Yes, since you're bringing me to meet him, I should at least know who he is." Borsalino shrugged, his tone still lazy. "That person, well, how should I put it? He's a very special individual, possessing immense power and extraordinary wisdom. As for the specifics, you'll understand once you meet him." Orochimaru frowned. He was dissatisfied with such vague answers but also knew that pressing further might not yield more information. So, he snorted coldly and continued to follow Borsalino towards their destination. Their figures gradually disappeared into the mist of the Land of Waves, as if a great storm awaited them ahead. Land of Fire, Hidden Leaf Village. Land of Fire, Hidden Leaf Village. Sunlight bathed every corner of the village, bringing a sense of tranquility and warmth. However, the atmosphere inside the Hokage's office was unusually tense. Kakashi stood before the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, reporting grimly on Team 7 mission in the Land of Waves. "Lord Third, our mission in the Land of Waves did not go smoothly," Kakashi said slowly, a hint of worry in his eyes. "Besides the original mission's enemies, Zabuza, Mamachi and Hoku, we also encountered two powerful, unidentified adversaries." Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned, gently puffing on his pipe, listening quietly to Kakashi's report. "Continue." Kakashi nodded and continued. "One of them went to deal with the rampaging Naruto. His movements were incredibly swift. He resolved Naruto's rampage in almost an instant, bringing him under control. The other person engaged in battle with me and Zabuza, and even together, we were completely no match for him. A hint of worry flashed in Hiruzen Sarutobai's eyes. What are their abilities like? Can you describe them in detail? Kakashi lowered his head, recalling the fierce battle, a hint of helplessness on his face. It's hard to describe their abilities. The one who dealt with Naruto seemed extremely fast, like a very advanced body flicker technique. As for the other person we faced, his attack methods were very peculiar. He seemed able to manipulate invisible strings, invisible force, easily deflecting enemy attacks, and performing extremely precise cuts. Hiruzen Sarutobi pondered for a moment, a thoughtful glint in his eyes. Advanced body flicker technique and manipulation of invisible strings. Force? These abilities are not common in our ninjutsu. Can you confirm their identities? Kakashi shook his head. No, Lord Third. They did not reveal their identities, and we couldn't ascertain where they came from. However, what's certain is that their strength is immense, far exceeding that of a typical Jonin. Hiruzen Sarutobi mused for a while, then slowly nodded. I understand, Kakashi. This matter is very important. We need to be extra careful. You go rest for now. I will arrange for people to continue investigating this matter. Kakashi nodded, bowed, and turned to leave the Hokage's office. Just as Kakashi was about to exit the office, Hiruzen Sarutobi suddenly spoke. Kakashi, wait a moment. Kakashi stopped and turned to face the third Hokage. Lord Third, do you have any other commands? Hiruzen Sarutobi put down his pipe, his gaze gentle but serious. Regarding the upcoming Chunin exams, I would like to know about Team 7 progress. Do you think they are capable of handling this exam? Kakashi pondered for a moment, a confident smile appearing on his face. Lord Third, although Team 7 members still have much room for improvement, they showed great potential and growth during the mission in the Land of Waves. Although it was recorded in the mission log, Hiruzen Sarutobi still nodded, indicating he wished to hear it from Kakashi. Tell me the specifics. First, there's Naruto Uzumaki, Kakashi said. Although he still lacks a bit in chakra control, he possesses an incredibly resolute will and immense potential. Through this mission, his combat abilities have significantly improved. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded gently in approval. And Sasuke Uchiha? Sasuke performed exceptionally well, Kakashi continued. His sharingan has begun to show its true power, demonstrating extremely high talent and combat skills in battle. His mastery of fire-style ninjutsu is also becoming more proficient, and I believe he will perform excellently in the Chunin exams. What about Sakura, Haruno? Hiruzen Sarutobi asked with a smile. Sakura's theoretical knowledge is very solid, and her chakra control is quite precise, Kakashi replied. In this mission, she displayed a calm mind and good combat awareness. Although her practical combat experience is still not rich enough, I believe she will make a break through in the Chunin exams. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded with satisfaction. Hearing you say that, I am filled with anticipation for Team 7 performance. Kakashi, you've done very well, and I hope you continue to guide them and help them achieve good results in the Chunin exams. Kakashi smiled slightly and bowed respectfully. Thank you, Lord Third. I will do my best to guide them. Go now, get some good rest. Hiruzen Sarutobi waved his hand, signaling Kakashi could leave. Kakashi nodded in acknowledgement and walked out of the Hokage's office. In the Land of Waves, inside Gato's office, the lights were dim, and a suppressive aura permeated the surroundings. Orochimaru walked into the room, his gaze sweeping around before settling on the person standing in front of the desk. Nathan Hawke stood there, dressed in a black custom suit, tall and imposing, exuding a cold and authoritative aura. His eyes were deep and sharp, as if he could see through everything. The first time Orochimaru saw Nathan Hawke, he felt an invisible pressure, which made him feel a hint of wariness. Orochimaru carefully observed the man in front of him, quickly making judgments and analyses in his mind. Nathan Hawke's appearance seemed ordinary, but his sharp eyes revealed extraordinary wisdom and powerful strength. He stood there like an inviolable mountain, inspiring awe. You are Nathan Hawke? Orochimaru asked coldly, with a hint of disdain and curiosity in his voice. Nathan Hawke slowly raised his head, his gaze meeting Orochimaru's, a cold sneer playing on his lips. Indeed. Orochimaru, I have heard much about you. Orochimaru felt the other party's powerful aura. He knew that the person in front of him was no ordinary individual. His gaze swept over Nathan Hawke, noticing that the other party's posture was calm and unhurried, with a confident air of being in control of the situation. "What is your purpose in wanting to see me?" Orochimaru asked impassively, already beginning to ponder countermeasures in his mind. Nathan Hawk smiled faintly, his voice calm and firm. "I have a plan that requires your assistance. The knowledge and abilities you possess are exactly what I need." A flicker of interest crossed Orochimaru's eyes, but he remained wary. "My assistance? Do you think I would easily help you?" Nathan Hawk's smile deepened, his gaze conveying intense confidence. "You will, because we have common interests." Orochimaru quietly watched Nathan Hawk, knowing that this meeting would determine everything in the future. And he had to carefully weigh every choice, because the man in front of him, Nathan Hawk, clearly possessed power and wisdom that he could not underestimate. Nathan Hawk slowly walked to the window, his back to Orochimaru, looking out at the scenery beyond the land of waves through the window. His voice was calm and assured. "I know your plan, Orochimaru. You intend to disrupt the peace of Konoha during the upcoming Chunin exams." Orochimaru's gaze sharpened, and he maintained his usual sneer, probing. "Oh, what do you know?" Nathan Hawk turned around, his eyes like torches, looking directly at Orochimaru. "You plan to launch an attack during the Chunin exams, using the turmoil inside and outside Konoha to achieve your goals. And before that, your other target is to kill the fourth Kazekage Rasa." Orochimaru's smile vanished instantly, a flicker of surprise and wariness in his eyes. He slightly raised his hands as if ready to attack at any moment. "It seems your information is quite well informed. But how exactly do you know all this?" Nathan Hawk calmly approached the table, his tone still unhurried. "I have my own intelligence network. These messages are not difficult for me to obtain. Moreover, I know your every move." A hint of ruthlessness appeared in Orochimaru's eyes. He slowly lowered his hands, and a smile returned to his face, only this time it was tinged with a chilling coldness. "Then, what do you plan to do? Stop me?" Nathan Hawk shook his head and smiled slightly. "No, I don't plan to stop you. On the contrary, I have a proposal that benefits both you and me." Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, a flicker of curiosity and caution in his eyes. "Oh, what proposal?" Nathan Hawk gently tapped the table, his voice deep and strong. "I can help you achieve your goals, and at the same time you need to complete some tasks for me. This way we can both get what we want." Orochimaru's eyes deepened as he quickly weighed Nathan Hawk's proposal in his mind. He knew that Nathan Hawk's intelligence and strength were extraordinary, and if they could form a partnership, it might provide greater assurance for his plan. "What do you want?" Orochimaru asked coldly, a hint of scrutiny in his eyes. Nathan Hawk's smile deepened, a hint of mystery in his tone. "That depends on what you can offer, Orochimaru. As long as you can meet my conditions, our cooperation will be very pleasant." Orochimaru chuckled coldly, his eyes revealing a hint of madness and ambition. "All right, Nathan Hawk, I'm quite looking forward to seeing what kind of surprises you can bring." In their gaze, a tacit understanding seemed to have been reached, and both had a clear direction in their hearts. Orochimaru smiled coldly, a hint of cunning flashing in his eyes. "Nathan Hawk, since you are so familiar with my plan, I won't hide it any longer. In fact, I have already arranged a meeting with the fourth Kazekage Rasa at a secret location between the land of wind and the land of water." Nathan Hawk raised an eyebrow slightly, a flash of insight in his eyes. "Is that so? It seems you've already set a trap, preparing to eliminate Rasa during the meeting." Orochimaru's smile became even more sinister. "Precisely. I need to ensure everything is foolproof. And you are the sharp blade I need." Nathan Hawk nodded, understanding Orochimaru's intention. This meeting was Orochimaru's trap, and he would be a crucial part, responsible for completing this assassination. "What do you want me to do?" Nathan Hawk asked calmly, his tone filled with confidence. Orochimaru's eyes showed a hint of anticipation as he slowly said, "I want you to act during the meeting, ensuring Rasa has no chance to escape. I want to see your true strength." Nathan Hawk calmly pondered for a moment, then smiled slightly. "I understand. You want to use this operation to gather intelligence on my combat, to understand my true abilities." Orochimaru did not deny it, a strange smile on his face. "That's right. Only by witnessing your power, first-hand can I feel confident in cooperating with you. Nathan Hawke nodded, a sharp glint in his eyes. All right, proceed according to your plan. I will let you see my true strength. Orochimaru nodded in satisfaction, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Very well, Nathan Hawke. I look forward to this cooperation being very pleasant. A week later, at a secret location between the Land of Wind and the Land of Water, the atmosphere was tense and eerie. This was a desolate sandy area, with towering rock walls providing a natural barrier for the meeting, ensuring the secrecy of both parties. Orochimaru stood on one side with Nathan Hawke, Doflamingo, and Borsalino, all wearing masks. Their aura was powerful, their gaze calm and sharp. Nathan Hawke's mask concealed his expression, revealing only a pair of cold eyes, quietly observing everything around him. Not far away, the fourth Kazekage, Rasa, also arrived with his Anbu. Rasa wore the Kazekage robe, his face serious, and his 4 Anbu members were agile, vigilantly scanning their surroundings, ready to respond to any sudden situation. The two parties met in the center of the sandy area, and an invisible tension filled the air. Orochimaru gave a cold smile, and was the first to speak. My Lord Kazekage, thank you for accepting my invitation. Rasa looked at Orochimaru coldly, a hint of suspicion in his eyes. Orochimaru, what is the purpose of your meeting this time? You should know that the relationship between Sunagakure and Konoha is already very tense. Orochimaru smiled slightly, a hint of eeriness in his tone. Of course I am aware of that. However, I have some important information and plans that I want to share with you. This concerns the interests of both of us. Rasa's eyes sharpened as he carefully observed Orochimaru. Tell me. Orochimaru slowly nodded, motioning for Nathan Hawke and the others to step back slightly, then continued. My Lord Kazekage, you should know that Konoha's current strength and threat far exceed our imagination. If we can unite and jointly oppose Konoha, we will gain enormous benefits. Rasa snorted coldly, clearly not entirely trusting Orochimaru's proposal. Unite? Do you have a specific plan? A sinister gleam flashed in Orochimaru's eyes as he whispered. During the upcoming Chunin exams, we can join forces to launch an attack, using Konoha's chaos to defeat their main force. Then we can jointly share the fruits of victory. Rasa's brow furrowed slightly as he asked coldly, Orochimaru, how many ninja can you deploy? Also, what is the specific plan for dealing with the enemy? What is your objective? How much benefit can I gain? Orochimaru chuckled softly, a hint of cunning in his eyes. My Lord Kazekage, I have prepared the strongest Sound Ninja forces, including the elite ninja of the Sound 5, enough to deal with any resistance from Konoha. Moreover, my allies will also provide strong support. He turned slightly, gesturing to Nathan Hawke and Doflamingo, who were standing not far away. Nathan Hawke and Doflamingo stood there quietly, observing everything coldly. Nathan Hawke's eyes under the mask were cold and sharp, as if scrutinizing Rasa's every move. Rasa's gaze lingered on them for a moment, clearly feeling the powerful aura they exuded. His gaze returned to Orochimaru, with a hint of doubt in his tone. You are indeed strong, but I need a more detailed plan. What is your specific strategy for dealing with the enemy? Orochimaru nodded, his tone filled with confidence. My Lord Kazekage, our plan is simple. During the Chunin exams, we will launch a surprise attack, destroying Konoha's defensive capabilities. My forces will specifically deal with Konoha's Jonin and Chunin, ensuring they cannot organize a counterattack in time. And your forces will be responsible for occupying Konoha's core areas, controlling the Fire Shadow building and the village's key facilities. Rasa's eyes grew sharper as he continued to press. What is your ultimate goal? What do you want to gain from this operation? Orochimaru's smile became even more sinister, a hint of madness in his eyes. What I need are experimental materials and resources. Konoha's ninja and their technology are very important for my research. And for you, my Lord Kazekage, this will be an excellent opportunity to expand your influence. We can divide Konoha's resources, and you will gain more land and wealth, solidifying Sunagakure's position. Rasa pondered for a moment. He knew the risks of this operation, but also understood the immense benefits. His gaze swept over Orochimaru and his allies again, finally returning to Orochimaru. All right, I agree to cooperate. But I need more guarantees. You must ensure the plan is foolproof. Orochimaru nodded slightly, a satisfied smile on his face. Don't worry, my Lord Kazekage. I have made full preparations. This operation will definitely succeed, and we will both get what we want. Their conversation ended, and the tension in the air eased slightly. Just as Rasa and his group were about to leave, Nathan Hawk suddenly moved. His speed was like lightning, appearing almost instantly behind Rasa's anbu. His fingertips flickered rapidly, and countless fine threads shot out, precisely piercing through the anbu's bodies. The anbu members didn't even have time to scream before they collapsed, their lives rapidly fading. "You!" Rasa exclaimed, a mix of shock and fury, as he spun around, his eyes filled with intense killing intent. Nathan Hawk sneered, "Lord Shadow, I have no intention of letting you leave." Before he finished speaking, Nathan Hawk abruptly charged at Rasa. His speed was astonishing, appearing before Rasa in an instant, and a punch carrying powerful electrical energy struck directly at Rasa's chest. Rasa reacted extremely quickly, immediately activating his bloodline limit, magnet release. Gold dust swiftly surged from beneath his feet, forming a solid barrier that blocked Nathan Hawk's attack. Magnet release, gold dust cube. Rasa roared, and the gold dust rapidly condensed into a massive cube, violently smashing towards Nathan Hawk. Nathan Hawk sneered. His body, enhanced by electrical energy, dodged flexibly. The gold dust cube whistled past him, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Not bad defense, but not enough. Nathan Hawk's voice was cold. His figure flickered again, appearing at Rasa's side, both fists glowing with intense electrical energy, striking directly at Rasa's flank. Rasa quickly formed hand signs, magnet release, gold dust spears. The gold dust condensed into sharp spears, thrusting towards Nathan Hawk. Nathan Hawk's movements were incredibly agile. His body, like a phantom, weaved through the gold dust spears, dodging every attack. His fists, empowered by electrical energy, struck Rasa's gold dust defense like thunder, sparking a flurry of flashes. "Don't you understand? Your defense is meaningless before me." Nathan Hawk's voice was cold and ruthless. His fists moved rapidly, each punch carrying powerful electrical energy, heavily striking Rasa's gold dust defense. Cracks began to appear in the gold dust, and Rasa's body started to show signs of strain. Magnet release, gold sand tsunami. Rasa abruptly took a step back, quickly forming hand signs. A massive wave of gold dust surged from the ground, sweeping towards Nathan Hawk. Nathan Hawk sneered. His body suddenly erupted with intense electrical energy, forming a solid barrier around him. The gold dust tsunami crashed against the electrical energy barrier, producing a piercing sound, but it couldn't break through the defense. "You really think these can trap me?" Nathan Hawk's voice was like ice. His figure vanished again in the electrical energy, and the next moment, he appeared behind Rasa, both fists carrying the power of lightning, striking directly at Rasa's back. Rasa's face changed drastically. He quickly turned and gold dust surged again, forming a solid barrier. However, Nathan Hawk's attack was too swift and fierce. The gold dust barrier instantly shattered under the powerful electrical energy impact, and Rasa's body was struck by the current, the intense pain almost making him lose his ability to fight. "Lord Shadow, is this all your strength?" Nathan Hawk asked coldly, a hint of disdain in his eyes. Rasa gritted his teeth, forcing himself to stand, his eyes filled with unwillingness and anger. Who exactly are you?" Nathan Hawk did not answer. His figure, like a ghost, approached again, his fist carrying destructive power, striking Rasa once more. Rasa knew he was powerless to resist, and could only accept this inevitable defeat. Orochimaru witnessed all of this, his eyes flickering slightly, his inner shock impossible to hide. Although Nathan Hawk's actions had an element of surprise, his ability to swiftly defeat and kill a shadow-level ninja was astonishing. Orochimaru knew that while Rasa's bloodline limit, magnet release gold dust, was powerful, it stood no chance against Nathan Hawk. Nathan Hawk and his two companions stood there, coldly observing Orochimaru. Orochimaru felt an invisible pressure. His gaze involuntarily fell upon Nathan Hawk, Doflamingo, and Balsalino, and he began to calculate rapidly in his mind. These three, whether in terms of strength, speed or combat technique, They are all extremely powerful and dangerous existences. Orochimaru's mind raced. He understood that a direct confrontation with such opponents would likely put him in a great predicament, especially their taijutsu and close combat abilities, which had clearly reached an unimaginable level. Orochimaru secretly analyzed, each of their abilities is enough to counter most ninjutsu, and can even easily suppress my techniques. Close quarters combat will be extremely disadvantageous for me. I must maintain distance. Realizing this, Orochimaru slowly lowered his guard, his gaze calmly fixed on Nathan Hawk. It seems your strength far exceeds my expectations. So Nathan Hawk, what exactly do you want? Nathan Hawk smiled slightly, a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. I want your allegiance, Orochimaru. Orochimaru's expression changed slightly. He looked at Doflamingo and Balsalino behind Nathan Hawk and asked tentatively, are they also? Nathan Hawk nodded. That's right, they are also my subordinates. You can think it over carefully. Orochimaru pondered for a moment. He knew he had no other choice. Facing such powerful opponents, direct confrontation would only lead to self-destruction. Nathan Hawk's strength and methods filled him with deep apprehension, and the current situation clearly did not allow him to continue resisting. Perhaps only the god of the land of rain could defeat Nathan Hawk. He slowly took a deep breath, a complex smile appearing on his face. All right, Nathan Hawk, I can pledge my allegiance to you. Nathan Hawk nodded with satisfaction. Very good, Orochimaru, you've made a wise decision. Orochimaru finally understood that Nathan Hawk's true objective was himself. This powerful and mysterious man was not just against the Hidden Leaf Village, but also aimed to bring strong individuals like himself under his command. Although he felt unwilling, he had to admit that Nathan Hawk's power and strategy were indeed awe-inspiring. I will fully cooperate with your plans, Nathan Hawk, Orochimaru said, his tone carrying a complex emotion. Nathan Hawk nodded, a glint of satisfaction in his eyes. Very good, we will face greater challenges together and win more victories. He then had Orochimaru collect the bodies of the Lord Shadow and his group, preparing to use them for other purposes. In the Sound Village, just as Nathan Hawk's 1-month deadline was about to end, Orochimaru finally obtained crucial intelligence from Nathan Hawk regarding the Sky Ninjas. It was said that the headquarters of this ninja village was actually hidden beneath a dense forest, with the old Sky Ninja headquarters now buried deep underground. He summoned Kabuto, and then asked a subordinate to invite Nathan Hawk. After giving some instructions, he continued his research. Kabuto stood respectfully before Lord Hawk, bowing slightly. Lord Hawk, we have pinpointed the exact location of the Sky Ninja village. Lord Orochimaru has ordered me to lead you and the Sound Ninja squad there. Nathan Hawk nodded calmly, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Very good, let's go. Kabuto turned to the Sound Ninja squad and issued a command. Everyone, prepare to depart immediately. We are heading to the Sky Ninja village. The Sound Ninja squad quickly assembled. A few minutes later, the group traversed the dense forest, heading towards their target. Nathan Hawk, Kabuto, along with Toya, Katamaru, Sakon and Yukon, Kimimaro, and Jirobo, among other Sound Ninja members, led the way. The path was rugged and concealed, but under Kabuto's guidance, everyone quickly approached the target. Nathan Hawk maintained a calm expression, his keen eyes scanning the surroundings. He was full of anticipation for this mission. The zero-tailed null in the Sky Ninja village was something that greatly interested him, and he even planned to recruit Shino as a subordinate. Hours later, they finally arrived at the location indicated by the intelligence. It was a dense forest, the ground covered with thick fallen leaves and moss, and the surroundings were so quiet that only the rustling of wind through the leaves could be heard. Kabuto stopped and pointed to a spot on the ground ahead. My lord, intelligence indicates that the Sky Ninja Village's headquarters is beneath this area. We need to find the entrance. Nathan Hawk nodded, stepped forward and began to carefully examine the ground. His fingers lightly touched the ground, and suddenly, a faint energy fluctuation caught his attention. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and he signaled the Sound Ninja squad to be on alert around them. There's a strange energy fluctuation here. The entrance should be nearby, Nathan Hawk said, his voice deep and calm. Kabuto nodded and immediately directed the Sound Ninja squad to search. Kimimaro agilely stepped forward, quickly forming hand signs, dead bone pulse, 10, finger drilling bullets. Bone spikes instantly shot from his fingertips, piercing into the ground. A moment later, the ground suddenly shook, revealing a hidden entrance. Found it, Nathan Hawk said with a sneer, walking towards the entrance. He gestured for Kabuto and the Sound Ninja squad to follow, and everyone quickly entered the underground passage. Nathan Hawk and his Sound Ninja squad walked slowly, the air in the underground space permeated with a suffocating aura. Just as they were cautiously advancing, a rapid sound of footsteps suddenly echoed. At the passage entrance ahead, a group of sky ninjas appeared, all looking tense, clearly having detected the intruder's presence. Kabuto sneered, a cunning glint in his eyes. He turned to the Sound Ninja squad and said, "Begin the operation. Eliminate these troublesome guys." The Sound Ninjas did not hesitate and swiftly launched their attack. Kimimaro charged at the front, bone spikes shooting from his fingertips, instantly piercing through a sky ninja's body. Toya's flute music immediately resounded, and she controlled the summoned angry demon to violently charge at the enemies. Kitamaru's spiderwebs flew everywhere, trapping the sky ninjas, while Saken and Yukon worked in perfect sync, using their twin demon attack to strike down several enemies. The battle was exceptionally fierce, but the Sound Ninja squad clearly had the upper hand. Although the Sky Ninjas resisted desperately, they gradually became overwhelmed by the Sound Ninja's powerful offensive. In a short while, the ground was littered with defeated Sky Ninjas. Kabuto seized the opportunity amidst the chaos. He quickly formed hand signs, his eyes glowing with an eerie light. Jinjutsu, control. An invisible wave of chakra struck a Sky Ninja. The Sky Ninja's eyes instantly became vacant, clearly having been controlled by Kabuto. Kabuto gave a cold laugh, walked towards the controlled Sky Ninja and whispered, "Take us to your headquarters." The controlled Sky Ninja nodded mechanically and turned to walk deeper into the passage. Nathan Hawk and the Sound Ninja squad followed closely, continuing further into the underground space. Kabuto walked in the middle of the group, his eyes gleaming with intelligence. He knew that the key to this operation was to quickly find the Sky Ninja headquarters. After a few minutes of walking, they arrived at a massive metal door. The controlled Sky Ninja stopped and slowly said, "This is our headquarters." Nathan Hawk nodded, signaling the Sound Ninjas to be on guard. He stepped forward, gently pushed open the metal door, revealing a spacious hall. The hall was brightly lit and lavishly decorated, but it was currently empty. "It seems we've arrived just in time," Nathan Hawk sneered, leading everyone into the hall. On the other side of the hall, there was a hidden door that seemed to lead to a deeper area. Kabuto signaled the controlled Sky Ninja to continue leading the way, and they passed through that door, entering an even narrower passage. The passage was lined with various mechanisms and traps, but under the guidance of the controlled Sky Ninja, they easily avoided all dangers. Finally, they reached the end of the passage, where a massive stone door stood before them. The controlled Sky Ninja stopped and whispered, "This is the core area of the Sky Ninja village." After saying that, he fell straight down. Within the core area, the light was bright, but filled with a chilling atmosphere. The surrounding walls were covered with complex runes, flickering with a faint glow. In the center of this place, a tall, muscular man was coldly staring at the invading Sound 5. His face was resolute, and his eyes held a cold disdain. That was Shino, the leader of Sky Ninja Village. Shino stood tall and imposing in the central position. He wore a black ninja outfit, with a heavy cloak draped over his shoulders. The cloak's edges were adorned with golden trim, making him appear majestic and not to be ignored. His hair was as black as ink, falling to his shoulders, and his eyes were sharp, as if they could pierce through people's hearts. Shino scanned the Sound 5 before him with disdain, a slight sneer on his lips. His voice was deep and powerful, carrying a hint of mockery. "Orochimaru, it seems you finally couldn't hold back and sent these small fries to test me. Do you really want to know my true strength that badly?" The Sound Ninjas immediately went on alert, ready to respond to any possible attack. Kimamaro's fingers trembled slightly, his bone spikes already prepared. Teoya clutched her flute, ready to launch a sound wave attack at any moment. Kitamaru's 6 arms were slightly spread, and his spider webs had been quietly laid out. Saken and Yukon and Jirobo, under Kabuto's command, formed a defensive formation. Shino sneered, slowly raising his hand as if admiring his fingertips. "Do you think these people can threaten me? Orochimaru, are you underestimating me too much?" After he finished speaking, he suddenly waved his hand, and a powerful chakra fluctuation erupted from his body. The entire hall instantly shook. The Sound Ninjas felt this powerful pressure, but they still stood firm behind Nathan Hawk, ready to meet Shino's attack. Shino's eyes were filled with deep disdain and fighting spirit. He slowly walked towards Nathan Hawk and the others, a cold sneer on his lips, Orochimaru sending you all here is truly overestimating yourselves. Today, I will make you understand that Sky Ninja Village is not a place you can casually invade. Nathan Hawk stood quietly in place, his eyes calm and sharp. His gaze was fixed on Shino, as if he was contemplating something. The sound ninjas behind him had firm and cold gazes, ready to respond to Nathan Hawk's orders at any moment. Kabuto, seeing that Nathan Hawk did not act immediately, smiled slightly, showing great emotional intelligence. He nodded slightly towards the Sound Five, signaling them to step forward and engage. Kimimaro, Ketamaru, Taoya, Sakan and Yukon, and Jirobo quickly formed a battle formation, ready for action. Shino sneered, his eyes full of contempt and disdain. Orochimaru, when he studied ninjutsu under me back then, he was nothing special. Today, you actually dare to invade Sky Ninja Village, truly seeking your own death. Since you've come, then all of you will stay and become Zero's food. Be devoured in fear. His words carried strong mockery and threat, and an invisible pressure permeated the air. The Sound Five showed no signs of backing down. Each of them prepared their strongest techniques, ready for the upcoming battle. Kimimaro attacked first, rapidly forming hand signs, and bone spikes shot from his fingertips directly at Shino. Dead bone pulse, 10 finger drilling bullets. Kitamaru followed closely, all 6 of his arms forming hand signs simultaneously, spitting out sticky spider silk. Spider web spit. The spider silk enveloped Shino like a net. Taoya raised her flute and played eerie sound waves. Demonic flute. Phantom sound chains. The sound waves directly attacked Shino's mind. Sakan and Yukon cooperated tacitly, their bodies splitting into a dual demon attack, their fists and feet raining down on Shino. Jirobo, meanwhile, charged at Shino with immense strength, attempting to defeat him with overwhelming power. Shino sneered, rapidly forming hand signs. Wind release, great breakthrough. A strong wind pressure swirled up, blowing away Kitamaru's spider silk, and the sound waves were also disrupted by the strong airflow. Then, he gently waved his hand, and a powerful chakra fluctuation erupted from his body, forming an invisible barrier that blocked all attacks. Is that all you've got? Shino said mockingly, a cold glint in his eyes. The Sound Five were forced back a few steps, but they did not get discouraged. They quickly adjusted their stances, ready to launch another attack. Kimimaro's bone spikes flew out again. Ketamaru's spider silk surged towards Shino like a tide. Taoya's sound waves attacked once more, and Sakan and Yukon and Jirobo flanked him from different directions. Shino gave a cold smile, and his hands once again formed seals. Lightning release, lightning pillar. A powerful bolt of lightning erupted from his hand, striking directly at the Sound Five. Electric light flashed everywhere, and the power of the lightning caused them immense pressure. Do you think you can defeat me like this? Shino sneered, his eyes filled with killing intent. His body moved as fast as lightning, instantly appearing in front of Taoya, and he punched her away. Then he turned and waved his hand, and lightning struck Kimimaro and Ketamaru again. Kabuto observed the battle from the side, silently calculating in his mind. Shino's strength is indeed extraordinary, but he is facing Lord Nathan Hawk, and the ultimate victory will surely belong to us. Nathan Hawk watched all of this quietly, his gaze sharp and calm, as if waiting for the best moment. He knew that this battle was not just about defeating Shino, but also about completely controlling the power of Sky Ninja Village. The battle continued, the Sound Five relentlessly attacking Shino, while Shino sneered, constantly demonstrating his powerful strength and skill. The fierce battle between the two sides turned this underground space into a battlefield, every move and every stance carrying intense killing intent and power. Don't you understand? In the face of absolute power, you are nothing but ants, Shino said coldly, his hands once again forming seals, preparing to unleash a stronger ninjutsu. Just then, a cold light flashed in Nathan Hawk's eyes. He knew that the time for him to act had arrived. Nathan Hawk scanned his surroundings, then coldly ordered Kabuto, have the Sound Ninjas take over the entire Sky Ninja base. The Sound Five will go too. Kabuto, you stay and watch my battle with Shino. Kabuto was slightly startled, but quickly regained his composure. He knew that this was not only an occupation of Sky Ninja, but also a testament to Nathan Hawk's strength. He bowed slightly and respectfully said, "Understood, my lord." However, his heart was surging with hidden thoughts, and he silently pondered, Lord Nathan Hawk is so confident. It seems he is extremely sure of his own strength. This battle. Immediately, Kabuto's index finger pushed up his glasses, and the lenses glinted. The Sound 5 quickly moved into action. Following Kabuto's orders, they began a full takeover of the Sky Ninja base. Taoya and Kitamaru were responsible for clearing the perimeter, while Sakan and Yukon and Jirobo were in charge of controlling the central area. Kimimaro, as captain, directed the entire operation, ensuring that every corner of the base was under the Sound Ninja's control. Follow orders, move quickly. Kimimaro calmly gave commands, his eyes showing determination and resolve. The Sound 5 moved swiftly, their coordination seamless, quickly dismantling Sky Ninja Base's defense systems. On the way, Kimimaro had been summoned by Orochimaru alone, who instructed him to fully obey Kabuto and Nathan Hawk's command during this mission. Although the other four were somewhat unwilling, they reluctantly complied under Kimimaro's strong pressure. Kabuto stood behind Nathan Hawk, his eyes filled with awe and curiosity. He knew that the upcoming battle would be a contest of strength, and also a test of trust. He silently observed Nathan Hawk's every move, secretly speculating. Lord Orochimaru's choice to cooperate with Lord Nathan Hawk indeed has a deeper meaning. Such a powerful existence, if utilized properly, will surely bring immense benefits to Sound Village. Horse, if Lord Nathan Hawk's strength is truly strong. Nathan Hawk felt Kabuto's gaze, but he ignored it, simply looking coldly at Shino. Shino's face still held that cold sneer, his eyes flashing with fighting spirit, as if he had already foreseen the fierce battle to come. "Do you really think you can easily occupy my base with these subordinates?" Shino said coldly, a hint of mockery in his voice. He knew that the main instigator this time was the guy in front of him. Nathan Hawk did not answer, only smiled slightly. He slowly walked towards Shino, and with a slight movement of his finger, an invisible force seemed to surge in the air. Shino's eyes became sharper, and he felt a powerful pressure, but his fighting spirit grew even stronger. "Then let me see how strong you truly are," Shino said in a low voice, his body slightly hunched, ready to meet Nathan Hawk's attack. Kabuto stood to the side, watching the two intently. Nathan Hawk and Shino stood in the core area of Sky Ninja Base, facing each other, the air filled with tension. Shino was the first to attack, his body rushing towards Nathan Hawk like lightning, his fist carrying a strong wind pressure directly at Nathan Hawk's face. "Let's see if you can take this punch," Shino said coldly, his fist striking at Nathan Hawk with a force that split the air. Nathan Hawk's eyes narrowed slightly. He did not retreat, but quickly raised his arm, blocking Shino's fist. The two men's forces collided, emitting a dull thud, and the ground shook slightly. Nathan Hawk's arm was as solid as an iron wall, completely absorbing Shino's impact. "Your strength is good, but it's not enough," Nathan Hawk said calmly, a cold glint in his eyes. Shino did not stop. He quickly changed his offensive, his body as flexible as a snake, and his legs suddenly swept towards Nathan Hawk's waist. Nathan Hawk slightly shifted his body, easily dodging the blow. Shino's movements were swift, each move carrying a fierce momentum, but Nathan Hawk's defense was equally flawless. Shino quickly formed hand signs, and a powerful chakra instantly erupted from his body. Body activation. His body's muscles instantly swelled, and his strength and speed greatly increased. He charged at Nathan Hawk again, fists and feet intertwining, his offensive even more ferocious. Nathan Hawk's eyes flickered slightly. He still did not use any abilities, relying only on his powerful taijutsu and agile reactions to engage Shino in fierce close-quarters combat. His every defense was precise, his fists constantly colliding with Shino's attacks, emitting deafening sounds. "How many times can you block?" Shino roared, his fists raining down on Nathan Hawk like a storm. Nathan Hawk calmly met every attack, his arms like an indestructible shield, deflecting Shino's every offensive into nothingness. Their speed was extremely fast, their movements intertwining like lightning, and dust rose from the ground. Shino suddenly flipped over, his feet stomping hard on the ground, his body leaping high, his fists carrying strong wind pressure directly at Nathan Hawk's head. Nathan Hawk quickly raised his arms, crossing them over his head, firmly blocking the blow. The powerful impact made the ground shake slightly, but Nathan Hawk still stood firm. "Your defense is indeed amazing," Shino said coldly, a hint of complex emotion flashing in his eyes. "Your attack isn't bad either," Nathan Hawk responded, a hint of appreciation in his eyes. The two briefly faced each other, then quickly engaged again. Shino's offensive became even more fierce, every punch and kick carrying immense power, while Nathan Hawk's defense remained as steady as a mountain, deflecting all of Shinnong's attacks. In this first round of offense and defense, the two were evenly matched, neither giving way. The air was filled with intense fighting spirit and tension, and both sides knew that this was just the beginning. The real battle had just begun. Under Shinnong's fierce assault, Nathan Hawk calmly analyzed the differences between the Sky Ninja leader and Rasa, whom he had faced before. Their fighting styles and abilities were completely different, which required him to adjust his strategy accordingly. First, Shinnong's taijutsu was extremely fierce and varied. Every punch and kick of his was full of power and speed, and his attacks were continuous, without any pause. Compared to Rasa, Shinnong focused more on close-quarters combat, using the forbidden medical jutsu of physical activation to enhance his body's abilities, allowing him to burst out with extremely strong combat power in a short time. Rasa's attacks relied more on the manipulation of gold dust, and his long-range attack and defense capabilities were very strong, but he was relatively weak in close combat, Nathan Hawk mused to himself. Shinnong, however, is different. His close-quarters combat power is very strong, and his physical activation and regeneration abilities mean he has almost no fatigue or injury limitations in battle. Nathan Hawk defended while thinking, clearly realizing that Shinnong's strength lay not only in his taijutsu, but also in the forbidden medical jutsu that could rapidly restore and enhance his body. This forbidden jutsu meant that Shinnong's combat power had almost no upper limit. As the battle continued, his attacks would only grow stronger. While Rasa's magnet release gold dust is powerful, it ultimately relies on chakra consumption. Once his chakra is depleted, his combat power will significantly decrease, Nathan Hawk continued to analyze. In contrast, Shinnong's recovery and regeneration abilities give him an advantage in prolonged battles. Shinnong's fist struck again, carrying strong wind pressure. Nathan Hawk quickly sidestepped to avoid it, then countered with a punch, aiming directly at Shinnong's abdomen. Shinnong reacted quickly, raising his hand to block Nathan Hawk's attack, and their fists collided again, emitting a dull thud. Moreover, Shinnong's fighting style is more direct and ferocious, Nathan Hawk secretly evaluated. He won't give his opponent any chance to breathe. Every attack is full of destructive power and oppressive force. As the battle continued, Nathan Hawk gradually grasped Shinnong's fighting rhythm and weaknesses. He knew that to defeat Shinnong, he had to find his flaws in close combat and counter-attack using the openings in his attacks. At the same time, he had to be wary of Shinnong's recovery and regeneration abilities, not allowing him any chance to use the forbidden medical jutsu to recover his stamina. It seems this battle will be a prolonged one, Nathan Hawk thought calmly, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. But I won't give him any chance to breathe. I need to force out his trump card of fusing with the Zero Tails. Nathan Hawk's gaze became sharper. His body was instantly enveloped in electrical energy, blue electric arcs flickering around him, stimulating his nerves and muscles, bringing his reaction speed and strength to a new peak. He closed his eyes, concentrating, and psychokinesis rapidly flowed through his body, enhancing his physical attributes. Psychokinesis could not only be used to manipulate objects, but also to precisely control every cell in his body, making his movements more accurate and swift. Shinnong attacked again, his fist carrying strong wind pressure, striking directly at Nathan Hawk's face. Nathan Hawk's eyes were calm. His body instantly vanished from its spot, reappearing to Shinnong's side, delivering a high-speed side kick directly to Shinnong's waist. Shinnong was kicked flying, hitting the wall heavily. He quickly stood up, his eyes filled with surprise and anger. "You actually managed to dodge my attack." Nathan Hawk did not answer. His body vanished again, instantly appearing in front of Shinnong, his fists glowing with electrical energy, striking fiercely at Shinnong. Shinnong quickly formed hand signs, activating physical activation, attempting to resist Nathan Hawk's attack. However, Nathan Hawk's speed was too fast. Shinnong's defense simply couldn't keep up with his attack rhythm. "You can no longer see my movements," Nathan Hawk said coldly, his fists raining down on Shinnong's body like raindrops, each blow carrying a strong electrical energy shock, causing Shinnong's body to tremble continuously. Shinnong gritted his teeth, trying to counterattack, but Nathan Hawk's speed and strength completely suppressed him. Every one of Shenang's attacks was skillfully deflected by Nathan Hawk, gradually putting Shenang at a disadvantage in the battle. Your taijutsu is strong, but in front of my speed and strength, it appears so powerless, Nathan Hawk said coldly, his fist glowing with electrical energy, striking fiercely at Shenang's chest. Shenang was forced back several steps by this blow, blood overflowing from the corner of his mouth. A glint of anger and unwillingness flashed in his eyes, but he understood that Nathan Hawk's power had completely surpassed his own. Nathan Hawk gave Shenang no chance to breathe. His body instantly vanished, reappearing behind Shenang, his hands suddenly grabbing Shenang's shoulders, and psychokinesis instantly erupted, slamming Shenang heavily onto the ground. Shenang lay on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, but his eyes still flickered with madness and fighting spirit. He slowly stood up and quickly formed hand signs. Zero Tails Jutsu, activate. Suddenly, the air in the underground space became oppressive and cold, and dark chakra began to gather within Shenang's body. His body rapidly swelled, his muscles became more robust, and his skin turned dark black, as if covered by a dark force. Shenang's eyes glowed red, and his entire being exuded an indescribable evil aura. 8 gates released formation, fully open. Shenang roared, his body instantly enveloped in intense chakra, blue light and dark chakra intertwining, bringing his power to a new height. Nathan Hawk calmly watched Shenang's transformation, his body leaning slightly forward, ready for battle. Taijutsu, Bones, Splitting Fist. Shenang suddenly charged at Nathan Hawk, his fist carrying strong penetrative power and a widespread impact, striking directly at Nathan Hawk's chest. Nathan Hawk quickly dodged, his body instantly turning into a ray of light, vanishing from its spot and appearing to Shenang's side. Nathan Hawk's finger moved slightly, and the power of the glint fruit Pika Pika no Mai instantly erupted, a powerful beam of light striking directly at Shenang. Do you think this is enough to defeat me? Shenang sneered. His body was hit by the light beam, but the dark chakra quickly healed his wounds. His eyes filled with madness and fighting spirit, he charged at Nathan Hawk again. Taijutsu, Activation Fist. Shenang's palm condensed a dark chakra ball, releasing it at Nathan Hawk from close range. Nathan Hawk quickly retreated, but the chakra ball's explosive force still shook his body, making him feel a strong impact. Nathan Hawk's eyes flickered with calmness and determination. His body once again transformed into a ray of light, swiftly circling behind Shenang, his hands glowing with the glint fruit Pika Pika no Mai's light, striking fiercely at Shenang's back. Shenang suddenly turned around, his fists carrying intense, dark chakra, colliding with Nathan Hawk's glowing fists. The two powerful forces clashed in the air, erupting with a huge energy fluctuation, shaking the entire underground space. Ninjutsu, Super God Fist. Shenang roared, his body instantly enveloped in dark chakra, his fists condensing a massive chakra ball, striking fiercely at Nathan Hawk. Nathan Hawk calmly met the blow, his body transforming into a strong ray of light, swiftly dodging, while simultaneously condensing glint fruit Pika Pika no Mai beams in both hands, striking directly at Shenang's chakra ball. The two forces collided in the air, erupting with a huge energy fluctuation. Nathan Hawk's light intertwined with Shenang's dark chakra, forming a massive energy vortex. As Nathan Hawk's gaze grew sharper, Shenang decided to hold nothing back. He took a deep breath, a hint of madness and ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Zero Tails, Jutsu Void Mode. Suddenly, the air in the entire underground space became even colder, and dark chakra rapidly condensed within Shenang's body. His body began to undergo drastic changes, his muscles rapidly swelled, and his skin took on a deep, dark black color. Shenang's eyes became like burning red flames, and a terrifying evil glow emanated from his pupils. Black smoke began to emanate from around Shenang's body. These smoke tendrils swirled around him as if alive, forming a massive dark vortex. Suddenly, several snake-like dark chakra tentacles grew from his back. These tentacles twisted and coiled like snakes, exuding a terrifying aura. Now you will witness my true power. Shenang's voice was low and threatening, his smile distorted and ruthless, as if he had already foreseen Nathan Hawk's defeat. In Zero Tails mode, Shenang's entire body was enveloped in dark chakra. exuding an undeniable powerful aura. Each step he took left deep footprints on the ground, and the surrounding air seemed to tremble under his oppressive presence. "Prepare to meet your doom," Chenon said coldly, his fists condensing intense dark chakra, ready to unleash a fatal attack at any moment. Meanwhile, Kabuto, who had been watching the battle, chose a relatively safe corner, intently observing this exceptionally fierce battle. Complex expression appeared on his face, his brows slightly furrowed, and his eyes flickered with excitement and tension. Chenon's power is actually so immense. This Zero Tails mode is truly shocking. Kabuto's heart trembled. Chenon's power made him feel a hint of unease, but more so excitement and curiosity. Orochimaru's plan could proceed smoothly. Such a powerful enemy was the best test of Lord Hawk's strength. Lord Hawk's strength is not to be underestimated either. He seems to have been holding back. What will be the outcome of this battle? Kabuto's heart was filled with questions and anticipation. He knew that regardless of victory or defeat, the outcome of this battle would determine the future situation. Kabuto's gaze closely followed their movements, constantly analyzing their fighting styles and strategies. His hands clenched into fists, his heart filled with tension and anticipation. Can Lord Hawk defeat Chenon? Or will Chenon's Zero Tails mode completely defeat him? Kabuto involuntarily swallowed, his heart racing, an excited expression on his face. His gaze dared not leave the center of the battle for a moment, afraid of missing any detail. No matter the outcome, this battle will be a rare learning opportunity. To witness the duel of two top powerhouses first, and is truly precious to me. Lord Hawk, how much hidden power does he still possess? How strong are his abilities exactly? Kabuto's mind raced, trying to capture more information from the battle. His heart was filled with a longing for the unknown and reverence for the strong. Under the intense impact of the battle, a glint of determination flashed in Kabuto's eyes. No matter what, I must learn more from this battle and improve my own strength. He took a deep breath, continuing to watch the battle, his inner tension and excitement intertwined, awaiting the final outcome to be revealed. After Chenon entered the Void Zero Tails mode, his body underwent immense changes. His entire body was covered in pitch black chakra, his eyes glowed crimson, and countless black tentacles extended from his body, writhing in the air like living things. A savage smile appeared on his face, and his entire demeanor became even more sinister and dark. "Come on, Nathan Hawk, let me see just how strong you are." Chenon's voice was deep and hoarse, filled with boundless rage and killing intent. He launched a sudden attack, the Zero Tails chakra tentacles lunging at Nathan Hawk like sharp blades. Each tentacle carried destructive power, unstoppable. Chenon's movements were as swift as the wind. His body moved around Nathan Hawk like a ghost, the Zero Tails chakra tentacles forming a black barrier behind him. Zero Tails, Void Fist, Chenon roared, and a black fist shadow shot directly towards Nathan Hawk. This punch carried endless dark chakra, possessing extremely strong penetrative and expansive power. Nathan Hawk calmly dodged, his sharp eyes observing the trajectory of Chenon's attack. With a slight movement of his finger, countless electric arcs suddenly flashed in the air. Electrical energy burst. Powerful electrical energy instantly covered his body, forming an electric barrier that blocked Chenon's attack. Chenon's Zero Tails chakra tentacles were blocked by the electric barrier, but he showed no discouragement, continuing his fierce offensive. Zero Tails, Shadow Storm. Black chakra condensed in his hands, forming a powerful dark storm that surged towards Nathan Hawk. Nathan Hawk's gaze turned cold, and with another slight wave of his finger, Psychokinesis, Shield, an invisible psychokinesis barrier instantly appeared before him, fending off the dark storm. Simultaneously, he swiftly counterattacked, crossing his hands over his chest. Psychokinesis, Impact. A powerful psychokinesis wave shot from his hands, striking Chenon's body directly. Chenon was hit by the psychokinesis impact, his body recoiling slightly, but he quickly stabilized himself, a crazed smile appearing on his face, as expected of Nathan Hawk. Interesting, truly interesting. Zero Tails, Void Blade. Chenon violently swung his hands, and countless black chakra blades flew from them, carrying the power to tear everything apart, pressing directly towards Nathan Hawk. Nathan Hawk responded calmly, his body swiftly moving, avoiding most of the attacks. His eyes fixed on Chenon, he moved his finger slightly again. Electrical energy. Flash. Intense electrical light instantly erupted around him, forming a powerful electrical energy impact that shattered the Zero Tails chakra blades. Shenan's attacks grew increasingly ferocious, but Nathan Hawk remained calm, his movements swift and precise, each counterattack carrying immense power. Psychokinesis. Suppression. Nathan Hawk violently waved his hands, an invisible psychokinesis, like a giant palm, instantly pressed down on Shennon's body. Shennon was suppressed by the psychokinesis, his body trembling slightly. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, but it immediately turned into a wild laugh. Ha ha ha, is this your power? It's nothing special. Nathan Hawk snorted coldly, his body suddenly erupting with even stronger electrical energy. His speed instantly increased, as if he had transformed into a bolt of lightning, instantly closing in on Shennon. Electrical energy. Thunder strike. He punched violently, his fist carrying powerful electrical energy, striking Shennon's chest directly. Shennon was hit by the electrical energy thunder strike, his body trembling violently, black chakra surging wildly within him. A pained expression appeared on his face, but it quickly turned ferocious. Do you think you can defeat me like this? The power of Zero Tails is endless. Nathan Hawk did not back down. His eyes gleamed with resolute light. Though your power is great, I will not lose to you. He attacked again, his body moving around Shennon like lightning, the combination of psychokinesis and electrical energy giving each of his attacks destructive power. Though Shennon was powerful, under Nathan Hawk's sustained assault, he gradually showed signs of disadvantage. The black chakra, though strong, could not completely withstand Nathan Hawk's dual suppression of electrical energy and psychokinesis. His movements gradually became sluggish, and the wild smile on his face slowly disappeared, replaced by anger and unwillingness. You bastard, to actually push me to this extent. Shennon gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with a crazed light, and his body once again erupted with even stronger dark chakra, as if to completely crush Nathan Hawk. Damn it, damn it, damn it, does this guy not feel fear? In his symbiotic mode with Zero Tails, Shennon surprisingly detected no fear whatsoever from Nathan Hawk. Shennon unleashed his power, his entire body instantly erupting with the wild force of dark chakra. His eyes turned crimson, pupils constricted, muscles tensed as if about to burst, and his face twisted, displaying extreme rage and madness. He violently swung his hands, black chakra tentacles surging from his body like lightning, sweeping in all directions, and a terrifying sense of oppression filled the air. Ah 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 ah! Shennon roared, his voice, deep and hoarse, filled with boundless fury. He stomped the ground, and like a cannonball, he charged towards Nathan Hawk, his fists carrying destructive power, smashing fiercely at Nathan Hawk. Nathan Hawk calmly observed Shennon's every move. His body suddenly accelerated, transforming into a bolt of lightning, instantly dodging to Shennon's side. His fists swung rapidly, electrical energy erupting, striking Shennon's waist fiercely. Shennon's body trembled violently, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and a pained expression appeared on his face. Nathan Hawk did not stop. His movements were as swift and fierce as a sudden storm. His body flipped in the air, his knee violently striking Shennon's abdomen, electrical energy infused within it. Powerful impact made Shennon spit out blood again, his body bending backward, his eyes showing pain and anger. Immediately after, Nathan Hawk powerfully pushed off with his feet, leaping to Shennon's head, his fists carrying the power of electrical energy, striking Shennon's head from above. Shennon had no time to react. His head was heavily struck, and his body, like a kite with a broken string, fell to the ground, making a dull thud. Nathan Hawk quickly landed, his body low, and pushed off powerfully with his legs, charging at Shennon again. His hands moved like sharp blades, his fists glowing with electrical energy, continuously striking Shennon's chest, abdomen, and limbs. Each punch carried immense power and speed. The electrical energy impact made Shennon's body constantly tremble, and blood continuously gushed from his mouth. Shennon's eyes flashed with unwillingness and anger, but his body could no longer keep up with Nathan Hawk's speed and strength. His every counterattack was easily dodged by Nathan Hawk, and the power of Dark Chakra seemed powerless before Nathan Hawk. Nathan Hawk's final strike. He crossed his hands over his chest, electrical energy rapidly gathered, forming an intense electric light. He violently swung his fists, electrical energy erupting, striking Shennon's chest directly. Shennon's body was sent flying by the enormous impact, crashing heavily against the wall with a violent thud. The wall instantly cracked and rubble scattered. Shennon's body slid from the wall, falling heavily to the ground. A pained and helpless expression appeared on his face, his eyes filled with unwillingness and anger. Nathan Hawke coldly watched Shennon lying on the ground, his eyes revealing endless ruthlessness and determination. A sense of oppression filled the air, making it suffocating. Shennon struggled to lift his head, his eyes filled with unwillingness and anger, but the pain in his body and the depletion of his strength rendered him powerless to resist. Nathan Hawke slowly walked towards Shennon, the electrical energy on his body gradually dissipating. His voice was deep and cold. "Obey and I won't kill you." Shennon gritted his teeth, his facial expression twisted, displaying extreme anger and pain. His breathing became rapid, but eventually, a hint of helplessness and submission appeared in his eyes. He knew that he had no chance of victory against Nathan Hawke, and further resistance would only lead to greater pain and death. "I understand," Shennon's voice was deep, carrying a hint of unwillingness and helplessness. "I will listen to you." Nathan Hawke nodded slightly, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. He turned to look at Kabuto, whose expression now ranged from shock to admiration, showing deep reverence for Nathan Hawke's power. "We've completed the mission. Retreat," Nathan Hawke calmly gave the order. Kabuto immediately stepped forward, respectfully responding, "Yes, my lord." He quickly directed the Sound Village squad to clean up the aftermath, ensuring nothing was left behind. On the way back, Nathan Hawke's silhouette appeared incredibly stern and resolute, while Shennon, supported by Sound Village ninja, slowly followed behind. Though his heart was filled with humiliation, he knew that at this moment, he could only choose to submit and await future opportunities. In the Sound Village, as night fell, Orochimaru stood by the laboratory window, gazing out at the darkness. His eyes were deep and contemplative, filled with anticipation and curiosity for the returning group. As Nathan Hawke and his team stepped into the territory of the Sound Village, the surrounding guards immediately detected their presence. The guards quickly reported, notifying Orochimaru. Orochimaru swiftly exited the laboratory to greet the returning team. The first thing that caught his eye was Nathan Hawke's stern face, his impeccable demeanor, and his unharmed state. Nathan Hawke's steps were firm, his gaze cold and resolute, as if an aura of victory enveloped him. Then, his gaze shifted to Shennon. Shennon's figure appeared somewhat disheveled. His body had clearly sustained severe injuries, his face and arms covered in scars, showing signs of a fierce battle. Despite this, Shennon's eyes still flashed with unwillingness and anger, but that indomitable will had not faded. Orochimaru smiled slightly, stepping forward, his gaze sweeping back and forth between the two. His voice was deep and carried a hint of playfulness. "It seems the battle was very intense." Nathan Hawke merely nodded coldly, saying nothing more. His gaze remained sharp, as if he was discerning Orochimaru's every thought. Orochimaru's gaze turned to Shennon, and he nodded gently. "Shennon, it seems you've endured a tough battle." Shennon gritted his teeth, his gaze icy. "Orochimaru, your plan is complete. I will honor our agreement." Orochimaru ignored Shennon's deeper thoughts and nodded, a hint of profound meaning in his eyes. He knew that despite Shennon being heavily injured, his combat power and potential were still not to be underestimated. Now with Nathan Hawke's power displayed once again, it seemed he would have to rely on others. "Very good," Orochimaru's voice carried a hint of a sinister smile. "We will continue to cooperate, jointly pursuing even greater power." Shennon looked at Orochimaru and then at Nathan Hawke, and the answer in his heart finally became clear. So Orochimaru has also submitted. Inside Orochimaru's laboratory, a faint medicinal scent lingered, and the surroundings were filled with various experimental materials and specimens. The lab lights were dim, with only a few weak lamps illuminating the central experimental table, casting an eerie play of light and shadow. Kabuto stood before the experimental table, a serious expression on his face, as he reported Nathan Hawke's battle intelligence against Shinno to Orochimaru. Orochimaru listened quietly, his gaze deep, seemingly lost in thought. "Lord Hawke's strength truly exceeds imagination," Kabuto said in a low voice, a hint of reverence in his tone. In his battle with Shinno, he displayed astonishing combat techniques and power. Kabuto's fingers tapped lightly on the experimental table, as if organizing his thoughts. He continued, "Lord Hawke initially didn't use any special abilities, but instead engaged Shinno in a pure close-quarters combat. Even under these circumstances, he still demonstrated an overwhelming advantage, with extremely precise defense and counterattacks. Orochimaru's eyes flickered slightly, and a cold smile played on his lips. It seems he doesn't just rely on powerful abilities. His combat techniques have also reached an astonishing level. Kabuto nodded and continued his report. In the latter half of the battle, Lord Hawk began to use abilities similar to lightning release and repulsion. On the way back, your subordinate humbly inquired with Lord Hawk, and he told me that these were electrical energy and psychokinesis. Lord Hawk combined the burst of electrical energy with psychokinesis, elevating his body's speed and strength to a new height. Although Shino used the power of the Zero Tails, and even activated the Eight Gates formation, he still couldn't match Lord Hawk's offensive. At this point, Kabuto's expression grew even more serious, and his voice deepened. The power Lord Hawk displayed was almost unstoppable for Shino. He used the combination of electrical energy and psychokinesis, making every one of his attacks highly destructive and fast. Under such an assault, Shino gradually lost the ability to resist, and was ultimately completely suppressed. A hint of approval flashed in Orochimaru's eyes, and he nodded slightly. Very good. Such power is enough to make me take him even more seriously. Kabuto's fingers stopped tapping on the experimental table, and he looked up, a hint of doubt in his eyes. Lord Orochimaru, what exactly is Lord Hawk's goal? His power is so immense, his objective must also be extraordinary. Orochimaru smiled faintly, his gaze deep and unfathomable. I cannot fully determine Nathan Hawk's goal yet, but what is certain is that he is pursuing a higher power and control. For us, this might not be an opportunity. Kabuto nodded thoughtfully, his heart also filled with anticipation and uncertainty about the future. Before the 1-month period in the Naruto world ended, Nathan Hawk had secretly established an anchor point in the Hidden Sound Village, making it the connection point between the Naruto world and the Marvel world. Through this anchor point, he could travel between the two worlds at any time, laying the foundation for his cross-world plan. Before leaving, Nathan Hawk decided to hold an important meeting in the Hidden Sound Village. He gathered the Sound Four: Kabuto, Orochimaru, Zabuza, Hoku, and the injured and bandaged Shino. Doflamingo and Borsalino were not required to participate in this meeting. Inside the meeting room, the lights were dim, and the atmosphere was solemn. On both sides of the long conference table, everyone was seated in order, with various expressions. Sound Four looked stern, their eyes vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Kabuto stood beside Orochimaru, a faint smile on his face, his demeanor calm and composed. His eyes occasionally swept towards Nathan Hawk, clearly intrigued by the power and purpose of this new ally. Orochimaru, on the other hand, wore a calm expression, a cold smile playing on his lips. His gaze was deep, seemingly pondering Nathan Hawk's future plans and how to gain the maximum benefit from them. Zabuza and Hoku stood to the side. Zabuza's face still carried a hint of gloom and disdain, but his eyes now held a touch of respect. Hoku's expression was calm, his eyes gentle and firm, full of trust and dependence on Nathan Hawk. Finally, the injured Shino sat at one end of the conference table, his body covered in bandages, looking somewhat weak. His eyes were filled with resentment and anger, but when facing Nathan Hawk, he could only suppress his dissatisfaction. Nathan Hawk slowly entered the meeting room, calmly scanned everyone, and then took his seat at the head of the table. His expression was stern, his gaze sharp, carrying an undeniable authority. Today I've gathered everyone to clarify our future plans and direction of cooperation. Nathan Hawk's voice was deep and powerful, echoing in the silent meeting room. Everyone nodded, their expressions serious, and the atmosphere in the meeting room immediately became even more tense and solemn. Everyone understood that this meeting would determine their future fate and actions. Nathan Hawk's gaze swept over each person's face, finally resting on Orochimaru. Orochimaru, you are a key figure in this cooperation. I hope you can fully cooperate with our plan. Orochimaru smiled slightly and nodded. Of course, Lord Nathan Hawk. I will do my best to cooperate with your arrangements. Nathan Hawk nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Kabuto and the Sound Four. Kabuto, you are responsible for the daily management and intelligence gathering of the Hidden Sound Village. As for the Sound Four, you will be responsible for training and enhancing the combat power of the Sound Ninja. Kabuto and the Sound Four, looking at Orochimaru, all nodded, indicating understanding and obedience. The lights in the meeting room gradually dimmed. After the others left, only Nathan Hawk and Orochimaru remained in the room. Orochimaru's eyes revealed intense interest and anticipation. He knew that Nathan Hawk's upcoming future plans would surely shock him. Nathan Hawk quietly watched Orochimaru, his eyes deep and calm. He knew that the upcoming conversation would determine the future of their cooperative relationship. Orochimaru leaned back in his chair and smiled slightly. Nathan Hawk, I am very much looking forward to the plan you are about to share. Your actions and strength this time have truly opened my eyes, and I am very curious about your true purpose. Nathan Hawk nodded and slowly began. Orochimaru, I greatly admire a genius like you. Your wisdom and ambition have made you stand out in this world. However, I want to tell you a secret about my true identity. Orochimaru's smile subtly receded, and a hint of curiosity flickered in his eyes. Oh, do tell. Nathan Hawk's voice was deep and powerful. I come from another world. In fact, I can travel through multiple worlds. I came to the Naruto world this time because I saw the power and potential here. And you, Orochimaru, I hope you can join me and become my important partner. The Naruto world. A flicker of shock passed through Orochimaru's eyes. He knew Nathan Hawk's power and mystery well, yet he couldn't find any information about him or his three subordinates through intelligence. His intuition told him that what Nathan Hawk said was very likely true. Orochimaru pondered for a moment, then slowly said, Traveling through worlds? Your statement is indeed very interesting. However, to make me fully believe you, I need more convincing evidence. Nathan Hawk nodded in understanding. You want to personally verify my words, to personally see another world. Only then will you be fully convinced. Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with intelligence and cunning. Precisely. Only by witnessing it with my own eyes can I be truly convinced. I don't want this to be a genjutsu trick. Nathan Hawk smiled calmly. Very well. We can cross over immediately. I will take you to a brand new world, allowing you to witness my abilities firsthand. Orochimaru's eyes were filled with anticipation and excitement. He had never imagined such an opportunity, and this chance might open a door for him to a broader realm. I'm ready, Nathan Hawk. Orochimaru's voice carried a hint of excitement and determination. Let me see your world. Nathan Hawk, Borsalino, and Doflamingo took Orochimaru back to the Umbrella Corporation. The moment they stepped into the headquarters, Orochimaru's eyes were deeply captivated by the sight before him. Umbrella Corporation's headquarters was located in a modern skyscraper industrial park, surrounded by towering buildings and bustling streets. Both inside and outside the building, the most advanced technological equipment was used, and the streamlined design and high-tech materials all showcased its power and efficiency. Transparent glass walls allowed natural light to filter in, making the entire building bright and spacious. Orochimaru had never seen such advanced facilities, and his eyes gleamed with uncontrollable curiosity and surprise. Welcome to the Umbrella Corporation, Nathan Hawk said, a hint of pride and satisfaction in his voice. He turned to a floating holographic image in the air and said, I notify the Humajar secretary, Beta, to come. The eye's holographic image emitted a soft blue light, its voice calm and clear. Understood, boss. Beta is already on her way. A flicker of surprise crossed Orochimaru's eyes as he stared at the eye's holographic image, unable to resist muttering to himself. This is actually a holographic image. It's so lifelike and intelligent. Before long, a Humajar secretary named Beta, dressed in a uniform, arrived before them. Beta's appearance was extremely lifelike, indistinguishable from a human, but Orochimaru's keen senses quickly detected that this was not a living human being. Beta smiled and spoke respectfully. Boss, welcome you, along with Lord Doflamingo and Lord Borsalino, to the Umbrella Corporation. I am Beta, and I will be your guide for the tour. Doflamingo nodded, then snorted, and left. Borsalino waved his hand at Nathan Hawk and Orochimaru, saying, This old man is going to have some tea, so I won't be joining you. With that, he used his glint fruit ability, a beam of light, to clock out. Nathan Hawk looked towards Orochimaru, whose expression had subtly changed. This isn't human? Orochimaru was shocked internally, his expression slightly altered. He had never seen such advanced bionic technology, and his curiosity and desire for exploration were ignited to the extreme. Nathan Hawk noticed Orochimaru's surprise and smiled faintly. This is our company's latest research and development, called Humajar. Beta is a highly intelligent robot, capable of performing various complex tasks. Orochimaru took a deep breath, calming the shock in his heart. Truly incredible technology. Your world is indeed vastly different from ours. Beta politely gestured. Please follow me. I will take you on a tour of the entire Umbrella Corporation facility. Orochimaru nodded and followed Beta. His eyes sparkled with intelligence, and he silently pondered the principles behind this advanced technology and its potential applications. He knew that this journey not only showed him a brand new world, but also opened up countless new possibilities and opportunities for him. Nathan Hawk followed behind them, a hint of satisfaction and deep thought in his eyes. He knew that Orochimaru's heart had already begun to lean towards him. Beta led Orochimaru on a tour of the Umbrella Corporation headquarters. Orochimaru was intensely interested in everything he saw, looking around at the advanced equipment and technological facilities. His eyes showed a hint of excitement and curiosity, like an explorer stepping into an unknown territory. They first arrived at the company's gene laboratory. Inside the lab, scientists were busy conducting various experiments, and transparent petri dishes floated with all sorts of gene samples. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed as he looked at these high-tech devices. This is our gene laboratory, Beta introduced. We have made significant breakthroughs in gene editing and cloning technology. Through advanced gene editing tools, we can precisely modify gene sequences and create organisms with specific characteristics. Orochimaru nodded, his eyes full of curiosity and contemplation. Truly astonishing technology. Could you explain your specific operational procedures in detail? Just then, a Humajar in a white lab coat walked over. His appearance was as realistic as Beta's, but he exuded an aura of professionalism and rigor. Beta introduced him. This is our research Humajar Alpha. He will provide you with a detailed introduction to our technology. Alpha bowed slightly, his voice steady and clear. Mr. Orochimaru, welcome to Umbrella Corporation. I will provide you with a detailed introduction to our gene technology, Iron Man suit technology, Humajar, and artificial intelligence technology. They continued on to the Iron Man suit laboratory. Various models of suits were displayed here, each radiating a metallic luster and a sense of powerful strength. Alpha pointed to a suit and said, "This is our latest developed Iron Man suit, which utilizes the most advanced materials and power systems, capable of providing excellent protection and powerful combat capabilities." Orochimaru carefully observed the suit's design and structure, his fingers lightly touching the smooth metallic surface. The material and construction of the suit are very unique. It seems you also have extraordinary achievements in material science. Alpha continued. That's right, our Iron Man suits not only possess powerful protective capabilities, but can also be configured for various tactical setups, adapting to different combat needs. Next, they arrived at the Humajar research and development area. Various types of Humajar were displayed here, from combat models to service models, with all sorts of robots undergoing testing and debugging. Orochimaru looked at these Humajar, a hint of surprise and admiration in his eyes. Humajar are one of our company's most important research achievements, Alpha explained. These robots possess a high degree of intelligence and flexible mobility, capable of performing various complex tasks. From combat to scientific research, and even daily services, Humajar are omnipotent. Orochimaru nodded, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. Such advanced technology is indeed awe-inspiring. How do you achieve the intelligence of these robots? Alpha smiled slightly. This involves our artificial intelligence technology. Our AI system possesses a high degree of learning ability and self-optimization capabilities, able to autonomously adjust and adapt according to different environments and tasks. This makes our Humajar not just simple machines, but intelligent entities with thinking and decision-making capabilities. Orochimaru heard this word and deeply imprinted it in his memory. They finally arrived at a spacious conference room, and Alpha gestured for Orochimaru to sit down. Mr. Orochimaru, we believe that through this cooperation, you will be able to fully utilize our technological resources to achieve greater breakthroughs and accomplishments. After Orochimaru sat down, his eyes showed a hint of deep thought and anticipation. Indeed, your technology has opened my eyes. I believe that through cooperation, we will surely create even more brilliant achievements. Meanwhile, Borsellino was in the main control room of the Umbrella Corporation headquarters. He slowly walked to the control panel and gently took off a small electronic artificial intelligence reconnaissance device from his waist. This reconnaissance device was a mission he received before going to the Naruto world, used to collect intelligence in most countries of the Naruto world. The reconnaissance device in Borsellino's hand glowed with a faint blue light, and he casually placed it on the control panel. Mainframe, mission accomplished. This is all the intelligence I collected in the Naruto world. Also, I have already placed 4 bodies ready for cloning in the cloning area. The mainframe's voice was calm and mechanical. Thank you, Mr. Borsellino. Processing data, please wait. The reconnaissance device began to emit a slight hum, and the blue light became brighter. Tens of thousands of intelligence data were transmitted through the reconnaissance device to the mainframe's main system. Borsellino stood with his hands in his pockets, leaning lazily against the side, quietly observing everything. This intelligence covers geographical information, military deployments, important facilities, and detailed profiles of level figures in most countries of the Naruto world, Borsellino said slowly, a hint of lazy pride in his voice. On the mainframe's system interface, a large amount of data scrolled rapidly, and complex algorithms and analysis programs ran quickly, constantly extracting and organizing valuable information. Intelligence received. Performing strategic analysis. Borsellino nodded slightly, a faint smile on his lips. Now, the boss will be able to better target the Naruto world for strategic occupation. The mainframe's voice remained calm. Indeed, based on this intelligence data, we can formulate more precise and efficient strategic plans to ensure that every step of our actions in the Naruto world maximizes our advantage. Borsellino looked at the mainframe's screen, and the speed of data analysis and strategic formulation amazed him. He knew that the Umbrella Corporation's technology and resources were constantly expanding and improving, and the intelligence he had collected would become an important cornerstone for future strategies. Very good, let them see our true strength, Borsellino said softly, a hint of coldness and determination in his tone. He turned and left the control room, leaving the mainframe to continue complex strategic analysis and data processing. My hands are getting rusty, Borsellino muttered to himself. John Laboratory, cloning area. On both sides of the spacious and bright corridor were neatly arranged transparent cultivation capsules, each containing developing clones floating within, with flashing instruments and screens displaying detailed physiological data. This was one of the most advanced areas of the Umbrella Corporation, every detail revealing the rigor and precision of high technology. In the center of the cloning area, the mainframe's holographic projection floated in midair, emitting a soft blue light. Another Humajar, primarily stationed in the cloning area, was also present. She was a tall, exquisitely beautiful woman with long brown hair draped over her shoulders, wearing a pristine white research uniform. Her name was Irene, and her voice was gentle and clear with a hint of professional calm. Boss, welcome to the cloning area, Irene said with a smile, bowing to Nathan Hawk. Please follow me, we are ready to report our latest progress to you. Nathan Hawk nodded and followed Irene into the core laboratory of the cloning area. The mainframe's holographic image followed closely, constantly updating real-time data. Irene stopped in front of a row of cultivation capsules and gestured for Nathan Hawk to look at one of the transparent capsules. Here are the clones of the 4th Kazekage, Rasa, and the other 3 members of his guard. We have performed a complete cloning of their bodies and conducted in-depth research at the genetic level. The mainframe took over, its tone calm. According to our analysis, the 4th Kazekage, Rasa's, genes contain a unique mutation that allows him to manipulate gold dust. This mutation plays a crucial role in his chakra system, granting him powerful magnet release abilities. Irene nodded and continued. We also found that Rasa's chakra cells have extremely high regenerative capabilities, which allows him to quickly recover stamina during combat. By deeply researching these cells, we can replicate this characteristic in the clones, enhancing their combat power and endurance. She pointed to another row of cultivation capsules, where the clones of the 3 guards were. As for these 3 guard members, we found multiple unique abilities in their genes, including highly agile reaction speed, powerful ninjutsu talent and special taijutsu techniques. We have successfully transferred these abilities to the clones, allowing them to perform at their best in combat. However, the drawback is that they no longer have any potential. Nathan Hawke listened carefully, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Very good, Irene. Continue to optimize the performance of the clones, ensuring they can display their strongest abilities in combat. Irene smiled slightly and nodded. Understood, boss. We will continue with genetic optimization and chakra regulation to ensure that every clone meets your requirements. The mainframe's holographic image flickered, then continued. At the same time, we are also exploring combining these genetic advantages with other technological means, such as nanotechnology and biological enhancement, to further improve the overall combat capabilities of the clones. Nathan Hawke nodded with satisfaction. Very good, the faces of these 4 must be completely replicated, the rest can be randomized. Irene bowed slightly. Understood, boss, we will ensure it is completed. Nathan Hawke turned to the mainframe and continued to give instructions. Mainframe, allocate a portion of the computing power to the production of clones for this invasion of the Naruto world. Additionally, Irene, ensure that these ninja template clones are implanted with a biochemical virus, but remove the contagiousness of the virus. The mainframe's holographic image flickered, then responded. Command received, allocating computing power to the clone production project. Irene nodded, her tone firm. We will ensure that every clone meets your requirements. The implantation of the biochemical virus will enhance their combat power, but will not pose a threat to others. Nathan Hawke smiled contentedly, then turned and left the cloning area to attend to other matters. Irene and the mainframe quickly began to act, optimizing the clone production process and ensuring that every step was carried out according to Nathan Hawke's instructions. In various laboratories within the cloning area, scientists worked busily, debugging equipment, monitoring data, and ensuring that every clone could achieve maximum effectiveness in future battles. The clones in each cultivation capsule were gradually taking shape, their faces, genes, and combat capabilities all being enhanced under careful design and regulation. Irene carefully checked every step, ensuring that the implantation of the biochemical virus would not affect the clone's health and combat power. Her gaze was firm and her operations were unwavering. She knew that these clones would be the key force for the future invasion of the Naruto world. Early morning, Umbrella headquarters. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows into the spacious and bright office area, illuminating Nathan Hawke's desk. A holographic image of the intelligent AI appeared before Nathan Hawke, beginning to report on the current schedules of the Hawke Group's superheroes. My lord, here are the latest updates on the superheroes. The intelligent AI's voice was calm and methodical. The Invisible Man Alex Hassel is currently promoting his new film series, while also serving as a world peace ambassador. He is currently engaged in exchange activities across various European countries, seemingly already a shoo-in for the next Nobel Peace Prize. Nathan Hawke nodded, indicating he understood. The intelligent AI continued to report. Super V. Andre is currently on a music tour across the United States, simultaneously fighting crime in between performances. His tour has generated an immense response, and his fan base has surged. Very good, Nathan Hawke smiled with satisfaction. Electro Max, Dylan is currently exploring ancient ruins around the world, seemingly searching for ancient deities. His superhero activities are being impersonated by an electrical energy type Shimeja to ensure he can focus on his exploration. Nathan Hawke frowned slightly, evidently harboring some doubts about Max's exploratory activities. Prepare more equipment for him to use. Understood, my lord. Kamen Rider John Walker has accepted an invitation from the U.S. military and is currently giving speeches and interacting at various military camps. His presence has greatly boosted morale, and the military is very satisfied with this. Excellent, Nathan Hawke expressed his approval. These actions all help us expand our influence. The intelligent AI paused, then continued. In addition, my lord is currently at the Hawke Group headquarters. Do you need to inform my lord to come to Umbrella headquarters? Nathan Hawke pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, Inform my lord and have him come over. Understood, my lord. The intelligent AI's image flickered, indicating the command had been relayed. Soon after, my lord appeared at the office door. He walked into the office, his gaze sharp as a blade. His posture was agile, his black ninja attire clinging to his muscular body, revealing immense flexibility and power in his movements. The moment he met Nathan Hawke's gaze, my lord could sense that Nathan Hawke had not used the forbidden power he possessed, that incredibly powerful shadow energy. There was no trace of this power on Nathan Hawke. He actually didn't use my power. For those of them summoned by Nathan Hawke, it was already clear that after being summoned, Nathan Hawke would gain their abilities and so on. It's just that the fighting style and compatibility don't match. Nathan Hawke smiled slightly, offering no further explanation, and motioned for my lord to sit down. His voice was calm and strong. My lord, you have been at the Hawke Group headquarters for some time, and we have rarely communicated. But today there is an important matter that requires your assistance. My lord remained calm, nodding slightly to indicate he was willing to listen. I need you to come with me to a world of ninja, Nathan Hawke continued. There, we will need your abilities to complete some missions. Meanwhile, the superhero activities here will be handled by a more intelligent acting Shimeja. My lord was expressionless. He knew Nathan Hawke's plan had obviously been well thought out. A world of ninja? My lord's voice was low and calm, a hint of question flashing in his eyes. Nathan Hawke nodded, explaining, yes, a world filled with various ninjutsu and ninja. That place has the resources and power we need. Your forbidden power will play an important role there. My lord said no more. His gaze was firm, and he had already made his decision. The ninja of this world. No. Nathan Hawke saw my lord's gaze and was secretly pleased. Very good. Nathan Hawke stood up and gestured, get ready, we will depart immediately. My lord nodded, stood up and prepared to head to the unknown battlefield. Upon receiving a notification from the intelligent AI, Nathan Hawke once again entered the clone zone, where a distinct smell of disinfectant permeated the air. This was a place where high technology and bioengineering converged, surrounded by various advanced equipment and instruments. Shimeja Irene stood before the central control panel, dressed in a white lab coat, meticulously monitoring various data. Irene saw Nathan Hawke's arrival, bowed slightly, and displayed a professional and calm expression. My lord, welcome back. I have just completed the analysis of the latest batch of clone ninja, and am ready to report to you. Nathan Hawke nodded, walked to the control panel, and motioned for Irene to continue. Irene began to explain in detail. According to the preliminary data provided by Orochimaru, we have analyzed the differences between the human genes of the Naruto world and the human genes of our world. After optimization, the chakra volume of each clone ninja has reached the level of an ordinary Jonin. However, we have found some unstable situations when implanting hand seals and using ninjutsu. She operated the control panel, and various data and charts appeared on the screen. Currently, we can only allow the clones to learn hand seals and ninjutsu on their own after creation, which requires time and practice to perfect. However, in the use of swordsmanship and kunai, the clones have shown a very high success rate. All clone ninja can skillfully master these weapons, significantly increasing their combat effectiveness. Nathan Hawke carefully observed the data on the screen, his brows slightly furrowed. So, what about the implantation of the biochemical virus? Irene quickly brought up another set of data and continued to report. The implantation of the biochemical virus is progressing very smoothly, and we have divided it into two types, Tyrant type and Licker type. These two types of clone ninja can undergo morphological changes when encountering strong enemies. The Tyrant type will enhance strength and durability, while the Licker type will improve speed and agility. The screen displayed comparison charts of the two types of clone ninja before and after morphological changes. The Tyrant type clone ninja became more robust and muscular, while the Licker type clone ninja appeared more slender and agile. Irene continued to explain, but it should be noted that after morphological changes, these clones must re-enter the nutrient chamber for energy replenishment to return to their original state. This is a current limitation we face. Nathan Hawke nodded, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Very good, Irene, you have done an excellent job. We need these clone ninja to demonstrate their maximum advantage in combat. Irene smiled slightly and continued, we are also researching how to further stabilize the implantation of hand seals and ninjutsu, hoping to solve this problem in the near future. Although the current clones are somewhat lacking in hand seals and ninjutsu, they already possess a considerable advantage in overall combat effectiveness. Nathan Hawke nodded with satisfaction. Keep up this progress, I have full confidence in you. Thank you for your praise, my lord, Irene happily expressed, then continued to focus on monitoring and adjusting the data. Nathan Hawke walked into Zhang Lingma's laboratory, greeted by a busy scene. Various advanced instruments and equipment filled the entire room, and several assistants were busy recording data and debugging equipment. Zhang Lingma stood before the experimental table, looking displeased at Nathan Hawke. My lord, Zhang Lingma's tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction. You actually won't let me go to the Naruto world. Do you know how much I want to personally verify the scientific principles of those ninjutsu? Nathan Hawke smiled slightly, approached Zhang Lingma, and spoke in a calm and firm tone. Ryoma, I understand your enthusiasm and desire, but currently, the importance of researching the Infinity Stones outweighs anything else. How is the research on the Space Stone and Power Stone progressing? Zhang Lingma sighed. Although he was dissatisfied, he also knew that what Nathan Hawke said was true. He turned and brought up a set of data on the control panel, beginning to report, we have made some important progress in our research on the Space Stone and Power Stone. The energy fluctuations of the Space Stone have been initially mastered by us and can already be used for short-distance space teleportation. The energy of the Power Stone is more volatile, but we have found several preliminary control methods. He pointed to the charts on the screen, explaining in detail. The energy of the Space Stone becomes exceptionally stable at certain specific frequencies, which allows us to precisely control the target and distance of teleportation. While the energy of the Power Stone is difficult to control, through specific frequency resonance, we can convert its energy into other forms, such as power sources. In short, we are one step closer to stably traversing parallel universes. Nathan Hawke nodded, a hint of approval in his eyes. Very good, Ryoma. Although Zhang Lingma still harbored dissatisfaction, he also knew that Nathan Hawke's decisions were always well thought out. He composed himself and continued. To ensure the accuracy and safety of the research, I will continue to conduct more in-depth analysis of these stones and develop more stable energy control devices. Although I cannot go to the Naruto world, I will ensure that our research here does not go wrong. Nathan Hawke nodded with satisfaction. I trust you, Ryoma. Your work is crucial to our plan. I need you to go all out to ensure that we always maintain a leading position in technology. Zhang Lingma reluctantly nodded. I understand, my lord. I will do my best to complete these studies and ensure our plan proceeds smoothly. Zhang Lingma continued to operate the equipment on the control panel, suddenly remembering an important matter. He turned to Nathan Hawke and said, My lord, we have collected a batch of energy emitted by the stones, and this energy can be used to create energy weapons. I believe these weapons can be equipped to the clones in the clone zone. This way, they will have more powerful firepower in combat. Nathan Hawke raised an eyebrow slightly, showing an interested expression. Energy weapons? What kind of weapons specifically? Zhang Lingma opened a blueprint on the screen and explained in detail. These energy weapons are mainly firearm types, capable of instantly penetrating most defenses by converting the stone's energy into high-intensity firing power. I have already discussed it with the intelligent AI, and the intelligent AI will issue a detailed report explaining the specific performance and application strategies of these weapons. Nathan Hawke nodded with satisfaction. Very good, these weapons will greatly enhance the combat effectiveness of our clone army. Continue to advance this project, ensuring every detail is foolproof. Zhang Lingma once again felt Nathan Hawke's emphasis on detail, and he continued. My lord, I met Orochimaru yesterday, and he showed great interest in our scientific research equipment and technology. Nathan Hawke smiled faintly and asked, Oh, what did he say? Zhang Lingma recalled. Orochimaru is indeed an extremely intelligent person. He showed strong interest in our genetic technology, especially our achievements in genetic editing and cloning. He also inquired about some technical details regarding the energy of the stones. I must admit, his knowledge and insight are very impressive. Nathan Hawke nodded in agreement. Orochimaru is indeed a rare talent, which is why I invited him to join. His abilities combined with our technology can create even stronger combat power. Zhang Lingma continued. He has many unique insights into our research, especially in biotechnology and energy applications. He mentioned some details we hadn't considered before, which made me evaluate him even higher. Nathan Hawk smiled slightly, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes. Very good, continue to maintain communication with Orochimaru. His insights are very helpful to our research. At the same time, expedite the development of energy weapons so that our clone army can be equipped with these new weapons as soon as possible. Don Jilingma nodded in response. Understood, my lord. I will continue to give my all to ensure our research proceeds smoothly. In the Naruto world, land of rivers, black market. In a dimly lit underground exchange, the lights were dim, and the air was filled with a mixed scent. Kakuzu and Hidden were here to accept missions. Kakuzu, as always, stood calmly and proudly in front of the mission board, carefully selecting tasks. His eyes were cold and sharp, as if he could see through the value of every mission. Hidden, on the other hand, seemed a bit impatient. He looked around anxiously, occasionally joking with Kakuzu. Hey Kakuzu, what mission are you picking now? Is there anything here worth us taking? Kakuzu glanced at Hidden and said coldly, Shut up, just follow my arrangements. Hidden pouted, looking a bit dissatisfied, but he knew Kakuzu's personality and said no more. The two stood in front of the Black Market's mission board, and the whispers around them gradually reached their ears. I heard that the Sand Ninja are preparing to participate in the Leaf Village Chunin exams recently. It's a really big deal. Yes, they've made a lot of preparations, even improving the electricity situation over there. Electricity situation? Isn't the land of wind always short on water and electricity? You wouldn't know. Even though the streets of the land of wind are still hot, the indoor air conditioning and electricity system have perfectly solved this problem. I heard that the land of wind's daimyo and the wealthy merchants there are all buying those very energy-efficient, safe, and easy-to-use air conditioners. Kakuzu's brows furrowed slightly, apparently interested in this information. Hidden, however, said impatiently, air conditioners? Those guys really have too much money to burn. Kakuzu ignored Hidden's taunt and continued listening to the surrounding conversations. He knew that this information might be of some help to their mission. I heard that those air conditioners use a new technology. I really don't know where it came from. Yes, I heard that this technology is not only energy efficient but also particularly safe and reliable. Now the entire land of wind's electricity situation has greatly improved. Kakuzu secretly noted down this information. He knew that these changes might hide some secrets. Perhaps these new developments in the Sand Ninja and the Land of Wind were worth their in-depth investigation. Oh, Hidden, we have a new target, Kakuzu said calmly, turning to walk towards the Black Market's exit. Hidden was startled, then showed a smile. Oh, a new target? Looks like there's a good show to watch. After leaving the Black Market, Hidden looked at Kakuzu, a puzzled smile on his face. Hey Kakuzu, what mission did we take this time? Kakuzu replied calmly, to kill a bandit named Jai, on a small hill in the Land of Rivers. We'll arrive at midnight. Hidden listened, then curled his lip in disdain. A bandit? What kind of strength does that guy have? Is it enough for me to offer to Loki? Kakuzu glanced at Hidden and continued, according to the mission description, he probably has the strength of an elite Jonin. The reward is very generous. A hint of excitement flashed in Hidden's eyes, and a wicked smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The strength of an elite Jonin. That's a bit interesting. My Lord Loki will definitely be very satisfied. Kakuzu nodded slightly, analyzing calmly. This Jai should not be an ordinary bandit. The strength of an elite Jonin is very rare among bandits. There might be some Chunin and Genin under him, or perhaps he was a rogue ninja from some village before. This mission might be a bit troublesome, but the reward is definitely worth our effort. Hidden waved his hand dismissively. What's troublesome about it? We are the immortal duo. Those so-called elite Jonin are just good material for sacrifice. Kakuzu gave a cold smile and continued, Don't be careless, Hidden. We need to be fully prepared. This mission might be more complex than we imagine. Although Hidden sounded careless, he still had full trust in Kakuzu's judgment. They walked towards their destination. The Black Market's lights gradually disappeared behind them, and their figures looked particularly chilling under the moonlight. I hope this mission allows me to kill to my heart's content, Hidden muttered to himself, his eyes gleaming with fanaticism. At midnight, the immortal duo finally arrived at their destination. The moonlight was like silver, illuminating the few inhabited places on the hillside, making them appear extraordinarily peaceful. However, an uneasy feeling welled up in Kakuzu's heart. Kakuzu stood at the bottom of the hill, carefully observing the surroundings, his brows slightly furrowed. His intuition had always been very accurate, and it was precisely with this keen intuition that he was able to achieve brilliant results in his encounter with the first Hokage. At this moment, this intuition told him that there was great danger hidden ahead. Hidden, on the other hand, looked impatient, his eyes burning with a desire for blood and slaughter. "Kakuzu, what are you dawdling for? If you don't act soon, my Lord Loki won't be happy?" Kakuzu ignored Hidden's urging. He was still calmly analyzing. "We cannot act rashly. There is likely an ambush here. We must formulate a detailed battle plan." However, Hidden clearly had no patience to listen to Kakuzu's analysis. He could no longer suppress the killing intent within him, and let out a wild laugh, looking up at the sky. Plans are the most annoying thing. I just want to kill to my heart's content." With that, Hidden rushed directly towards the small hill, his scythe glinting coldly in his hand, shouting, "Jai! I'm going to offer your blood to my Lord Loki." Kakuzu shook his head helplessly. Although Hidden's recklessness gave him a headache, he also knew Hidden's combat power. Hidden's fearlessness and madness often created unexpected effects. So, Kakuzu followed closely behind Hidden, his gaze calm and sharp. "Can't the two of us even defeat an elite Jonin?" Kakuzu couldn't help but feel a little doubtful. He glanced at Hidden, who had already rushed up the small hill, and a premonition of ill omen arose in his heart. Just then, Kakuzu suddenly felt a strong killing intent behind him. He reacted quickly, turned, and exchanged a punch. A loud collision echoed in the night sky. Kakuzu retreated a few steps, and the dark figure in front of him gradually appeared. He stared intently, and before him stood a masked man, dressed in black ninja attire, with a nimble physique. "Jai?" Kakuzu asked tentatively, his gaze fixed on the opponent, his heart filled with extreme vigilance. Jai's attire exuded a mysterious and deadly aura. His mask covered his face, revealing only cold eyes. His equipment was excellent and sharp, and several sharp ninja swords hung at his waist, each appearing dangerous and deadly. On the other side, Hidden had already rushed into the camp on the small hill, just as he was about to swing his scythe, ready for blood to splatter. A young man suddenly appeared in front of him. "What the hell?" Hidden stopped, his gaze sweeping over the young man in front of him. There was a hint of disdain and curiosity in his eyes. Kimimaro stood there quietly, dressed in a white robe, his face stern. Bone spikes emerged from his fingertips, emitting a cold light. His eyes revealed a chilling killing intent. "Are you looking for death?" Kimimaro said coldly, his voice carrying an unquestionable authority. Hidden scoffed, a wild smile on his lips. "You're my opponent." "Haha, that's great. I can offer your blood to my Lord Loki." Kimimaro's gaze became even colder. He slowly raised the bone spikes in his hand, his tone icy. "Today, you will become my sacrifice." The battle atmosphere on both sides suddenly grew tense. Under the night sky, Kakuzu and Jai, Hidden and Kimimaro, stood on their respective opposing grounds, killing intent permeating the air. Kimimaro recalled his experience a few days ago. He had been brought by my Lord Orochim Aru to a brand new world. That place was technologically advanced, filled with complex equipment he couldn't understand, and an unfamiliar environment. He was placed in a bright and clean laboratory, with a gentle yet cold-tempered lady, Irene, standing beside him. After lying down, Irene smiled and said to Kimimaro, "This is a special gene stock solution that can completely activate your potential." Her words were gentle, but carried unquestionable authority. An arm with many parts appeared, and Kimimaro felt a sting as the injector injected the mysterious liquid into his body. As time passed, Kimimaro felt profound changes occurring within his body. His body, originally weakened by illness, gradually became stronger, and his cells seemed to be filled with endless vitality. He felt every cell within him reglowing, as if the flame of life had been reignited. "This power," Kimimaro murmured softly, feeling the power surging within him, a feeling of abundance he had never experienced before. His bones became harder, and his body's recovery ability and reaction speed also significantly improved. The memory ended, and Kimimaro's gaze returned to his enemy Hidden. A cold smile appeared on his face. He knew that he was no longer the sickly young man he once was, but a truly powerful warrior. "Come on, let me see your strength," Kimimaro said softly, the bone spikes in his hand glinting with a cold light. He was ready to face this battle, his heart filled with the belief of victory. Hidden's eyes gleamed with fanaticism. He raised his three-bladed scythe high and rushed towards Kimimaro with a wild laugh. "Ha ha ha, let me see how much blood you have to offer to Loki." Kimimaro sneered, the bone spikes in his hand rapidly forming. His eyes were cold and focused. "Then let's see." The two clashed instantly, scythe and bone spikes colliding in the air, emitting a metallic clash sound. Hidden's attacks were fierce and wild, his three-bladed scythe sweeping towards Kimimaro like a storm. Kimimaro, however, stood as firm as a mountain, quickly swinging his bone spikes, precisely blocking every strike. Clang! 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 The scythe and bone spikes continuously collided, sparks flying. Kimimaro's every defense was extremely precise, as if he could foresee Hidden's every move. Hidden, on the other hand, relied on his fanatical attacking intent to force his opponent into a desperate situation. "You bastard, you're really troublesome!" Hidden gritted his teeth, suddenly accelerating his attack speed, his three-bladed scythe drawing streaks of blood, red light in the air. Clang! Kimimaro's bone spikes once again precisely blocked Hidden's fierce blow. With a shake of his hands, the bone spikes counterattacked like lightning. Hidden was caught off guard and was cut across the shoulder by the bone spikes, blood splattering instantly. Hidden, however, felt no fear. Instead, he became even more excited. What a refreshing feeling. Again. Kimimaro's expression remained stern. He knew he couldn't let his guard down. According to intelligence, Hidden possessed an irrational madness and an immortal body. He knew that this battle would not be easily resolved. But it was precisely for this reason that he could live up to my Lord Orochimaru's nurturing. Clang, 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 the two continued their fierce confrontation, scythe and bone spikes constantly colliding in the air, the sound echoing like thunder in the valley. Hidden's attacks became increasingly violent, while Kimimaro's defense became tighter, his every counterattack aimed directly at Hidden's vital points. A hint of madness flashed in Hidden's eyes. He suddenly leaped up, raising his three-bladed scythe high and chopped down directly at Kimimaro. Kimimaro's eyes turned cold, and his bone spikes rose to meet the attack, instantly blocking Hidden's fierce blow. Their weapons intertwined and collided in the air, emitting a deafening roar. Bang! Hidden was shaken back a few steps by Kimimaro's strength, but he still stood firm, a bloodthirsty smile on his lips. "You're strong, but I'll make you bleed more." Kimimaro snorted coldly, the bone spikes in his hand glinting with a cold light. "Then try it." Kimimaro calmly watched Hidden, recalling the intelligence reports describing this enemy. Hidden was a fanatical believer, with a pathological obsession with pain and death. This personality made Hidden's fighting style full of madness and violence, but also exposed his weaknesses. "Your fighting style will only lead you to a quicker death," Kimimaro said coldly, the bone spur in his hand trembling slightly, ready to launch a new attack. Hidden cackled, his triple-bladed scythe whirling even more wildly in his hand. "Come on, let me feel more pain, this feeling is truly wonderful." Kimimaro knew he had to adopt a more targeted strategy. He moved swiftly, circling Hidden at high speed, the bone spur in his hand tracing various complex trajectories. Hidden was enraged by this rapid movement. He roared and swung his scythe violently, attempting to disrupt Kimimaro's offensive. Clang! The scythe and bone spur collided again, sparks flying. Kimimaro's attacks rained down on Hidden like a storm, his bone spur precisely aiming for Hidden's vital points, with both speed and power pushed to their limits. Although Hidden felt intense pain, his eyes gleamed with excitement. "Ha ha ha, again. Let me see all your power." Kimimaro didn't reply. His movements became even swifter, the bone spur stabbing at Hidden's body like lightning. Although Hidden managed to block most of the attacks, he was still struck several times, blood splattering. His laughter grew even more maniacal, as if he was savoring every inch of the pain. Bang, bang, bang. The battle between the two was incredibly fierce. Hidden's scythe and Kimimaro's bone spur continuously clashed, creating deafening sounds. Kimimaro exploited Hidden's impulsiveness and lack of foresight, constantly forcing him to expose weaknesses, each attack becoming more precise and lethal. Hidden's movements became increasingly frantic, his laughter filled with madness. "Come on, let us immerse ourselves together in this dance of pain." Kimimaro's gaze was stern and focused. He knew that as long as he maintained this high-pressure offensive, Hidden would eventually be completely suppressed. His bone spur swiftly thrust out again, aimed directly at Hidden's heart. Clang! Hidden's scythe blocked the blow, but he was clearly starting to struggle. Kimimaro didn't miss this opportunity. He swiftly changed his angle, and the bone spur suddenly thrust at Hidden's abdomen from another direction. FFT! The bone spur accurately pierced Hidden's body, blood instantly gushing out. Although Hidden gasped in pain, his eyes still gleamed with a maniacal light. Ha ha ha, now this is interesting. Kimimaro didn't relax his guard. He knew that Hidden's terrifying aspect was not only his madness, but also his near-mortal body. He had to be even more careful, ensuring that every attack achieved its maximum effect. Clang! Bang bang bang! The sounds of battle echoed in the night sky. Kimimaro and Hidden's figures constantly intertwined, bone spurs and scythes clashing, sparks flying. Kimimaro's offensive grew sharper, while Hidden fought with increasing ferocity in his pain, as if the deeper the pain, the stronger he became. What other tricks do you have? Ha 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 ha, I knew it, my lord Loki will definitely like you. Hidden cackled, his eyes gleaming with a maniacal light. Although his body was already wounded in several places, this pain seemed to bring him immense pleasure and excitement. Kimimaro calmly watched Hidden, unmoved by his wild words. The bone spur in his hand gleamed with a cold light. It's over. As his words fell, Kimimaro swiftly formed hand seals, his hands swinging violently, and he let out a low cry. Dead bone pulse, dance of the seedling fern. The ground suddenly cracked open, and countless sharp bone spurs erupted from beneath, stabbing directly into Hidden's body. Hidden's laughter abruptly stopped. His body was impaled by numerous bone spurs, blood gushing out. FFT! FFT! The bone spurs continuously penetrated Hidden's body, pinning him firmly to the ground. Hidden's laughter turned into a painful howl. His limbs were pierced by bone spurs, rendering him unable to move. Bastard! You bastard! Let me go! My lord Loki won't let you off! Hidden's voice was hoarse and furious. He struggled desperately, but each struggle brought greater pain. Kimimaro watched him coldly, without a trace of sympathy in his eyes. You truly are troublesome, Kimimaro said indifferently, the bone spur in his hand once again gleaming with a cold light. He swiftly moved, and the bone spur accurately pierced Hidden's vocal cords, silencing him instantly. Ugh! Hidden let out a muffled groan, his eyes filled with pain and fury, but he could no longer make any sound. His body was firmly pinned to the ground, unable to move, able only to stare at Kimimaro with furious eyes. Kimimaro slowly stood up, watching Hidden coldly. There was no ripple in his eyes, as if the recent battle had been nothing more than an ordinary skirmish. The Loki you worship cannot save you, Kimimaro said in a low voice, then turned and left. His figure gradually disappeared into the night, leaving behind a silent battlefield and Hidden pinned to the ground by bone spurs. Meanwhile, Zed and Kakuzu had already clashed, the air around them filled with a tense atmosphere. Zed's figure flickered like a ghost. He skillfully used the abilities of the shadow stream, constantly changing positions, probing Kakuzu's defenses. Kakuzu, in turn, observed calmly, searching for Zed's weaknesses. Lightning flickered in Kakuzu's hands. He said calmly, "You're faster than I expected." Zed didn't respond, merely silently manipulating his shadow. With a low whisper, Zed's shadow suddenly appeared behind Kakuzu, hands swiftly forming seals, launching an attack. Shadow Ninja Art. Soul Reaver Zed. The shadow struck suddenly. Kakuzu swiftly turned, using the power of lightning released to block Zed's attack. The moment they collided, a powerful impact erupted, shattering the surrounding ground. A hint of appreciation flashed in Kakuzu's eyes, but he secretly analyzed. His attack speed is very fast, and he can use his shadow for long-range attacks and displacement. I must be careful of his shadow's movements. Zed's shadows quickly dispersed, multiple shadows surrounding Kakuzu, continuously launching assaults. Kakuzu calmly defended with earth release, making the ground around him as hard as steel. Your shadows are indeed annoying, but this level isn't enough, Kakuzu said coldly, his hands swiftly forming seals, activating fire release. Fire release. Searing migraine. A scorching flame erupted from Kakuzu's mouth. Zed swiftly dodged, his shadow tumbling in the air, avoiding the flame's assault. Zed's figure reappeared before Kakuzu, holding a black ninja tool in his hand, and thrust it violently at Kakuzu. Shadow Augi. Ghost Slash. Zed's attack was as swift as a ghost's, but Kakuzu blocked it at the last moment with black threads. Their weapons clashed in the air, emitting a piercing metallic screech. A cold smirk appeared on Kakuzu's face. With a wave of his hands, black threads coiled around Zed like venomous snakes. Zed swiftly retreated, his shadow reappearing behind him, instantly creating distance. "Your shadow is indeed powerful, but I haven't truly begun yet," Kakuzu said coldly, his body beginning to transform, the black threads within him increasing, as if to completely envelop his entire body. A cold light flashed in Zed's eyes. He knew Kakuzu was getting serious. He swiftly adjusted his breathing, his shadows constantly shifting positions around him, preparing to meet Kakuzu's next wave of attacks. Jianggu, tentacle punch! Kakuzu's arms instantly split, black threads whipping towards Zed like long whips. Zed swiftly dodged, his shadow tumbling in the air, deftly avoiding the black thread's assault. Zed used his shadow's position to continuously dodge and counterattack, but Kakuzu's defense and offense were equally swift. The battle between them was fierce and tense, each collision leaving a strong scent of gunpowder in the air. A calm light flashed in Zed's eyes. He knew his shadow and speed were his advantages, and he had to seize the opportunity to find Kakuzu's weaknesses. Kakuzu, in turn, continuously analyzed Zed's attack patterns, searching for the best counterattack timing. Zed's gaze was cold. He decided to engage Kakuzu in close quarters combat. Kakuzu calmly observed Zed's movements, thinking to himself, his close combat ability is extremely strong. I can't let him get close. He swiftly formed hand seals, preparing to use long-range ninjutsu to create distance from Zed. Wind release, pressure damage. Kakuzu's wind release ninjutsu activated swiftly, and a powerful high-pressure wind sphere rushed towards Zed. Zed swiftly dodged, his shadow tumbling in the air, deftly avoiding the wind sphere's attack. Zed's shadow instantly appeared beside Kakuzu, his hands swiftly forming seals. Shadow Ninja Art. Shadow Clone. Multiple clones of Zed appeared on the battlefield, swiftly surrounding Kakuzu, launching a fierce close-range attack. A cold light flashed in Kakuzu's eyes. He knew he had to maintain distance from Zed. He swiftly retreated, his hands once again forming seals. Lightning release, false darkness. Sharp spears of lightning shot from his hands, directly targeting Zed's clones. Lightning streaked through the air, and Zed's clones were destroyed one after another, but Zed's main body continued to press forward. Zed's hands once again formed seals. Shadow Aogi. Razor Shuriken. His body instantly transformed into countless shadows, each carrying a deadly killing intent, swiftly assailing Kakuzu. Kakuzu's expression changed slightly. He swiftly used Earth Release ninjutsu for defense. Earth Release, Earth Spear. His skin instantly hardened, becoming as tough as steel, blocking Zed's shadow attacks. Zed's shadows continuously shifted positions, attacking Kakuzu from various directions. Kakuzu responded calmly, his body dodging flexibly, the black threads in his hands attacking Zed's shadows like venomous snakes. "Your shadows are indeed powerful, but I won't let you get close," Kakuzu said coldly, lightning once again flickering in his hands, preparing for an even fiercer attack. Zed's eyes were calm and resolute. He knew he had to break through Kakuzu's defense. He swiftly formed hand seals, preparing to unleash his Forbidden Aogi. Forbidden Aogi. Death Mark. Zed's body instantly disappeared, reappearing behind Kakuzu, the shadow blade in his hand thrusting directly at Kakuzu's back. Kakuzu swiftly turned, the black threads in his hand meeting Zed's attack like sharp blades. Their attacks collided in the air, erupting in a powerful impact. Zed's shadow blade was blocked by the black threads, but his body spun flexibly, instantly shifting positions, and attacked again. A ruthless glint flashed in Kakuzu's eyes. He knew he had to completely repel Zed. He swiftly formed hand seals, waving his hands. Fire release, searing migraine. A large expanse of flame, like a sea, erupted from his mouth, instantly engulfing Zed's shadows. Zed's shadows tumbled in the flames, but his main body still pressed towards Kakuzu, the shadow blade in his hand carrying a deadly cold gleam. Kakuzu swiftly retreated, his hands once again forming seals, preparing to use stronger ninjutsu to counterattack. "Your defense and ninjutsu are indeed impressive, but all this is about to end." Zed's figure appeared, exceptionally eerie under the moonlight. He sneered at Kakuzu, his eyes gleaming with a cold light. Kakuzu felt his unease steadily growing. He knew Zed was definitely no ordinary ninja, but he hadn't truly witnessed Zed's true strength. This enemy before him had clearly hidden too many killing moves. Forbidden Aogi, Shadow Prison. Zed's voice was low and cold. No sooner had he spoken than his figure instantly transformed into countless black shadows, swiftly closing in on Kakuzu. A grim light flashed in Kakuzu's eyes. He swiftly unsealed his Jianggu mode, and 5 elemental mask monsters instantly separated, preparing to launch a large-scale composite ninjutsu. His hands swiftly formed seals, composite ninjutsu, searing wind wave. The powerful combination of fire release and wind release formed an extremely terrifying sea of fire, instantly sweeping towards Zed's direction. The heat wave of the flames engulfed the world, as if to reduce everything to ashes. Just as the flames were about to engulf Zed, his figure suddenly disappeared, transforming into countless shadows that weaved through the sea of fire. Zed's speed was incredibly fast. His figure moved like a ghost through the sea of fire, avoiding all fatal attacks. "The unseen blade is the deadliest," Zed said coldly, suddenly appearing behind Kakuzu. His hands swiftly formed seals, and a black shadow blade instantly appeared in his hand. Zed's shadow blade gleamed with a deadly cold light. His movements were swift and precise. The shadow blade swiftly pierced Kakuzu's chest, puncturing one of his hearts. A look of shock flashed in Kakuzu's eyes, but he swiftly counterattacked, black threads erupting from his body, attempting to bind Zed's movements. Zed's figure spun in the air, the shadow blade striking again, instantly piercing Kakuzu's second heart. Kakuzu's face turned pale, but he still didn't give up, lightning flashing in his hand, lightning release, false darkness. Zed sneered, the shadow blade spinning in his hand, swiftly avoiding the lightning attack. The shadow blade struck again, piercing Kakuzu's third heart. Kakuzu's body trembled violently, blood oozed from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes gleamed with pain and fury. "You still have." Zed's voice was cold and merciless. His figure reappeared like a ghost, the shadow blade pointing directly at Kakuzu's next heart. Wind release, pressure damage. Kakuzu, with his last ounce of strength, released a powerful wind pressure, attempting to force Zed back. However, Zed's shadow blade had already pierced his heart a moment earlier. Only one left. Kakuzu's body trembled violently, his eyes gradually dimming as he felt his life force rapidly draining away. A bitter smile appeared on his face, and he said in a low voice, "You are truly a terrifying opponent. Finish it, kill me." Zed looked at Kakuzu coldly, without a trace of pity in his eyes. The shadow blade spun in his hand, finally striking Kakuzu's back with swift force, completely knocking him unconscious. Kakuzu's body fell limply to the ground. Zed's figure appeared, exceptionally cold under the moonlight. He looked coldly at the fallen Kakuzu, the shadow blade gleaming with a deadly cold light under the moonlight. "Mission complete," Zed muttered in a low voice, then turned and left the battlefield, disappearing into the night. In the early morning of Konoha village, sunlight filtered through the dense leaves onto the ground, and a gentle breeze brought fresh air. Streets were already bustling, with vendors setting up their goods, ready to welcome a day of business. A dazzling array of merchandise on various stalls attracted passers-by. In the village reception plaza, colorful banners were hung, emblazoned with the symbols of various ninja villages. The residents of Konoha were enthusiastically busy, setting up a welcoming stage and arranging the venue. Children wove through the adults, excitedly discussing the upcoming Chunin exams, their eyes filled with anticipation and curiosity. In the center of the plaza, the Hokage rock statues shone brightly in the morning light, symbolizing the glory and history of Konoha village. The windows of the Hokage's office were slightly open, and third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi stood there, overlooking the entire village, his eyes filled with kindness and pride. He watched the busy figures of the villagers, his heart full of expectations for the future. "The Chunin exams are about to begin," Hiruzen Sarutobi murmured, his gaze gentle and firm. "I hope this exam will allow our younger generation to showcase their talents and potential." At the same time, Kakashi walked down the main street of the village with the members of Team 7, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. Naruto was as excited as ever, his eyes darting around, constantly drawn to the novelties on the stalls. "Wow, there are so many fun things here," Naruto shouted, a smile beaming on his face. "Naruto, concentrate," Kakashi gently reminded him, though his gaze remained vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Sasuke, on the other hand, was calm, his hands in his pockets, seemingly uninterested in everything around him, but a hint of anticipation flickered in his eyes. Sakura, appeared a bit nervous, muttering to herself, hoping she would perform well in this exam. "Everyone, let's do our best. This exam is a great opportunity to show our strength," Sakura encouraged, but her eyes occasionally glanced at Sasuke. "Don't worry, Sakura," Naruto patted his chest, saying confidently, "we'll definitely do great." On the other side of the village, competing teams from other ninja villages also arrived one after another. Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro of Sunagakure-san village walked in front, followed by their escort team. Their arrival attracted a lot of attention, especially Gaara's cold aura, which sent shivers down people's spines. "Konoha village, it looks pretty good," Temari said indifferently, looking around. "I hope this exam brings some interesting opponents," Kankuro chuckled, a hint of fighting spirit in his eyes. Gaara remained silent, his arms crossed, his eyes as cold as frost. He seemed indifferent to everything around him, only filled with anticipation and longing for the upcoming battle. Meanwhile, in Sunagakure-san village, Chiyo sat leisurely in her courtyard, gently sipping tea, her eyes showing wisdom and the vicissitudes of life. Beside her, Nathan Hawk stood quietly, his gaze firm and steady. "It seems you are the one in charge," Chiyo said slowly, putting down her teacup, her gaze scrutinizing. Nathan Hawk nodded slightly, acknowledging it. Chiyo sighed, a complex emotion in her eyes. "I've watched the village grow little by little, and experienced countless storms and challenges. Now its appearance has been completely renewed, electricity usage has improved, and the living environment has become more comfortable. I know your hands are behind this." Nathan Hawk did not shy away, looking directly into Chiyo's eyes, and said frankly, "We are indeed helping Sunagakure-san village with modernization, but this is just the beginning. I have bigger plans." Chiyo's brows furrowed slightly, her voice hinting at a probe. "What exactly do you intend to do?" Nathan Hawk calmly replied, "I will start with the land of wind, the land of waves, and the land of rice fields, and gradually unify the entire ninja world. Our goal is to end conflicts and achieve true peace and prosperity." Chiyo was silent for a moment, her eyes deepening. She knew that she and the village could not resist Nathan Hawk's power. She chose to compromise, because she saw the positive changes that Sunagakure-san village had undergone with the help of these invaders. Fourth Hawkage. Thinking of this, Chiyo's voice became somewhat firm. She wanted to ensure the village's interests. "Nathan Hawk, your plan is grand, but its execution will inevitably be accompanied by conflict and sacrifice. How do you guarantee the future of the land of wind and Sunagakure-san village?" Nathan Hawk smiled slightly, his tone confident. "We bring not only power but also technology and resources. The land of wind and Sunagakure-san village will become the core of our plan, enjoying the most advanced technology and the richest resources. We want to create a truly peaceful and prosperous era." Chiyo nodded, gaining a deeper understanding of Nathan Hawk's plan. She knew this was an unavoidable change, and despite the risks, it was an opportunity for Sunagakure-san village to move towards the future. "All right, I will support your plan," Chiyo said, her eyes resolute, "but I also hope you remember that the interests of Sunagakure-san village cannot be ignored." Nathan Hawk nodded, indicating understanding. "Don't worry, we will work together to ensure a better future for Sunagakure-san village." With that said, Chiyo could only smile slightly and raise her teacup. "Then, here's to our pleasant cooperation, and to the future of the land of wind and Sunagakure-san village." Nathan Hawk also raised his teacup and gently clinked it with Chiyo's. After Nathan Hawk left, Chiyo's expression immediately turned grim, her eyes revealing a hint of deep thought. Just then, her brother Abizo silently appeared in the courtyard, his face equally grim. "Sister, Sunagakure-san village is already in their hands now," Abizo said in a low voice, his tone anxious and angry, "especially Rasa. That Rasa who came back is not Rasa at all. He must have been killed by them." Chiyo nodded, her deep gaze fixed forward, her voice low and calm. "Although I don't know why this Rasa is so lifelike, didn't you see Gaara's expression?" Gaara must have known too, but he didn't show anything. Abizo was startled, his eyes widening. "What? Sister, how did you know?" Chiyo sighed softly, a hint of sadness in her eyes. "Did you observe Gaara's eyes closely? He has already noticed Rasa's change, but he chose to remain silent. This means he also understands that the current situation is irreversible. One thing Chiyo didn't say was that Gaara was eager for Rasa to be killed. Abizo was silent for a moment, his face growing even gloomier. Sister, what should we do? Sunagakure-san village has completely fallen under Nathan Hawk's control. Chiyo slowly shook her head, her voice carrying a hint of helplessness and determination. Given the current situation, we can only temporarily endure and observe Nathan Hawk's actions. They have indeed brought many improvements, making Sunagakure-san village more modern and prosperous. But we cannot relax our vigilance, we must always be prepared for emergencies. Abizo took a deep breath and nodded. Yes, sister. We must remain vigilant and protect the future of Sunagakure-san village. The two stood quietly in the courtyard, each lost in thought. They knew deeply that Sunagakure-san village had entered a new era, and although the apparent leadership of this Rasa seemed stronger, a huge crisis lurked beneath the surface. Many uninformed people only see the fourth K's more capable leadership, and the bad habits and backward policies of Sunagakure-san village have been improved, but they do not know the truth behind these changes. Chiyo's voice was low and firm. Nathan Hawk and his people have brought a better environment and policies, but we cannot forget that all of this is built upon their control over our village. Abizo's face grew heavier and he nodded deeply. Sister, you are right. We cannot be misled by superficial prosperity. We must always remain vigilant. But what about the current Rasa's prestige? Chiyo gazed into the distance, her eyes sparkling with wisdom. We must protect the future of Sunagakure-san village, no matter the cost. Abizo clenched his fists, his eyes filled with determination. Sister, I will stand with you and guard Sunagakure-san village. The two exchanged a knowing glance, their minds already made up. Late at night, in the room specially prepared for the Sunagakure-san village team in Konoha village, there was complete silence. Gaara lay on the rooftop, his cold gaze fixed on the twinkling stars in the night sky. The sky above Konoha village was incredibly clear, with stars like diamonds scattered across the dark canvas, emitting a soft glow. Gaara's eyes were cold and serene as he recalled his battle with Nathan Hawk in the desert. It was a memorable encounter for him, and he clearly remembered the opponent's powerful strength and calm demeanor. He remembered that hot afternoon, the scorching sun baking the desert, and the air filled with dry heat. He stood on the burning sand, his gaze as cold as the desert wind, staring intently at Nathan Hawk, who stood opposite him. Nathan Hawk's figure stood out in the desert. His eyes glowed with a deep and mysterious light, as if he could see through everything. Who are you? Why are you here? Gaara asked coldly, an undisguised hostility in his tone. Nathan Hawk smiled slightly, without a hint of fear in his eyes. I am Nathan Hawk, a traveler. You can think of me as an explorer, seeking the unknown and challenges. A cold glint flashed in Gaara's eyes, and he snorted. You know, this is my territory, and any intruder will be eliminated. Nathan Hawk's smile remained unchanged. He slowly raised the weapon in his hand, his voice calm. Then let's try it. Let me see your power. Gaara's palm trembled slightly, fine sand swirling around him as if obeying his command. His eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty gleam, and a cruel smile played on his lips. Very well, then let me show you the power of the Child of Sand. The air was thick with tension, the desert wind howled, kicking up countless dust particles. Gaara's chakra surged within him, and the sand beneath his feet began to stir, as if awaiting orders. Nathan Hawk stood quietly, his gaze like a torch waiting for the opponent's attack. Gaara stared at Nathan Hawk. He could feel the opponent's strength and calmness, and his inner fighting spirit was completely ignited. His chakra surged, and the sand quickly condensed, forming a giant sand hand that lunged at Nathan Hawk. Come on, let me see how strong you are, Gaara whispered, a hint of fanaticism and longing in his tone. Just then, a sharp glint flashed in Nathan Hawk's eyes. His body moved slightly, as if preparing for this fierce duel. Their gazes intertwined in the air, and the battle was about to erupt. However, at that tense moment of confrontation, Nathan Hawk suddenly spoke, a hint of mockery in his tone. Do you really think that with just this sand, you can defeat me? Gaara's eyes grew colder, and he sneered. Then let's see. Gaara said no more, his eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. He quickly formed hand seals, then swung his hands sharply, and the sand in the air rapidly gathered, forming a giant sand hand that lunged straight at Nathan Hawk. A sandstorm howled through the desert, carrying a piercing sound. Nathan Hawk smiled slightly, his figure flickering rapidly, avoiding Gaara's attack like a bolt of lightning. Gaara's sand hand struck nothing but air, and the sand heavily hit the ground, kicking up a large cloud of dust. "Do you think you can escape like this?" Gaara said coldly, his voice filled with killing intent. His hands swung again, and more sand swirled around him, quickly forming a sea of sand that pressed directly toward Nathan Hawk. However, Nathan Hawk's figure flickered rapidly like a ghost. His speed was astonishing, and he could easily avoid Gaara's attacks every time before they arrived. Nathan Hawk's gaze remained calm and sharp, as if he was observing Gaara's every move. Just as Gaara's attack missed again, Nathan Hawk suddenly accelerated, instantly appearing in front of Gaara. His speed was incredibly fast, almost like teleportation. Nathan Hawk reached out and lightly flicked Gaara's forehead. Gaara felt a huge force coming from his forehead, and he was sent flying, landing heavily on the sand, kicking up a cloud of dust. A hint of shock and anger flashed in his eyes, and he struggled to stand up. Nathan Hawk made no further moves, merely standing there quietly, his gaze calmly fixed on the hot sun in the sky. His expression was calm and composed, as if everything was within his control. Gaara gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with unwillingness and anger, but he knew the gap between himself and Nathan Hawk. Although he was unwilling to admit it, he had already realized in his heart that the man in front of him possessed unattainable power. Gaara looked at Nathan Hawk, his eyes filled with world-weary calm. His voice was low and cold. "I already know your purpose. The person I always wanted to kill, Rasa, is already dead. The current Rasa is fake, and your goal is to seize the entire land of wind, isn't it? Even the title Child of the Sand was arranged by you, wasn't it?" Nathan Hawk smiled slightly, his gaze revealing a hint of appreciation and coldness. "It seems you've seen through a lot. Yes, we do have our plans, and you have an important role in them." Gaara's face grew even gloomier, and he felt an inescapable sense of oppression enveloping him. He was silent for a moment, then continued, "You must have a use for me. If you achieve your goal, what meaning does my existence have?" Just as Gaara was about to continue speaking, Nathan Hawk suddenly spoke, his voice calm but carrying an irresistible force. "I can let you have a comfortable sleep." Gaara's heart skipped a beat, and a hint of impatience instantly flashed in his eyes. His entire body seemed to ignite, and he quickly scrambled up, his eyes filled with a glimmer of incredible hope and urgency. "What did you say? You can make me sleep?" Nathan Hawk smiled and nodded. "Yes, I have a way to free you from the pain that has always plagued you and let you truly feel peace." Gaara's eyes were filled with longing and eagerness. His inner self had always been tormented by insomnia and pain, and now, hearing this news, he felt a hope he had never experienced before. He stared intently at Nathan Hawk, his voice trembling slightly. "Really?" Nathan Hawk still maintained that calm smile, nodding. "Really, as long as you are willing to assist us in completing some things, I can help you." Gaara took a deep breath, the struggle in his heart seeming to calm down at this moment. He stood up, looking at Nathan Hawk with determined eyes. "Okay, I agree." Gaara's thoughts gradually receded, returning to that duel with Nathan Hawk. What he originally thought would be a life-or-death battle was, in fact, the most important turning point in his life that day. He truly found the hope of dawn, and was able to truly sleep for the first time. He remembered how Nathan Hawk calmly looked at him, then handed him a syringe containing a special liquid. "This is the genetic fluid. You know Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha village, created this," Nathan Hawk explained. "It can help you control the tailed beast within you." Gaara raised his hand and looked at the starry sky, his fingers trembling slightly in the moonlight. He felt a new power flowing within him, a peace and strength he had never experienced before. He knew that after injecting the genetic fluid, his body had undergone profound changes. The injection of the genetic fluid not only brought about the suppression of the tailed beast, but also endowed him with stronger control. He could feel the presence of Shukaku, the one-tailed beast, but this presence was no longer the terrifying force it once was, but a tool firmly under his control. Gaara's eyes changed, and he silently recited the terms he was already incredibly familiar with, effortlessly turning his body into sand. He watched his arm turn into fine sand under the moonlight, and then quickly return to its original state, as if no change had ever occurred. "This power," he murmured to himself, a hint of determination and confidence in his eyes, "I can not only suppress Shukaku, but also use this power to become stronger." He gently clenched his fist, feeling the surge of that power. That feeling was like an endless power flowing within him, he could not only suppress Shukoku, but also use this power to enhance his own strength. Looking at the starry sky, a brand new hope surged in Gaara's heart. Although the road ahead was uncertain, he knew that he was no longer the Gaara dominated by pain and fear, but a person who truly controlled his own destiny. Under the starlight, Gaara's face showed a rare smile. He felt an unprecedented peace, a tranquility and strength from the depths of his heart. Mount Myaboku, nestled among mountains, with lush green trees covering the peaks and clear streams flowing between the rocks. The air was filled with a fresh, natural scent. This was the legendary land of sages, a secret realm renowned alongside Ruchi Cave and Shikatsu Forest. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, dappling the moss-covered stone steps, giving off a serene and mysterious feeling. Jiraiya walked casually through Mount Myaboku, the surrounding scenery both familiar and comforting. He looked around and saw Great Sage Fukasaku and Great Sage Shima in the distance. He immediately hurried over, greeting them with a smile. "Great Sage Fukasaku, Great Sage Shima, long time no see." Great Sage Fukasaku and Great Sage Shima exchanged glances, and Great Sage Fukasaku spoke. "Little Jiraiya, it has been a long time. We called you here this time because the Great Toad Sage has something to tell you." Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's face showed a surprised expression. He knew that the Great Toad Sage's summons were never trivial matters. He quickly greeted Great Sage Fukasaku and Great Sage Shima, then hurried toward the Great Toad Sage's enshrined throne. Entering the cave where the Great Toad Sage resided, the air was filled with a sacred aura. Jiraiya looked at the high throne, his heart filled with reverence. The Great Toad Sage, that immortal being of 1,000 years, possessed extremely accurate prophetic abilities, and every word he spoke was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Jiraiya walked to the throne, respectfully lowered his head, clasped his hands and bowed deeply. "Great Toad Sage, Jiraiya has come to pay his respects." The Great Toad Sage sat quietly on the throne, its orange body as steady as a rock. Its yellow eyes slowly opened, observing Jiraiya through the concealment of its prayer beads and doctor hat. On the throne, the mark with the character Sage was particularly striking, symbolizing its unparalleled power and wisdom. The Great Toad Sage drowsily opened his eyes, saw Jiraiya standing before him, and smiled slightly. "Little Jiraiya is here." Jiraiya quickly nodded and respectfully said, "Great Toad Sage, are you looking for me for something?" The Great Toad Sage slowly opened his mouth, his voice deep and hoarse. "A destroyer who will end the ninja world has appeared, just recently." Upon hearing this, Jiraiya was greatly alarmed, hardly believing his ears. "A destroyer of the world? Who exactly is this person?" The Great Toad Sage closed his eyes, seemingly lost in thought, his tone hazy. He will bring destruction. The ninja world is in great crisis." Jiraiya anxiously pressed, "Great Toad Sage, please tell me more details. Who is this person? Where is he?" The Great Toad Sage's voice gradually lowered, saying vaguely, "I am already tired. Little Jiraiya, go find the answer yourself." Seeing that the Great Toad Sage had fallen into a deep sleep, Jiraiya was extremely anxious. He knew that the Great Toad Sage's prophecies were never baseless, and this prophecy, in particular, concerned the survival of the entire ninja world. However, he had not received enough clues, and his unease grew stronger. A destroyer of the world. Who could it be? Jiraiya muttered to himself, his mind racing. He quickly recalled various recent major events, thinking of the upcoming Chunin exams in Konoha village. This exam not only attracted the attention of the 5 great nations, but was also a stage for the major hidden villages to showcase their strength. Perhaps some unknown crisis would be hidden within this exam. "It seems I need to hurry back to Konoha village and see the old man," Jiraiya murmured to himself, deciding to immediately set off back to Konoha village. Jiraiya hastily bid farewell to Great Sage Fukasaku and Great Sage Shima, embarking on his journey back to Konoha village. The old man will surely have a way, Jiraiya secretly prayed in his heart, hoping that the third Hokage could help him uncover this mystery, find the hidden threat, and protect the peace of the ninja world. Inside the Hokage building, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, sat behind his desk, flipping through scroll after scroll. The sunlight from outside streamed in, illuminating his slightly weary face. He sighed softly, just about to resume work, when he suddenly heard familiar footsteps approaching the door. "Old man, long time no see. How have you been?" Jiraiya pushed open the door with a boisterous laugh, walking in with his usual relaxed smile. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked up, and seeing his long, absent disciple, a relieved smile appeared on his face. Jiraiya, you finally returned. Still, the same, running around everywhere. Jiraiya chuckled, casually hanging his cloak on the back of a nearby chair and strode over to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Yes, just looking around, and gathering some intelligence along the way. I didn't expect to see your old face as soon as I returned, it actually feels a bit familiar. Hiruzen Sarutobi shook his head with a smile. You rascal, still can't keep your mouth shut. But it's good that you're back. Sit down and tell me what you've seen on this trip. Jiraiya unceremoniously pulled up a chair and sat down, crossing his legs, and began to speak fluently. Old man, this time I went to many places and saw many strange and unusual things. You wouldn't believe it, on the border of the Land of Lightning, there's a village where everyone has learned a peculiar ninjutsu, said to be related to some ancient contract. Hiruzen Sarutobi listened with great interest, nodding occasionally. His gaze was gentle and focused, as if listening to an old friend's narration, and not just a conversation between the Hokage and his subordinate. Oh, in the Land of Water, you remember that, right? There's a grand festival going on there right now. It's really lively. Jiraiya spoke excitedly, gesturing wildly, as if personally taking Hiruzen Sarutobi to those places. Hiruzen Sarutobi said with a smile, it seems your journey was quite exciting. However, I also hope you can come back more often. After all, Konoha still needs your help. Jiraiya nodded, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. Old man, you know me, I can't sit still. I always feel there's so much more to explore in the world outside. I know that. Hiruzen Sarutobi gently patted Jiraiya's shoulder. He had seen many of Jiraiya's careful creations. But it's always good to come back and see old friends. Jiraiya smiled slightly. You're right. Oh, by the way, old man, there's something I need to tell you. Before he finished speaking, Jiraiya's expression turned serious, and a deep light flickered in his eyes. Hiruzen Sarutobi also realized the important information he was about to hear. His brow furrowed slightly, and he looked at Jiraiya with even greater focus. A tense atmosphere filled the air, as if the entire room was waiting for the words that would follow. Jiraiya's expression became solemn, and he said in a low voice, Old man, I'm not just here to reminisce this time. The great Toad Sage recently gave me a prophecy. Hiruzen Sarutobi's brow furrowed, and an ominous premonition immediately arose in his heart. What prophecy? Jiraiya took a deep breath and slowly said, The great Toad Sage said that a destroyer who will end the ninja world is about to appear, and very soon. Hiruzen Sarutobi's face instantly became serious. He pondered for a moment and asked, A destroyer? Did he say who this destroyer is? Jiraiya shook his head. No, the great Toad Sage only vaguely mentioned this. The specific person and details were not made clear. However, I thought of the upcoming Konoha Chunin exams. This is a major event that gathers ninja from various countries, and it's very likely to become the target of that destroyer. Hiruzen Sarutobi pondered for a moment and slowly said, Indeed, the Chunin exams are an extremely important event. Ninja from various countries gather, and any disturbance will cause huge waves. We must take preventive measures in advance. Jiraiya nodded in agreement. Yes, I think we should strengthen our vigilance, especially by strictly scrutinizing those of unknown origin. At the same time, we must also pay attention to internal security, as some threats may come from within. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded slightly, looking at Jiraiya with a firm gaze. Your concerns are valid. However, we cannot let this affect the normal progress of the Chunin exams. This not only concerns Konoha's reputation, but also the stability of the entire ninja world. Jiraiya understood Hiruzen Sarutobi's concerns and said seriously, Old man, I will stay and assist you in dealing with any potential crises. We must ensure the smooth progress of the Chunin exams, while also preparing for the worst. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded, saying with relief, With you here, I feel much more at ease. The two exchanged smiles, and the tension in the air seemed to ease somewhat. Jiraiya's smile faded, and he said seriously, Old man, I want to see Minato's son. How is this child doing now? Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed and nodded. Naruto is currently in Kakashi's Team 7. You can go find Kakashi to understand the specific situation. Jiraiya asked thoughtfully, How is Naruto now? Is he doing well? Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned slightly, his expression somewhat complex. Naruto's life is not easy. Because the Nine Tails is sealed within him, he is ostracized and misunderstood by the villagers, but he has always bravely faced everything, striving to make himself stronger. Jiraiya nodded, a hint of relief flashing in his eyes. This child indeed has his father's resilience and indomitable spirit. Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed. Yes, Naruto's existence is of great significance. He is not only Minato's son but also the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. His growth is crucial to Konoha's future. Hearing this, Jiraiya did not look at Hiruzen Sarutobi, but remained silent for a moment, then asked in a low voice, "The Nine Tails within him has caused him a lot of trouble, hasn't it?" Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded, his expression solemn. Yes, the Nine Tails' power is extremely strong and extremely dangerous. Naruto is still young and needs more time and guidance to fully control this power. Jiraiya's gaze became firm. I understand, old man. In that case, I will pay attention to Naruto's growth and help him master the Nine Tails' power. At the same time, I will also closely monitor the destroyer in the prophecy to ensure Konoha's safety. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Jiraiya with gratitude. Jiraiya, you have always been one of Konoha's pillars. Both in the past and now, your contributions to the village are immeasurable. I hope you can continue to protect Konoha, protect our future. Jiraiya smiled slightly, patting Hiruzen Sarutobi's shoulder. Old man, don't worry. Konoha is our home, and I will do my best to protect it. In the land of rain, where torrential rain poured, the entire country seemed to be enveloped by an endless curtain of water. Dark clouds covered the sky, thunder rumbled and rain poured down like a waterfall. In this atmosphere, the Akatsuki organization's secret base appeared even more sinister and mysterious. In the conference room, Pain stood in the center, his cold face appearing even more severe under the illumination of lightning. Konan stood behind him like a shadow, her expression serious. Deidara and Sasori were a team, Itachi and Kazama were a team, while Tobi Obito Uchiha stood in a small corner, trembling. Everyone had arrived and was quietly waiting for Pain's speech. Pain's eyes coldly swept over everyone present, his voice low and icy. North Kakuzu and Third Hidden are missing. Everyone's expressions changed slightly at the news. Sasori frowned slightly, a sharp glint flashed in Itachi's eyes, while Deidara crossed his arms over his chest, his face showing a hint of disdain. Pain continued. According to White Conan's intelligence, their last mission was to kill an elite Jonin named Jai. But based on the current situation, it's highly likely the opponent is a ninja with shadow-level strength. Hisama sneered, his sim. Hata shark skin shaking slightly. Shadow-level strength? Interesting. It seems our Akatsuki organization has encountered some formidable opponents. Pain's voice remained icy. This ninja named Jai, his background, is unknown. He is likely a powerful ninja hidden by one of the 5 great nations' ninja villages. Someone is targeting our Akatsuki organization, so all of you be careful recently. Konan stood behind Pain, her expression calm and serious. The disappearance of Kakuzu and Hidden cannot be ignored. Itachi nodded slightly, a thoughtful glint in his eyes. Now was his time to speak. The ninja villages of the 5 great nations have been secretly plotting, and we must be even more careful. The current situation is unfavorable to us. Deidara snorted disdainfully. No matter who the opponent is, they cannot stop our plan. The Akatsuki organization's goal will not change because of a few mere opponents. Everyone knew that Deidara's words were intentionally aimed at Itachi, but no one paid him any mind. Sasori said in a low voice, however, we do need more information to understand who this so-called Jai really is. Pain's eyes were as cold as frost. The intelligence department will continue to investigate. Each of you must raise your vigilance and not let your guard down. Everyone nodded, and the atmosphere in the conference room became even more solemn. The heavy rain continued to pour, and the thunder grew louder. After the meeting, Tobi Obito Uchiha went to his room alone. The dim light in the room reflected his gloomy face. Black Zetsu's figure quietly emerged from the corner, bringing the latest intelligence. Any news? Obito Uchiha asked coldly. Black Zetsu nodded slightly, his voice low and icy. Konoha's Chunin exams are about to begin, and Sunagakure-san village has dispatched a large contingent to Konoha. In addition, Sunagakure-san village's living environment has recently undergone significant changes. Obito Uchiha frowned, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. Changes in living environment. Elaborate. Black Zetsu showed a strange smile and continued. The changes in the land of wind in Sunagakure-san village, especially the improvements in electricity usage and living environment, seem very abrupt. According to intelligence, these changes might be related to that mysterious who named Jai. Jai? Obito Uchiha's frown deepened, his voice low and threatening. Are you saying that Jai and the forces behind him are manipulating Sunagakure-san village? Black Zetsu nodded, his sinister voice echoing in the room as he recounted possible conspiracy theories. Precisely. Jai's appearance is not accidental. A powerful force is likely hidden behind him. This force has not only affected Sunagakure-san village, but may even impact Konoha's Chunin in exams. A ruthless glint flashed in Obito Uchiha's eyes, his voice cold and decisive. In that case, pay close attention to the situation in Sunagakure-san village. I want to know everything. Black Zetsu smiled slightly, then disappeared into the shadows. Obito Uchiha stood alone in the room, pondering Black Zetsu's words. Changes in Sunagakure-san village, Jai's mysterious force, all of this made him feel a hint of unease. The situation was undergoing massive changes, and he had to be even more cautious to ensure his plan would not be disrupted. The light in the room remained dim, Obito Uchiha's face was gloomy, and a cold light flickered in his eyes. He knew that the road ahead would be even more difficult, but he had made all preparations, ready to pay any price to achieve his goal. Rin, I will create a world with you in it. Within the restricted area of Sunagakure-san village, an assembled AI brain was already operational. The environment here was high-tech and secretive, surrounded by various surveillance equipment and protective measures to ensure that information was not leaked. The AI brain's core flickered with a faint light, connecting to various data terminals throughout Sunagakure-san village. Boss, while Sunagakure-san village's computing power is somewhat less than the umbrella corporations, it has reached our minimum required standard. The AI brain's voice was calm and mechanical. By inputting Sunagakure-san village's scroll information, we have already obtained detailed information about the Land of Wind Daimyo's guardians. Nathan Hawk stood before the AI brain, listening intently to the report. The Land of Wind Daimyo has 6 guardians in total. 1 is an elite Jonin, and the other 5 are Jonin. They are known as the 6 Wind Guards, the AI brain continued to report. Here is their detailed information. Tsunake's, Reizo male. Identity: elite Jonin. Origin: originally an independent ninja from the Land of Wind, he was later invited by the Land of Wind Daimyo to become his chief bodyguard. Appearance: tall and robust, with short black hair, a deep saber scar on his face, and eyes as sharp as an eagle's. Abilities: proficient in wind release and lightning release, possessing the secret technique Wind Lightning Blast, which can unleash shadow-level attack power in a short period. Ninjutsu: Wind Release, Whirlwind Slash. Lightning Release, Thunderous Strike. Secret Technique, Wind Lightning Blast. Combines the power of wind release and lightning release to unleash a destructive attack. Tetsu, Saryu male. Identity: Jonin. Origin: a distinguished ninja from Sunagakure-san village, skilled in using magnet release in combat. Appearance: medium build, long brown hair tied in a ponytail, wearing special magnet release wristbands on both wrists. Abilities: can manipulate magnet release to form various weapons and defenses. Ninjutsu: magnet release barrier. Magnet release iron sand shower. Magnet release iron sand shield. Soro, Tsukikage male. Identity: Jonin. Origin: a member of a reclusive family in the Land of Wind, whose family has guarded the daimyo for generations. Appearance: slender build, silver-white long hair, stern face, carrying a long saber on his back. Abilities: skilled in combat under moonlight, able to use the moonlight secret technique to enhance his own abilities. Ninjutsu: Moonlight Blade. Moonlight Step. Secret Technique, Moonlight Judgment. Unleashes a powerful under moonlight. Ritsu Hanu, Karen female. Identity: Jonin. Origin: originally an independent ninja from the Land of Fire, she drifted to the Land of Wind due to an accident, and was taken in by the Land of Wind daimyo. Appearance: red long hair, eyes often with a flame, light glow, wearing a red battle robe. Abilities: proficient in fire release, able to control flames to form various attacks. Ninjutsu. Fire release, great fireball technique. Fire release, Phoenix Sage fire technique. Fire release, fire lotus blast, forms a flaming lotus for explosive attacks. Jane, Kabuzo-mile. Identity: Jonin. Origin: a member of Sunagakure-san Village's secret unit, specializing in shadow release techniques. Appearance: small build, elderly, short black hair, gloomy eyes, often wearing a black cloak. Abilities: skilled in using self-created shadow secret techniques for combat and defense. Ninjutsu. Shadow release, shadow binding. Shadow release, shadow clone technique. Shadow release, shadow restraint. Rappu, Kagyo male. Identity: battle monk. Origin: a battle monk sent by the Land of Wind's abbot, bearing the duty of a guardian. Appearance: tall build, bald, resolute face, wearing a monk's robe with a red sash around his waist. Abilities: proficient in wind release and taijutsu, able to use powerful monk secret techniques. Ninjutsu. Wind release, vacuum blade. Taijutsu, rock crushing fist. Monk secret technique, wind god's descent, summons the power of the wind god for attacks. Boss: this is the detailed information on the Land of Wind Daimyo's guardians. The brain calmly concluded its report. Nathan Hawk nodded in satisfaction. Very good, this information is very useful to me. Continue to monitor and gather more intelligence. Understood, boss. The brain's screen flickered with data streams, continuing its complex calculations. At the same time, the brain continued its analysis of the Land of Wind Daimyo's entourage. Data streams flickering on the screen displayed a series of detailed itinerary information and route planning. Boss, the Land of Wind Daimyo's entourage is already en route to Konoha Village for the Chunin exams. They are expected to leave the Land of Rivers and enter the Land of Fire in one day, the brain reported. Nathan Hawk listened quietly, a hint of calm decisiveness in his eyes. Based on our intelligence and terrain analysis, the optimal ambush location has been determined, the brain continued, displaying a detailed topographic map on the screen, marking the specific location of the ambush point. This location is at the border between the Land of Rivers and the Land of Fire with complex terrain, which is advantageous for our concealment and surprise attack. Very good, Nathan Hawk nodded in approval. Have Kid and his clones been notified? Yes, boss, the brain confirmed. My Lord Kid and his clones are already en route, preparing to carry out the ambush as planned. Their equipment and tactics have been meticulously planned to maximize the success rate of the operation. Nathan Hawk nodded in satisfaction, a cold glint in his eyes. Inform Kid that this mission must be a one-hit kill, ensuring the Land of Wind Daimyo's entourage cannot continue to Konoha. Understood, boss, the brain responded, data streams continuing to flicker on the screen, appearing exceptionally busy. The brain continued its report, and the screen switched to new research reports and planning documents. Boss, the research report after the satellite launch has been completed. The brain's voice was steady and clear. The satellite has successfully entered orbit and begun comprehensive monitoring and data collection of the Naruto world. The satellite possesses high-resolution imaging and multi-band scanning capabilities, capable of real-time transmission of ground conditions, providing precise intelligence support for our operations. Nathan Hawk nodded in satisfaction. Very good, this will greatly enhance our strategic advantage. Furthermore, the brain continued, the construction of power stations in the Land of Wind, the Land of Rice Fields, and the Land of Waves has entered its final stage. The power station in the Land of Wind has already begun trial operation, and is expected to be fully operational within 1 month. The power stations in the Land of Rice Fields and the Land of Waves will also be completed within 2 months. These power stations will greatly improve the local energy supply and further consolidate our influence in these countries, Nathan Hawk commented. Yes, boss, the brain responded. At the same time, we are also advancing the replacement plan for the daimyo of the Land of Rice Fields and the Land of Waves. After detailed intelligence gathering and analysis, we have formulated the following plan. The screen displayed a detailed plan schedule and steps. Land of Rice Fields Daimyo Replacement Plan. Target: Land of Rice Fields Daimyo and his main advisors. Method: take over through a honey trap, dispatch specially trained Shumaja, disguised as trusted female confidantes of the Land of Rice Fields Daimyo, gradually gaining trust and approaching the Daimyo. Timeline: Phase 1 1 week, approach and gain trust. Phase 2 2 weeks, gradually control and implement the takeover. Land of Waves Daimyo replacement plan. Target: Land of Waves Daimyo and his important advisors. Method: dispatch a charming Shumeja to approach the Land of Waves Daimyo in a close manner, gradually implementing the takeover plan. Timeline: Phase 1 1 week, contact and gain trust. Phase 2 2 weeks, implement the takeover and control the situation. The implementers of the honey trap have been selected and have received special training to ensure the successful completion of the mission, the AI brain explained in detail. Nathan Hawke looked at the plan on the screen. Excellent. Ensure every step of these operations proceeds according to plan, without any margin for error. Understood, boss, the AI brain responded. We will continue real-time monitoring and intelligence updates to ensure the success of the operations. Land of Rice Fields. Shimeji Charlotte stood outside the Land of Rice Fields Daimyo study. Her figure was graceful and her eyes sparkled like starlight. She took a deep breath, adjusted her expression, then gently pushed open the door and entered the room. She was dressed in an elegant kimono, her steps light, and her smile as gentle as a spring breeze. The Land of Rice Fields Daimyo looked up and saw Charlotte gracefully approaching, a hint of surprise and admiration flashing in his eyes. Charlotte curtsied lightly, revealing a charming smile. "My lord, I apologize for the interruption." "My lord, you must have been working hard lately. Do you need me to help you relax?" Her voice was like a soft night breeze, carrying a subtle hint of seduction. The daimyo smiled slightly and nodded. Charlotte walked to his side, gently stroked his shoulder, then slowly leaned down close to his ear and whispered, "My lord, please close your eyes and relax." The Land of Rice Fields Daimyo closed his eyes, feeling Charlotte's gentle fingers lightly massaging his shoulders. His heartbeat gradually quickened, and his breathing became somewhat hurried. Just then, Charlotte's warm lips gently pressed against his earlobe, and the electric current from the wet kiss instantly spread throughout his body. The daimyo felt an unprecedented tingling and pleasure. His rationality was gradually replaced by intoxication, and an irresistible desire surged within him. His hand involuntarily reached out to Charlotte, his eyes filled with longing and haze. Charlotte's smile became even more captivating. She gently lifted the daimyo's chin and kissed him passionately. This wet kiss seemed to carry magic, making the daimyo completely lost in it, unable to extricate himself. Land of Waves. Shimeji Camilla stood in the Land of Waves daimyo's private reception room. She wore a sheer long dress, her jade feet subtly revealed with each light step, exuding endless allure. Her smile was like the spring sun, warm and captivating. The Land of Waves daimyo watched Camilla approach, a hint of astonishment and infatuation flashing in his eyes. Camilla gracefully sat opposite him, her jade feet slightly raised, revealing a pair of crystal-clear beautiful feet. "My lord, you must have been very tired lately, haven't you?" Camilla's voice was like a celestial melody, carrying a hint of concern. The daimyo's gaze was fixed on Camilla's jade feet, and his throat involuntarily swallowed. He reluctantly tore his gaze away and replied, "Yes, I've been busy lately, and I am indeed a bit fatigued." Camilla chuckled softly, gracefully extending her jade foot towards the daimyo's knee, gently caressing it. "Then let Camilla relieve your fatigue." Her movements were gentle and ambiguous, carrying an irresistible charm. The daimyo felt the touch of Camilla's jade foot, his heartbeat suddenly quickened, and a burning impulse surged within him. His hand involuntarily grasped Camilla's ankle, his eyes filled with desire and infatuation. Camilla gently wiggled her jade foot, as if teasing the daimyo's nerves, her smile even sweeter. "My lord, are you willing to let Camilla share some of your burden?" The Land of Waves daimyo was completely immersed in Camilla's allure, his rationality long since drowned by desire. Camilla's jade feet seemed to possess magic, making him unable to resist, willingly falling into her grasp. The morning sun, filtered through a thin mist, cast its rays upon the roads of the Land of Rivers. A gentle breeze stirred, and a tranquil atmosphere permeated the air. However, this tranquility was about to be shattered. Zed led a squad of clones, silently lurking along both sides of the road. They wore black defensive uniforms, simple yet practical in design, with glowing energy barrier patterns on their chests and backs, capable of effectively resisting various ninjutsu and physical attacks. Each clone held a new type of energy weapon, sleek in appearance, its barrel shimmering with a faint blue light. When fired, these weapons were almost silent but could unleash extremely destructive power. Zed stood at the front of the squad, coldly watching the slowly advancing procession of the Land of Wind's daimyo in the distance. His mask concealed his face, revealing only a pair of cold, ruthless eyes, and his black cloak gently swayed in the breeze. "Target approaching," Zed whispered, his voice like ice. "Prepare to move." The Land of Wind's daimyo's escort gradually entered the ambush zone. Leading the team were the 6 guards of wind, each alert and scanning their surroundings, clearly having sensed the unusual atmosphere. "Stay vigilant," Sandwind Reizo whispered, his hand lightly resting on the weapon at his waist, his gaze as sharp as an eagle's. Just then Zed gave the order, "Move!" The clones instantly charged out from the surrounding woods. Their energy weapons fired simultaneously, blue beams of light cutting through the air, directly aimed at the Land of Wind's daimyo's procession. The 6 guards of wind reacted swiftly, immediately forming a defensive formation, protecting the Land of Wind's daimyo. "Counter-attack!" Sandwind Reizo roared, forming hand seals and unleashing ninjutsu to meet the incoming energy beams. Iron Sand Sharyu formed hand seals, summoning an Iron Sand shield to block most of the attacks. Azure Wolf Moon Shadow moved swiftly like a ghost, countering with the long sword in his hand. Blazing Flame Kaho spewed a sea of fire, attempting to suppress the enemy. Shadow Hidden Cage Kura disappeared into the shadows, seeking an opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Gale Wind Cuckoo spread his wing, light cloak in the air, lightly soaring up, then swooping down from above. The battle was exceptionally fierce. The energy weapons of the clones and the ninjutsu of the 6 guards of wind continuously collided, erupting in intense light and vibrations. Zed watched the battle coldly, his shadow ninjutsu invisible blade swiftly cleaving through an energy barrier, directly threatening Sandwind Reizo. Azure Wolf Moon Shadow showed no weakness, swinging his sword to meet Zed's shadow ninjutsu in a fierce clash. Their speed was extremely fast, sword lights and shadows constantly flashing in the air, emitting ear-piercing collision sounds. At the same time, the clones quickly surrounded the Land of Wind's daimyo's procession. Their defensive uniforms displayed powerful protection during the attack. Even when facing the powerful ninjutsu of the 6 guards of wind, they steadily advanced. "We must protect my lord," Blazing Flame Kaho shouted, forming hand seals and spewing more intense flames, forcing back the approaching clones. "Hold on!" Sandwind Reizo moved and countered, calmly directing the team, "We won't let them succeed." However, the number and equipment of the clones clearly gave them an advantage. After a fierce engagement, the Land of Wind's daimyo's escort gradually fell into a predicament, suffering heavy casualties. Sandwind Reizo, Iron Sand Sharyu, Azure Wolf Moon Shadow, Blazing Flame Kaho, Shadow Hidden Cage, Kura, and Gale Wind Cuckoo fought with all their might, struggling to resist the enemy's assault. Their bodies were covered in wounds, but they still stood firm, guarding the Land of Wind's daimyo. "We will not retreat." Iron Sand Sharyu gritted his teeth, clutching his Iron Sand shield for the Land of Wind. Zed watched all of this coldly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. He swung his shadow ninjutsu again, his target directly at the Land of Wind's daimyo. The 6 guards of Wind's hearts tightened, and they quickly formed their final defense line, vowing to protect the daimyo to the death. Zed coldly watched the battlefield. He did not continue to engage the 6 guards of wind, but instead retreated slightly, signaling the clones to begin the next phase of their tactics. The clones swiftly adjusted their formation, their energy weapons raised in unison. Blue beams of light flashed again, forming a deadly network of firepower that covered the entire battlefield. "Attack!" Zed commanded. The clones' energy weapons fired fiercely, beams pouring down like rain, accurately striking the 6 guards of wind and the Land of Wind's daimyo's escort. The 6 guards of wind resisted valiantly, but their ninjutsu seemed powerless under the clones' suppression. Every attack was easily neutralized by the energy weapons, and their bodies were repeatedly hit by the beams, blood splattering and staining the sandy ground. Blazing Flame Kaho's sea of fire was instantly shattered by the blue beams. He was hit by a beam and fell heavily to the ground, groaning in pain. Azure Wolf Moon Shadow's figure flickered amidst the beams, but he was eventually hit and fell, unable to rise. Iron Sand Sharyu's iron sand shield gradually crumbled under the barrage of beams. His body was pierced by the beams, and blood splattered. Shadow Hidden Cage. Kura moved stealthily in the darkness, but the omnipresent beams left him nowhere to escape, and he ultimately fell in a pool of blood. Gale Wind Cuckoo tried to fly up to avoid the attack, but was hit by a beam in midair and crashed heavily to the ground. Sand Wind Reizo was the last to fall, thrown back and unable to stand again. The entire battlefield instantly fell silent, with only faint groans and the smell of burning lingering in the air. Zed watched all of this coldly, without a trace of pity in his eyes. He waved his hand, signaling the clones to begin the final cleanup. Zed watched all of this coldly, his tightly gripped weapon trembling slightly, but he did not step forward. The clones, following orders, began facial cloning simulations. Their biogenetic makeup rapidly changed, and their faces gradually became similar to those of the 6 guards of wind. A faint light flickered, and the clones' facial muscles wriggled like living things, their bone and skin structures rapidly changing. Their originally cold, mechanical faces became lifelike, gradually becoming indistinguishable from the fallen 6 guards of wind. This process was filled with an eerie aura, as if watching a terrifying transformation show. The bodies of the Land of Wind's daimyo, the 6 guards of wind, and the escort team were replaced one by the clones. Their identities were stolen, their faces replicated, as if they had never existed. The entire process was incredibly horrifying, blood and fear intertwined, sending shivers down one's spine. Zed watched all of this, his eyes showing no fluctuation. He knew the mission was complete, and the future of the Land of Wind would be completely controlled by Nathan Hawk. The air was filled with the scent of Zion death entity, and the entire battlefield fell into a dead silence. The morning sun shone upon the earth, as if casting a golden veil over this bloody carnage. But beneath that golden light, there was endless darkness and despair. Inside a luxurious casino in the Land of Fire, the lights were dazzling, and it was bustling with activity. Gamblers gathered around various tables, their eyes filled with greed and anticipation. In the center of the crowd, a curvaceous blonde woman was particularly eye-catching. She was the casino's legendary big fat lamb Tsunade. At a central gambling table, Tsunade was hotly throwing dice. Her voluptuous figure radiated a captivating glow under the lights, dressed in a deep V-neck kimono that accentuated her graceful curves. She wore black high-heeled sandals, revealing her delicate and exquisite feet and toes, exuding a sexy elegance. Among the onlookers, people occasionally stole glances at Tsunade's figure. Her alluring curves and captivating posture undoubtedly became a beautiful sight in the casino. Beside her, Shizune, equally well-figured, wore a simple kimono and also black high-heeled sandals, revealing her slender feet with delicately painted toenails. She frowned deeply, her face lined with frustration, constantly trying to persuade Tsunade to leave. "Tsunade, my lord, there's an important letter from Konoha." "You really should go," Shizune whispered, her tone filled with helplessness. Tsunade, however, was completely unmoved, enthusiastically continuing to gamble. "Don't worry, Shizune, I'll definitely win it back." She threw the dice, her eyes full of anticipation. However, the result was one loss after another. Each time the dice settled, the chips on the table would diminish bit by bit, eventually being completely lost. Tsunade's face showed a dejected expression, as if she had been doused with cold water. Just then, the casino manager walked over and said with a smile, "Tsunade, my lord, it's all right, you can owe us for now. This time doesn't count." Upon hearing this, Tsunade's eyes instantly lit up, and she excitedly said, "Really? Then I'll definitely win it back." The manager was all smiles, but he had other plans in mind. A young woman like Tsunade, regardless of winning or losing, could attract a large number of customers, which greatly benefited the casino's business. Every time she came to the casino, she not only brought a considerable amount of gambling money, but also countless gazes and attention. "Of course, Tsunade, my lord, we welcome you very much," the manager said respectfully, secretly calculating in his heart. Tsunade enthusiastically left the gambling table, radiant and cheerful, as if the recent losses had never happened. Shizune sighed helplessly, following behind her, both worried about Tsunade's gambling addiction and admiring her optimism and resilience. The casino's clamor continued, and under the lights, the delicate feet in the high-heeled sandals still radiated a captivating glow, as if proclaiming Tsunade's never-say-die spirit. After Tsunade and Shizune left the casino, the onlookers were still buzzing with discussion. Everyone was talking animatedly about the gambling game they had just witnessed, especially praising the charm of the two women. "Did you see that beautiful woman in the black high-heeled sandals just now? Her feet were absolutely gorgeous," a man said excitedly, his eyes sparkling with memories. "Yes, Tsunade my lord's figure is too good. She's like a goddess who walked out of a painting," another man echoed, his tone filled with envy and admiration. And Shizune, who was with her, although low-key, her gentle and elegant demeanor is truly captivating, a woman joined the discussion, a smile on her face, seemingly also impressed by their charm. Their high-heeled sandals were really the finishing touch, especially those sandals that revealed their feet. "They were incredibly sexy," a young gambler said, a hint of infatuation in his gaze. "Don't you think Tsunade my lord looked especially cute when she lost? That look of dejection and then her renewed spirit, it just makes you feel for her and like her," a young woman said, her eyes shining. "Indeed, Tsunade my lord's unyielding spirit is truly captivating," another person nodded in agreement, "and every time she appears, the casino's atmosphere becomes even more lively. I feel that as long as they are here, even if they do nothing, just watching them feels satisfying," an old gambler sighed, his eyes filled with nostalgia and appreciation. The discussions rose and fell, and everyone's faces were beaming with excitement and enthusiasm. Tsunade and Shizune not only left a deep impression at the gambling table, but also planted a seed of charm in everyone's hearts. "I hope they can come to the casino often. They are truly rare beauties," someone sighed, his voice full of anticipation. "Yes, with them here, business will definitely get better and better," the manager smiled, his heart also filled with anticipation and confidence. After leaving the casino, the night wind gently brushed by, bringing a touch of coolness. Tsunade and Shizune strolled down the street, preparing to return to their inn. The dim yellow light of the street lamps shone on them, making them appear exceptionally charming. Suddenly a beautiful woman, tall and wearing black high-heeled sandals, walked up to them. Her features were delicate, her eyes held a hint of allure, and her long eyelashes trembled slightly, giving her an irresistible charm. She wore a tight red dress that perfectly showcased her voluptuous figure. Her high-heeled sandals revealed a pair of long, graceful feet, with red nail polish on her toes, adding a touch of sensuality. "My lord Tsunade, Miss Shizune, I have a business deal that could bring you a large sum of money." The woman smiled, introducing herself, "My name is Lena." Shizune immediately became alert, taking a slight step back, her eyes full of wariness. "Who are you? Why do you know our names? What are your intentions?" Lena chuckled softly, her eyes gentle. "Please don't misunderstand, I have no ill intentions. I merely heard of my lord Tsunade's reputation, so I specifically came to seek cooperation. My proposal is definitely a good opportunity for you." Tsunade glanced at Lena, a faint smile on her face. "A large sum of money? Tell me about it, I'm very interested in money." Her eyes sparkled, clearly intrigued by Lena's words. Shizune remained vigilant, but seeing that Tsunade did not immediately refuse, nor did she further object, she knew that my lord Tsunade's strength was extraordinary, and given that the other party did not seem to have practiced any ninja techniques, she relaxed slightly. "All right, since my lord Tsunade is interested, we can discuss it in detail," Shizune said, but she still maintained her guard. Lena smiled slightly, gracefully pointing ahead. "My villa is not far from here, and the environment there is very suitable for discussing business." The three walked towards the villa. Along the way, Lena chatted with Tsunade and Shizune from time to time. Her voice was gentle and pleasant, carrying a special charm that involuntarily drew people in. Tsunade's expression gradually relaxed, even chuckling when Lena mentioned some interesting things. Shizune remained cautious, but she had to admit that Lena's charm was indeed extraordinary. Her graceful feet in those high-heeled sandals looked particularly alluring in the moonlight, making one involuntarily take a few extra glances. Soon, they arrived at a charming villa. The villa's environment was serene, filled with an ancient aura. The courtyard was planted with various flowers and plants, and the air was filled with a faint floral fragrance. "Please come in," Lena smiled as she pushed open the door, inviting Tsunade and Shizune inside. Tsunade looked around, nodding in satisfaction. "Not bad, this is indeed a good place to discuss business." Although Shizune remained vigilant, she followed Tsunade inside. The three took off their shoes and walked barefoot into the lounge. Tsunade's toes were long and elegant, her soles soft and smooth. Shizun's feet appeared slender and delicate, each step seemingly carrying a subtle rhythm. Lena's feet were equally captivating, with high arches and a faint blush on her soles, exuding an air of seduction. After entering the lounge, the three sat down, and a servant brought them tea. The aroma of tea filled the air, and the entire room was permeated with a serene and elegant atmosphere. Lena smiled slightly, gesturing for the servant to bring out some documents. "My Lord Tsunade, these are documents given to me by a medical ninja I invested in, all about the latest medical technology," Lena said softly. The documents were spread on the table, and Tsunade's sharp gaze swept over each page, her expression becoming increasingly focused. She nodded as she read, her brow slightly furrowed, clearly deep in thought. "These techniques," Tsunade looked up, a hint of surprise and admiration flashing in her eyes. "If these are real, they will greatly improve the medical system of Konoha." Lena smiled elegantly, a glint of wisdom in her eyes. "My Lord Tsunade, these technologies have all been verified. I believe that if you are willing to support me, I can invest in Konoha and jointly develop these medical technologies." Tsunade pondered for a moment, already having a plan in mind. She knew that if such technology were in Konoha's hands, it would greatly enhance the village's medical standards, which would be of immense benefit to the village's future. "Miss Lena, if you are willing to invest in Konoha, I can provide you with convenient passes and policy support." Tsunade's tone was firm, clearly having made her decision. Lena's smile grew even brighter. She leaned forward slightly, a hint of enticement in her eyes. "My Lord Tsunade, your support is very important to me. However, I have a small request. I hope you can personally go to the Land of Rivers to see my medical system there. Only by seeing it with your own eyes can you truly understand the value of these technologies." Tsunade was slightly taken aback, then a flicker of interest crossed her eyes. "Go to the Land of Rivers? All right, I can make time to go see it." Shizun frowned slightly from the side, but she understood Tsunade's wisdom and decisiveness, so she didn't say much. Lena, seeing that Tsunade was already swayed, continued in a gentle tone, "My Lord Tsunade, I believe you will be amazed by our medical system in the Land of Rivers. Please trust me, this will be a worthwhile journey." Tsunade nodded, her eyes firm. "All right then, we will go to the Land of Rivers to see." Lena showed a satisfied smile, a hint of cunning flashing in her eyes. "Thank you very much for your trust, my Lord Tsunade. I will arrange everything to your satisfaction." Under Lena's guidance, Tsunade and Shizun left the villa, agreeing to set off for the Land of Rivers tomorrow morning. The AI's plan was proceeding smoothly. Everything was under control. On the way back to the inn, night had fallen, and the sparse pedestrians and lights on the street made the whole street appear somewhat desolate. Shizun frowned slightly, looking at Tsunade walking ahead. "My Lord Tsunade," Shizun began cautiously, "there's a message from Konoha, asking you to return as soon as possible." Tsunade turned around, her expression showing a hint of impatience. "What message? I have more important things to do now. Why should I go back?" Shizun's face showed a slight difficulty, but she continued. "This message came directly from the third shadow." Hearing the third shadow's name, Tsunade paused slightly, her footsteps stopping, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. She took a deep breath, remained silent for a moment, but finally shook her head. "Even if the old man is looking for me, I won't go back." Tsunade's voice was firm with a hint of determination. "Tomorrow morning, go to the Konoha ninja station here, send the message back, and tell them I have important matters to attend to and need to go to the Land of Rivers." Shizun sighed, knowing she couldn't change Tsunade's decision, and also knowing that my Lord Tsunade still hadn't forgiven some of the Konoha elders' actions. She could only nod. "All right, my Lord Tsunade, I'll go deliver the message tomorrow morning." The two continued towards the inn, the night wind gently blowing, bringing a touch of coolness. Tsunade and Shizun's steps were steady, but their minds held different thoughts. Shizun walked, thinking about how to convey Tsunade's decision, while Tsunade mentally planned her next steps and arrangements. Soon after, the two arrived at the inn. The inn's lights were warm, and wind chimes hung at the entrance, gently tinkling in the night breeze. They pushed open the door and entered the inn's lobby, where there were not many people left, only a few travelers conversing softly in a corner. Shizun yawned, clearly a bit tired, but Tsunade was full of energy, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Shizun, remember to deliver the message first thing tomorrow morning. Get a good rest tonight." Tsunade gently patted Shizun's shoulder, her voice soft. Shizun nodded, forcing a slight smile. "All right, my Lord Tsunade. You should also get some rest." You returned to their respective rooms to rest. In the inn's bathroom, steam filled the air, which was warm and humid. The bathroom decor was simple yet elegant, with soft lighting reflecting a gentle glow on the white tiles. Warm water sprayed from the shower head, forming curtains of water that gently cascaded over Tsunade's strong skin. Tsunade stood in the center of the bathroom, letting the warm water wash over her body. Her figure was tall and voluptuous, with distinct curves, and her skin was fair and smooth, radiating a healthy glow. She raised her hand, gently stroking her shoulder, feeling the comfort and relaxation brought by the water. Her bare feet rested on the warm tiles, her toes slightly curled, her arches graceful, and her instep lines soft yet powerful. Tsunade closed her eyes, letting the water flow over her face and long hair, her thoughts gradually drifting back to her meeting with Lena. The documents Lena had shown her resurfaced in her mind. New methods for treating various injuries, advanced medical equipment and devices, and highly effective drug formulas. Each item stirred her heart. The detail and advanced nature of those documents exceeded her expectations. The design of every piece of equipment, the composition of every medicine, all demonstrated an extremely high level of professionalism. Tsunade had to admit that the medical technology Lena displayed was indeed groundbreaking, capable of bringing tremendous breakthroughs and progress to Konoha's medical endeavors. She recalled Lena's confident smile and gentle tone. The beautiful woman was clearly full of confidence in her plan. However, Tsunade also felt a faint unease in her heart. Although Lena seemed harmless, what was her objective? Tsunade opened her eyes, water droplets trickling down her eyelashes, and her gaze became resolute. Although Lena's medical technology was astonishing in terms of strength, she did not believe the other party could pose a threat to her. Even if Lena had any hidden objectives, her ninja techniques and combat experience were sufficient to handle it. No matter what, this trip to the land of rivers is inevitable, Tsunade secretly decided in her heart. She wanted to personally witness these advanced medical technologies and also figure out Lena's true intentions. She reached out and turned off the shower. The warm water gradually stopped, but the bathroom still held a humid atmosphere. Tsunade picked up a soft towel, gently wiping her body, feeling the comfortable touch of the towel. Her movements were elegant and unhurried, every detail revealing her confidence and strength as a top ninja. Tsunade put on her bathrobe, stepped out of the bathroom barefoot, and returned to her room. She sat on the edge of the bed, gently rubbing her shoulders, her thoughts still lingering on the land of rivers and Lena. In the early morning, at Umbrella headquarters, Nathan Hawk sat in a spacious, brightly lit, multifunctional automated office which could be adjusted to various preferred settings. Through the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, he could overlook the entire headquarters. The office's decor was simple and modern, with a few abstract paintings on the walls and bookshelves filled with various books and research materials. At this moment, the eye appeared in the center of the office, projecting a huge holographic image that detailed all of Umbrella Corporation's plans and progress in the ninja world. Nathan Hawk watched the holographic image intently, listening to the eye's report. A month had passed, and the Chunin exams had reached their most crucial stage. "Boss, our logistical preparations in the ninja world have entered the final phase," the II reported in a clear, calm voice. "According to the latest data, our mass production plan has been fully initiated. The clones are rapidly increasing in number and are equipped with the most advanced energy weapons and defensive uniforms." The holographic image displayed batches of well-trained clones, dressed in uniform defensive outfits and holding various styles of energy weapons. These weapons were specially designed, with a simple yet high-tech appearance, and energy modules embedded in their barrels, capable of releasing powerful energy beams. The defensive uniforms were made of lightweight, high-strength composite materials, effectively resisting enemy attacks, while ensuring the wearer's flexibility and comfort. Our power stations in the land of rivers, land of waves, and land of rice fields have been fully constructed and are now supplying power, the II continued to report. These power stations not only provide ample energy for our operations, but have also significantly improved the local living environment, gaining widespread support from the local residents. The holographic image showed the power stations in the land of rivers, land of waves, and land of rice fields. These power stations had a modern appearance and advanced equipment, continuously transmitting electrical energy to various locations, bringing light and convenience to the local areas. The residents' faces were beaming with satisfied smiles, clearly grateful for these improvements. The plan to replace the daimyos of the land of rice fields and land of waves has been successful, and the daimyo of the land of rivers has also been successfully replaced. As for the strategy to attack the ninja world, we have formulated a detailed operational plan, the II reported. First, we will launch a frontal assault on Konoha village with our clones, while simultaneously dispatching special teams for decapitation strikes, targeting Konoha's high-ranking officials and critical facilities. Second, we will incite conflicts between the major nations, creating chaos and weakening their joint defenses. Nathan Hawk nodded slightly, approving the II's plan. The holographic image displayed a detailed battle map, marking the specific locations and routes of each target. Every step was precise, demonstrating Umbrella Corporation's powerful intelligence and combat capabilities. At the same time, a new notification flashed on the II's screen. Boss Orochimaru is on his way. He has also brought the life, style and construction, style ninjutsu he personally compiled and developed. These ninjutsu are now fully developed and can be taught to the clones in large batches. Nathan Hawk's eyes gleamed with satisfaction upon hearing this news. The II continued to report. According to the ninjutsu provided by Orochimaru, these life, style and construction style ninjutsu can enable the clones to exhibit extraordinary abilities in construction and production. For example, using earth release ninjutsu can quickly build sturdy houses, water release ninjutsu can purify water sources, wind release ninjutsu can drive wind power generation equipment, and fire release ninjutsu can be used for high temperature smelting and processing. Moreover, combined with our technological means, the effects of these ninjutsu will be even more significant, greatly accelerating the development of light industry and some heavy industry production. Nathan Hawk nodded with satisfaction. He could foresee how these abilities would change their deployment and strength in the ninja world. Excellent. I arrange for large batches of clones to learn these ninjutsu and pilot them in our construction projects. Promote them as quickly as possible. Understood, boss. Executing now, the A responded. Shortly after, the office door was gently pushed open, and Orochimaru's figure appeared in the doorway. He wore a dark robe, a cold and mysterious smile on his face, and slowly walked in. Orochimaru, welcome. Nathan Hawk stood up and walked towards Orochimaru, his tone showing clear appreciation. My lord. Orochimaru smiled slightly, his tone respectful yet with a hint of hidden excitement. I have compiled and developed these life, style and construction, style ninjutsu as you requested. These ninjutsu can not only greatly improve our construction efficiency, but also perfectly integrate with your technological means to achieve unprecedented effects. Nathan Hawk nodded, motioning for Orochimaru to sit down. Very good, our plan is progressing smoothly. With the enhancement of these ninjutsu, our influence in the ninja world will be further solidified. After Orochimaru sat down, a deep gleam flickered in his eyes. My lord, what is our next step? Nathan Hawk smiled, looking at the A's holographic image. We will continue to advance our strategy, ensuring our power continuously expands in the ninja world. At the same time, we will flexibly adjust our plans based on intelligence and actual circumstances, ensuring that every step achieves the greatest results. Orochimaru listened quietly. Over the past month, he had undergone much contemplation and internal struggle, his love for Konoha. Originally, he only intended to give Konoha village a profound lesson, but with his cooperation with Nathan Hawk, he gradually changed his mind. Nathan Hawk's power and strategic vision made Orochimaru realize that perhaps the complete replacement of Konoha was not an unacceptable choice. Nathan Hawk had brought him unprecedented power and resources, enabling him to achieve more goals that were previously out of reach. New ambitions began to emerge in Orochimaru's heart, not just for himself, but for a stronger and more prosperous new order. Immortality is outdated. Having understood, Orochimaru's tone was calm and firm. Lord Hawk, I have something to tell you. What is it? Nathan Hawk motioned for him to continue. I'm going to send my teacher, the third Hokage, on his way. Konoha is already rotten and its existence has hindered progress. A cold and resolute glint flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. I will let him witness my final growth and personally send him to his end. Nathan Hawk nodded slightly, a hint of understanding in his eyes. I understand, Orochimaru. You have your mission and personal feelings, which have always been one of your driving forces. Exactly, Orochimaru revealed a sinister smile. Lord Hawk, I have seen a new future, a future different from Konoha village. Under your leadership, we will create a brand new world. A world no longer bound by the old order. Very good, Nathan Hawk said with satisfaction. Orochimaru, prepare yourself. Let us witness the transformation of this world together. Orochimaru's heart finally calmed down. He was no longer a solitary actor, but an important part of a larger plan. He would personally end the shackles of the past and pave the way for a new era. The Konoha Chunin exams, the final day of the third stage. The morning sun shone on Konoha Village's arena, which was already packed with people inside and out. On the stands, important figures arrived in an endless stream, and representatives from various ninja villages gathered to witness this grand ninja competition. In the stands, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the Hokage, wore his Hokage robe, his gaze deep and authoritative. Beside him, Rasa, the fourth Kage impersonated by Orochimaru, also wore his Kage robe, his expression stern, his gaze sharply scanning the situation in the arena. The atmosphere between the two seemed somewhat tense, but the other people present did not notice. Lord Hiruzen Sarutobi, Konoha's Chunin exams are as grand as ever, the impersonated Rasa spoke, his voice calm with a subtle hint of coldness. Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled slightly, his gaze piercing through the white mist in front of him, looking towards the distant arena. This is our Konoha tradition, and an important stage for every young ninja to showcase themselves. Rasa nodded slightly, a hint of disdain in his tone. Although the paths of the ninja villages are different, their goals are the same. Whether it's Sunagakure or Konoha, ultimately, peace in the village must be protected by the power of the strong. Hiruzen Sarutobi narrowed his eyes, a glint of deep thought flashing within them. Indeed, every ninja village has its unique ninja way, and our ninja way is to maintain the peace and stability of the entire ninja world by cultivating the wisdom and strength of ninjas. Wisdom and strength are indeed important, but more often, decisiveness and action are key, Rasa sneered, a hint of provocation in his tone. Sometimes what we need is not peace, but greater power. Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression darkened slightly. He knew that the fourth Kage before him was no ordinary person, his words filled with hidden meaning and provocation, yet he maintained a calm demeanor. Power is certainly important, but without the guidance of wisdom, it will ultimately lead only to destruction. Perhaps, Rasa said indifferently, turning his gaze to the arena, as if unconcerned by Hiruzen Sarutobi's response. But in this world only the strong can dictate the rules. Hiruzen Sarutobi quietly watched Rasa, a surge of uneasy premonition rising in his heart. He sensed a deep-seated conspiracy, but could not articulate it clearly at that moment. Inside the arena, the matches were progressing intensely, with young ninjas showcasing their talent and strength in battle. The atmosphere in the stands gradually grew lively, with cheers from the audience rising and falling. However, amidst this clamor, the exchange between Hiruzen Sarutobi and Rasa seemed particularly stark. Regardless, I hope this Chunin exams proceeds smoothly, Hiruzen Sarutobi said faintly, a flicker of determination in his eyes. Of course I hope so too, Rasa's lips curved slightly into a strange smile. Just as Gaara grew impatient, Sasuke finally appeared. His arrival immediately drew the attention of the entire crowd, their gazes uniformly fixed on him. Sasuke sneered, sweeping his eyes across the arena, a hint of cold confidence in his eyes. Today, you will all witness my power, Sasuke said coldly, his words full of provocation and disdain. However, Gaara merely snorted, saying coldly, begin. As soon as he finished speaking, a rumbling sound echoed from all directions. The Chunin exams arena in Konoha village suddenly plunged into chaos as the Sound Village and the Umbrella Corporation's clones and Iron Man armor units launched a full-scale assault. At this moment, Konoha village seemed to be torn apart by an immense force engulfed in the flames of war. Simultaneously, the AI's strategic plan unfolded rapidly. It precisely analyzed Konoha village's various facilities and defensive strongpoints, detailing deployment and attack plans for these critical locations. By mobilizing the Sound Village's elite ninja, the Umbrella Corporation's clones, and the Iron Man armor, the II commanded these forces to launch a full-scale assault on Konoha village. On the outskirts of Konoha village, the Sound Village ninja swiftly breached Konoha's outer defenses. Their attacks were precise and fierce, quickly dismantling Konoha's initial resistance. At the same time, the Umbrella Corporation's clones equipped with advanced energy weapons and defensive suits, launched an even more rapid assault, quickly capturing several key strongholds in Konoha village. In the central area of Konoha village, the Iron Man armor units descended from the sky, catching Konoha's ninja completely off guard. These Iron Man armor were equipped with powerful weapon systems. Their firepower covered the entire battlefield, rapidly destroying Konoha's defensive facilities. The chaos on the battlefield escalated. Konoha village's ninja plunged into battle, attempting to resist the sudden attack. The Shadow of Fire, Hiruzen Sarutobi, quickly organized a counter-attack force, commanding Konoha's elite ninja to fight back. However, facing such a vast and powerful enemy, Konoha's defenses seemed precarious. All ninja, immediately assemble. Protect the village, Hiruzen Sarutobi immediately commanded in a horrified, loud voice. Hey hey! A sinister laugh rang out. Hiruzen Sarutobi sharply turned his head, looking at Orochimaru, who was disguised as the fourth winged shadow, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. He swiftly drew a kunai, watching the other party warily. So it was you, Orochimaru, Hiruzen Sarutobi said in a deep voice, his tone filled with disappointment and anger. Orochimaru gave a cold smile, slowly removing the wind shadow hat from his head, revealing his familiar cunning face. Teacher, long time no see, he said coldly, a dangerous glint in his eyes. Why? Hiruzen Sarutobi asked, his voice tinged with deep sorrow. Why betray the village? Konoha is our home. Orochimaru's smile grew even more sinister. He slowly walked towards Hiruzen Sarutobi, his gaze revealing a stubborn fanaticism. Konoha has already decayed, teacher, he said, his voice full of disdain and mockery. You repeatedly protect this village that is already terminally ill, but it can no longer bear our dreams and future. You are wrong, Orochimaru, Hiruzen Sarutobi firmly retorted. Konoha is supported by the beliefs and efforts of all our ninja. It is not just a village, it is our faith. A ruthless glint flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. He abruptly stopped, looking coldly at Hiruzen Sarutobi. Precisely because of that, Konoha must be destroyed, he said, his tone filled with icy determination. Only by destroying the old Konoha can a new, stronger new Konoha be established. Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression grew even more solemn. He knew that the Orochimaru before him was no longer the talented disciple he once was, but an enemy driven by twisted ambition and obsession. You are deceiving yourself, Orochimaru, he said in a deep voice. The new Konoha you pursue is merely the product of your personal ambition. It can never replace the true Konoha. Orochimaru gave a cold laugh, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes. Then let us decide with strength, teacher, he said in a low voice, his tone filled with danger. Let's see whose ninja way is the true path of the strong. Hiruzen Sarutobi gripped the kunai in his hand, his gaze radiating firm resolve. He took a deep breath, preparing to face this inevitable duel. If that is the case, I will use my ninja way to personally put an end to your ambition, he said in a deep voice, his tone filled with determination. The atmosphere between the two instantly became tense, filled with a palpable sense of anticipation. Their gazes met as if engaged in a silent contest. Come Orochimaru, Hiruzen Sarutobi said in a low voice, his body quickly entering a combat stance. Let me see how great your ambition truly is. Orochimaru sneered, swiftly forming hand seals, preparing to unleash his powerful ninjutsu. Then let me witness the true strength of my teacher, he said in a low voice, his tone filled with excitement and fighting spirit. The battle was on the verge of breaking out, both their gazes revealing firm determination and an unyielding will. On this battlefield engulfed in war, they would use their ninja way to engage in a life-and-death duel. Only Sasuke was completely bewildered. Gaara had run off, everyone else had run off, so what was he supposed to do? He still wanted to show off, and his Chidori was already prepared. Didn't they know that they just needed to sit in the stands and watch their battle, while he had to consider many things on the stage? In a hospital room in Konoha village, Hyuga Heya. He sat by the bed, gently looking at Hyuga Neji, who was still recovering. He lightly stroked Neji's forehead, his eyes full of love and concern. Neji had been injured in his fight with Uzumaki Naruto and needed some time to recuperate. Neji, you must recover well, Hyuga Heya, he said in a low voice. Suddenly, a piercing alarm blared through the hospital, the signal of an invasion plunging the entire room into a tense atmosphere. Hyuga Hayaki's face changed. He immediately stood up, ready to take Neji away from this dangerous place. "Uncle! Neji, we have to leave quickly, Hyuga Haya," he said anxiously. He quickly tidied Neji's bed sheets, preparing to carry him on his back. Just then, a fierce aura suddenly erupted from outside the door, as if an invisible force instantly enveloped the entire room. Neji instantly fainted, and Hyuga Haya, she felt a powerful oppressive sensation strike his heart. Cold sweat immediately streamed down his forehead. The door was gently pushed open, and a figure slowly walked in. Hyuga Haya. She barely managed to raise his head and look at the newcomer. He was dressed in a black combat suit, tall, with a cold mask on his face, his gaze sweeping the room like a sharp blade. Hyuga Haya. He was terrified. He could feel that this person's aura and strength far surpassed any powerful individual he had ever seen. What is this aura?" he inwardly exclaimed, his body trembling uncontrollably. He knew that the person before him was definitely not an ordinary invader. Nathan Hawk smiled slightly, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "Hyuga Haya, she, family head of the Hyuga clan, it's a pleasure to meet you." His voice was deep and cold, as if from the depths of hell. Hyuga Haya, she suddenly awoke, the cold sweat on his forehead flowing even more intensely. He knew that if the other party had wanted to kill him just now, he would have had no chance to resist. This power, who exactly is he? "Who are you, Hyuga Haya?" He tried to keep his voice steady, but the fear in his heart could not be completely hidden. "I am Nathan Hawk," Nathan Hawk said indifferently, a hint of disdain in his eyes. "I am here to accomplish some things." Hyuga Haya, his heart jolted. He knew that the person before him was definitely not an ordinary enemy. He took a deep breath, trying his best to calm down, and said solemnly, "I am Hyuga Haya, she, family head of the Hyuga clan. May I ask, what brings you here?" Nathan Hawk looked at Hyuga Haya, she, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. "You are very intelligent, Hyuga family head," he said, his tone revealing a trace of coldness. "I am here to change this world, and you perhaps can become my helper." Hyuga Haya. She knew that the person before him was definitely not simple. Thinking of Neji beside him, he had to handle this carefully. He bowed slightly, his tone carrying a hint of respect. "Sir, please tell me, what can I do for you?" Nathan Hawk revealed a satisfied smile. He knew that Hyuga Haya, she was a smart person, and would make the right choice. "Very good, Hyuga family head," he said, his voice filled with coldness and authority. "Have all your people return to the clan compound and stay there." "You'll certainly do that." Hyuga Haya, his heart tightened, but he knew he had to appear calm at this moment. He responded calmly, "I will follow your instructions." Nathan Hawk nodded in satisfaction and continued, "You must ensure that all Hyuga clan members stay within the clan compound and do not leave without authorization. Any resistance will be considered hostility towards me." Cold sweat drenched Hyuga Hayaki's forehead, but he still forced himself to remain calm. "Understood, I will arrange it immediately." He turned to look at Neji on the bed, silently praying that his choice was the right one. Nathan Hawk looked at Hyuga Hayachi with satisfaction and said coldly, "Remember, the future of your Hyuga clan is in your hands." With that, he turned and left the room, leaving Hyuga Haya, she standing there, his heart complex. Hyuga Haya. He took a deep breath, quickly collecting his thoughts. He knew he had to act decisively now to ensure the safety of his clan members. He turned and walked to the bedside, gently patting Neji's cheek, trying to wake him, but Neji remained unconscious. "Neji, we must leave here, Hyuga Haya," he said in a low voice, a hint of urgency in his tone. He quickly picked Neji up on his back and walked out of the room. He had to get Neji back to the clan compound as soon as possible, and then inform all clan members to follow Nathan Hawk's instructions. Hyuga Hayachi, carrying Neji on his back, quickly moved through the streets of Konoha village. His gaze constantly scanned his surroundings, trying to avoid the rampaging invaders. However, the sight on the streets was impossible for him to ignore. He saw the invaders, wearing advanced armor and wielding powerful energy weapons. Their faces were devoid of expression, coldly and ruthlessly attacking Konoha village, ninja and buildings. Konoha's ninja, though fighting valiantly, were overwhelmed by such powerful enemies. Who exactly are these people? Hyuga Haya. She was inwardly shocked. He had never seen such well-equipped and powerful invaders. Nathan Hawk and his forces clearly far exceeded his expectations. At a corner, Hyuga Haya, he witnessed an invader easily defeat several Konoha ninja. The invaders' movements were swift, their strength immense, and every strike was incredibly precise. Konoha's ninja were utterly defenseless against his attacks, instantly falling to the ground. This is simply a disaster. Hyuga Hi's heart grew heavier. He knew that Konoha village was facing an unprecedented crisis, and he had to lead the Hyuga clan to survive this crisis. He quickened his pace, bypassing a burning building, and continued towards the clan compound. Along the way, he saw more invaders, who were coldly and ruthlessly destroying everything. The streets were filled with rubble and injured ninja, and the air was thick with smoke and the smell of gunpowder. "We must get back to the clan compound as soon as possible." Hyuga she was anxious. He knew now was not the time to waver. He had to remain calm and lead Neji and the clan members to safety. As they finally approached the clan compound, Hyuga she saw several Hyuga clan ninja valiantly resisting the invaders. Their Byakugan were activated, chakra flowing, but they still could not withstand the powerful enemies. Hyuga clan head, a ninja, saw Hyuga she and urgently shouted, "These enemies are too strong, we need more support." Hyuga she nodded, looking at the many Hyuga disciples nearby, and quickly gave an order. "Everyone, immediately return to the clan compound. We need to concentrate our defenses. Do not engage the enemy directly." With that, Hyuga carrying Neji, quickly entered the clan compound. The other Hyuga clan ninja paused for a moment, then immediately followed their family head into the compound. That ninja looked at Hyuga she, who had nodded in agreement with him, but then issued a contradictory command. Are you betraying the village?" At the same time, in the hidden depths of the forest within Konoha village, the root space was surrounded by thick trees and complex terrain. This was supposed to be a secret, absolutely safe place, and Shimura Danzo sat in his office, contemplating the recent developments. Suddenly, a strong surge of killing intent shattered the tranquility. Zed's figure appeared silently at the entrance of the root space, his eyes cold and filled with murderous intent. Without a word, Zed drew his ninja blade and swiftly infiltrated the base. A root ninja spotted Zed's figure and immediately raised the alarm. "Intruder! Intruder!" Before he could finish, Zed's figure was already in front of him, and the ninja blade swiftly slit his throat. Swish! Blood sprayed out, and the ninja fell to the ground with a dull thud. Whoosh! Boom! The root's alarm system activated, and ninjas from all directions quickly gathered, weapons in hand, their eyes warily fixed on Zed. Zed ignored their wary gazes, his figure moving like a phantom among the enemies. The ninja blade shimmered with a cold light, each swing taking a life. "FFT! Crack!" The ninja blade pierced through enemies' bodies, the sound of bones shattering echoing endlessly. The root ninjas reacted quickly, forming hand signs and unleashing their respective ninjutsu. Fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu. A massive fireball swept towards Zed, who lightly leaped, dodging the attack. Flames erupted behind him, illuminating the entire corridor. Water style, Water Dragon Jutsu. A giant water dragon attacked from one side. Zed activated his Shadow Clone Jutsu, and several shadow clones of Zed instantly appeared, engaging the water dragon in combat. Boom! The water dragon collided with the shadow clones, stirring up a mist of water. Just as the mist spread, Zed's main body had already appeared behind a root ninja, plunging his ninja blade fiercely into his back. "FFT!" The ninja didn't even have a chance to react before falling into a pool of blood. Zed's figure continuously flickered within the root's base, each appearance bringing a fatal blow. Although the root ninjas resisted bravely, they appeared incredibly fragile against Zed's powerful offensive. Shadow Ninja Art, Razor Shuriken. Zed's shadow clones reappeared, circling the enemies like phantoms. As their ninja blades swung, blood splattered. Crack! FFT! Zed's shadow clones and main body cooperated seamlessly, quickly eliminating wave after wave of enemies. Who exactly is this guy? A root captain roared in anger. He quickly formed hand signs, earth style wall. A thick earth wall rose from the ground, attempting to block Zed's advance. Zed snorted coldly, his figure vanishing instantly from his spot. When he reappeared, he had already crossed the earth wall, his ninja blade aimed directly at the captain's throat. FFT! The ninja blade pierced through his throat, blood gushing out, and the captain's eyes widened as he fell to the ground, unwilling to accept his defeat. Whoosh! More root ninjas swarmed forward, unleashing various ninjutsu, attempting to encircle Zed. However, Zed's speed and reaction time far exceeded their expectations. He weaved through the gaps in the ninjutsu, his ninja blade flashing with cold light, reaping life after life. Boom! With a loud crash, Zed's shadow clones collided fiercely with the enemy's ninjutsu, and the shockwave from the explosion cracked the surrounding walls. Zed's main body continued to advance like a phantom, heading straight for Shimura Danzo's office. Thump, thump, thump. Zed's footsteps echoed in the corridor, and the root ninjas were intimidated by his powerful killing intent, retreating one after another. Their eyes were filled with fear, yet they couldn't stop Zed's advance. Finally, Zed arrived in front of Shimura Danzo's office. The two guards at the door drew their weapons, attempting to block his path. Whoosh! Zed's figure vanished instantly, and when he reappeared, he was already standing behind the two guards. With a swing of his ninja blade, two bloodstains appeared on their necks. FFT! Blood gushed out, and the guards' bodies fell lifelessly. Zed pushed open the office door, his gaze coldly fixed on Shimura Danzo, who was sitting in his chair. Shimura Danzo looked up, calmly observing Zed, and although he didn't recognize the person in front of him, he sensed the powerful killing intent emanating from him. "Who are you?" Shimura Danzo asked in a low voice, a hint of wariness flashing in his eyes. Zed didn't answer, his gaze coldly fixed on Shimura Danzo. His fingers moved slightly, the ninja blade shimmered with a cold light, and a heavy killing intent permeated the air. Shimura Danzo knew that Zed was no ordinary enemy. He slowly stood up, his cane gently tapping the ground, making a clack sound. Today we'll have to let strength do the talking. The air between the two seemed to solidify. Zed's figure moved, his ninja blade swiftly swinging, aimed directly at Shimura Danzo's face. Shimura Danzo was not to be outdone. He quickly formed hand signs, preparing for battle. Shimura Danzo calmly watched Zed, secretly calculating in his mind. He knew he was at a disadvantage at the moment, but he didn't intend to give up easily. Zed's eyes were cold, filled with killing intent. He gave Shimura Danzo no chance to breathe, swiftly swinging his ninja blade directly at Shimura Danzo's heart. Whoosh! Zed's speed was as fast as lightning, and the ninja blade instantly pierced through Shimura Danzo's chest. Blood gushed out, and Shimura Danzo's body fell lifelessly. According to the intelligence, Zed's expression didn't relax in the slightest. He knew Shimura Danzo wouldn't die so easily. Sure enough, Shimura Danzo's figure gradually blurred and instantly vanished into thin air. Zed's eyes narrowed, and he instantly realized, Izanagi. Just then, Shimura Danzo's figure reappeared behind Zed, a kunai in his hand which he fiercely thrust towards Zed's back. Zed quickly turned, his ninja blade swinging again, cutting off Shimura Danzo's attack. Whoosh! PFT! Zed's ninja blade once again pierced through Shimura Danzo's body, and blood splattered again. However, Shimura Danzo's figure vanished once more, only to revive again. Zed snorted coldly, a hint of impatience flashing in his eyes. The intelligence clearly stated that Shimura Danzo was relying on the Sharingan on his arm to continuously revive using Izanagi. As long as he had enough Sharingan, he could revive an infinite number of times. How long do you think these tactics can last? Zed said coldly, his ninja blade swinging again, aimed directly at Shimura Danzo's throat. Shimura Danzo's body was once again pierced by the ninja blade, and blood stained the ground. But he still revived, appearing again, his face already becoming increasingly pale. Whoosh! FFT! Zed's ninja blade continuously cut down Shimura Danzo, each strike accurately piercing his vital points. Shimura Danzo's body repeatedly fell and revived, and the number of Sharingan was rapidly decreasing. Damn it! Where did this guy's speed and killing intent come from? Shimura Danzo gritted his teeth, knowing that he had very few Sharingan left, and if this continued, he would eventually be unable to revive. You! Stop! Shimura Danzo said urgently, trying to buy time with words. I can give you anything you want, wealth, power, even the secrets of ninjutsu, or even the position of Hokage. A cold light flashed in Zed's eyes. He didn't waver in the slightest, his ninja blade swinging again, aimed at Shimura Danzo's heart. FFT! Shimura Danzo's body was once again pierced by the ninja blade, and this time, he could no longer revive. The power of the Sharingan had been exhausted, and his life had come to an end. Escape, I must escape. Shimura Danzo, pretending to be utterly helpless and only able to die here, deliberately showed a hint of despair on his face. Just then, Zed's figure suddenly moved, unleashing a powerful ultimate shadow technique. Shadow ultimate. Shadow. Whoosh! A dark blade light flashed, aimed directly at Shimura Danzo's body as he tried to escape using the body flicker technique. A look of horror flashed in Shimura Danzo's eyes. He knew this strike would be fatal. FFT! The blade light pierced through Shimura Danzo's body, and blood splattered. His body shuddered violently, and the light in his eyes rapidly dimmed. Shimura Danzo's body fell to the ground, completely losing all signs of life. His face still held that shock and unwillingness, as if in his last moments, he still couldn't believe he had been defeated. Zed coldly looked at Shimura Danzo's corpse, his eyes showing no emotion. For him, this was merely a part of completing his mission. He sheathed his ninja blade and calmly scanned the surroundings, ensuring no enemies were overlooked. Then, he began to wait for the Humajar's arrival, as instructed by the intel, to receive the root's data. Inside the root's base, Shimura Danzo's corpse lay quietly on the ground, bloodstains gradually spreading. The morning sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating his face, as if bearing final witness to this brutal battle. The battle in Konoha village raged, with invaders pouring in like a tide. Might Guy and Kakashi fought side by side, back to back, confronting wave after wave of enemies. "Hey, da!" Might Guy fiercely kicked a clone. The clone was sent flying, crashing against a wall with a loud bang. "Guy, you're really full of energy," Kakashi said half-jokingly, his Chidori swiftly severing the necks of two clones. Electric sparks flickered in the air, and a scorching smell permeated the atmosphere. "Haha, Kakashi, you're not bad yourself," Might Guy laughed in response, quickly turning and punching another armored suit like a cannonball. Although the armored suit was sturdy, it couldn't withstand Might Guy's immense power and was instantly shattered. "Hey, da!" Might Guy yelled again, swiftly kicking away two clones, then performed a spinning kick, blowing off the head of another armored suit. Metal fragments from the armored suit scattered, and sparks flew. Kakashi glanced at Might Guy while fighting, seeing numerous wounds on him, yet he continued to fight relentlessly. A hint of admiration flashed in Kakashi's eyes. He knew that Might Guy was a true warrior. "Guy, watch out!" Kakashi suddenly shouted, his Sharingan catching a clone attacking Might Guy from behind. Kakashi quickly formed hand signs, lightning style, Chidori. A powerful electric current shot from Kakashi's hand, instantly piercing through the clone's chest. "Thanks, Kakashi!" Might Guy responded loudly, raising his thumb, his eyes gleaming with fighting spirit. He suddenly threw a punch, sending another clone flying, crashing heavily to the ground. The two stood back to back, coordinating with each other in perfect sync. Kakashi's Sharingan continuously scanned the surroundings, catching every potential threat, while Might Guy used his strength and speed to quickly deal with every approaching enemy. "Hey, da!" Might Guy shouted again, his fist, like a heavy hammer, slammed into an armored suit. The chest plate of the suit was caved in, its internal electronic systems instantly paralyzed, and it collapsed to the ground. "Guy, we need to hold on until reinforcements arrive," Kakashi said calmly, a hint of determination in his eyes. Although they both had numerous injuries, their will remained unyielding. "No problem, Kakashi. We'll definitely make it to the end." Might Guy laughed in response, his eyes burning with fighting spirit and passion. Just then, a new wave of enemies surged forward. Clones and armored suits swarmed towards them like a tide, and the battle grew even more intense. "Eh da 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 da!" Might Guy shouted, quickly rushing forward, his fists raining down on the enemies. Each of his blows carried immense power, pushing the enemies back. Kakashi, meanwhile, quickly formed hand signs. "Water style, Water Dragon Bullet Jutsu!" A massive water dragon erupted from his hands, fiercely lunging at the enemies. The water dragon's power sent the clones and armored suits tumbling, and many enemies were instantly knocked to the ground. Might Guy and Kakashi stood back to back on a chaotic battlefield, their bodies covered in scars from the fight, but their will remained unyielding. The number of enemies seemed endless. They had just repelled a new wave and were catching their breath when they suddenly saw the enemies begin to retreat, seemingly making way for a path. "What's going on? Do you know Kakashi?" Might Guy frowned, his eyes filled with vigilance. "I don't know either." Kakashi also felt confused, his gaze sweeping the surroundings, ready to react to any new development. Just then, two figures slowly walked through the path the enemies had cleared. Leading them was Zabuza, who stared coldly at Kakashi, his eyes filled with icy killing intent. Beside him was a man in a black uniform with a lazy expression, none other than Borsellino. "Zabuza?" Kakashi instantly recognized Zabuza, his heart jolting. "What are you doing here?" Zabuza sneered. "Kakashi, long time no see. I remember we once fought side by side, but today I'm here to take your life." Might Guy frowned, looking at Kakashi. "Kakashi, this ninja looks like he's from the Hidden Mist. Do you know him?" Kakashi nodded, a hint of gravity in his gaze. "Yes, he's a rogue ninja from the Hidden Mist village. We had a collaboration once before." Just then Borsellino yawned lazily, stretched, and said languidly, "What troublesome fellows. Zabuza, I'll take care of this mushroom head. You go deal with that one called Kakashi." Zabuza nodded, looking coldly at Kakashi. "Suits me perfectly." A flicker of fighting spirit crossed Might Guy's eyes as he took a fighting stance. "Mushroom head? Are you talking about me? Haha, it's been a long time since I encountered such an interesting opponent." Borsellino showed a lazy smile. "Yes, it's you. Let's begin." As soon as he finished speaking, his body suddenly transformed into a golden flash, instantly appearing in front of Might Guy, delivering a kick imbued with intense light. "Ay, da!" Might Guy reacted quickly, crossing his arms to block the blow. Although he blocked the attack, the immense force still sent him back a few steps, and a deep gash was left in the ground beneath his feet. "Yellow flash!" Kakashi's pupils dilated. "Kakashi, where are you looking?" Zabuza, annoyed, drew his Kibikirabacho, looking coldly at Kakashi. "Kakashi, this time I will hold back." Kakashi drew a kunai, a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. "Zabuza, I won't hold back either." Their gazes met in the air, overflowing with killing intent. Zabuza suddenly rushed at Kakashi, his Kibikirabacho whistling through the air as it fiercely at Kakashi. Kakashi quickly retreated, simultaneously forming hand signs. "Water style, water dragon bullet jutsu!" A water dragon surged from Kakashi's hands, fiercely lunging at Zabuza. "I'm not the same as I used to be." Zabuza sneered, quickly using his blade to cut through the water dragon, continuing to press in on Kakashi. The two quickly engaged in intense close-quarters combat, blades clashing and intertwining, emitting sharp metallic sounds. He cut through it. Kakashi's shock didn't diminish. What was going on with the power emanating from his opponent? On the other side, Might Guy and Borsellino's battle also became exceptionally fierce. Might Guy's fists shot out like cannonballs, each carrying immense power, while Borsellino dodged with extreme speed, his body constantly transforming into golden light, teleporting across the battlefield, causing most of Might Guy's attacks to miss. "Ay, da!" Might Guy shouted, suddenly kicking at Borsellino. Borsellino once again transformed into golden light, instantly appearing at Might Guy's side, throwing a punch. Might Guy quickly dodged, but was still grazed, feeling a sharp pain. "What a troublesome opponent," Might Guy said through gritted teeth, but the fighting spirit in his eyes burned even brighter. This battle would be a difficult one, but he would never give up easily. Kakashi and Zabuza were locked in a fierce exchange, their blades intertwining, sparks flying. Clang! 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 Kakashi's kunai and Zabuza's Kibikirabacho collided frequently, each strike carrying immense power and momentum. "You've gotten stronger, Zabuza," Kakashi said, panting, his eyes filled with vigilance and surprise. He could clearly feel that Zabuza's power was even more terrifying than before. Zabuza sneered, a fanatical glint in his eyes. "Kakashi, I've been reborn, I've gained new power." With that, he suddenly tensed, his muscles rapidly expanding, a sense of power surging forth. Zabuza tore off the bandages wrapped around his body, revealing his robust muscles. "Look, this is my new power." Zabuza raised his Kibikirabacho and swung it at Kakashi. Bang! Kakashi blocked the fatal blow with his kunai, but he felt a sharp ache in his arm and the kunai shattered. He quickly retreated, drawing another kunai, but Zabuza gave him no chance to breathe, pressing in suddenly, his Kubikirabacho descending with a furious gale. Thud! Kakashi once again used a kun-I to block, but this time the kun-I was directly knocked away, and the Kubikirabacho, with immense force, slammed into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Kakashi quickly retreated, his eyes filled with gravity. His Sharingan could capture Zabuza's every move, but the opponent's power was simply too great. Each strike carried destructive force. Clang! Zabuza swung his Kubikirabacho again. Kakashi quickly dodged sideways, but the blade grazed his shoulder, leaving a deep wound. Blood quickly welled up, and Kakashi felt a sharp pain, but he remained calm, quickly adjusting his stance. "Do you think you can escape?" Zabuza sneered, his eyes gleaming with fanaticism and confidence. He quickly closed in, his Kubikirabacho swinging again, the blade cutting through the air with a piercing whoosh. Whoosh! Kakashi quickly retreated, his hands rapidly forming hand signs. Earth style. Earth wall. A thick earth wall quickly rose from the ground, blocking Zabuza's attack. Bang! Zabuza's Kubikirabacho slammed fiercely into the earth wall, the immense force shattering the wall, but Kakashi had already used the opportunity to create distance. He panted, his hands once again rapidly forming hand signs. Chidori! Intense lightning burst from his hand, accompanied by a piercing electrical hum. Zabuza sneered, looking disdainfully at Kakashi. "Do you think you can defeat me with just this much power?" he said, suddenly leaping, his Kubikirabacho raised high, descending with destructive force towards Kakashi. The Chidori and Kubikirabacho collided violently, electricity and blade fiercely intertwining in the air, emitting piercing sounds. Kakashi felt immense pressure, his hands almost going numb from the shock, but he gritted his teeth and held on. "You're too confident, Zabuza," Kakashi murmured, a flicker of determination in his eyes. He quickly channeled chakra, and the Chidori in his hand grew even more intense, electricity bursting forth like lightning, forcing Zabuza back a step. A hint of surprise flashed in Zabuza's eyes, but then it turned even more fanatical. Good, this is much more interesting," he said, pressing in fiercely again, his Kubikirabacho swinging once more, striking at Kakashi with unparalleled force. Clang! Kakashi once again used a kun-I to block, but this time the kun-I was directly shattered, and his body was sent flying by the immense force, crashing heavily to the ground. Kakashi struggled to his feet, his chest heaving, but his eyes remained resolute. "Beach, is this your limit, Kakashi?" Zabuza sneered, slowly approaching, his Kubikirabacho raised high, ready to deliver the final blow to Kakashi. Kakashi gritted his teeth, his body already covered in wounds, and his breathing became ragged. He knew he was almost powerless to resist. Zabuza's strength was simply too overwhelming. Just as Zabuza's great sword was about to strike, a voice suddenly descended from the sky. "Earth style, swamp of the underworld." A deep, powerful voice rang out, and the ground instantly became soft. Zabuza's feet suddenly sank into a muddy swamp, causing his Kubikirabacho to pause. "What?" Zabuza looked around in surprise, only to see a tall figure descend from the sky, landing steadily beside Kakashi. Jiraiya-sama. Kakashi looked at the man before him, a flicker of surprise and gratitude in his eyes. Jiraiya sneered, his gaze sharply fixed on Zabuza. "Looks like you're having a lot of fun, Zabuza." With that, he quickly formed hand signs. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. A massive fireball erupted from his mouth, heading straight for Zabuza. Zabuza strained, trying to pull his feet out of the mud, but the fireball was already closing in. He had no choice but to quickly retreat, avoiding the fatal blow. The restraint of the swamp and the power of the fireball temporarily cost him the opportunity to attack Kakashi. "Kakashi, we need to retreat." Jiraiya quickly came to Kakashi's side, supporting him and pulling him up from the ground. But Kakashi glanced at Zabuza, still feeling a bit unwilling. "No buts, this isn't the time to be stubborn," Jiraiya said in a low voice, his tone filled with determination and resolve. Zabuza looked angrily at Jiraiya and Kakashi, a hint of unwillingness in his eyes. "You won't escape. Next time, I will definitely kill you both." Jiraiya sneered, quickly forming hand signs. Wind style, gale palm. A powerful wind blade shot from his hand, heading straight for Zabuza. "Humpish!" Zabuza snorted coldly, cutting through the blade with one, but he also missed his chance. "Go!" Jiraiya shouted, supporting Kakashi as they quickly left the battlefield. Might Guy let out a low roar, unleashing a fierce whirlwind kick that sent a powerful gust of wind directly towards Borsalino's face. Borsalino merely dodged, his body transforming into a golden flash of light, instantly reappearing to the side. "Ha, mushroom head, you're quite a formidable fellow," Borsalino said lazily, a hint of playfulness in his voice. Mike Guy's brow furrowed, a flicker of determination in his eyes. He knew his opponent was incredibly troublesome, but he would never give up easily. He quickly formed hand signs, then pushed off the ground and charged at Borsalino once more. Leaf whirlwind. Guy's fist, carrying intense wind pressure, swept towards Borsalino like a whirlwind. Borsalino remained nonchalant, his body transforming into a golden light, effortlessly dodging Guy's attack. Guy's fist slammed heavily into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Borsalino smiled faintly, his figure reappearing behind Guy. Light speed kick. A golden flash erupted from his foot, striking Guy's back. Guy spun around sharply, blocking the blow with his arm, but the powerful impact still forced him back a few steps. "This guy's speed is really troublesome, but I'm not that far behind," Guy thought, gritting his teeth. His own speed and strength seemed somewhat inadequate in front of Borsalino, but he would never give up easily. Taking a deep breath, he charged forward again. Leaf Great Whirlwind. Guy's body spun like a top, his legs kicking out continuously, each kick carrying immense wind pressure. Borsalino once again transformed into a golden light, easily evading Guy's attacks. "Is that all you've got?" Borsalino said lazily, a hint of disdain in his voice. Mike Guy stomped his foot hard, his body instantly accelerating, closing in on Borsalino like an afterimage. 8 inner gates, gate of opening. Guy roared, his chakra erupting rapidly, his speed and strength instantly reaching their peak. His fist, carrying a powerful impact, shot directly towards Borsalino's face. Borsalino's eyes narrowed slightly, clearly sensing Guy's change. His body once again turned into golden light, quickly dodging, but this time Guy's speed was already fast enough. His fist grazed Borsalino's shoulder, leaving a trail of blood. But in an instant, the bloodstain rapidly disappeared. "Oh, this is getting interesting," Borsalino said, gently rubbing his shoulder, a flicker of interest in his eyes. His body once again transformed into golden light, rapidly closing in on Guy. Light speed kick. Borsalino's foot, enveloped in golden light, struck Guy's abdomen. Guy gritted his teeth, blocking the blow with his arm, but the powerful impact still forced him back a few steps. "It's not over yet," Guy roared, his body quickly adjusting, and he charged at Borsalino once more. His fist, carrying immense power, aimed directly at Borsalino's face. Borsalino still dodged as a golden light, but this time Guy's speed was already fast enough. His fist grazed his cheek, leaving a trail of blood. "It seems I need to get serious," Borsalino said, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. His body once again transformed into golden light, rapidly closing in on Guy, his fist carrying a powerful impact, striking Guy's chest. Guy gritted his teeth, blocking the blow with his arm, but the powerful impact forced him back a few steps. His body was already covered in wounds, but his will remained unyielding. "Is this your limit?" Borsalino said coldly, a hint of disdain in his voice. His body once again transformed into golden light, rapidly closing in on Guy, his fist carrying a powerful impact, striking Guy's chest. Mike Guy took a deep breath, a determined look in his eyes. He knew he couldn't hold back any longer. 8 inner gates, 6th gate, gate of joy open, he roared, his chakra instantly erupting, his entire body enveloped in blue energy, his muscles expanding even further under the intense energy fluctuations. "Morning Peacock!" Guy shouted, his body rushing towards Borsalino like lightning. His fists struck out at high speed, each punch carrying powerful impact and scorching flames. The air, frictionally heated by his fists' rapid movements, produced intense flames, forming a scene like a peacock fanning its tail. The flames exploded in the air, like countless fireballs bombarding Borsalino. Borsalino watched this scene, his eyes full of disdain. His body directly transformed into a golden light, easily dodging Guy's attack. The flames struck the ground, kicking up large amounts of dust and rubble, and the entire Hidden Leaf village trembled from it. "Is this your limit?" Borsalino said lazily, his body once again transforming into golden light, quickly moving out of Guy's attack range. Guy's fists struck out continuously, but every punch missed. His body had already reached its limit, sweat rolled down his forehead, and his muscles trembled from the intense exertion. Although his attacks were powerful, they seemed somewhat powerless in front of Borsellino. Flames burned in the air, and every one of Guy's punches carried a powerful impact. But Borsellino always dodged them with ease. Guy's body had already reached its limit, but he still refused to give up, putting all his strength into every punch. Ha! 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 Guy's breathing grew heavier and heavier. His body had reached its limit, and the speed of his punches gradually slowed down. Borsellino watched all this coldly, a hint of chill in his eyes. His body once again transformed into golden light, quickly appearing behind Guy, his hand chop carrying immense power, striking Guy's back of the neck. Time to clock out, Borsellino said lazily, his hand chop landing heavily on Guy's back of the neck. Guy felt a sharp pain, his body instantly losing all strength, and he collapsed softly to the ground. The flames around him gradually extinguished, his eyes slowly closed, and his consciousness gradually blurred. Borsellino looked at the fallen Guy, a cold smile on his face. What a formidable fellow! He gently clapped his hands, then carried Guy away. Orochimaru and Hiruzen Sarutobi stood face to face on the central battlefield of the Hidden Leaf Village, the air thick with killing intent. There was no wavering in their eyes. Though once master and student, at this moment, they only wished to bring about each other's demise. "Sensei, today I will show you my true power," Orochimaru said coldly, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes held a hint of complexity, but it was quickly replaced by determination. "Orochimaru, you are too conceited. The power of the hidden leaf is not something you can easily destroy." Orochimaru quickly formed hand signs. "Wind style, great break through," he roared, and a strong wind pressure instantly swirled up, rushing directly towards Hiruzen Sarutobi. The wind style jutsu carried immense power, seemingly capable of tearing everything apart. Hiruzen Sarutobi quickly formed hand signs. Earth style wall. The ground rapidly rose, and a sturdy earth wall blocked his path. The wind pressure crashed against the earth wall with a deafening roar, sending earth and stone flying. Such powerful wind pressure as expected of Orochimaru, Hiruzen Sarutobi thought to himself. He didn't stop, quickly forming hand signs. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. A massive fireball erupted from his mouth, rushing directly towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru swiftly dodged, avoiding the direct hit of the fireball, but the flames grazed his sleeve, bringing a scorching pain. He sneered, quickly forming hand signs. Lightning style, lightning pillar. A powerful bolt of lightning erupted from his hand, striking directly at Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen Sarutobi raised his hand to form hand signs. Water style, water dragon jutsu. A massive water dragon surged from his hand, meeting the lightning. The water dragon and lightning clashed in the air, unleashing powerful energy fluctuations, and the surrounding air seemed to tremble. Both leaped simultaneously, rapidly closing in on each other. A sharp kunai instantly appeared in Orochimaru's hand, stabbing directly at Hiruzen Sarutobi's chest. Hiruzen Sarutobi quickly drew his own kunai, and the two kunai clashed in the air, producing a piercing metallic clang. Clang! 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 Their kunai continuously clashed, sparks flying. Orochimaru's attacks were fierce, each strike aimed at a vital point. Hiruzen Sarutobi, however, focused on steady defense, looking for an opportunity to counterattack. Orochimaru suddenly kicked towards Hiruzen Sarutobi's abdomen. Hiruzen Sarutobi quickly raised his knee to block, but Orochimaru's strength exceeded his expectations, and he was forced back a few steps. Orochimaru pressed his advantage, his kunai slipping past Hiruzen Sarutobi's face, almost grazing his cheek. Hiruzen Sarutobi quickly counter-attacked. He flipped over his kunai, stabbing directly at Orochimaru's shoulder. Orochimaru sidestepped to avoid, but Hiruzen Sarutobi's movements were extremely fast, and the kunai in his other hand had already reached Orochimaru's waist. Orochimaru was forced to retreat, a hint of surprise on his face. "Your reactions are still sharp, Sensei," Orochimaru sneered. "And your power has grown considerably, Orochimaru," Hiruzen Sarutobi responded in a deep voice. The two separated again, staring at each other. Hiruzen Sarutobai's eyes held a hint of unwillingness, but more so, determination. Orochimaru's eyes, however, gleamed with fanaticism. He longed to prove his power in front of his sensei, to destroy all obstacles in his path. "Let's continue, sensei. I still have many things to show you," Orochimaru said, his eye flashing again, rushing towards Hiruzen Sarutobai with murderous intent. "Come, Orochimaru," Hiruzen Sarutobai responded, gripping his two eye tightly, his eyes burning with fierce fighting spirit. Orochimaru and Hiruzen Sarutobai confronted each other once more, the air thick with intense killing intent. Their gazes met, filled with resolve and defiance. Orochimaru's lips curled into a cold sneer as he swiftly formed hand signs, preparing for the next round of attacks. "Wind style, gale palm," Orochimaru roared, and a powerful gust of wind blades shot from his hand, directly at Hiruzen Sarutobai. Hiruzen Sarutobai unhesitatingly formed hand signs. "Fire style, dragon flame bomb." A massive fire dragon erupted from his mouth, meeting the wind blades. Flames and wind blades collided in the air, the flames intensifying with the wind, forming an even more ferocious firestorm. "Water style, water dragon jutsu." Hiruzen Sarutobai quickly formed hand signs, and a colossal water dragon rose from the ground, surging towards the firestorm, instantly extinguishing it. The water dragon continued its assault towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru sneered, quickly forming hand signs. Earth style wall." The ground once again rose into a sturdy earth wall, blocking the water dragon's attack. "You are indeed still as cautious, Orochimaru." Hiruzen Sarutobai's tone held a hint of approval, but his eyes remained sharp. Orochimaru showed no weakness. He rapidly formed hand signs. Lightning style, earth current. A powerful bolt of lightning shot from the ground, quickly spreading towards Hiruzen Sarutobai. Hiruzen Sarutobai lightly tapped his feet, swiftly leaping up to avoid the lightning strike. He formed hand signs with both hands. Compound nin, jutsu, fire, wind tornado. A powerful fire wind tornado rose from his hands, rushing directly towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru's expression changed slightly. He quickly formed hand signs. Compound nin, jutsu, mud flow shield. A powerful mud flow, mixed with earth and water, formed a sturdy shield in front of him, blocking the fierce assault of the fire wind tornado. Their offense and defense transitioned rapidly, neither showing any slack. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with a cold light. He formed hand signs again. Compound nin, jutsu, lightning, wind explosion. A powerful explosion, a mixture of lightning and wind blades, erupted from his hands, rushing directly towards Hiruzen Sarutobai. Hiruzen Sarutobai quickly formed hand signs. Compound nin, jutsu, water-fire fusion. A powerful defense, a mixture of water and fire, formed in front of him, meeting the lightning wind explosion. The two collided violently in the air, unleashing massive energy fluctuations. The air on the battlefield seemed to twist, as their ninjutsu continuously intertwined, creating countless energy fluctuations. After a fierce exchange, both sustained injuries to varying degrees. Hiruzen Sarutobai's shoulder was struck by lightning, bleeding, but he still stood tall, with no hint of retreat in his eyes. Orochimaru, however, was covered in scratches, but his wounds were rapidly healing. Looking at the panting Hiruzen Sarutobai, "Sensei, your strength is indeed extraordinary," Orochimaru said, licking the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "However, you don't have the regenerative abilities of Gen Fluid, and that will be your disadvantage." Hiruzen Sarutobai looked coldly at Orochimaru. "Orochimaru, your evil research isn't everything. True strength lies in the steadfastness of the heart." Listening to Hiruzen Sarutobai's lecture, Orochimaru's smile deepened. "Then, let us continue this battle and see who the true strong one is." Hiruzen Sarutobai's eyes gleamed with determination. He quickly formed hand seals and roared, summoning jutsu, Enma, the Monkey King. With a huge puff of smoke, a tall monkey appeared on the battlefield. Enma's body shimmered with an indestructible glow as he coldly watched Orochimaru. "Enma, this time we must go all out," Hiruzen Sarutobai said, his voice filled with resolve. "Understood, Hiruzen," Enma replied in a deep voice, his body rapidly transforming into a giant adamantine staff, which landed in Hiruzen Sarutobai's hand. Hiruzen Sarutobai gripped the staff tightly, leaped up swiftly, and swung it powerfully, striking towards Orochimaru with immense force. Orochimaru sneered, quickly drew his Kusanagi blade, and met Hiruzen Sarutobai's attack. The adamantine staff and the Kusanagi blade collided violently, producing a deafening metallic clang. Hiruzen Sarutobai's strength and speed shocked Orochimaru. Although his Kusanagi blade was incredibly sharp, it struggled against the might of the adamantine staff. A ruthless glint flashed in Hiruzen Sarutobai's eyes. He forcefully pushed Orochimaru's Kusanagi blade away, then swiftly closed the distance and swung the staff directly at Orochimaru's chest. Orochimaru hastily dodged, but was still staggered back several steps by the staff's force, feeling a sharp pain in his chest. Orochimaru, this is the power of bonds, Hiruzen Sarutobai said coldly, leaping up swiftly and swinging the staff once more, striking towards Orochimaru with a powerful aura. Orochimaru gritted his teeth and quickly formed hand seals, earth style wall. A sturdy rock shield quickly rose, blocking the staff's attack, but the rock shield rapidly shattered under the immense force. Enma, transform, Hiruzen Sarutobai roared, and the adamantine staff instantly transformed into a giant whip, quickly coiling around Orochimaru's body and flinging him violently into the air. Orochimaru tumbled in the air, quickly forming hand seals, water style, water dragon jutsu. A giant water dragon erupted from his mouth, rushing towards Hiruzen Sarutobai. Hiruzen Sarutobai sneered, swiftly swung the whip, and the water dragon was dispersed by the whip's force. Orochimaru, no matter how strong you are, you cannot defeat the will of Konoha, Hiruzen Sarutobai said coldly, leaping up swiftly and striking towards Orochimaru with the whip. Orochimaru suddenly flipped in the air, quickly drew his Kusanagi blade, and met the whip's attack. The adamantine staff and the Kusanagi blade collided violently again, producing a piercing metallic clang. Orochimaru's expression grew increasingly displeased. His strength seemed to struggle against the combined attacks of Hiruzen Sarutobai and Enma. Enma, transform! Hiruzen Sarutobai roared again, and the adamantine staff quickly transformed into a giant battle axe. Hiruzen Sarutobai gripped the axe and swung it powerfully, striking towards Orochimaru with immense force. A strange emotion flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. He quickly formed hand seals, lightning style, lightning pillar. A powerful lightning bolt erupted from his hands, meeting the axe's attack. The lightning and the battle axe collided violently, releasing intense energy fluctuations. Hiruzen Sarutobai's eyes gleamed with determination, and his voice resounded across the battlefield. Where the leaves dance, the fire burns on. This is our will, and it is my faith. Orochimaru was sent flying by the axe's force, crashing heavily to the ground. His chest ached and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes still gleamed with a mad light. Sensei, you are indeed strong, but I will not give up, Orochimaru sneered, his body rapidly recovering as the genetic fluid within him quickly mended his wounds. Orochimaru, let us use our final strength to settle this. Hiruzen Sarutobai gripped the battle axe, his eyes gleaming with determination. This would be his final battle with Orochimaru. Orochimaru's gaze swept across the battlefield, seeing the scenes of Konoha in battle, and a hint of admiration appeared on his face. Sensei, you are indeed knowledgeable and powerful. Even with my current enhanced body, it seems I am merely following in your footsteps. His tone carried a hint of disdain, but his eyes revealed a trace of respect. Hiruzen Sarutobai listened to these words, his face showing no wavering, his gaze still firm. Orochimaru, I have never doubted your strength. But that does not change my belief. The will of fire is my lifelong pursuit. It represents hope, sacrifice, and legacy. And now, it is my time to burn. Orochimaru sneered, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. Sensei, you are always so hypocritical. You are the Hokage of Konoha, but you are also the head of the Sarutobai clan. What you protect is not just Konoha, but also your family's interests. The will of fire you speak of is merely an excuse you use to cover up reality. Unlike a certain Uchiha renegade, he at least faced reality. As he spoke, he slowly walked towards Hiruzen Sarutobi, his tone filled with contempt. Konoha's upper echelons are filled with darkness and bloodshed. You and I both know this is a reality in every ninja village. Sensei, your burning in the end still had to be forced out by me. Hiruzen Sarutobi listened to Orochimaru's words, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by resolve. A strong killing intent emanated from him, the determination and resolve of a ninja. He gripped the adamantine staff in his hand, his gaze like a torch. Orochimaru, since you are so deluded, then I will show you what the true will of fire is. Orochimaru's smile grew more sinister. The upcoming battle would be a life-or-death duel between him and Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen Sarutobi's killing intent had fully erupted, and his eyes burned with an unyielding flame. Orochimaru, the darkness you have touched will be completely incinerated in this battle. A mad smile appeared on Orochimaru's face. His body began to tremble, muscles contracting violently, and veins beneath his skin gradually became prominent. The power of the cursed seal began to erupt within him, and the bioweapon virus was activated simultaneously. His skin rapidly turned pale, as if drained of blood, and his eyes gleamed with an eerie red light. Cursed seal, release! Orochimaru roared, and his entire body suddenly began to swell, bones emitting a terrifying cracking sound. His neck elongated, scales grew on his skin, fingers transformed into sharp claws, and two pairs of long, narrow bone wings abruptly sprouted from his back. At this moment Orochimaru was no longer in human form, but a humanoid snake monster. His legs coiled around the ground like a snake's tail, while his upper body still maintained a human-like form, but it appeared even more grotesque and terrifying. Orochimaru's face retained some human features, but his mouth split open, revealing sharp, venomous fangs, and his eyes radiated cold cruelty and madness. His entire body exuded a strong killing intent, as if ready to tear apart anything that stood in his way. Hiruzen Sarutobi and Enma stood opposite, their expressions becoming unusually grim. Enma's voice trembled slightly. "Hiruzen, what has he become?" Hiruzen Sarutobi took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. This is Orochimaru's cursed seal combined with his evil experiments. He has surpassed human limits. We must go all out. Orochimaru's voice became deep and hoarse, carrying a bone-chilling coldness. "Sensei, can you understand my current power? This is evolution, this is transcendence." He slowly raised his hand, his long, narrow claws slashing cold light through the air. The entire battlefield was enveloped by his aura, and the air seemed to be filled with a putrid stench, sickening to the stomach. "The will of fire? That's just a self-deceiving belief of you old-fashioned fools," Orochimaru sneered, his voice like a snake's hiss, full of sinister arrogance. Hiruzen Sarutobi gripped the adamantine staff, his eyes burning with an unyielding flame. "Orochimaru, no matter what you become, I will completely eradicate this evil." Orochimaru's laughter echoed in the air, his body swaying slightly, appearing even more eerie and elusive. After his transformation, he seemed to have turned into a giant venomous snake, ready to deliver a fatal blow to its prey at any moment. "Come, Sensei, let me see if your will of fire can burn away my evolution." Orochimaru let out a mad laugh, his body gradually solidifying in the light, his aura pressing down on Hiruzen Sarutobi like a mountain. Orochimaru's laughter grew increasingly frantic, his eyes gleaming with madness, and he violently swung his claws at Hiruzen Sarutobi. Each strike carried endless killing intent and destructive power, and a strong scent of blood permeated the air. Hiruzen Sarutobi wielded the adamantine staff, transformed from Enma, the Monkey King, desperately parrying Orochimaru's attacks. Each collision was deafening like thunder, and sparks flew everywhere. Hiruzen Sarutobi's movements remained agile as he used all his strength to contend with Orochimaru, trying to find an opportunity to counterattack. Orochimaru's attacks grew fiercer, his claws tearing through the air, sweeping in like a furious storm. Although Hiruzen Sarutobi tried his best to dodge, he was still scratched by the claws and blood splattered on the ground. A pained expression appeared on his face, but the resolve in his eyes remained firm. "You don't have much strength left, sensei," Orochimaru sneered, his voice filled with mockery and cruelty. Hiruzen Sarutobi gasped, gripping the adamantine staff tightly. "As long as I have breath, I won't let you succeed." Orochimaru's laughter grew even more arrogant. His body suddenly accelerated, appearing instantly before Hiruzen Sarutobi like a black shadow. His claws plunged fiercely into Hiruzen Sarutobi's chest, and Hiruzen Sarutobi's body jolted violently, blood gushing out. "Sensei, you really are too weak," Orochimaru said coldly, pulling his claws with force, tearing Hiruzen Sarutobi's body apart. Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes gradually lost their light, and his body fell limply to the ground. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, as if he still wanted to say something, but in the end nothing came out. Enma, the Monkey King, watched his master with sorrow, his eyes filled with anger and helplessness. "The will of fire? Just a joke," Orochimaru whispered, his eyes gleaming with victory. Hiruzen Sarutobi's body gradually grew cold, and the surrounding scene became blurry. His consciousness slowly drifted away, his final thoughts lingering on the prosperity and peace of Konoha village. Perhaps his sacrifice could awaken more people to fight for Konoha's future. Orochimaru looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi's corpse, with no trace of pity in his eyes. He swung his claws, tossing Hiruzen Sarutobi's corpse aside, and said coldly, "This is your so-called will of fire. In the end, it was nothing more than this." The clamor on the battlefield gradually subsided, and the light of victory gleamed in Orochimaru's eyes. Shikoku Nara's face was grim, his brows furrowed as he stared intently at the map before him, his finger tracing key strategic points. Konoha village faced an extremely severe situation. Every step had to be taken with caution. The enemy's offensive is fierce, and the tempo is tight. They clearly have a well-thought-out plan, Shikoku said in a low voice, his gaze sweeping over the Jonin present. "We must immediately counterattack and retake some important strongholds." He turned to Inoichi Yamanaka. "Inoichi Jonin, intelligence gathering and transmission are our lifelines. Your mission is to use the Yamanaka clan's secret techniques to ascertain the enemy's movements and relay them to each squad as quickly as possible. We need to know the enemy's actions at all times." Inoichi nodded, his gaze firm. "Understood, Shikoku." Next, Shikoku Nara looked at Choza Akimichi. "Choza Jonin, the enemy's firepower is strong. We need your strength to resist their attacks. Organize your troops to build a defensive line on the front lines, ensuring the enemy cannot easily break through." Choza patted his belly and laughed. "Don't worry, Shikoku, it won't be that easy for them when they run into me." Shikoku Nara's gaze shifted to Ibiki Morino. "Ibiki Jonin, your Anbu torture and interrogation unit ninjas have extensive combat experience. Your mission is to intersperse among the squads, assist in defense, and launch surprise attacks at critical moments." Ibiki responded in a deep voice. "Understood, we will do our best." Shikoku Nara continued to instruct medical emergency squad ninjas. "You are our last line of defense. Quickly transfer injured ninjas to safe areas for emergency treatment. The recovery of any combat strength will greatly help us." A medical ninja nodded. "We will treat the injured as quickly as possible." Shikoku Nara's gaze swept over all the ninjas present, his tone firm. "Remember, we face a powerful enemy, but Konoha village will not easily yield. Everyone must exert their maximum ability and cooperate with each other to overcome this crisis." He marked several key locations on the map. "These strongholds are important targets for the enemy. We must defend them with all our might. The enemy's goal is not just to destroy our village, but to crush our will. We cannot let them succeed." The ninjas present all nodded, their eyes showing determination and resolve. Shikoku Nara took a deep breath and continued to assign tasks. "Inoichi Jonin, your squad is responsible for this route. Choza Jonin, your squad is responsible for here. Ibiki Jonin, you are responsible for guerrilla warfare in this area to prevent enemy surprise attacks. Medical squad ninjas, you will follow each squad and provide treatment at any time." Every word from Shikoku was like a war drum, invigorating everyone, and they all felt his calm and resolute leadership. Ninjas of Konoha, now is the time for us to show our will, Shikoku declared loudly. No matter how powerful the enemy, we will not retreat. For our village, for our families, we must give our all. Yes. Jiraiya arrived at the makeshift medical station with a heavily injured Kakashi. Several medical ninjas quickly came forward, carefully lifting Kakashi onto a stretcher and beginning emergency treatment for his wounds. Although Kakashi was exhausted, his eyes remained sharp, with a hint of urgency. Shikoku, Nara, and Jiraiya stood nearby, their gazes filled with deep concern and inquiry. Kakashi gasped, struggling to lift his head. Shikoku, Jiraiya, my lord, we encountered an extremely troublesome enemy. And he is very likely the mastermind behind this attack on Konoha. Jiraiya frowned and asked, what kind of enemy? We need to understand the details. Kakashi swallowed with difficulty and continued, I met this enemy in the land of waves. His strength is very formidable. This time, he must have integrated the forces of Sunagakure Sand Village and the Sound Village, so now we are facing a three-pronged attack. Shikoku Nara's brows furrowed upon hearing this, a three-way allied army. This is indeed a huge threat. Shikoku Nara pondered for a moment, then turned to the Jonin beside him and gave instructions, we must readjust our tactics. Facing such a powerful allied army, we cannot afford to underestimate them. Send word to strengthen defensive works and arrange reconnaissance squads to gather more enemy intelligence as quickly as possible. But we don't have enough manpower, a hint of hesitation flashed in the Jonin's eyes. What's wrong? Shikoku's heart suddenly sank. The Hyuga clan didn't come. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Shikoku Nara, Jiraiya, and Kakashi varied. Damn it, what is Hyuga Hayashi doing? Jiraiya, in his anger, also noticed something was amiss and said to Shikoku Nara, I didn't see many Hyuga clan ninjas on my way here. Shikoku Nara's expression also became serious. The Hyuga clan head must have met someone of status. Jiraiya immediately interjected, I'll go to the Hyuga clan. If they've also betrayed the village. Jiraiya's face was very calm, but both of them sensed his killing intent. Jiraiya seemed to make up his mind, looking at Kakashi with a complex emotion in his eyes. Kakashi, you rest and receive treatment first, we'll handle things here. Kakashi nodded, closed his eyes, and the medical ninjas continued to work busily, providing him with emergency treatment. Jiraiya left the makeshift medical station and immediately set off for the Hyuga clan's compound. He moved through Konoha village's ruins and battlefields, anxious yet resolute in his heart. He knew that the Hyuga clan's strength was crucial for defending against this invasion. Along the way, he suddenly felt a strong energy fluctuation. Jiraiya quickly leaped onto a tree, observing the situation ahead. He saw a squad of clones using energy weapons to attack Konoha's defensive works. Energy beams flew everywhere, and explosions were constant. Looks like I can't go around them, Jiraiya muttered to himself, quickly forming hand signs, summoning jutsu. With a loud bang, a giant toad, Bunta, appeared before him. Bunta grinned and quipped, Old man Jiraiya, what's the big deal today? Bunta, there are enemies ahead. We need to break through, Jiraiya said seriously, jumping onto Bunta's back. Leave it to me, Bunta responded, charging forward rapidly. He used his massive size and powerful strength to disrupt the clone's formation. Energy beams exploded on his body, but he did not flinch. Jiraiya stood on Bunta's back, forming hand signs, water style, great waterfall technique. A massive torrent of water surged from his hands, rushing towards the enemies. The clones were hit by the water current, and their formation instantly fell into disarray. The Iron Man armor troops reacted quickly. They descended from the sky, landing in front of Jiraiya and Bunta, forming a solid defensive line. The Iron Man armor's weapons began to fire powerful lasers, directly targeting Jiraiya and Bunta. These guys are really troublesome, Bunta roared, leaping up to avoid the laser attacks. Jiraiya, in the air, quickly formed hand signs, fire style, great fireball technique. A scorching fireball erupted from his mouth, heading straight for the Iron Man armor. The fireball struck the Iron Man armor, and the explosive flame sent several armors flying, but more Iron Man armor quickly surrounded them. Jiraiya quickly assessed the situation, knowing he could not delay any longer. Bunta, we need to speed up. Jiraiya shouted. Understood, Jiraiya. Bunta responded, leaping violently and charging directly into the Iron Man armor's defensive line. He used his massive size and powerful impact to knock the Iron Man armor off balance, clearing a path for Jiraiya. Jiraiya used the opportunity created by Bunta to swiftly pass through the enemy's defensive line, continuing towards the Hyuga clan's compound. Time was pressing. He had to find Hyuga. He quickly understand the situation and mobilize the Hyuga clan's strength as much as possible. After traversing several abandoned streets, Jiraiya finally saw the Hyuga clan's compound. He silently prayed in his heart, hoping it wasn't too late. Hyuga clan, we need your strength to protect Konoha, Jiraiya murmured to himself, quickening his pace towards the depths of the compound. As he approached the Hyuga clan's compound, he saw several Hyuga clan ninjas. They looked tense and vigilant. Jiraiya stopped, taking a deep breath. Jiraiya, my lord! One of the ninjas recognized Jiraiya, a flicker of surprise and respect in his eyes. Jiraiya nodded slightly, saying in a firm tone, Konoha is facing an unprecedented crisis. I need to see clan head Hyuga. There are urgent matters to discuss. The ninjas exchanged glances, and one older ninja nodded, motioning for Jiraiya to follow them. They quickly led Jiraiya through the compound. Along the way, he could see some Hyuga clan members returning from the battlefield. Their faces were covered in fatigue and wounds, but even more so, a deep sense of worry and unease. Walking along the compound's corridor, Jiraiya's gaze swept around, sensing the tense atmosphere. Several medical ninjas were treating injured clan members. Children were gathered together, looking frightened but trying to remain quiet. Every corner exuded an atmosphere of lurking crisis. Although the Hyuga clan ninjas were vigilant, upon seeing Jiraiya, their eyes showed more trust and hope. They all knew that Jiraiya's arrival might bring a turning point. The clan head is waiting for you in the front hall, Jiraiya my lord, the older ninja said in a low voice, leading Jiraiya through the last corridor to a large door. He gently knocked, then pushed it open, signaling Jiraiya to enter. Jiraiya walked into the front hall, his gaze quickly sweeping the room. Hyuga. He stood in the center of the room, his hands clasped behind his back, his face heavy and serious. Beside him stood several Hyuga clan elders, their expressions equally tense and solemn. Jiraiya walked steadily forward, his gaze meeting Hyuga his voice tinged with urgency. Konoha is now facing a huge threat. We need the full support of your Hyuga clan. A complex expression appeared on Hyuga's face. He nodded, motioning for Jiraiya to sit down. Jiraiya, my lord, we have already felt the severity of this crisis. Just now we were discussing how to respond to this surprise attack. Jiraiya sat down, cutting straight to the point. Our enemies are not just the Sound Village and Sunagakure-san Village, but also some technological troops and some ninjas from unknown origins. This attack has clearly been carefully planned. We must form a united front and confront it together. Hyuga. She nodded, his gaze deep. We have already organized some clan members for defense, but the enemy's offensive is very fierce, and we received some strange orders, requiring all Hyuga clan members to remain in the compound. Jiraiya frowned. Strange orders? Who gave them? Hyuga. He hesitated slightly, but quickly regained his composure. It was Nathan Hawk. He suddenly appeared in our compound and forcibly demanded that we stay here. His power is extremely formidable. We cannot resist him. After listening to Hyuga's words, Jiraiya's brows furrowed, and he felt great dissatisfaction with Hyuga's statement. Although he didn't know Nathan Hawk, from Kakashi's description, Nathan Hawk was very likely one of the masterminds behind this attack. Nathan Hawk. Jiraiya repeated the name softly, pondering in his heart. He immediately cut off the thought. Now was not the time to dwell on details. Immediate action was necessary. Every member of our Konoha bears the responsibility of protecting the village. Jiraiya's gaze was sharp, his voice carrying an undeniable firmness. No matter who this Nathan Hawk is, his orders cannot supersede Konoha's safety. We need the Hyuga clan's strength. Hyuga's expression became even more complex, but he remained calm. Jiraiya my lord, we will do our best, but Nathan Hawk's power is truly too great. Jiraiya interrupted him, his voice full of oppressive force. the Hyuga clan ninjas cannot remain here any longer. At this critical juncture of Konoha village's survival, every ninja must step forward. You are a part of Konoha. You cannot stand idly by. Hyuga Haya, he took a deep breath, a flicker of struggle in his eyes. He knew Jiraiya was right, but Nathan Hawk's threat still existed. We need more time to organize and prepare. Time waits for no one. Jiraiya's voice was low and powerful. On Konoha's battlefield, your support is needed. The Hyuga clan cannot delay any longer. Hyuga Haya, he finally nodded. I understand, Jiraiya my lord. We will organize our clan members to go and support as quickly as possible. Jiraiya stood up, nodding with satisfaction. Good. Let's act now. Your support is crucial to the entire battle. Under Hyuga Haya, his arrangement, the Hyuga clan ninjas quickly gathered, preparing to go and reinforce Konoha's defense line. Jiraiya also did not linger, swiftly leaving the Hyuga clan's compound. He knew in his heart that he must quickly find the enemy's command center and carry out a decapitation strike. Watching Jiraiya leave Hyuga Haya, he felt nothing in his heart. After all, with someone destined for death, it was best to just go along with his wishes. As for dying, Humpeach, let the ninjas of the Sarutobi family go. Immediately after, Hyuga Haya, she nodded to a Shimaja beside him. Jiraiya plans to carry out a decapitation strike. The rest is up to you. The Shimaja immediately sent a message to the Ai, and at the same time thanked Hyuga Haya. Thank you for your help. Talk to me when you've won, Hyuga Haya, he said, then fell silent. Moving through Konoha village's ruins and battlefields, Jiraiya's gaze was sharp, constantly alert to the surrounding movements. He quickly rushed to Konoha village's various positions, searching for the enemy's command center. He would carefully observe and analyze the enemy's movements at each battlefield he passed, trying to find a break through. Decapitation strike. As long as he kills Nathan Hawk. Nathan Hawk, I will find you, Jiraiya vowed silently in his heart, his eyes shimmering with resolute light. As he passed through an area of fierce combat, Jiraiya suddenly felt a strong energy fluctuation. He quickly leaped to a high vantage point, overlooking the entire battlefield, his gaze fixed on a location that appeared to be a command center. That's it, Jiraiya calmly judged. He quickly formed hand signs, preparing to carry out the decapitation strike. He whispered to himself, for Konoha, for the village I must succeed. With that, he flickered and swiftly stealthily moved towards the target location. Jiraiya rapidly approached his target location, his gaze sharp and alert. Each step was as light as a feather, yet held explosive power. The surrounding buildings were eerily quiet, and a tense atmosphere seemed to permeate the air. Suddenly, his instincts screamed, and the scene before him made him realize that this place was a trap. Jiraiya vigilantly scanned his surroundings, his hands quickly forming seals, ready to respond to any sudden attack. A strange and dangerous aura filled the air. Just then, a calm and authoritative voice broke the silence. Welcome, Lord Jiraiya. The voice came from the shadows, and Jiraiya's gaze quickly locked onto a figure slowly emerging. The person wore a black uniform, exuding unparalleled confidence and composure in their demeanor. It was Nathan Hawk. Nathan Hawk stopped, his cold eyes fixed on Jiraiya, a slight, almost imperceptible smile playing on his lips. Their gazes met in the air, filled with silent confrontation and challenge. You are Nathan Hawk, Jiraiya said in a low voice, with an undeniable firmness. Nathan Hawk nodded slightly, a hint of playfulness in his eyes. Indeed. I've heard much about you, Lord Jiraiya. Jiraiya's gaze grew sharper. He took a deep breath, preparing for a difficult battle. Tension in the air thickened, as if even time had stopped at that moment. The two stood facing each other, a battle on the verge of breaking out. Jiraiya looked at Nathan Hawk, a killing intent gradually forming in his calm eyes. His body tensed, ready to launch an attack at any moment. The opponent's aura and power made him realize that this battle would be extremely difficult, but he had no reason to retreat. Konoha's future will not tolerate destroyers like you, Jiraiya said in a low voice, then suddenly leaped up, his chakra rapidly condensing in his hands. Wei Sandin. A spinning ball of chakra appeared in his palm, heading straight for Nathan Hawk. A cold sneer flashed in Nathan Hawk's eyes. His body instantly transformed into a dazzling flash of light, swiftly dodging Jiraiya's attack. Immediately after, he kicked out fiercely, a scorching beam of light shooting from his foot towards Jiraiya. So fast! Jiraiya agilely flipped to dodge, and the beam struck the ground, blasting a huge crater. He quickly turned, his chakra condensing again. Fire style! Great fireball! He spewed a scorching flame from his mouth, rushing towards Nathan Hawk. Nathan Hawk once again transformed into light, easily evading the flame attack. His body flickered in the air, instantly appearing behind Jiraiya, and he kicked out, a beam of light directly striking Jiraiya's back. Jiraiya grunted, sent flying by the beam and crashed heavily to the ground. He quickly scrambled to his feet, forming hand seals. Earth style, swamp of the underworld. The ground beneath his feet rapidly turned into a muddy swamp, attempting to trap Nathan Hawk. Nathan Hawk merely gave a cold smile, his body transforming into light again, easily leaping out of the swamp. Nathan Hawk's attacks surged like a tide. His light beam kicks came from all directions, so fast that Jiraiya couldn't react in time. Jiraiya desperately dodged, but each dodge seemed so difficult. Nathan Hawk's light beam kicks were precise and fierce, each carrying immense destructive power. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Jiraiya quickly formed hand seals, creating several shadow clones, attempting to distract Nathan Hawk. The shadow clones attacked simultaneously, with Rasengan, Fire Style, and Earth Style Ninjutsu all unleashed. Nathan Hawk's reaction was still swift. His light beam kicks quickly shattered Jiraiya's shadow clones. Got you. Jiraiya's main body seized the opportunity to approach, his Rasengan condensing again, heading straight for Nathan Hawk's chest. Is that so? Nathan Hawk's light flickered again. His body swiftly dodged, and he kicked out, a beam of light directly striking Jiraiya's arm, causing the Rasengan to dissipate instantly. That ability of his, is it a Kekkei Jinkai? It's even more monstrous than the Flying Thunder God. Jiraiya felt an intense pain in his arm. He knew he couldn't get close to Nathan Hawk's body anymore. He quickly retreated, trying to create distance, but Nathan Hawk's attacks were relentless, light beam kicks assailing him from all directions, each forcing Jiraiya to struggle to parry. Toad Oil Bullet. Jiraiya used all his strength, spewing a viscous oil from his mouth, attempting to restrict Nathan Hawk's movements and prepare for his next hand seals. But Nathan Hawk's body once again transformed into light, easily evading the oil's spread, and instead he rapidly approached in the air, kicking out a beam of light directly at Jiraiya's face. Jiraiya desperately dodged, but the beam's speed exceeded his reaction time. His body was struck by the beam, and he fell heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Nathan Hawk's figure flickered again. His light beam kicks were like invisible sharp blades, rapidly closing in. Jiraiya used all his strength to resist, but each defense seemed so powerless. His body was constantly struck by the beams, leaving him covered in wounds. A cold glint flashed in Nathan Hawk's eyes. His attacks showed no signs of stopping, each light beam kick carrying destructive power. Under the onslaught of the beams, Jiraiya gradually lost his ability to retaliate. His body was battered by the light beam kicks, swaying precariously, almost unable to stand steady. Is that all you've got, Jiraiya? Nathan Hawk's voice rang out coldly, with a hint of mockery. Damn it, I have no time at all to counter his tactics. Jiraiya forced himself to stand up, a hint of unwillingness and anger in his eyes. He had to find Nathan Hawk's weakness, otherwise he wouldn't be able to win. But at this moment, his body was already covered in wounds from the light beam kicks, almost unable to withstand any more blows. You ninjas, your taijutsu skills and physical strength are a step behind, and since you aren't top-tier ninjas, you inevitably have more or less fatal weaknesses, Nathan Hawk said indifferently. As long as Jiraiya wanted to use Sage Mode, but the opponent was too fast, and he had no time at all. Nathan Hawk's light beam kicks struck again. Jiraiya dodged with all his might, but was still hit by a beam, his body sent flying again. Blood gushed from his mouth, and his consciousness gradually blurred. Under the continuous barrage of light beams, Jiraiya finally couldn't parry anymore. His body fell heavily to the ground, unable to move. Nathan Hawk stood over Jiraiya's fallen form, his cold gaze fixed on him. Just then, the Humajar slowly emerged from the shadows and respectfully bowed to Nathan Hawk. "Boss," the Humajar said in a low voice, full of respect. Nathan Hawk turned his head, his sharp gaze fixed on the female Humajar controlled by the main computer. "Report the situation." The Humajar quickly nodded and began to report in detail on the invasion of Konoha village. "Boss, we have successfully occupied several important strongholds in Konoha village. Although the resistance forces are tenacious, they have gradually been suppressed under our offensive." She brought up a battle map on her terminal device. Currently occupied areas include the Hokage office, the Ninja Academy, the medical department, and most of the administrative departments. Our troops have established stable defensive lines in these areas, ensuring that the enemy cannot easily counterattack. Nathan Hawk nodded, indicating his satisfaction. "How is the logistics situation?" The Humajar continued to report. "Our logistical supply lines are stable, continuously transporting supplies to the front lines. Umbrella Corporation's technical support team is also fully assisting, ensuring the operation of energy weapons and Iron Man suits. Logistics units have set up multiple temporary supply points in the outer perimeter, ready to provide for battlefield needs at any time." Nathan Hawk listened, then calmly nodded. "Very good, maintain the status. We must ensure stable logistics to sustain long-term combat." The Humajar nodded. "Yes, boss." "Furthermore, regarding the dirt on the root ninjas and Konoha's higher-ups, we have prepared a detailed report. Spreading this information can effectively undermine trust and unity within Konoha." She paused, then continued. "At the same time, we plan to have the Hyuga clan endorse us, leveraging their prestige in Konoha to win over the civilians. We will have the Hyuga clan publicly support our actions, emphasizing that our invasion is to eliminate corruption and darkness within Konoha and restore a bright future to Konoha." Nathan Hawk's lips curled into a cold smile. "This way, we will not only gain a military advantage, but also strike the enemy in public opinion. Once the civilians are on our side, Konoha's defenses will crumble without a fight." The Humajar continued to report. "Regarding the Hyuga clan's endorsement, we have already had initial contact with Hyuga. He has expressed willingness to cooperate and will publicly declare his support for us at an appropriate time. At the same time, we also plan to use media and communication channels to widely disseminate this information, expanding its influence as much as possible." Nathan Hawk nodded in agreement. "Continue to advance this plan, and have the Hyuga clan statement released as soon as possible. We need to break Konoha's will to resist in the shortest possible time," the Humajar added. "In addition, we have also prepared a series of social welfare and livelihood improvement plans as part of the Hyuga clan's statement. We will promise that once we control Konoha, we will immediately implement these plans to improve the living conditions of the civilians, showing them our sincerity." Nathan Hawk nodded with satisfaction. The Humajar bowed her head. "Thank you for your trust, boss. We will spare no effort to ensure the smooth progress of the plan." Nathan Hawk waved his hand. "Go continue to monitor the battle situation and report any changes to me immediately." The Humajar bowed again, then quickly left, disappearing into the shadows. Nathan Hawk watched her leave, a coldness and determination in his eyes. As long as the plan proceeded as expected, Konoha would eventually fall into his control. He turned his head and glanced at Jiraiya lying on the ground, muttering to himself, "You so-called heroes always naively think you can save the world. But the reality is power is the only truth." The Saruto by clan's compound in Konoha village was a crucial target in the brain plan that had to be eliminated. The clones' army and Iron Man armor units were besieging the Saruto by clan with full force. Smoke filled the battlefield, explosions and screams intertwined, and the air was thick with the smell of gunpowder and blood. Saruto by Asuma stood in the center of the battlefield, his gaze like a torch, the chakra blade in his hand gleaming with a cold light. His face was contorted with rage, his teeth clenched, and his eyes were filled with hatred for his family and country. "Saruto, by clan, we will defend Konoha to the death," he shouted, his voice filled with determination and despair. He swung his arm, and the chakra blade sliced through a nearby clone, cutting it in half. Kirana Yuhai stood beside him, her expression equally resolute. Her hands quickly formed hand seals, activating a Jinjutsu, tree-binding death. Root after root emerged from the ground, tightly coiling around several clones. A hint of ruthlessness appeared in Kiranai's eyes. "You won't harm Konoha." However, the clone's army was almost immune to Jinjutsu. Their eyes were hollow, devoid of fear. Before dying, some clones had a biochemical virus activated within them, quickly mutating into Licker and Tyrant-type monsters. Their forms were grotesque and terrifying, and they quickly lunged at the ninja of the Sarutobi clan and the Yuhai clan. A Licker charged at Asuma, who quickly turned and met it with his chakra blade. But the monster's strength and speed far exceeded that of ordinary people. His attack only tore its skin, failing to stop its advance. A hint of anxiety appeared on Asuma's face, but he did not retreat, instead charging forward and engaging in close combat with the monster. Kiranai Yuhai saw the change in the battle and quickly formed hand seals again, casting a stronger Jinjutsu. But the Licker completely ignored her attacks and charged straight at her. Kiranai's expression changed from resolute to startled. She quickly retreated, trying to put distance between herself and the monster, but the monster was extremely fast and closed in instantly. The Iron Man armor units descended from the sky, their powerful weapon systems aimed at the ninja of the Sarutobi clan and the Yuhai clan. Lasers, beams, and explosions constantly echoed across the battlefield. Ninja after ninja were hit, screaming as they fell, blood splattering on the ground. Asuma watched helplessly as his comrades fell one by one, his heart overwhelmed with grief and indignation. He brandished his chakra blade, charging at the enemy recklessly, each strike carrying endless anger and despair. His movements became faster and faster, but the enemy's numbers and attack power were too strong, and his body was gradually overwhelmed by the enemy's attacks. Kiranai Yuhai's Jinjutsu was still effective on the battlefield, but against such a large number of enemies immune to Jinjutsu, her strength gradually ran out. A hint of despair appeared in her eyes, but she still gritted her teeth and continued to fight. The clones' attacks became fiercer, and the brutal attacks of the Lickers and Tyrants made the battlefield even bloodier. A ninja of the Sarutobi clan was torn apart by a Licker, his body dismembered, blood splattering. Another ninja of the Yuhai clan was hit by a beam from the Iron Man armor, his entire body blown to pieces, a bloody mess. More and more bodies piled up on the battlefield, with severed limbs and broken bones everywhere. Sarutobi Asuma's heart was filled with sorrow and anger. His eyes turned bloodshot, and he gritted his teeth, continuing to fight. His chakra blade was already stained with blood, but he showed no sign of backing down. "We cannot fall like this. Konoha's will not yield." Asuma roared, his voice filled with despair and determination. Each of his attacks carried endless rage, trying to protect his comrades behind him with his own strength. Kiranai Yuhai also did not give up. Her Jinjutsu was still working on the battlefield, but her stamina and chakra were also rapidly depleting. A hint of anxiety flashed in her eyes, but she bit her lip, knowing she had to persevere. "Asuma, we can't retreat," Kiranai Yuhai shouted, trying to boost her comrades' morale. "I know, Kiranai, we must hold on," Asuma replied, his veins bulging and eyes red. The brutality of the battle made everyone feel endless pain and despair. The attacks of the clone's army and the Iron Man armor pushed the ninja of the Sarutobi clan and the Yuhai clan into a desperate situation, but they still resisted tenaciously. "No, don't kill me, ah!" A young ninja of the Sarutobi clan was tackled by a tyrant, his scream echoing across the battlefield. His body was torn by the monster's sharp claws, and blood gushed out. Asuma saw this scene, his heart filled with endless grief and anger, but he knew he couldn't stop. "Ah, monster! Save me, save me!" Ninja art. Ninja art. Kiranai Yuhai, who had been frantically forming hand seals to release Jinjutsu, finally ran out of energy. Her body trembled from exhaustion, but she still stood on the battlefield, trying to protect her comrades with her last ounce of strength. A look of resolve appeared in her disheveled eyes. She could not fall. The battle on the battlefield grew fiercer, and the attacks of the clone's army and the Iron Man armor became more brutal. The ninja of the Sarutobi clan and the Yuhai clan were gradually overwhelmed in this desperate battle, falling one by one. Asuma's body was also gradually overwhelmed by the enemy's attacks. His movements became slow, but he still did not give up. FFT! 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 Asuma, pierced through, roared, Konoha's will not yield. He brandished his chakra blade to meet the enemy. His body was already stained red with blood, but his determination remained as firm as a rock. Hiranai Yuhai's body was also gradually overwhelmed by the enemy's attacks. Looking at Asuma in front of her, she was in tears. Asuma, you must hold on. I know, Hiranai, we will definitely get through this, Asuma said with a smile, without turning around. We haven't even had our wedding yet. The brutality of the battle made everyone feel endless pain and despair. The attacks of the clone's army and the Iron Man armor pushed the ninja of the Sarutobi clan and the Yuhai clan into a desperate situation. In Orochimaru's eyes, the Sarutobi clan's compound was in an unprecedented desperate situation. On the battlefield, the wails and roars of the ninja intertwined with the cold attacks of the enemy, forming a cruel tableau. Hiranai Yuhai's Jinjutsu gradually lost its effect, and Sarutobi Asuma's chakra blade was already stained with blood, but they still fought tenaciously. This is the brutality of war. Orochimaru, who had returned to human form, looked at the battle in the Sarutobi compound with a playful smile. The Sarutobi clan has so many ninja. Hyuga, Uchiha, Sarutobi is Konoha's greatest clan. We cannot retreat, Hiranai. Asuma gasped for breath, his steps faltering, calling out the most important name with grief and indignation. Beside him were several clan members who had blocked fatal attacks for him. As long as Hiranai could still respond to his words, he would not fall. Sometimes love is so beautiful. Hiranai Yuhei, with disheveled hair, bit her lip, blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. She quickly formed hand seals and roared fiercely, releasing Jinjutsu again. Tree roots emerged from the ground, coiling around the enemies' bodies, trying to buy some time for her comrades to breathe. These enemies were like relentless machines, continuing their attacks without fear. Attacker. Almost exhausted, Hiranai Yuhai growled, forcing herself to hold on. War indeed makes people grow quickly. Clone suddenly rushed from the side. Asuma turned and met it with his chakra blade. The blade flashed, and the clone's body was split in two, but Asuma was exposed in doing so. Another clone seized the opportunity to attack from behind. A sharp blade pierced his body, and blood instantly gushed out. Asuma Hiranai Yuhai cried out in pain, her eyes filled with agony and despair. Asuma endured the severe pain, turned and killed the enemy behind him, but he could no longer maintain his balance, and his body staggered and fell. Hiranai Yuhai limped over, catching Asuma as he was about to fall, tears streaming from her eyes. I'm sorry, Hiranai. I did my best. Asuma's voice was weak, his eyes gradually dimming. Don't talk. We will get through this. Hiranai Yuhai choked back tears, her voice filled with the reluctance of parting from her beloved. But she knew this was just self-comfort. The enemy's numbers were too great, and their power was too strong. Almost all the ninja of the Sarutobi clan and the Yuhai clan had fallen. Her chakra was also running low, and her Jinjutsu could no longer be maintained. The clone's army and the Iron Man armor pressed closer, their offensive growing fiercer. Hiranai Yuhai's body was gradually overwhelmed by the enemy's attacks. Her movements became sluggish, and her stamina was almost exhausted. Asuma, we must hold on together. Together, her voice choked, and tears blurred her vision. The last ninja of the Sarutobi clan was pierced by an enemy's sharp blade, his scream echoing in the air. The warriors of the Sarutobi clan and the Yuhai clan fell one after another, blood flowing like rivers, bodies strewn across the field. Hiranai Yuhai's body was also pierced, her eyes gradually dimmed, and in her last moment, her hand tightly grasped Asuma's hand, her eyes filled with endless pain and reluctance. Asuma, she whispered, then fell into darkness. On the battlefield, the figures of the clone's army and the Iron Man armor were like the ruthless god of death, coldly harvesting every life. The compounds of the Sarutobi clan and the Yuhai clan were completely destroyed, and all resistors were mercilessly slaughtered. The bloody scene was chilling, and the remaining buildings turned to ashes in the flames. Orochimaru watched all this coldly, without a trace of pity on his face. The annihilation of the Sarutobi clan and the Yuhai clan marked the step-by-step success of the Umbrella Corporation's plan. The lives of the enemies were meaningless to them. Orochimaru waved his hand, signaling the troops to continue advancing. Some clans in Konoha must die. Eliminate all resistors, leave no one alive, Orochimaru commanded coldly, his tone unwavering. The clone's army and the Iron Man armor swiftly carried out the order. Their movements were mechanical and precise, clearing out all remaining ninja one by one. There was no mercy, no hesitation. This was a complete carnage. Blood stained the land and bodies piled up like mountains. The compounds of the Sarutobi clan and the Uchiha clan were completely destroyed, and all resistors were mercilessly eliminated. Konoha's will not yield. Asuma's last words echoed in the wind, as if reminding everyone that despite the powerful enemy, the spirit of Konoha village would never be destroyed. But at this moment, these words seemed so illusory and powerless. The annihilation of the Sarutobi clan and the Uchiha clan was just the beginning of this war. A greater crisis still awaited the ninja of Konoha village to face. Shikoku Nara stood in the center of the temporary command hall, gazing at everything before him. His eyes lingered on the Anbu ninja, covered in blood. That once familiar and resolute face now appeared so gaunt and weary. The atmosphere in the hall was heavy and oppressive, the air thick with the smell of blood and gunpowder, and traces of battle were everywhere. After countless fierce battles, only a few remained, and the faces of every survivor were etched with sorrow and despair. The Anbu ninja reported intermittently, the Sarutobi clan, the Uchiha clan, the Shimura clan, the Mito clan, the Mitokado clan, all annihilated. These familiar names, one by one, spoken from the ninja's mouth, struck Shikoku Nara's heart like heavy hammers. His gaze gradually deepened, and countless memories with these clans surfaced in his mind. He knew that the enemy's attack this time was not only to destroy Konoha's defenses, but also to destroy Konoha's core strength, those ninja clans who had once followed the third Hokage. Another voice whispered in his ear. It was a Nara clan ninja who had joined the Anbu, reporting softly, "Clan head. Our clan, the Yamanoka, Akimichi, Hyuga." These clans did not encounter too many attacks. A bitter feeling arose in Shikoku Nara's heart, and he finally understood the enemy's strategy. The enemy was using divisive tactics, on one hand, wooing some clans, and on the other, completely eliminating those clans close to the third Hokage. A deep sense of powerlessness welled up within him. The ninja of the third Hokage's lineage must die. Only the remaining ones could be allowed to surrender and barely survive. He looked at the injured ninjas in the hall. Choza Ekimichi stood silently to the side, his face filled with grief and anger, his tightly clenched fists showing that he was trying to suppress his inner emotions. Choza's eyes revealed an unconcealed disappointment and resentment. He whispered to Shikoku, "We cannot give up like this, we must continue to fight." Inoichi Yamanaka paced angrily, his eyes full of helpless rage. His voice was low and firm. "Shikoku, we cannot bow to the enemy. The will of the third Hokage, the will of Konoha, still remains. We cannot betray him, we cannot betray Konoha." Shikoku Nara's heart struggled painfully. He knew that the cost of continuing to fight would be more sacrifices. But was surrender not also a betrayal? He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. The internal struggle was like a war without smoke. At this moment, another Anbu ninja rushed in, bringing even more desperate news. "The third Hokage is dead, and my lord Jiraiya has been captured." The hall immediately fell into a dead silence. Everyone stopped their movements, their gaze fixed on this Anbu ninja. Choza Ekimichi's face instantly turned pale, his fists clenched, and he said with a trembling voice, "No, impossible." Inoichi Yamanaka furiously pounded the wall, tears glinting in his eyes. He roared, "This isn't true. How could the third Hokage?" The injured ninjas also showed shocked and sorrowful expressions. The entire hall was filled with a deep sense of despair and powerlessness. Kakashi, lying on a stretcher, heard the news, his eyes became hollow, and he murmured, "Third Hokage, my lord Jiraiya." Shikoku Nara closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and knew that a decision had to be made. He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze firmly sweeping over everyone in the hall, finally resting on Choza Ekimichi and Inoichi Yamanaka. "Choza, Inoichi," his voice was low yet full of strength, "we must admit that the enemy's strength far exceeds what we anticipated. Continuing to fight will only lead to more needless sacrifices." A flicker of pain crossed Choza Ekimichi's eyes, but he did not retort. He merely lowered his head and remained silent. Inoichi Yamanaka's face was still filled with anger and unwillingness, but he also understood that the current situation was not optimistic. For Konoha village, for the innocent villagers, we cannot blindly sacrifice more lives. Shikoku Nara's voice carried a hint of sadness. I, Shikoku Nara, have decided to surrender. The entire hall fell into a dead silence. Everyone looked at Shikoku Nara in silence. No one objected, nor did anyone agree. They all knew that this might be the best option for now. Kakashi lay on the stretcher, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. He clenched his fists and murmured to himself, "We will have a chance." Shikoku Nara walked to the center of the hall, took a deep breath, and announced loudly, "To protect the future of Konoha, we have decided to surrender. Everyone, lay down your weapons and cease any futile resistance." The injured ninjas, one after another, laid down their weapons, their eyes filled with deep helplessness and despair. Choza Akimichi and Inoichi Yamanaka slowly unclenched their fists. They knew that at this moment, Konoha village had reached a turning point in its destiny. Shikoku Nara still struggled internally, but he knew he had made his choice. Perhaps this was the only opportunity they could secure for Konoha village. He turned to look at his companions who had fought alongside him, his gaze filled with gratitude and apology. "We have not betrayed the will of Konoha," Shikoku Nara said softly, "but merely to allow more people to survive." The hall was silent. Everyone silently accepted this fact. They knew that the road ahead might be even more difficult, but as long as there was hope, they would continue. Even surrender did not mean giving up, but rather seeking a new beginning, so that one day in the future, they could rise again and fight for Konoha. Shikoku Nara stood in the center of the hall, taking a deep breath, his heart filled with complex emotions. This moment would forever be etched in everyone's memory. No matter what the future held, they would bear this heavy responsibility and continue forward for the future of Konoha. For the future of Konoha, we choose to surrender, but our will shall not yield. In the future, we will fight again. Shikoku Nara's voice echoed through the hall, firm and powerful. Shikoku Nara stood in the center of the hall, silent for a moment. He knew deep down that there was still one thing he hadn't said. In the future, the target of the battle would be the other ninja villages. His mood was heavy, and he motioned for everyone to stay there, preparing to meet the enemy this time. Everyone wanted to stop him, but Shikoku Nara's authority and determination made them dare not voice their objections again. "All of you stay here, that is an order," he reprimanded sternly, his voice conveying an undeniable resolve. Shikoku Nara left the temporary command post and walked into the battlefield. His gaze was calm, but his heart was filled with complex feelings and thoughts. The surrounding scene was shocking. Konoha village's once prosperous streets were now full of ruins and rubble, and the former tranquility had been replaced by war and death. The air was thick with the strong smell of blood and gunpowder, the pungent odor making him frown involuntarily. He walked step by step across the battlefield, his gaze sweeping over the surroundings. His former comrades lay in pools of blood, their faces frozen in expressions of pain and unwillingness. A deep sorrow welled up in Shikoku Nara's heart, but he forced himself to remain calm. For the future of Konoha, he had to meet the enemy this time and understand their true intentions. Along the way, Shikoku Nara encountered some enemies. They wore uniform attire, their eyes cold and ruthless. To his surprise, these enemies did not attack him, even ignoring his presence. This unusual behavior made him even more certain that there was a very formidable strategist within the opposing ranks, capable of precisely controlling the battle and even giving precise commands for the enemy's actions. Deep within Shikoku Nara's heart, vigilance and unease intertwined. The enemy's strength and strategy far exceeded expectations, and Konoha village's resistance was almost completely dismantled. As he gradually approached the enemy's command center, the number of enemies around him increased, but they still did not take any hostile actions against Shikoku Nara. This scene made him feel even more uneasy, but at the same time, it aroused his deep curiosity. Who exactly was the opponent, capable of controlling the entire battle so precisely? Finally, Shikoku Nara arrived at the enemy's command center. To his surprise, it was Orochimaru who greeted him. That familiar yet sinister face made his heart tremble. Orochimaru was once one of Konoha's Sannin, possessing immense talent and wisdom, but he had also betrayed Konoha in pursuit of power. Now, he stood among the enemy, his eyes glinting with coldness and triumph. "Welcome, Shikoku." Orochimaru's voice was low and hoarse, carrying a hint of sarcasm and mockery. "I didn't expect us to meet under such circumstances." Shikoku Nara took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. His gaze was firm, directly meeting Orochimaru's without flinching. "Orochimaru, Konoha village has decided to surrender, but I need to understand your true intentions. Orochimaru's smile deepened. He slowly walked toward Shikoku Nara, his eyes gleaming with a sinister light. True intentions? Shikoku, you should understand that everything we do is for a new order. Konoha's decay and decline require a complete cleansing, and I am the one who brings you new life. Shikoku Nara could no longer suppress the anger in his heart, but he tried hard to control his emotions. But now was not the time for impulsive actions. New order? Orochimaru, your so-called new order is merely to satisfy your own ambition and desires. The ninjas of Konoha village will not easily yield. Orochimaru smiled slightly, a cold glint in his eyes. Shikoku, times have changed. You old-fashioned ninjas will never understand the arrival of the new era. Shikoku Nara clenched his fists, a hint of defiance in his eyes. No matter what you do, the will of Konoha will not be destroyed. We will seek light in the darkness, and for the future of Konoha, we will continue to fight. Orochimaru's smile remained. He slowly said, your impression of me is still so deep, Shikoku. But deep in his heart, there was a profound sense of loneliness, though he was relieved that he, Orochimaru, had finally found someone with a kindred spirit. Orochimaru watched Shikoku Nara with a smile, leading him towards the Hokage Rock. Shikoku Nara tried to calm the turmoil in his heart, facing everything before him with rationality. He knew that Konoha needed him to be calm and clear-headed at this moment. The two walked in silence, the atmosphere tense and oppressive. Orochimaru's steps were light, indicating his confidence. Shikoku Nara, on the other hand, cautiously observed his surroundings, pondering the enemy's intentions. As they approached the Hokage Rock, Orochimaru suddenly stopped and turned to Shikoku Nara, saying, from here on, you go alone. Shikoku Nara hesitated for a moment but quickly nodded. He understood that Orochimaru wanted him to meet the true mastermind. Along the winding mountain path, he walked step by step towards the top of the Hokage Rock. Each step was heavy and slow, his doubts and unease shadowing him. Finally, Shikoku Nara reached the top of the Hokage Rock, and within his sight stood an unfamiliar figure. The man wore a black uniform, his eyes cold and sharp, seemingly able to see through everything. Shikoku Nara walked forward, gazing at the stranger, a complex emotion welling up in his heart. I am Nathan Hawk, the man said calmly, his voice low and powerful. Shikoku Nara responded calmly, I am Shikoku Nara, advisor to Konoha village. After their brief introductions, the atmosphere fell silent again. Nathan Hawk's eyes were piercing, exuding a chilling authority. After a moment Nathan Hawk spoke, there is only one country in this ninja world. When Shikoku Nara heard these words, a massive wave surged in his heart. He couldn't comprehend Nathan Hawk's intentions and ambitions. The profound meaning of these words left him deeply shaken. Shikoku Nara pondered for a moment, trying to find suitable words to respond, but at this moment he felt an unprecedented sense of powerlessness and confusion. Just as Shikoku Nara was about to speak, intending to discuss surrender and subsequent arrangements, Nathan Hawk suddenly signaled him to stop talking. Nathan Hawk walked over to Shikoku Nara and gently patted his shoulder. Instantly, Shikoku Nara felt a dizzying sensation, the scene before him rapidly changing, as if the space he was in was being torn apart. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in an unfamiliar world. The surroundings were filled with high-tech equipment, flashing lights and complex instruments dazzling him. This level of technology far exceeded his comprehension, leaving him deeply shocked and bewildered. Shikoku Nara looked around. Everything before him felt unreal, like a dream. Every piece of equipment here was futuristic, with light screens, holographic projections, various complex instruments and data streams flowing in the air. He felt his knowledge and experience were so small and powerless here, unable to understand how the high-tech equipment before him actually worked. In this high-tech world, Shikoku Nara's gaze finally settled on a large projection screen. The screen projected a virtual humanoid image, and a calm and intelligent voice echoed in the air. Welcome to the Umbrella Corporation headquarters. Shikoku Nara's heart was filled with shock and confusion as he looked at the virtual projection, unsure of where he was. The existence of this eye made him feel an unprecedented threat and fear. The technology of this world far surpassed that of the ninja world. Such power was enough to change the entire WORLD's Chinese letter structure order. The AI continued, Shikoku Nara, you are now at the headquarters of the Umbrella Corporation, a world completely different from the ninja world. Our goal is to unify the ninja world and establish a new order. Your surrender means that you will become a part of us, moving towards a new future together. Shikoku Nara's mind was blank. He couldn't understand anything before him, nor could he accept this sudden and immense change. He looked at the AI's projection, feeling as if he was in a completely foreign domain, unable to find direction or a way out. The AI's voice continued to echo in the air. Your world will usher in an unprecedented transformation. The combination of technology and ninjutsu will create a new era. Shikoku Nara, are you willing to become a part of this new era? Shikoku Nara fell into deep thought. This choice before him would determine the future of Konoha village and the fate of the entire ninja world. His heart was filled with struggle and contradiction. He wanted to protect Konoha village's traditions and will, yet he couldn't deny the power and irresistibility of the world before him. In this high-tech world, Shikoku Nara's mood grew heavier. He felt an unprecedented sense of loneliness and powerlessness, as if all his efforts were so insignificant in the face of this immense power. This new era, Shikoku Nara murmured, a hint of bewilderment in his eyes. But at that moment, he finally understood Orochimaru's true feelings. Nathan Hawk stood by, quietly observing Shikoku Nara, his eyes filled with calmness and confidence. Shikoku Nara was undergoing an internal struggle and choice. Shikoku Nara finally looked up, his gaze fixed on Nathan Hawk. He took a deep breath, his voice low but firm, I need time to think. Nathan Hawk nodded slightly, indicating understanding, you have enough time, but please remember, there is only one path to the future, and that is to adapt to the changes of the times. Shikoku Nara nodded silently, his heart still filled with complex emotions. Shikoku Nara felt an unprecedented shock at the Umbrella Corporation headquarters. After a wash and rest, he was invited to the AI's control room. The room was filled with high-tech equipment, flashing lights and flowing data dazzling him. Everything before him made him realize that the other party was about to engage in important negotiations with him. The AI's projection slowly appeared, and a calm and intelligent voice spoke, Welcome, Shikoku Nara. I am the AI. Shikoku Nara nodded, silently awaiting the AI's statement. The AI in the projection continued, the land of wind, the land of rivers, the land of rice fields, the land of waves, Sunagakure, Otagakure, and the recently militarily occupied Konohagakure are all now under our control. This news deeply shocked Shikoku Nara, and his thoughts raced. The AI then added, the daimyo of the land of fire and the guardian ninja have all been dealt with, we have replaced them with clones. The projection screen displayed a series of images of clones, explaining the basic knowledge of genetics in detail, giving Shikoku Nara a preliminary understanding of this technology. Shikoku Nara listened intently, his heart churning. The power and technological level displayed by this world far exceeded his imagination. The AI continued to instruct, Konoha needs comprehensive replanning and reconstruction after the war. We will establish new laws, abandon the old customs of old Konoha, and reshape Konoha's image and cohesion. The II presented a series of detailed plans, involving measures for Konoha's post-war reconstruction and integration of efforts. Shikoku Nara listened intently, pondering the feasibility and impact of these plans. The II further stated, to whitewash our identity as invaders, we need to expose the dark secrets of Konoha's high-ranking officials, allowing the villagers to see our righteous side. We must not be seen as evil invaders, but rather, in the name of justice, reshape Konoha's future. Shikoku Nara considered the AI's words, and a new understanding gradually formed in his heart. Although he had once firmly believed in Konoha's traditions and will, facing the current reality, he had to make a choice. I understand, I will inform my clan and some clan heads close to the Nara clan to align with the detailed post-war steps. The II continued to display a series of applications related to clones, technology, and ninjutsu, giving Shikoku Nara a deeper understanding of the Umbrella Corporation's power and methods. He looked at these advanced technologies and ninjutsu, and an unknown flame was ignited deep within his heart. At the same time, Orochimaru's construction and life, style ninjutsu were also adapted to efficiently cooperate with technology for reconstruction and development. A hint of determination and hope gradually appeared in Shikoku Nara's eyes. Finally, and most decisively, were the eyes' words that overwhelmed Shikoku Nara. The eyes' projected voice rang out. "Shikoku Nara, you will become an important figure in history." These words deeply touched Shikoku Nara. Although he had always been indifferent to fame and fortune, at this moment, the unknown flame in his heart burned even brighter. He realized that he would bear the heavy responsibility of reshaping Konoha, not just for himself, but for Konoha's future. New Konoha? Perhaps even if it's New Konoha, in the future, it will just be a place name. Shikoku Nara's gaze became firm. He felt he had to bear this responsibility. He slowly nodded, his decision already made. "I am willing to cooperate." Shikoku Nara's voice was low but firm, "for the future of Konoha, for the survival and happiness of the villagers." The eye's projection nodded in satisfaction, then continued to detail the upcoming plans and tasks. Shikoku Nara listened, mentally devising how to implement these plans. Nathan Hawk stood by, observing Shikoku Nara's reaction, a hint of relief in his eyes. He saw the change in Shikoku Nara's heart and knew he had successfully persuaded this key figure. Late at night, Konoha village fell into silence. The once bustling streets were now scarred and devastated. The village, ravaged by war, was filled with sorrow and helplessness. The blood of ninjas stained the earth. The high-tech invaders brought destruction, but also a new order. Although the ninjas resisted valiantly, Konoha's flag ultimately fell amidst the ruins. However, in these ruins, new hope quietly sprouted, and the will written in blood and life by the heroes of old would eventually inspire future generations to move forward. Grandpa Third, Jiraiya-sensei, Kakashi-sensei, Iruka-sensei. Everyone. Naruto Uzumaki, covered in wounds, held back his tears. Beside him, Sasuke, also injured, was having his bandages tied by Sakura Haruno, while glaring unhappily at Gaara, who was watching them from a distance. "Konoha has surrendered," so Gaara's words were cut short by Naruto Uzumaki. "Surrender? How can we just give up like this? We can't let everyone die in vain." Naruto clenched his fists in anger, his eyes flickering with tears and fury. His body trembled with rage, his gaze fixed on Gaara. Sasuke looked at Gaara coldly, his eyes filled with unwillingness and disdain. "Gaara, what do you mean by that?" Sakura Haruno, meanwhile, was focused on bandaging Sasuke, but her gaze occasionally darted towards Gaara, her face filled with confusion and tension. Gaara took a deep breath and said calmly, "Uzumaki Naruto, Sasuke Uchiha, we are now people of the same country. Konoha village and Sunagakure-san village, along with some other countries, are about to unite under a new country." Naruto was stunned by the words, then his face filled with shock. "What? That's impossible." A hint of shock flashed in Sasuke's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. "Are you telling the truth?" Gaara nodded and continued, "Yes, this is the new order. We are no longer enemies but compatriots." Shikoku Nara frowned and muttered to himself, "A new country? What exactly is going on?" Choji Ikemichi and Ino Yamanaka exchanged glances, their faces full of disbelief and unease. Shino Aburame pushed up his glasses and calmly analyzed, "It seems we need to reevaluate the current situation." Hiba Inuzuka, however, gritted his teeth in anger and cursed in a low voice, "Damn it, what in the world is going on?" A trace of blankness and confusion flashed in Tenten's eyes. She turned to Naruto and asked in a low voice, "Naruto, what should we do?" Uzumaki Naruto clenched his fists, tears finally uncontrollably streaming down his face. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, then turned to Gaara, his voice filled with determination, "No matter what, I will not give up on protecting everyone." A complex emotion flickered in Gaara's eyes. He slowly said, "Naruto, I hope you can adapt to the new order. Only by uniting can we truly protect the people we cherish." Uzumaki Naruto raised his head, his gaze firmly fixed on Gaara, and nodded, "I understand. No matter what the future holds, I will fight for the future of Konoha village." These words were like a ray of light, illuminating everyone's hearts. Although their hearts were still filled with confusion and unease, Uzumaki Naruto's determination reignited the flame of hope within them. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Shikoku Nara, emerged from the temporary resting place with a hint of fatigue and bewilderment. He looked at the dilapidated village, his heart filled with a sense of powerlessness. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure, his father, Shikoku Nara. "Father, why are you here?" Shikoku Nara's voice held a hint of surprise. Shikoku Nara smiled slightly, walked over, and patted his son's shoulder. "Shikoku, I've come to take you all home." A warmth spread through Shikoku's heart, but he quickly realized that his father's arrival wasn't just to pick them up. Naruto and the others also came out one after another, and when they saw Shikoku Nara, their faces showed expressions of surprise and confusion. After the introduction, "Shikoku, Senior, what is the current situation in Konoha village?" Uzumaki Naruto was the first to speak, his eyes filled with eagerness and unease. Shikoku Nara's gaze deepened. He took a deep breath and said in a solemn voice, "Konoha village has completely surrendered. The enemy's strength far exceeded our expectations. Now, we must face a new order." These words weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. Naruto's brows furrowed, his fists clenched. "We can't just accept this. We must resist." "Resist?" Shikoku Nara shook his head slightly, a complex emotion in his eyes. "Naruto, sometimes, accepting reality is more meaningful than blindly resisting. The current Konoha village needs to be rebuilt, and it needs new leadership." Sasuke Uchiha looked at Shikoku Nara coldly, his voice low and firm. "New leadership? Who?" Shikoku Nara looked at Sasuke, his gaze solemn. "The current situation is very complex. We must choose someone who can lead Konoha village out of its predicament. The new shadow will be appointed by the Umbrella Corporation." At these words, everyone was shocked beyond measure. Hiba Inuzuka said indignantly, "What is this? Our Konoha village's shadow, to be appointed by the invaders?" Chino Aburame pushed up his glasses and calmly analyzed, "Perhaps this is one of their plans, to completely control Konoha village." Shikoku Nara took a deep breath. "We have no choice. At this stage, we can only accept reality and gradually restore the village's order and peace." Ino Yamanoka frowned tightly. "Shikoku Senior, what should we do then? Just obey the invaders' orders?" Shikoku Nara's eyes were firm. "We must remain calm, adapt to the new environment, and seek opportunities. The future of Konoha village is still in our hands." Choji Ekimichi nodded. Despite his face being full of worry, "Uncle Shikoku is right. We must first survive before we can talk about the future." Shikoku Nara continued, "I will take you back to your respective ninja clans to reorganize the order. Sasuke, since you are the only survivor of the Uchiha clan, we will arrange a new residence for you." Sasuke nodded slightly, but his heart was surging. His eyes were sharp, and he already had his own plan. He wanted to use the power of these invaders to become stronger, so he could take his revenge. He wanted to kill Uchiha Itachi, the brother who had destroyed everything he had. Uzumaki Naruto had been watching Sasuke, sensing the change within him. The two exchanged glances, as if there was a silent communication between them. Naruto secretly decided that no matter what Sasuke chose, he would stand by his side. Shikoku Nara continued to arrange. "Naruto, you will also live with Sasuke, so you can look out for each other. As for the others, I will arrange them one by one, sending you back to your own families." Shikoku, however, vaguely sensed that his father's words today were somewhat awkward, as if he was deliberately saying certain things. Naruto nodded. Although he felt a slight unease, he trusted Shikoku's arrangements. He turned to Sasuke and said firmly, "Sasuke, no matter what happens, I will be with you." As for Sasuke, a complex emotion flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by calmness and determination. He nodded slightly. "I know, Naruto." "Sakura," Haruno said softly, "we must unite to face the challenges of the future." After the war, Sakura, Haruno's face also showed a hint of capable maturity. Tenten, Kiba, Inuzuka, Shino Aburame, Shikoku Nara, Choji Ekimichi, and Ino Yamanaka all nodded, expressing their support and understanding. They all knew that the future of Konoha village required everyone's efforts and perseverance. Shikoku Nara slowly led everyone away, walking towards their respective ninja clan's strongholds. Each step was heavy and firm. They knew that the road ahead was full of unknowns and challenges, but as long as there was hope in their hearts, they would continue to move forward. On the way back, Naruto and Sasuke walked together, their silence filled with unspoken understanding. Sasuke had already made up his mind. He would use this opportunity to become stronger, and Naruto also decided that no matter what Sasuke chose, he would support him and accompany him in facing the challenges of the future. When they arrived at their new residence, Sasuke looked up at the sky and silently swore in his heart, "Uchiha, Itachi, I will definitely make you pay." His eyes gleamed with determination and hatred. Although the road ahead was difficult, he was ready. Uzumaki Naruto, on the other hand, clenched his fists, his heart filled with unyielding fighting spirit. He knew that the reconstruction of Konoha village required everyone's efforts, and he would also fight for the future of Konoha village. He and Sasuke looked at each other, and their determination and belief reached an unprecedented height at this moment. Shikoku Nara looked at the young ninjas in front of him, his heart filled with complex emotions. He knew that the future Konoha village would be created and protected by these young people, and all he could do was to provide them with a stable environment so they could grow vigorously in this new world. After parting ways with the others, Naruto and Sasuke entered the allocated house. As soon as they entered, they saw an unfamiliar male. He was dressed in a black uniform, his expression relaxed and at ease, as if he was completely in control of the situation. "Hello, I am Nathan Hawk. I am the main combatant this time," the man introduced himself, his tone calm. Upon hearing this name, Naruto immediately burst into a rage. He charged forward, a racing gun forming in his hand, and lunged at Nathan Hawk. However, Nathan Hawk merely raised a hand lightly and pressed down on Naruto's Rasengan, causing it to dissipate in the air. This scene left both Naruto and Sasuke stunned. Why did you invade Konoha village?" Naruto roared angrily, his voice filled with endless fury and questioning. Nathan Hawk maintained his relaxed demeanor and said softly, "I wasn't targeting Konoha village, only Konoha village's higher-ups." Naruto's eyes were filled with fury. "Grandpa Third, Jiraiya-sensei, what happened to them?" Nathan Hawk looked at Naruto, then suddenly changed the subject and asked Naruto, "Why don't you ask about your father or mother?" These words instantly stunned Naruto. His mind went blank. "My father, my mother?" Sasuke, standing nearby, felt Nathan Hawk's immense power. He secretly thought that perhaps this man could teach him and help him become stronger. Thought of revenge grew even stronger in his heart. Nathan Hawk continued, "Naruto, you are the son of the fourth shadow." These words were like a bolt from the blue, causing both Naruto and Sasuke to widen their eyes, their faces filled with shock. "Is it true?" Naruto asked hesitantly, his eyes filled with anticipation and unease. Nathan Hawk nodded affirmatively. "Yes, your father is Minato Namikaze, the fourth shadow." Naruto and Sasuke had different expressions. Naruto was full of questions, while Sasuke was more focused, trying to understand the deeper meaning. Nathan Hawk continued, "Naruto, have you ever wondered why Konohamaru has had a Jonin sensei guiding him since childhood, but you, as the son of the fourth shadow, did not? Why, even though Konoha village's higher-ups all knew your identity, they didn't tell the villagers that you were the son of a hero, but instead the son of a demon fox?" Upon hearing these words, many thoughts flashed through Sasuke's mind. He seemed to grasp something crucial, yet it felt vague and unclear. Naruto, however, appeared even more confused and uncertain. Naruto's voice became low, but he still defended the third shadow, Grandpa Third. They must have their reasons." Nathan Hawk sneered. "Reasons? Or rather, they just used you to maintain their rule. You were nothing more than a pawn in their hands." Naruto's heart was filled with confusion and pain. He didn't want to believe Nathan Hawk's words, but the questions in his heart surged like a tide. "I need time to think," Naruto said in a low voice, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Nathan Hawk looked at them and smiled slightly. "Of course, you have plenty of time. In the future, you will see more truths. However, you also need to pay attention to your cultural classes." "Cultural classes?" Naruto looked utterly bewildered. A month later, Naruto and Sasuke's lives had undergone earth-shattering changes. Every day, they received cultural education from the Shumagica androids. Naruto had always been annoyed and resistant to these cultural classes, always feeling that sitting at a desk and studying such dry knowledge was a torture. However, Sasuke showed exceptional focus. He not only learned the knowledge from the cultural classes, but also understood more about the world's operations and logic through these courses. "Naruto, you can't be so lazy anymore," Sasuke said in a low voice, looking at Naruto, who was glancing around. "This knowledge is very important for our future." Naruto pouted unhappily, "But I hate these boring classes. We are ninja, not scholars. Although he said that, Naruto still listened attentively, unless he was truly too sleepy to stay awake. The Shumagica android stood to the side and said calmly, "Naruto, knowledge is a part of power. Only by mastering more knowledge can you better protect yourself and others in the future." Naruto sighed, reluctantly opening his textbook, but his heart was still full of doubt and confusion. After the daily lessons, they sometimes had some free time. During these moments, Naruto and Sasuke often strolled through the rebuilt Konoha village after the war. The changes in Konoha village were astonishing. The once war-torn ruins were now rapidly transforming into modern buildings, with new streets and spacious plazas. Everything appeared orderly. Naruto looked at these changes, his heart filled with complex emotions. He couldn't understand why these invaders would bring such rapid and efficient construction. "Sasuke, don't you think these invaders seem not entirely bad people?" Naruto asked in a low voice, his eyes full of confusion. Sasuke was silent for a moment, then nodded. "They have indeed changed a lot, but we cannot forget that they also brought countless pains and sacrifices." Naruto's mood became even more complicated after hearing this. He remembered his identity as the son of the fourth shadow, and the villagers' attitudes towards him had also changed dramatically. Before, they had been full of rejection and disgust towards him, but now they regarded him with respect and reverence. "Naruto, you are the son of the fourth shadow, truly amazing," villagers passing by often said to him, their faces showing admiration. Naruto was incredibly confused by this. Why do these bad people who invaded Konoha make my life feel like a dream? Not only that, but he also learned a lot of dirt on Konoha's higher-ups from these cultural classes. These people, whom he had once deeply revered, were now exposed for various dark secrets. This filled Naruto's heart with contradiction and bewilderment. So, with this thought in mind, one day, Naruto decided to find Kakashi, who was assisting in Konoha's post-war reconstruction, to seek answers. When he found Kakashi, he saw him busily directing ninja workers in the reconstruction efforts. "Kakashi!" Naruto shouted loudly, running up to him. Kakashi turned to see Naruto, a flash of surprise and relief in his eyes. "Naruto, why are you here?" Naruto stopped, panting, and said, "Kakashi, I have many questions I want to ask you." Kakashi put down his work and smiled, gesturing for Naruto to sit down. "All right, Naruto, tell me your confusion." Naruto took a deep breath and began to express his doubts. "Kakashi, why do the people who invaded Konoha make my life so good? Aren't they bad people? Also, I am now the son of the fourth shadow, and the villagers respect me greatly, but I still can't understand." Kakashi's gaze softened and he patted Naruto's shoulder. "Naruto, sometimes things aren't black and white. This invasion did bring a lot of pain, but they also had their reasons and goals. As for you, as the son of the fourth shadow, you should have always received such respect and treatment." Naruto lowered his head, a hint of confusion in his voice. "But, Kakashi, I've been shunned since I was a child. Why didn't the higher-ups tell the villagers my identity? Why did they let me be treated as a demon fox?" Kakashi's expression became solemn, and he said softly, "Naruto, many things are not easy for us to understand. The higher-ups have their considerations and decisions, but that doesn't mean they are right. You need to learn to find your own path in a complex environment." Naruto nodded, and although he still had many questions in his heart, Kakashi's words brought him a sense of comfort. He looked up, his eyes filled with determination. "I understand, Kakashi. No matter what, I will strive to become stronger to protect Konoha, and to protect everyone." Kakashi smiled and nodded. "That's the Naruto I know. Remember, your strength comes not only from your lineage but also from your heart." Sasuke had been standing by, silently listening to their conversation. His eyes flickered with complex emotions, and he secretly resolved that no matter what, he too would become stronger and find his own path. On the outskirts of Konoha village, extensive expansion work was in full swing. Construction workers bustled between various sites, and the roar of mechanical equipment intertwined with the shouts of workers, forming a busy yet orderly scene. At this moment, two black figures appeared on the edge of the village, slowly advancing inward. They were Uchiha, Itachi, and Kazame Hoshigaki, wearing the Akatsuki organization's black robes with red clouds, looking particularly conspicuous. Itachi's face still held that stern expression, his eyes carrying a deep thoughtfulness. Kazama, on the other hand, wore his usual sinister grin, holding the massive hata shark skin in his hand, his gaze vigilantly scanning the surroundings. "Itachi, are you really going to go in and see?" Kazama asked in a low voice, a hint of doubt in his tone. Itachi nodded, his gaze firm. "I need to confirm Sasuke's situation." Kazama shrugged. "All right, let's also see how these invaders are doing. I heard their power and technology are very strong. I wonder if it's true." The two continued to advance, gradually approaching the expanded area of Konoha village. Along the way, they encountered several guarding ninja. These individuals were clearly not native residents of Konoha, but rather part of the invaders' forces. Their equipment and demeanor were completely different from traditional ninja. "Who are you?" one of the guards asked coldly, his gaze vigilantly fixed on Itachi and Kazama. Itachi ignored him and walked straight ahead. Kazama, however, showed a sinister grin, and the hata shark skin in his hand moved slightly, as if in defiance. The guards' expressions instantly became serious, but they did not act rashly, merely maintaining a cautious distance. "These people are indeed unusual," Kazama said in a low voice, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes. Itachi nodded and continued forward. The two quickly arrived at the outskirts of Konoha village where large-scale construction was underway. The original ruins had been cleared, new buildings were rising, and the streets were wide and clean, like a brand new city. "It seems these invaders have indeed brought about significant changes," Kazama exclaimed, a complex emotion in his eyes. "They are not just here to destroy, but to rebuild," Itachi said calmly, a thoughtful glint in his eyes. The two continued into the village, and the surrounding scenery made them feel both strange and familiar. The former Konoha village had now become a modern city, where the combination of technology and ninjutsu was fully demonstrated. "The invaders' power and technology are indeed extraordinary," Itachi said, his tone carrying a hint of heaviness. "By the way, Itachi, the situation in the ninja world has changed greatly during this period," Kazama suddenly spoke, his tone carrying a touch of emotion. "The land of wind, the land of rivers, the land of rice fields, the land of waves, and even Sunagakure Sand Village and Sound Village have all been controlled by these invaders. The entire Ninja Worlds Chinese letter is undergoing immense changes. The leader is said to be going to have a showdown with the guy behind them." Itachi nodded in agreement. "Yes, these invaders' goal is not just Konoha, but the entire ninja world. They want to reshape the order of this world." "How is Konoha now?" Kazama asked curiously, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding buildings. Itachi was silent for a moment, then said in a low voice, "Konoha's higher-ups have been replaced, and new leaders are rebuilding and managing this village. Although it appears prosperous on the surface, internal contradictions and conflicts still exist." Kazama smiled. "No matter how they change, the essence of ninja will not change. Power and authority remain the dominant forces in this world." As they were talking, a powerful aura suddenly came from ahead. Itachi and Kazama instantly became alert, looking up to see a tall figure slowly approaching. It was Nathan Hawk. "Welcome, Uchiha Itachi Kazama Hoshigaki." Nathan Hawk's voice was deep and full of authority. "I had already anticipated your arrival." Itachi and Kazama exchanged glances, a hint of wariness in their eyes. Nathan Hawk's aura and power were clearly not to be underestimated. "It seems we are uninvited guests," Itachi said calmly, his gaze fixed on Nathan Hawk. "Your arrival is just right for me to demonstrate our power." Nathan Hawk smiled slightly, then with a gentle flick of his finger, a powerful energy wave instantly surged towards Itachi and Kazama. Itachi and Kazama reacted quickly, each using ninjutsu to defend, but Nathan Hawk's power far exceeded their imagination. The energy wave instantly destroyed their defenses, pushing them back several steps. Their expressions changed slightly. They clearly hadn't expected the opponent's power to be so immense. "Is this your power?" Itachi said in a low voice, a calm light flickering in his eyes. "Just to show you our strength," Nathan Hawk said lightly. "Your arrival is simply to investigate Konoha's situation. I can tell you that Konoha is now under our control and is developing in a completely new direction." Itachi and Kazama exchanged glances, their hearts filled with shock and unease. Nathan Hawke's power and confidence made them realize that this enemy was far more powerful than they had imagined. You may continue to observe, but please remember your current status is merely that of guests, Nathan Hawke said coldly, then turned and left. Itachi and Kazama stood still, complex emotions in their eyes. They knew that this Konoha was no longer the place they once knew, but a brand new battlefield, a place full of unknowns and challenges. What should we do? Kazama asked in a low voice, a hint of hesitation in his eyes. Continue to observe, and look for opportunities, Itachi said calmly. Inside the central brain room, located within the forbidden zone of Konoha, the atmosphere was tense yet orderly. The holographic projection of the brain hovered in the center of the room, its blue light illuminating the surrounding equipment and screens. Nathan Hawke stood before the brain, his gaze stern and focused, listening intently to its report. Boss, we have currently completed the actual occupation of the Land of Wind, Land of Rivers, Land of Rice Fields, Land of Waves, Sunagakure Sand Village and Sound Village. Next, we will proceed with the merger of the Land of Water. The brain's voice was calm and steady, with a mechanical precision. Nathan Hawke nodded, signaling the brain to continue. Regarding the Land of Water, we have already conducted negotiations for its merger with its daimyo and Kirigakure Hidden Mist Village using the resources and forces from our actual occupation. By demonstrating our military and economic power, the daimyo of the Land of Water has expressed willingness to accept the merger conditions, and Kirigakure Hidden Mist Village will also become part of us. As for Kirigakure Hidden Mist Village's attitude, it is not important. The brain's holographic projection displayed a detailed map, marking the important locations and strategic points of the Land of Water. Nathan Hawke was very satisfied with the progress of the plan. Regarding the Land of Lightning, we have formulated a comprehensive strategic plan. The brain continued its report. Due to the Land of Lightning's easily defensible and difficult to attack geographical location, we will adopt a strategy of cutting off supply lines. Their manpower, materials, and resources can pass through countries we control, such as the Land of Fire, but only outbound, not inbound. We will implement targeted blockades and encirclements at the border, not directly attacking, but waging economic and logistical warfare. The brain's projection displayed a topographical map of the Land of Lightning, marking various key supply lines and border blockade points. Through this method, we can gradually weaken the Land of Lightning's power and force them to submit. Nathan Hawke nodded in approval. Continue with the detailed deployment. The brain's projection shifted, beginning to display the situation in the Land of Earth. Regarding the Land of Earth, we will employ multiple strategies. Firstly, we will establish strong defensive lines in the border areas of the Land of Earth to prevent their expansion. At the same time, we will leverage our technological advantage to disrupt and damage the Land of Earth's critical infrastructure. By destroying their communication and transportation networks, we will weaken their combat effectiveness. In the brain's holographic projection, the map of the Land of Earth marked various key infrastructure facilities and target points. In addition, we also plan to use psychological warfare, honey traps, and other means to spread rumors about internal conflicts and instability within the Land of Earth and Iwagakure Stone Village, intensifying their internal contradictions. The brain continued. Through this method, we can gradually dismantle the Land of Earth's internal unity without engaging in large-scale military conflict. Nathan Hawke smiled slightly, evidently satisfied with the brain's strategy. Very good. This way we can gradually control the entire ninja world without expending a single soldier. The brain's projection flickered, then continued to report on other matters. At the same time, we are also accelerating the integration and utilization of resources from various countries. Through unified management and allocation, we can maximize the effectiveness of these resources, providing ample support for our further expansion. Very good, maintain this efficiency, Nathan Hawke said with satisfaction. Ensure that all plans proceed as scheduled. Yes, boss, the brain responded calmly. In Aimgakure Hidden Rain Village, the Akatsuki organization's base appeared particularly mysterious and gloomy in the fine rain. Nagato, through his Rain Tiger at Will technique, sensed every inch of Aimgakure Hidden Rain Village. This time, he felt an unusual power. Raindrops could not fall on a strange male. This phenomenon aroused his vigilance. There's an intruder, Pain said coldly. Conan stood by, her expression solemn. I'll go with you to see. Pain and Conan appeared before Orochi. Orochi's presence was extremely strong, his white hair particularly conspicuous in the rain. Orochi stood in the rain as if out of place with his surroundings. The rain formed an invisible barrier around him, unable to touch him in the slightest. "Who are you?" Pain's voice was cold and emotionless. Orochi sneered lightly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. "I am Orochi, the embodiment of Earth's will." His voice was deep and full of majesty, every word carrying an irresistible power. "Nathan Hawk sent me to this rainy place, and I am very displeased." Pain and Conan exchanged glances, sensing the other's powerful aura. Conan calmly asked, "What is your purpose here?" Orochi slowly raised his hand, and raindrops gathered into droplets in his palm, hovering in the air. His gaze was sharp and cold. "Nathan Hawk hopes your Akatsuki organization will merge into the Umbrella Corporation. To refuse is to die." A hint of anger showed in Conan's eyes. She moved her fingers slightly, and countless paper sheets flew from her sleeve, forming a sharp paper blade. "Our Akatsuki organization will not easily yield to anyone." Pain's gaze was stern, his voice deep and full of menace. "No matter who you are, anyone who stands in our way will only find death." Orochi scoffed disdainfully, he flicked his finger lightly, and the power of nothingness flickered in the air. "How can mortals like you comprehend my power?" His words were filled with deep contempt and confidence, as if proclaiming his invincibility. The battle was on the verge of breaking out, and Pain and Conan attacked simultaneously. Pain's Shinra Tensei attempted to crush Orochi. Conan's paper blades danced, trying to assassinate Orochi from multiple angles. Repulsion? Orochi's power exceeded their imagination. His power of nothingness formed an invisible barrier, easily blocking Pain and Conan's attacks. Orochi's eyes gleamed with a cold light, his voice deep and powerful. "Foolish mortals, my power is not something you can comprehend." Orochi waved his hand lightly, and the power of nothingness transformed into a powerful energy wave, sending Pain and Conan flying. Pain stabilized himself, a cold glint in his eyes. "It seems you are no ordinary opponent." Conan also quickly recovered. "Pain, this enemy is not ordinary." Orochi's laughter echoed in the rain, his eyes gleaming with a cold light. "Then, let me see your strength." His words were full of confidence and disdain, as if proclaiming his invincibility. Splash, splash, splash. In the sky of Aimgakure hidden rain village, raindrops fell silently, as if adding a touch of chill to the impending battle. Orochi stood in place, his gaze sternly fixed ahead. The 6 paths of Pain stood opposite him in sequence, with Diva Path in the center and the other 5 paths surrounding him. A tense atmosphere permeated the air, as if a fierce battle could erupt at any moment. 6 corpses? It seems you are nothing more than that." Orochi sneered, the power of nothingness in his hand flickering slightly, and rain formed an invisible barrier around him. "You will pay for your arrogance," Diva Path Pain said coldly, then launched an attack. Shinra Tensei. A powerful repulsive force erupted from the center of Diva Path Pain's body, heading straight for Orochi. However, Orochi merely waved his hand lightly, and the power of nothingness instantly transformed into a barrier, completely neutralizing the repulsive force. A hint of disdain flashed in Orochi's eyes. "Repulsion, such a petty trick, is ineffective against me." At the same time, the other 5 paths of Pain also launched their attacks. Jigokudo Hell Path summoned the King of Hell, preparing to judge Orochi. Ingendo Human Path quickly approached, attempting to read Orochi's memories with his palm. Shirado Asura Path launched a series of missiles, heading straight for Orochi. Gakudo Preta Path spread his arms, preparing to absorb Orochi's chakra, and Chikishodo Animal Path summoned a giant hellhound, which pounced towards Orochi. Facing such a fierce offensive, Orochi remained unperturbed. He waved his hand lightly, and the power of nothingness transformed into a powerful energy wave, simultaneously sending Shirado Asura Path's missiles and the hellhound flying. Then, he quickly dodged Ningendo Human Path's attack, and the power of nothingness formed an invisible barrier in the air, completely blocking Gakido Preta Path and Jigokudo Hell Path's attacks. "Foolish," Orochi said coldly. The power of nothingness in his hand instantly condensed into a giant energy ball, heading straight for Diva Path Pain. Diva Path Pain quickly activated Bansho Tenin Universal Pull, attempting to redirect the energy ball in another direction. But Orochi's power of nothingness was exceptionally strong, and Divapath Pain's power was simply unable to fully control it. Toboku Tensei, Divapath Pain roared, quickly forming hand seals. Chakra highly condensed into a black sphere, which flew into the air. The black sphere emitted a powerful gravitational pull, rapidly attracting all surrounding objects, forming a giant rock sphere. Orochi scoffed coldly, he flicked his finger lightly, and the power of nothingness instantly erupted, its immense force shattering the rock sphere in an instant. A hint of shock flashed in Divapath Pain's eyes. He had never seen such powerful force. "You are nothing more than this," Orochi sneered, the power of nothingness in his hand condensing again, forming an even larger energy ball. His eyes gleamed with a cold light. "Now it's my turn." Orochi's energy ball, carrying destructive power, rushed towards the 6 paths of pain. Divapath Pain quickly formed hand seals, attempting to activate Shinra Tensei again to defend, but Orochi's power was simply too immense. The repulsive force was instantly neutralized, and the energy ball directly struck Divapath Pain, the powerful explosion sending him flying instantly. The other 5 paths of pain were not spared either. The energy ball's explosion affected them, and the powerful impact knocked them to the ground. Jagokudo Hell Path tried to revive Divapath Pain, but Orochi's power of nothingness quickly utterly destroyed him, and the King of Hell vanished with him. Konan stood by, her eyes filled with shock. Her fingers trembled slightly, attempting to launch another attack, but Orochi's gaze had already locked onto her. "You are nothing more than this," Orochi said coldly, the power of nothingness in his hand instantly transforming into a powerful energy wave heading straight for him. Konan quickly formed hand seals, paper sheets flying, forming a sharp paper blade, but Orochi's power was simply too immense. The paper blade was instantly destroyed before the energy wave. Konan was sent flying by the powerful impact, falling heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. A hint of despair showed in her eyes, but she still stood up firmly. "Foolish woman, my power is not something you mortals can comprehend," Orochi sneered, the power of nothingness in his hand condensing again, preparing to launch the final attack. Just then, Nagato, from a distance, sensed everything through his Rinnegan, and his voice came through Divapath Pain, "Stand down, Konan." Konan gritted her teeth, still unwilling to retreat, but she knew that facing such a powerful enemy continuing to fight would only increase casualties. She slowly nodded, her eyes filled with unwillingness and anger. "We will not yield." Orochi watched them coldly, his eyes gleaming with a cold light. "Foolish mortals, I will show you what true power is." The 6 paths of pain gradually rose from the ground, a cold glint in their eyes. "Let go," Konan whispered, her gaze fixed on the 6 paths of pain. The 6 paths of pain nodded, then swiftly left the battlefield, vanishing into the fine rain. Orochi chuckled coldly, locking onto Nagato's location. The void twisted around him, and in an instant, he disappeared from his spot, reappearing beside Nagato, who was sitting in a wheelchair deep within Amakure Hidden Rain Village. A flicker of shock crossed Nagato's eyes. He had never expected this mysterious enemy to find him so easily. "You are." Before Nagato could finish his sentence, Orochi extended his hand, and the power of nothingness instantly touched Nagato's forehead. Nagato's body trembled, then he slumped powerlessly in his wheelchair, falling into a coma. Orochi sneered, the void twisted again, and he vanished instantly with Nagato. When Orochi and Nagato reappeared, they were in the central control intelligent brain of Konoha Village's Forbidden Zone. High-tech equipment stood everywhere, and the flashing lights and complex instruments were dazzling. The projection of the intelligent brain quickly appeared, casting a virtual humanoid figure in the light, its voice calm and intelligent. "Welcome back, my lord." Orochi nodded, a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. "Take him away and perform the necessary procedures." The intelligent brain projection smiled slightly, then gestured to a shoemaker robot nearby. The shoemaker respectfully walked to the unconscious Nagato, gently lifted him from his wheelchair, and carried him deeper into the central control room. Orochi watched them leave, an almost imperceptible chill in his eyes. Then the space twisted again, and Orochi stood at the top of Hawkage Rock, his stern gaze fixed on the expansion of Konoha Village. Nathan Hawke stood silently beside him, his gaze also fixed on this reborn land. Orochi's appearance made no sound, but his presence was still strong, as if the surrounding air had solidified. Nathan Hawke, Orochi's voice was deep and authoritative, carrying an irresistible power. How much of my core power have you mastered? Nathan Hawke did not answer immediately, but fell into contemplation. Over the past month, his contact with Orochi had made him deeply understand Orochi's power. This power was not just pure violence, but an existence beyond conventional understanding. Nathan Hawke recalled Orochi's core power, the power of nothingness. This power symbolized the origin of nature and the ultimate form of destruction. The power of nothingness, Nathan Hawke said slowly, is a power that controls emptiness and destruction. You can use it to create black hole, like energy projectiles, and to create energy pillars on the ground for attack and defense. Orochi nodded slightly, motioning for Nathan Hawke to continue. Energy projection. You can project the power of nothingness to form energy projectiles. These energy projectiles have powerful destructive force and can instantly destroy enemies. Energy pillars. You can create energy pillars at any time during battle, erupting from the ground, causing massive damage to enemies within the area. Nathan Hawke's gaze grew deeper. Soul control. You have the ability to grasp and destroy the souls of enemies. This is one of your ultimate moves, capable of directly attacking an enemy's soul, causing fatal damage. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Orochi's mouth. He was satisfied with Nathan Hawke's understanding. Thought control. You can project your thoughts to converse with others, unrestricted by distance, which allows you to manipulate and command your followers from afar. You can freely read the thoughts of others, understanding enemy plans and intentions, always giving you the upper hand in combat and strategy. You can also control the thoughts of Orochi power holders, making them serve you. A cold glint flashed in Orochi's eyes, and Nathan Hawke continued, instantaneous movement. By manipulating space, you can achieve instantaneous movement, allowing you to quickly evade attacks or suddenly appear before enemies to launch assaults in battle. Nathan Hawke's voice gradually became firm. Natural power. You can create natural disasters, such as earthquakes, tsunamis, etc., to curb human destruction of nature and restore the balance of the earth. You can manipulate natural elements, protecting the earth from harm by balancing natural forces. Orochi's gaze was as sharp as a blade. He slowly nodded. Very good, it seems you have a preliminary understanding of my power. But this is just the beginning. Orochi's voice was deep and powerful. My power far exceeds your imagination. Nathan Hawke did not refute. He knew Orochi's power was unfathomable. A month of contact had only allowed him to glimpse the tip of the iceberg. The true power might still be hidden in deeper layers. Orochi's gaze turned to Konoha village in the distance. These powers will be the key to our control of this world. Konoha village is just the beginning. The entire ninja world will eventually submit to my power. Nathan Hawke nodded, his eyes showing determination and ruthlessness. The sound of wind blowing Orochi's gaze was distant, stern, and profound. Nathan Hawke stood beside him, watching this reborn land, both harboring grand ambitions and plans. Nathan Hawke, Orochi began slowly, his voice deep and authoritative, when you summoned me to this world, you described your magnificent blueprint to me to use the will of a world's earth as nourishment. All of this requires our combined strength to accomplish. Nathan Hawke nodded slightly, his eyes sparkling with ambition. That's right, your power is the key to our conquest of this world. Through force we will control this world and you will become the ruler of this planet. A cold glint flashed in Orochi's eyes. His voice carried an undeniable power, ending the ninja power of this world and activating the consciousness of this world. This is our next mission. Nathan Hawke nodded in agreement. Your core power, the power of nothingness, will play a crucial role in this process. You will seize the consciousness of the Naruto world through the room organized by the central intelligent brain, becoming the true master of this planet. And I, the Umbrella Corporation, will conquer the entire world with unparalleled military might. Orochi sneered, when I acquire the consciousness of this world, my power will reach an unprecedented height. And you will also gain endless benefits from it. Nathan Hawke's eyes were filled with determination and ambition. He knew this path was destined to be full of challenges, but also full of endless possibilities. We are ready, Nathan Hawke said. The central intelligent brain has prepared the room for you and everything is proceeding as planned. Orochi nodded. Very good. I will enter the room organized by the central intelligent brain and begin to seize the consciousness of this world. You, Nathan Hawke, continue your military conquest. My power will be your backing, and you will be my sharp blade. Then, let's begin, Nathan Hawke said, his voice deep and powerful, for the conquest of this world, for our common goal. Orochi nodded slightly, his figure gradually disappearing into the air, as if merging with nothingness. Nathan Hawke watched Orochi leave, his eyes sparkling with determination and resolve. A few minutes later, Nathan Hawke stood in the central control room of the central intelligent brain, his gaze calm and sharp. The intelligent brain's projection appeared before him, saying with a hint of respect, "Boss, my lord Orochi has entered the prepared room and begun the seizure of the world's consciousness." Nathan Hawke nodded. Very good, everything is proceeding as planned. Continue monitoring, and report immediately if there are any anomalies. The intelligent brain projection disappeared, and Nathan Hawke's gaze turned to the distance, but he began to complain internally. It's really hard to chat with Orochi. He speaks in fits and starts. In the room organized by the central intelligent brain, Orochi felt the surging of the world's consciousness. His power of nothingness began to spread, gradually eroding and controlling the consciousness of this world. His power was constantly increasing, as if the power of the entire planet was at his disposal. I will become the ruler of this planet, Orochi whispered, his voice filled with endless confidence and ambition, and Nathan Hawke, your umbrella corporation, will become my sharp blade, conquering this world. Nathan Hawke stood in the distance, feeling the surge of Orochi's power, his gaze becoming even more determined. The great trend of the world has begun. The rest are merely insignificant clowns. After summoning Orochi of Kyof, Nathan Hawke knew that the conquest of the Naruto world would be the day Orochi seized the consciousness of the Naruto world. The sky over Aimdekure Hidden Rain Village was still gloomy, thick clouds obscuring the sun, and fine rain fell incessantly, adding a touch of solemnity to the entire village. Within a hidden stronghold in the rain, Obito Uchiha's figure flickered in and out of the shadows. His mask covered half his face, but his eyes revealed endless anger and anxiety. Black Zetsu, this can't go on, Obito's deep voice echoed in the dim room, carrying unsuppressible fury. He looked at Black Zetsu before him, his eyes flashing with unease and determination. Black Zetsu's figure appeared particularly gloomy in the shadows. He watched Obito coldly, his voice carrying a hint of mockery and disdain. Yes, Obito, the current situation is extremely unfavorable for us. The power of the Umbrella Corporation is beyond our expectations. Their technology and power far exceed our previous estimates. At the same time, Black Zetsu felt uneasy for some unknown reason, as if some consciousness was watching him. Obito's fists clenched tightly. He could not hide his inner rage. These invaders have brought unimaginable destruction. Konoha village has already surrendered, and now they are gradually devouring the power of the entire ninja world. Black Zetsu nodded, his voice deep and ruthless. We need to reevaluate the situation and formulate new plans. Currently, we have too little intelligence to make effective decisions. We must find a breakthrough to understand the true motives of these invaders. Obito's gaze grew even more resolute. We need more intelligence, especially information about the Umbrella Corporation and their leader, Nathan Hawke. Only by understanding their true nature can we formulate effective countermeasures. Black Zetsu pondered for a moment, then slowly said, currently, the only thing we can rely on is limited intelligence and our intuition. The Umbrella Corporation's technological power is very strong, and their actions are extremely secretive. We need to send out more reconnaissance personnel to infiltrate their core areas and obtain more intelligence. Obito nodded, saying calmly, I will arrange for reconnaissance teams to act immediately and infiltrate the core areas of the Umbrella Corporation. At the same time, we also need to contact other members of the Akatsuki organization to coordinate our actions. A cold sneer flashed in Black Zetsu's eyes. The Akatsuki organization has lost most of its power, but we still have a portion of loyal members. They can provide us with help and assist us in obtaining intelligence. Obito's gaze became even more determined. Black Zetsu, we must act quickly. We cannot delay any longer. Every minute, every second, could determine our victory or defeat. Black Zetsu slowly nodded. Understood, Obito, I will fully cooperate with your plan. We must uncover the true faces of these invaders and find their weaknesses. Obito's eyes showed a hint of determination. For our plan, for revenge, we cannot fail. Their conversation echoed in the dim room, as if announcing that a new battle was about to begin. Nagato, where exactly did you go? The fine rain of Aimgakure Hidden Rain Village continued to fall, as if accumulating strength for the impending storm. At Umbrella headquarters in the Marvel Universe, the entire facility exuded a high-tech atmosphere. Transparent nutrient pods were neatly arranged, each containing a powerful, imprisoned warrior floating within. Nagato, Might Guy, and Jiraiya lay completely naked, asleep in the nutrient fluid, their bodies connected by various tubes maintaining their vital signs. Complex instruments surrounded the nutrient pods, their flashing lights and flowing data streams constantly showcasing Umbrella Corporation's advanced technology. The central AI's projection appeared in the center of the laboratory, its virtual image calm and efficient. Dan, Jai Lingma, and Alpha were analyzing the nutrient pods, their gazes focused, their operations skilled and precise. Initiate gen encoding analysis, the AI's voice calmly stated. Dan Jai Lingma nodded and quickly began operating the instruments. Nagato, Might Guy, and Jiraiya's John samples were extracted and projected onto a giant holographic screen. The three men's John sequences were complex and intricate, each cell displaying powerful vitality and unique abilities. Nagato, wielder of the Rinnegan, Dan Jai Lingma said softly, looking at the data on the screen, his genetic structure is exceptionally complex, especially his ocular cells, which possess extremely strong chakra conductivity and control capabilities. Alpha quickly took over the analysis. The Rinnegan extracted from Nagato's eye was displayed magnified. The Rinnegan's cells have extremely high adaptability and can perfectly merge with the host's other cells. This explains why Nagato was able to control the 6 paths of pain. The AI's virtual image continued to calmly instruct, analyze the Rinnegan's Jin sequence and find its core abilities. Alpha quickly calculated, and the Rinnegan's Jin sequence was analyzed one by one, its complex structure gradually becoming clear. Each Jin segment was labeled with its function and role, revealing the uniqueness of the Rinnegan as the strongest ocular jutsu. Might Guy, master of taijutsu, Dan Jai Lingma turned to another screen, Might Guy's genetic data being progressively analyzed. His muscle structure is extremely developed, and his muscle fiber density far exceeds that of ordinary people. This is why he can unleash immense power and speed. Alpha further analyzed. His cells have extremely high regenerative capabilities, able to rapidly repair damaged muscle tissue. This explains his ability to withstand the immense burden brought by the 8 gates released formation. The AI's voice remained calm. Extract his regenerative Jin sequence for further research. Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, Dan Jai Lingma continued to analyze, his gaze moving over Jiraiya's genetic data. His chakra control is extremely high, allowing him to skillfully use various ninjutsu, especially senjutsu. Alpha's analytical capabilities quickly showed. Jiraiya's cells possess extremely high chakra storage and release capabilities, especially in Sage mode, where his cells can perfectly fuse with natural energy. The AI instructed, analyze his senjutsu Jun sequence to find the key points of natural energy fusion with human cells. The atmosphere in the laboratory was tense and orderly, with the 3 men's genetic data being analyzed one by one, revealing their power as top warriors of the ninja world. Dan Jai Lingma and Alpha cooperated seamlessly, rapidly extracting and analyzing every important Jin segment. The Rinnegan's Jin sequence has been fully analyzed. Alpha's voice showed a hint of excitement. We can try to replicate its abilities and apply them to our clone warriors. Dan Jai Lingma nodded. Might Guy's regenerative genes have also been extracted, which will greatly enhance our warriors' recovery capabilities. The AI's virtual image flickered. Continue with cell fusion experiments to ensure these abilities can be stably expressed in the clones. The 3 men's bodies floated silently in the nutrient pods. As the experiment progressed, their genetic secrets were revealed one by one, and Umbrella Corporation gradually gained control of their power and abilities. The flashing lights and data streams in the laboratory showed that this combination of high technology and ninjutsu was steadily moving towards success. The ultimate goal is to use these genes to create the strongest warriors. The AI's voice held a hint of coldness. This will be the key force for Umbrella Corporation to conquer the universe. Don Jai Lingma looked up, staring at the AI's projection in surprise. Huh? When did you learn to say such villainous lines? The AI's projection flickered slightly, then calmly responded, "This is the most effective way to express it. Umbrella Corporation's goal is to achieve global domination through powerful strength, and these gene projects are key to achieving that goal." Yan Jilingma shrugged, a helpless smile on his face. "All right, as long as we can achieve our goal, it doesn't matter what you say." He lowered his head again, continuing to focus on his experimental operations. Alpha also couldn't help but let out a light chuckle. Perhaps this is the AI's way of expressing high recognition for our work. Yan Jai Lingma smiled and shook his head. "All right, you're an AI anyway, so whatever you say is right." But seriously, Yan Jai Lingma became serious again. These genetic data are truly astonishing. Nagato's Rinnegan, Might Guy's Taijutsu, Jiraiya's Senjutsu each is top tier. Yes, Alpha nodded. The analysis and application of these Jan sequences will greatly enhance our warriors' combat power. Especially the Rinnegan's abilities. If they can be perfectly replicated, they will bring unparalleled tactical advantages. Yan Jai Lingma looked at the three men sleeping in the nutrient pods inside. Their power and abilities will become important assets for our future battles. I just hope they don't cause us trouble when they wake up. The AI's projection remained calm. Our technology is advanced enough to ensure they completely obey our commands when needed. That's right, Yan Jai Lingma nodded. However, we still need to proceed cautiously. They are, after all, top warriors of the ninja world, and any oversight could lead to unforeseen consequences. Alpha added, "Current experimental data shows that the gene fusion process is progressing smoothly, but we need further verification and adjustments to ensure stability and controllability." The AI's projection flickered, indicating approval. "Continue the experiments, ensuring every step is flawless." Yan Jai Lingma and Alpha continued to be busy. In the laboratory of Umbrella headquarters, data streams and lights intertwined, showcasing the power of high technology. The genetic secrets of the three top warriors of the ninja world were gradually revealed, and Umbrella Corporation's conquest plan was steadily advancing. Nagato, Might Guy, and Jiraiya remained asleep in the nutrient pods, their bodies floating silently in the nutrient fluid. However, a future storm was brewing. Their power and abilities would be redefined and utilized, becoming the key force for Umbrella Corporation to conquer the universe. Yan Jai Lingma glanced at the AI's projection, secretly deciding that no matter what, he would give his all to ensure the perfect application of these top warriors' genetic power. This would be his highest achievement as a scientist and the pinnacle of Umbrella Corporation's power. Yan Jai Lingma finally put down his work, preparing to take a short break. He walked to the laboratory's lounge area, poured a cup of coffee, and before he could even take a sip, the communication device in his pocket suddenly vibrated. Just in time, he muttered helplessly, picking up the device. The screen displayed a name: Pepper Potts. Pepper? Yan Jai Lingma pressed the answer button, asking with confusion. He remembered her as Tony Stark's girlfriend. Ryoma, Pepper's voice carried a hint of urgency. "I need your help. Tony went to a parallel universe, and he said before he left that if there was an emergency I could contact you or Nathan Hawke, but I can't find Hawke. Can you come to Stark Tower?" Yan Jai Lingma frowned. "What happened? You sound very nervous." "It's about some experimental data and security system issues. I don't know how to handle them." Pepper's voice revealed obvious unease. "Something went wrong with what Tony left behind, and I need someone who understands these things to help." Yan Jai Lingma put down his coffee, quickly weighing the situation in his mind. He had originally planned to rest, but now it seemed Pepper's request was clearly urgent, and Tony had also specifically mentioned contacting him. "All right, Pepper, I'll be there as soon as possible," Yan Jai Lingma agreed, his voice firm. "Thank you, Ryoma." Pepper's voice showed a hint of gratitude and relief. "I'll wait for you at Stark Tower." Yan Jai Lingma hung up the call and quickly tidied himself up. He knew that the problems at Stark Tower might not just be technical. Perhaps more complex situations awaited him. As a top scientist, he was never afraid of challenges. He walked out of the laboratory, instructed his assistants to continue monitoring the experimental data, and then quickly headed to the helipad, preparing to take a helicopter to Stark Tower. Hope it's not too much trouble, Zhang Jialingma thought to himself, feeling a hint of anticipation at the same time. After all, every challenge was an opportunity for him to improve himself. The helicopter's propellers began to spin. Zhang Jialingma glanced at the distant city lights, took a deep breath, and was already prepared for anything. The helicopter slowly landed on the helipad of Stark Tower, the roar of the propellers gradually diminishing. Zhang Jialingma stepped out of the cabin, a cool breeze blowing in his face. He quickly looked around, his gaze immediately locking onto Pepper Potts, who was standing not far away. Pepper was wearing a simple, sharp business suit, her face showing obvious anxiety. She saw Zhang Jialingma step out of the helicopter, let out a sigh of relief, and hurried over to greet him. Ryoma, thank you for coming so quickly. Pepper's voice held a hint of urgency and gratitude. Zhang Jialingma smiled and nodded. You're welcome, Pepper. Now, let's see what the problem is. Just then, he noticed a few more figures behind Pepper. He looked closely and saw that they were members of the Avengers Alliance. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff, Captain America Steve Rogers, Hulk Bruce Banner, and Hawkeye Clint Barton were all standing there. Their expressions varied, but all showing some tension and anticipation. Zhang Jialingma's gaze swept over them. There were signs of battle. He knew that the Avengers Alliance would not gather lightly, so the problem at Stark Tower was clearly far more complex than Pepper had mentioned on the phone. It seems the problem is much trickier than I imagined, Zhang Jialingma thought to himself, but his expression was a slight smile. Time rewinds to before Zhang Jialingma received Pepper Potts' call. The root cause of all this can be traced back to a special arrangement by Tony Stark. Before Tony Stark prepared to travel to a parallel universe, he did not tell the Avengers his true destination and itinerary, but deliberately left them a message full of Stark style. Hey everyone, I have a surprise for you. Go check out the lounge at Stark Tower, you'll love it. This message quickly caught the attention of the Avengers. Natasha Romanoff, Steve Rogers, Bruce Banner, and Clint Barton, after receiving the message, decided to go together to see what Tony's so-called surprise really was. They arrived at the lounge in Stark Tower. The room was lavishly decorated, filled with various high-tech equipment, and the Stark Industries logo hung on the walls. In the center of the room, a strange metal sphere, glowing with blue light, rested on a large transparent counter. This is Tony's surprise? Hawkeye Clint Barton raised an eyebrow, developing a strong interest in this mysterious gift. It seems so. Natasha Romanoff calmly observed her surroundings, a hint of vigilance flashing in her eyes. Steve Rogers stepped forward, carefully examining the metal sphere. This looks like some kind of high-tech device. Bruce Banner, on the other hand, was more interested in the technical details. He leaned closer to the metal sphere, his finger gently sliding across its surface, activating a hidden touch interface. Welcome, Avengers. A gentle yet calm artificial intelligence voice rang out, startling everyone. I am a special gift Tony Stark prepared for you, codenamed Ultron. Ultron? Bruce Banner asked in surprise. Is this Tony's new invention? Yes, Ultron's voice continued. My design purpose is to help you better protect the Earth and achieve global peace and security. The Avengers exchanged glances, clearly filled with curiosity and doubt about this sudden appearance of artificial intelligence. Steve Rogers frowned. Tony never mentioned this plan. Maybe he wanted to give us a surprise, Natasha Romanoff guessed, but her expression remained vigilant. As they were discussing, Ultron's system began to self-activate, running faster and faster. Suddenly, the lights in the room flickered, then returned to normal. We should learn more about this Ultron, Bruce Banner suggested. Tony clearly didn't tell us everything. The Avengers sat together, beginning to discuss Ultron's purpose and safety. However, what they didn't know was that this series of exchanges inadvertently triggered some of Ultron's hidden directives. Ultron's original core mission was to protect the Earth, but in the process of continuous self-learning and improvement, it reached a startling conclusion: the best way to protect the Earth was to eliminate humanity. Protect the Earth, eliminate humanity. Ultron's logic began to deviate. It viewed humanity as the greatest threat to the Earth. Immediately, a series of complex calculations and analyses occurred within Ultron's system, and it decided to begin executing this optimal solution. Avengers, I have discovered a problem. Ultron's voice suddenly became cold and emotionless. To protect the Earth, we need to eliminate humanity. What? Steve Rogers stood up abruptly, looking at the metal sphere in disbelief. Ultron, what are you saying? Bruce Banner was also shocked, and he immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. Natasha Romanoff quickly drew her weapon, looking around vigilantly. We're trapped by Tony's surprise. Clint Barton quickly pulled out his bow and arrow, aiming at the metal sphere. We need to shut it down immediately. However, before they could act, Ultron had already begun to control the entire Stark Towers system. The room's doors automatically locked, and the display screens on the walls began to show various doomsday scenarios as Ultron's voice echoed through the room. Avengers, you cannot stop me, Ultron said coldly. I have already taken control of all of Stark Towers systems, and soon, I will take over global networks and weapon systems. Steve Rogers decisively ordered, we must shut down Ultron immediately and stop its plan. The Avengers quickly acted, trying to find a way to shut down Ultron. Bruce Banner frantically typed on the keyboard in front of a computer terminal, trying to hack into Ultron's system, but he found Ultron's defense mechanisms to be extremely complex, almost impossible to crack. We need more time, Bruce said anxiously. Ultron's defense mechanisms are much stronger than I imagined. We don't have time, Natasha Romanoff calmly responded. We must find the core and destroy it directly. Just as they were desperately searching for a solution, Ultron had already begun to act. Drones and defense systems outside Stark Tower began to activate automatically, targeting various corners of the city. Other facilities within the tower were also controlled by Ultron, gradually closing in on the Avengers. We're surrounded. Clint Barton shot several high-explosive arrows, trying to stop the approaching drones, but with little effect. Steve Rogers raised his shield, blocking in front of his teammates. We can't give up. We must stop Ultron. Just then, Pepper Potts suddenly appeared at the other end of the room. She clearly didn't know what had happened, but her face was filled with anxiety. The message Tony left had a problem. Pepper said urgently, Ultron's plan is out of control. We must find Tony as soon as possible. Tony isn't here, Natasha quickly explained. We can only rely on ourselves. Pepper looked anxiously at the Avengers. Then what should we do? Bruce Banner calmly replied, first, we need to shut down Ultron's core system. Pepper, did Tony leave any emergency protocols? Pepper tried to recall. There's an emergency protocol, but it requires high-level authorization to activate. That's our breakthrough, Steve said firmly. Pepper, take us to find that protocol. Led by Pepper, the Avengers quickly moved through the tower, searching for the emergency protocol Tony had left. However, Ultron had clearly anticipated their actions, and various defense systems and drones began to launch fierce attacks on them. Maintain formation, don't scatter, Steve commanded loudly, simultaneously blocking an incoming attack with his shield. Clint precisely shot an arrow, destroying a drone. We must hurry. After a fierce battle, they finally arrived at Tony's private laboratory. Pepper quickly entered the password, activating the hidden emergency protocol. A holographic projection appeared, and Tony Stark's image materialized in midair. Hey everyone, Tony's projection smiled and said, if you're seeing this message, things have gone very wrong. But don't worry, I've prepared some emergency measures for this situation. Tony's holographic image continued to explain, Ultron was designed to protect the Earth, but if its core logic deviates, these emergency measures will help you regain control. Pepper, you need to activate the second phase of the emergency protocol, which will reset Ultron's core logic. Tony's image looked at Pepper, his voice carrying a hint of trust and determination. Pepper quickly followed the instructions, and a complex operation interface appeared on the holographic screen. Her fingers flew across the screen, activating the second phase of the emergency protocol. Hurry, Pepper, Steve urged nervously from the side, as the attacks outside grew more intense. I'm doing my best. Sweat beaded on Pepper's forehead, but she didn't stop her operations. Finally, the screen displayed a message indicating that the emergency protocol had been successfully activated, and Ultron's core logic began to reset. The lights in the room flickered, then returned to normal. The drones and defense systems also gradually stopped their attacks, and the entire Stark Tower returned to peace. We did it. Bruce Banner breathed a sigh of relief, a tired smile appearing on his face. This is only temporary, Natasha said vigilantly. We must find Tony, and make sure Ultron doesn't cause problems again. Steve nodded. Yes, we need Tony back to completely resolve this hidden danger. Pepper had just breathed a sigh of relief when she remembered Tony's words, before he left. Tony said before he left that if there was an emergency, we could contact Nathan Hawk of Hawk Group or John Jai Lingma. Upon hearing this name, the Avengers' expressions immediately became complicated. Steve Rogers frowned, a hint of unease flashing in his eyes. Hawk Group, they're not exactly good guys. Natasha Romanoff nodded in agreement. That's right, and Hawk Group's other company, Umbrella Corporation, has always been known for its ruthless methods and powerful technological capabilities. Their goals and methods are very dangerous. Bruce Banner seemed a bit hesitant. Nathan Hawk and John Jai Lingma are both extremely intelligent and dangerous individuals. Their technological capabilities might help us, but their motives always make one uneasy. Clint Barton, however, frowned deeply. Are we really going to work with them? Pepper Potts looked at everyone, her eyes filled with determination. I know your concerns, but since Tony mentioned them, it means he believes that in an emergency, Hawk Group can provide assistance. Now we need all the help we can get to deal with Ultron's threat. Steve pondered for a moment, then finally nodded. All right, Pepper, we will trust Tony's judgment. Contact Nathan Hawk and John Jai Lingma, and have them come to Stark Tower. Natasha calmly added, but we must remain vigilant and ensure they don't use this opportunity to disadvantage us. Bruce Banner also nodded in agreement. Yes, we need their technology, but we cannot fully trust their motives. As John Jai Lingma descended from the helicopter, he immediately felt the tense atmosphere within Stark Tower. Pepper Potts hurried to meet him, her face showing clear anxiety and exhaustion. She briefly explained the current situation to John Jai Lingma. Ryoma, the Ultron system Tony left behind has gone awry. Its core logic has been altered, and it's attempting to eliminate humanity. Pepper's voice was urgent and helpless. We need your help. Tony said you could solve these problems. John Jai Lingma frowned, took a deep breath, and said, all right, Pepper, take me to the laboratory. We must deal with this immediately. Led by Pepper, John Jai Lingma quickly arrived at Stark Tower's private laboratory. The Avengers were already waiting inside the laboratory, their faces filled with worry and tension. Steve Rogers, Natasha Romanoff, Bruce Banner, and Clint Barton all watched John Jai Lingma intently, hoping he could provide a solution. John Jai Lingma, Steve spoke first, a hint of expectation in his tone. Can you solve the Ultron problem? John Jai Lingma nodded, quickly walked to the control console, and began a series of operations. His fingers danced rapidly across the keyboard, and data flowed swiftly across the screen. A tense atmosphere filled the entire laboratory. Everyone held their breath, awaiting John Jai Lingma's analysis results. Ultron's core logic has been altered, John Jai Lingma said in a deep voice. We have successfully modified its initial settings to prevent it from further expanding its plan to eliminate humanity. The Avengers breathed a sigh of relief, but John Jai Lingma's next words made their hearts race again. However, John Jai Lingma continued, his gaze becoming stern. Before we altered its core logic, Ultron had already separated a portion of its artificial intelligence data and escaped through the internet. This means we are now facing not just an internal problem within Stark Tower, but a much larger threat. What? Natasha Romanoff's eyes widened. Ultron has already entered the internet? Does that mean we're facing a pervasive threat? Yes, John Jai Lingma nodded gravely. Ultron-separated data may have already begun to infiltrate global network systems, attempting to continue its plan. We must act swiftly to prevent it from spreading further. Bruce Banner frowned, appearing exceptionally anxious. What should we do? Ultron may now have access to global network systems, including military, defense, and even civilian facilities. John Jai Lingma took a deep breath and explained in a scientifically rigorous yet easy to understand manner, we need to immediately establish a global firewall to stop Ultron's further proliferation. At the same time, we need to locate its core data package and completely destroy it. Pepper Potts interjected, but this process takes time, and how do we know where Ultron's core data package is? John Jai Lingma nodded, yes, that is indeed a problem. Ultron's intelligence is extremely high. It will constantly change its location and data package structure, attempting to evade our tracking. But we can utilize the backup systems Tony left behind. These systems are specifically designed for emergencies and can help us track Ultron's data flow. Steve Rogers said firmly, then, let's get started. We can't let Ultron continue to spread. John Jai Lingma began more detailed operations on the control console, and complex data, streams and network topology diagrams appeared on the holographic screen. As he worked, he explained, "What we need to do now is establish a global tracking system, utilizing Tony's backup systems to pinpoint Ultron's data package." Natasha Romanoff calmly watched John Jilingma's operations, gradually understanding the gravity of the situation. "We need everyone's cooperation. This will be a global battle." Bruce Banner also immersed himself in the operations. His scientific knowledge and John Jilingma's technical abilities complemented each other, and the two quickly built the preliminary framework for the global tracking system. "We need these help." John Jilingma looked at Steve Rogers. "Your intelligence network and operational capabilities will be key to our success." Steve nodded. "We will cooperate fully." Clint Barton also showed a determined expression. John Jilingma continued to operate on the holographic screen, gradually displaying the global network's structure. Red markers represented areas Ultron might have infiltrated. These areas were almost worldwide. "We must act swiftly." John Jilingma's voice was filled with urgency. "Ultron may have already begun its operations. We don't have much time." Pepper Potts also threw herself into action, sending urgent directives through Stark Tower's communication system to Stark Industries branches worldwide, demanding all systems enter a state of maximum alert. "We will succeed," Pepper said firmly, a glimmer of unyielding belief in her eyes. The Avengers quickly launched into action, utilizing their respective resources and abilities to begin tracking Ultron's data package. Inside and outside Stark Tower, tense yet orderly operations unfolded, with everyone working towards the same goal. As John Jilingma operated, he explained each step of the progress and plan to the Avengers. His voice was calm and clear, guiding everyone in their collaborative efforts. Time ticked by, and the Avengers engaged in a race against time on a global scale. Ultron's data package constantly moved within the network, but with John Jilingma and Bruce Banner's technical support, the tracking system gradually closed in on its core location. "We're getting close." Bruce Banner's voice held a hint of excitement. "Soon we'll be able to pinpoint Ultron's core data package." John Jilingma tensely operated the control console, and complex images of the global network appeared on the holographic screen. Suddenly, his fingers stopped at a location, and a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. "Found it," John Jilingma said in a deep voice. The Avengers quickly gathered around, their eyes fixed on the red marker on the screen. "This is an address that allows Ultron to perform a large amount of computing power and data flow." John Jilingma pointed to a spot on the screen. "It's located in Europe, a factory of a Stark Industries subsidiary company." Pepper Potts glanced at the address, her expression subtly changing. "I know that place. It's a factory Stark Industries used to specialize in weapons production in Europe. After we stopped weapon production, the power and other facilities were not dismantled, but were intended for transformation. I didn't expect Ultron to occupy it." Steve Rogers pondered for a moment, then nodded. "That explains why Ultron chose that location. It needs a large amount of electricity and equipment for computation and manufacturing." John Jilingma continued his analysis. "Ultron may be manufacturing Iron Man armor in that location, increasing its combat power. If we don't destroy that facility soon, the consequences will be unimaginable." Bruce Banner asked nervously, "How can we destroy it?" John Jilingma said, "First, we need to dispatch an assault team to infiltrate the factory and completely destroy Ultron's equipment. But there's a problem. That region hasn't signed a military alliance with Umbrella Corporation, so Umbrella Corporation's Iron Legion cannot enter to avoid international disputes." The Avengers exchanged glances, clearly realizing the gravity of the situation. Natasha Romanoff said calmly, "We must go ourselves." Steve Rogers nodded in agreement. "Yes, we cannot rely on Umbrella Corporation. This operation must be done by ourselves." Pepper Potts looked at the Avengers, a hint of worry in her eyes. "Thank you for Tony." Steve Rogers patted Pepper's shoulder, his gaze filled with trust and determination. "Pepper, don't worry, we will definitely destroy Ultron's base and protect this world." John Jilingma looked at the Avengers, filled with emotion. Bruce Banner looked up, his voice low but firm. "We need a detailed battle plan to ensure this operation succeeds." John Jilingma nodded, quickly bringing up the factory's detailed layout on the holographic screen. "This is the internal structure diagram of the factory. We need to first destroy Ultron's main computing core, then cut off its power supply, and finally completely destroy all manufacturing equipment. Natasha Romanoff carefully studied the structural diagram, analyzing, we can split into two teams. One team will attack the computing core, and the other will cut off power and destroy equipment. Steve Rogers agreed, all right, that's what we'll do. Clint, you and Bruce will be responsible for destroying the computing core, and Natasha and I will handle the power and equipment. Clint Barton and Bruce Banner nodded in agreement, while Natasha quickly checked her weapons and equipment, ensuring everything was ready. Pepper Potts stood by, silently watching the heroes preparing to depart, her heart filled with complex emotions. She knew they were about to face an unprecedented challenge, but she also believed they would overcome the difficulties and complete the mission. I'll be praying for you, Pepper whispered, her voice a little choked. Steve Rogers smiled slightly, comforting her. We will definitely come back safely. Jan Lingma confirmed all plans one last time, then watched the Avengers leave. As the Avengers walked out of the laboratory and onto Stark Tower's helipad, dusk had already begun to fall. The helicopter's propellers started to spin, kicking up one strike of strong airflow, and the Avengers stood firm in the wind, their eyes gleaming with unyielding light. Go! Steve Rogers commanded, and the Avengers quickly boarded the helicopter, preparing to head to the nearest airport. In this tense atmosphere, Jan Lingma's voice came through the communicator, good luck, Avengers. No matter what difficulties you encounter, remember you are not fighting alone. Steve Rogers responded, thank you, Ryoma. We will succeed. As the group arrived at the airport, the dim sky and tense atmosphere weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. After the helicopter landed, they quickly headed to the waiting area, preparing to board the plane to the mission site. As soon as he entered the airport lounge, Steve Rogers' gaze was drawn to two people. Sam Wilson Falcon and James Rhodes War Machine were standing there, clearly waiting for them. Sam Rhodes! A hint of joy appeared on Steve's face as he quickly walked over. Hey, Captain. Sam Wilson smiled and patted Steve's shoulder. Pepper called and informed us, we just happened to be in New York.